Chapter 1. As Gao Wen awoke, a profound sense of dizziness nearly suffocated him. He gasped for air, a sharp pain radiating through his chest that seemed to pierce to the very marrow of his bones, while the lingering metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. Simultaneously, fragments of memory began to awaken in his mind. Past life, present life, one event after another, one scene after another. Finally, they began to merge into a singular consciousness. I died. I am alive again. I am Gao Wen, a corporate drone who met his end beneath the wheels of a dump truck, and I am also Gao Wen Clover, the sole heir of an herbalist family from Deerhorn Town. The town was besieged by monstrous creatures, and the gangsters seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, plundering the Nobis commercial street. Moments later, Gao Wen was fully awake, a series of images flashing before his eyes, ultimately settling on the imposing figure of a grotesque man, wielding a massive hammer that sent him flying. Skull Crusher Soren. Gao Wen's expression hardened, his body shivering from the excruciating pain. Am I injured? He attempted to sit up, but his legs felt completely numb. Raising his hands took nearly all his strength, leaving him to collapse back onto the small bed covered in animal hides. Creak! At that moment, the wooden door swung open, light flooding in as a short, plump woman hurried inside, her face alight with joy. Thank the goddess of life for her blessings. Young Gao Wen, you have been in a slumber for 2 days, and you finally awaken. Aunt Marion. Gao Wen recognized the visitor as his neighbor, a sense of relief washing over him. He croaked, "How is my family?" Old Hort and Belinda have been taken to the realm of the goddess of life. Young Gao Wen, you must bear this loss with strength, Marion said, rubbing her eyes as she offered consolation. They are dead. Gao Wen found himself momentarily lost in thought, a wave of sorrow washing over him as the memories intertwined with feelings of familial love. However, the pain coursing through his body soon shifted his focus, and he asked urgently, Aunt Marion, is my injury severe? Why can't I feel my legs? Marion's face revealed a look of pity. A gaunt middle-aged man emerged from behind her, holding a bowl of medicine, his countenance cold and detached. Young Gao Wen, your legs are broken, and 5 ribs in your chest are fractured. It is only by the goddess of life's grace that you still draw breath. Even if you heal, you will be a cripple, relying on a cane to walk. Rest assured, in honor of Old Hort, our family will not cast you out. However, you must bear the cost of your treatment. My legs are broken. I have become a cripple. Gao Wen forced a bitter smile, realizing that if there were a ranking for the most unfortunate transmigrators, he would surely claim the top spot. Overwhelmed by pain and weakness, he felt his mind slipping into a haze, only regaining clarity after half a bowl of bitter herbal concoction was poured into his mouth. Honey flower, mandrake, willow bark. He instinctively pursed his lips, managing to identify at least 3 of the herbs, and asked with curiosity, Uncle Alba, is this pain relief soup you've given me? Indeed, it was brewed by Old Hort. There are only a few packets left, each worth 30 copper stars, and that will be counted towards your medical expenses. Alba rambled on for a while before dragging Marion out of the room. Stingy Alba, Gao Wen muttered under his breath, imitating Old Hort's usual demeanor. The pain in his body gradually dulled under the effects of the medicine, while his mind became increasingly alert. He thought to himself, this world seems quite extraordinary. There are monsters. There are deities. Surely there must be opportunities to be found. I must sort through this. Deerhorn Town? How peculiar. It feels somewhat familiar. As Gao Wen was piecing together his memories, a boy's head peered through the ajar wooden door, his freckled face alive with mischief, his brown eyes darting about. Gao Wen, I heard you mumbling bad things. I'm going to tell Uncle Alba. Trust me, he'll give you a thorough beating. Seeing Gao Wen remain unresponsive, the boy, Mark, cautiously slipped inside, his face filled with suspicion. You're not dead, are you? Don't scare me. I heard that those who die with their eyes open become malevolent spirits. Gao Wen glanced at Mark and replied flatly, Be quiet, I'm trying to think. Mark released a sigh of relief, sitting by the bedside, starting to chatter again. If you don't want me to tell Alba, you must promise to treat me to a good meal. No, make it 2 meals, and it has to be at the Golden Fleece Tavern with a cup of hero's blood. The Golden Fleece Tavern? Hero's Blood? Have I entered a game? Gao Wen's expression shifted, finally comprehending his situation. He had traversed into a game titled Chronicles of the Sorcerer. He recalled that when the dump truck struck him, he had been clutching a newly purchased holographic gaming helmet. Regrettably, the game had only just been released. He had only seen some promotional videos, read the anguished cries of beta testers on forums, and absorbed the insider information revealed by prominent players. He knew that this realm was a peculiar, layered multiverse. Even deities played minor roles here. The true architects of this multiverse were the 7 high-dimensional entities known as the Eye of Truth, the Mother Tree of Flesh, and the Spirit of Deception, among others. They were born powerful, each an indescribable terror, their true names imbued with immense power, not to be uttered lightly. Of course, there was one exception. The Eye of Truth, whose true name was the Silent Observer, was the only rational and harmless entity. The others, including those that devour themselves. I must not think about that. Gao Wen hastily quelled his thoughts, focusing instead on the promotional videos and internal materials. The game's backdrop revolved around the fall of the knowledge god, revered as the mother of sorcerers. This deity was known as the god of civilization, also called the god of knowledge and wisdom. Upon its demise, the pages of knowledge and the light of wisdom scattered across the Pandora world. The pages contained forbidden knowledge. The light of wisdom illuminated the ignorant beings. Thus, life began to awaken. Sorcerers began to emerge. Then, the deities, incensed by the sorcerers' encroachment upon their domains, harnessed the power of the church to initiate a protracted witch hunt that lasted for a millennium. The fledgling sorcerers were weak and could only hide and seek refuge. In the underground, in the astral realm, in the darkest corners, they quietly amassed strength. Now, a millennium has passed, and the witch hunt approaches its conclusion. The sorcerers have gathered sufficient power and are plotting their counteroffensive, initially targeting the relatively weaker goddess of life, and subsequently locking their sights on the mysterious deity that directly caused the fall of the mother of sorcerers. And the players are merely the side characters and fodder who arrived in Deerhorn Town during this tumultuous period. This is not good news. Gao Wen felt a twinge of anxiety, deeply concerned for his future. For the battle between sorcerers and deities would extend for years, even decades, this era being referred to as the Twilight of the Gods. Countless ordinary people and players would suffer and perish in the chaos, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Nobian kingdom. The fall of the goddess of life marked the commencement of the Twilight of the Gods. Yet the mysterious deity is no simple foe. He is the god of the plains, known in full as the god of mist and corruption, who usurped the knowledge powers of the mother of sorcerers. More importantly, he is a lesser manifestation of the high-dimensional entity known as the Spirit of Deception. When he fell, he unleashed a mysterious curse upon the Pandora world, compelling all beings who came into contact with the arcane to undergo a forced will assessment. Failure to pass would result in transformation into grotesque monsters. Many sorcerers and knights suffered greatly. The fall of the mysterious deity also incited the wrath of the Spirit of Deception, who directly intervened to strengthen and solidify this curse. From then on, mist would envelop the towns, and knowledge would come at a price. Even more terrifying was that the knowledge-rich sorcerers would become sources of pollution, unable to interact freely with ordinary people. Their enemies would transform into powerful spirits of deception, constantly facing the risk of losing control. To combat the spirit of deception, sorcerers would have no choice but to turn to the Eye of Truth. Thus, the sorcerers would embark on a path of self-redemption in search of truth, with no possibility of turning back. What am I to do? Where's the way forward? As he contemplated the turmoil that lay ahead, Gao Wen felt a profound sense of unease. However, overthinking would yield no benefit. His immediate priority was to heal from his injuries and swiftly acquire the strength for self-preservation. Only then could he survive in the impending chaos. After all, he had no desire to face death again. So soon after his transmigration, it is only those who have brushed against death that learn to cherish life more dearly. With his thoughts racing and drawing upon the information at hand, Gao Wen soon discovered a method to heal his own wounds that this moment. The goddess of life had yet to fall, and the impending twilight of the gods had not commenced. The world remained relatively tranquil. He merely needed to summon a priest from the Church of Life to effortlessly heal all wounds. However, the exalted priest has no time to show pity for a wretched soul such as myself. I must devise a plan. Gawain soon had an idea. He mustered his spirits and addressed the incessantly chattering Mark. "Brave Mark, I require your assistance with a minor matter." Seeing Mark's eyes darting about, Gawain laid his cards on the table. 10 copper stars. "That's what you said." Mark immediately leapt up, his head held high, exclaiming, "Speak quickly, the courageous Mark shall undoubtedly assist you splendidly." Gawain felt a surge of amusement within and promptly divulged his plan. "What? Are you mad? Where on earth would you acquire 100 golden dragons?" Mark's eyes widened, his expression one of sheer disbelief. By the witness of the goddess of life, he had scarcely seen a handful of golden dragons throughout his life. Even though the Clover family held a respectable status, they did not appear to possess 100 golden dragons. Moreover, their home had recently been ravaged by gangsters. What? Is the brave Mark incapable of handling such a trivial task? Gawain, unwilling to squander time, employed the tactic of provocation. No. Mark, filled with trepidation, took several steps back, desperately advising, "The brave Mark shall not be daunted by such a minor issue. Yet, you must bear the consequences of inciting the wrath of Father Nick. Gawain, my friend, you must understand that the esteemed Father Nick delights in incinerating heretics. You are no nobleman, you will perish. That is none of your concern." Gawain's expression hardened as he continued to provoke. Now is the time to prove that Mark is not a coward. Mark, stung by the challenge, felt his cheeks flush red and dashed out of the room. Gawain lay back on the bed, exhaling softly. His complexion was alarmingly pale, yet his heart raced with excitement. If all went according to plan, he would possess a healthy body by the end of the day. However, there remained a formidable obstacle ahead. He must gather his strength. Gawain silently urged himself, though his eyelids grew heavier. When he was startled awake by a noise beside him, he opened his eyes to find a stern, balding, middle-aged man standing at the foot of his bed. The man was clad in a loose gray robe, with a green sapling symbolizing the goddess of life embroidered on his left shoulder. He held a delicate ceramic urn in his left hand and gazed down at Gawain with an icy stare. Meanwhile, the Alba family huddled in the corner of the room, their expressions humble and fearful, not daring to utter a sound. "Father Nick." Gawain's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet he quickly regained his composure. Father Nick snorted dismissively and spoke in a detached tone. "I have heard that you intend to donate 100 golden dragons to the church." The Alba family held their breath, terrified of incurring Father Nick's wrath, while the instigator, Mark, buried his head deeply, as if envisioning Gawain engulfed in flames. The goddess of life was indeed benevolent, yet her divine might was not to be trifled with. Those who profaned her had never met a favorable end. "Yes," Gawain nodded earnestly, reciting the prepared words. "The Clover family wishes to donate 100 golden dragons to the Church of Life, seeking the blessings of the goddess. However, my home was recently plundered by gangsters, and I am presently unable to procure these golden dragons." Father Nick's countenance gradually darkened, as if he were on the verge of a furious outburst. "However, I propose to donate in installments, contributing a small portion each month, with the total settled within a year. As compensation, I shall additionally donate 20 golden dragons. This is my solemn promise as Gawain Clover, representing the Clover family." Gao Wen spoke in one breath, causing the Alba family to widen their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were experiencing an auditory hallucination. They had never encountered such an eccentric notion as installment donation. Father Nick's expression quickly softened, evidently approving of Gao Wen's peculiar method of contribution. He produced a verdant staff from seemingly nowhere, dipped it into the holy water from the left-hand pot, and intoned in a sonorous voice, "The goddess bestows her favor upon you." In an instant, a luminous white radiance filled Gao Wen's vision that he hastily closed his slightly stinging eyes, feeling a comforting warmth enveloping him, reminiscent of being cradled in his mother's embrace during childhood. Whether it was an illusion or not, he faintly perceived a blue light swirling beneath his eyelids. Just as he attempted to scrutinize it, he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening once more, the narrow window was aglow with the hues of the setting sun, prompting him to instinctively sit up in bed. His limbs moved with agility. There was no pain or injury. Have I truly healed? What a miraculous healing art! Gao Wen was overwhelmed with joy, his small hands exploring his body. Apart from a slight hunger in his stomach, he felt no discomfort, and he soon composed himself, catching sight of a sheet of papyrus lying on the bedside that he reached for it, glancing at the writing, which astonishingly detailed an installment donation bill in Nubian script. Gao Wen grinned, casually tucking the bill into his garments. If his predictions were correct, within half a year, the goddess of life would be cornered by the sorcerers in her divine realm. At that time, in a desperate bid for survival, she would make a final struggle, choosing to guide her followers into her domain, albeit at the extreme cost of consuming their souls to prolong her existence for a brief moment. Many believers in the goddess of life would perish, and the church of life would be left in name only. Not only would Gao Wen be exempt from donations, but if possible, he even contemplated leveraging his prophetic foresight to quietly claim a portion of the church's legacy in Lujiao town. However, this was no simple endeavor. Even if the priests and fathers perished, remnants of faith would linger in the form of less devout temple knights and nuns, making it nearly impossible to breach the church without adequate strength. Thus, it was imperative for him to rapidly enhance his capabilities that in the world of Pandora, avenues for gaining strength were limited, with the most accessible being knights and sorcerers, apart from the divine knights endowed with the power of the gods. Ordinary knights were typically weak and often served as mere fodder. It was crucial for him to become an apprentice sorcerer before the goddess of life fell. Otherwise, he would lose his chance. Delaying until the fall of the god of mystery would only escalate the cost of knowledge, making the path to becoming an apprentice sorcerer significantly more arduous. Gao Wen pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. Do I lack a golden finger? As this thought crossed his mind, shards of blue light coalesced upon his retina, swiftly manifesting a panel divided into gray and blue sections, clearly delineating rows of data. Name, Gao Wen Clover. Age, 13. Physique, 0. 7 Spirit, 1.2 Skill, Herbalist LV1, 23, Archery LV1, 7. Status, Healthy Gold Points, 0.00. Is this a game panel? Gao Wen felt a surge of excitement, eagerly exploring the interface. For someone accustomed to games, the data on the panel was easily comprehensible, and the singularly intriguing gold points seemed to suggest a recharge function. Recharge? Gao Wen's eyes sparkled as he rummaged through his belongings, producing 2 blood-stained copper stars. These copper stars represented the lowest currency in the Pandora world, commonly used by the populace. One could purchase 2 pieces of unpalatable black bread and a bowl of vegetable soup for a single copper star, with silver deer and gold dragons being more valuable. Typically, 1 gold dragon could be exchanged for 10 silver deer, and 1 silver deer could be traded for 1,000 copper stars, according to insider information Gao Wen had gathered. Silver deer and gold dragons held a certain value even among sorcerers, as silver could be refined into mithril and gold into radiance gold, both rare metals of significant importance to sorcerers. Recharge, Gao Wen silently intoned. And in an instant, the 2 copper stars vanished from his palm, leaving behind only faint bloodstains. The number behind the gold points began to rise, while lines of small text scrolled across the upper part of the panel. Once the recharge stabilized, other aspects remained unchanged, with the gold points now pitifully at 0.002. Gao Wen fully comprehended the utility of the gold points panel. It not only displayed his detailed information and status, but also allowed for skill and even talent upgrades. Yet, lacking sufficient gold points meant he could not yet put it to use. Gao Wen exhaled softly, the tension that had gripped him since his arrival gradually easing, with the gold points panel at his disposal. He felt emboldened to navigate the chaotic world. Of course, he would not succumb to arrogance. Even if he managed to survive until the end of the twilight of the gods, Pandora would remain in turmoil until the sorcerers established the Council of Truth to conquer the multiverse. He was uncertain of the exact timeline, but knew that after the twilight, before the invasion of the multiverse, there would be internal strife among sorcerers and incursions from the underworld, each event a potential rebirth for Pandora. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. These matters felt distant. His immediate priority was to become an apprentice sorcerer. Based on the revelations from beta players, a path to apprenticeship existed in Lujiao town. Let me think, Gao Wen mused, mentally organizing the scan information he possessed. There seemed to be quite a bit, including the ancestral notes of the old Oat family, the hidden diagonal alley in the bustling market, and the runestones of Baron Hodeman, Old oat. A surge of realization struck Gao Wen. The old oat family was his own. His clover family was renowned for its herbalism. Could it be that they were descendants of sorcerers? He hurriedly sifted through the memories of his former self, only to discover no records of ancestral notes, just an ordinary herbalism notebook. Could it be a coincidence? No, it cannot be. The witch-hunting operation was still ongoing. Sorcerers could not walk in the sunlight, and ancestral notes could not have been openly passed down. It was entirely possible that the lineage had been concealed under the guise of herbalism or even severed entirely. But his family seemed to possess a hidden chamber. Gao Wen's heart raced. Other paths to becoming an apprentice sorcerer were fraught with obstacles and required considerable effort, with the risk of failure looming large. Some players lamented their fates, with some ending up on the execution pyres of the Church of Life, while others were sold into slavery by gangs, and many faced even worse fates. In contrast, the ancestral notes of the old oat family appeared to be easily accessible, as Gao Wen had been informed since childhood on how to evade the traps of the hidden chamber. Having faced death multiple times, Gao Wen quickly regained his composure. He rubbed his empty stomach and shamelessly approached Aunt Marion for 2 pieces of black bread, washing it down with half a bowl of vegetable soup. Feeling sufficiently sated, he stepped out of the yard and turned left towards the old residence next door. The 2 wooden doors lay collapsed, marked by the large footprints of intruders, while the once spacious courtyard was a chaotic mess. Stained with dried blood and the decaying corpse of a black dog, brutally slain, the stench was unbearable. The 5 doors of the house stood wide open, revealing a scene of disarray and signs of rummaging. Fortunately, the bodies of the old oat couple had already been respectfully laid to rest by Aunt Marion and her family in the public cemetery just outside Lujiao town 2 days prior. This is my home. Gao Wen silently stepped into the courtyard, a simmering anger brewing within him. If given the chance, he would seek to settle this vendetta once he had acquired sufficient strength. However, that time was not now. The gang led by Skull Crusher Sorn was no ordinary foe. It was rumored to have clandestine ties with Baron Oka's and even the Wild Brotherhood. Baron Oka's was the ostensible master of Lujiao town, while the Wild Brotherhood were devotees of the hunting god, forces far beyond the reach of a mere boy. For now, he could only bury this resentment deep within his heart. Fortunately, in the relatively stable environment of Lujiao town, he need not fear the gang's pursuit. After all, the chaos had yet to erupt. The gang remained like rats scurrying in the shadows, too timid to act brazenly as long as he kept a low profile. No one would pay heed to a frail, unassuming youth. First, he needed to tidy up. Gao Wen ceased to ponder further and buried the lifeless black dog deep in the corner of the yard. He tidied the garden with minimal effort and struggled to prop up 2 wooden doors, managing to close them just enough to serve as a barrier. Once these tasks were completed, his slender frame was left breathless and fatigued. After resting for a while, he drew water from the well and prepared a pot of hot soup in the kitchen. After freshening up, he donned a slightly tattered linen garment and, using the clear water in the basin, examined his reflection. A prominent nose, thin lips, long black hair, pale cheeks, and somewhat enchanting blue irises. He appeared both handsome and delicate. Not too shabby, Gao Wen mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his appearance, before returning to his bedroom to rest and await the sunset. Once the darkness enveloped the surroundings, he quietly made his way to the storage room, lit a white candle, and, by its flickering light, pressed firmly against a protruding stone in the corner, with a soft hum. The stone sunk into the ground, and suddenly, the floor 2 meters away fractured, revealing a dark opening and sloping stone steps leading downwards. Just as I thought. Gao Wen's spirits lifted as he waited for the air to circulate before cautiously entering the opening with the candle in hand. After descending approximately 7 or 8 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the stone steps, arriving at a straight tunnel. It appeared that a mechanism lay ahead. Gao Wen raised the candle, but the ceiling of the tunnel remained obscured from view. Resolving to not linger, he recalled the admonitions of the Elder Hot. Positioning himself against the left wall and advancing step by step, he soon traversed the tunnel, which stretched for several meters, and arrived at a pair of heavy wooden doors that were slightly ajar. Creak, he pushed open the aged, moldy doors, and a wave of putrid decay assaulted his senses. Hastily, he covered his mouth and nose, holding his breath until the stench dissipated before cautiously stepping into the secret chamber. The chamber was confined. After just a few steps, he beheld its entirety. Aside from a metal-crafted iron chest, there were no other objects within. He opened the chest and, illuminated by the candlelight, discerned its contents. A palm-sized ceramic jar and a thick tome bound in sheepskin. Ancestral notes. Gao Wen's heart leapt with joy as he carefully extracted the sheepskin book. It appeared to have undergone special treatment, remaining impeccably preserved over the lengthy passage of time. The sturdy cover bore a string of Nubian characters, Alfreeman's potion notes. Upon seeing this, Gao Wen's anxious heart finally eased, muttering, "It seems my predecessor, the wizard, was named Alfreeman. He appears to have been an apothecary among wizards, which explains the inheritance of herbalism. He did not hasten to peruse the tome, but instead casually retrieved the ceramic jar. A mere glance brought a broad smile to his face. The jar contained a significant quantity of silver deer, and even an eye-catching gold dragon, roughly estimating it was worth at least several gold dragons, likely accumulated bit by the elder Hot. This could lead to fortune, Gao Wen thought, delighting in his luck. He selected 10 pieces of silver deer to keep for himself, and, placing his palm over the jar's opening, murmured, "Recharge." The golden interface materialized once again before his eyes, a series of data scrolling from above. Within a mere 2 breaths, it ceased its fluctuations. When Gao Wen withdrew his hand, he found the jar devoid of silver deer. Yet some silver and gold sand lay scattered at the bottom. "What is this?" he pondered. Residue. A sudden thought struck him, though he could not verify it at the moment if his conjecture was accurate. Recharging would not only incur no loss, but might also provide an additional avenue for profit. He cautiously collected the inconspicuous grains of sand from the jar's bottom before seriously turning to the ancestral notes. The opening page bore a solemn inscription, in praise of the god of knowledge and gratitude for the gifts of the mother of wizards. Gao Wen, having some understanding of the origins of wizards, could barely grasp the meaning of this statement. He continued to flip through the pages and discovered an entry that resembled a diary at the beginning, followed by fragmented accounts. In the 38th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of summer's resurgence, I have spent 35 years in the Tower of Oblivion. I, Alfreeman, am still merely a high-level wizard apprentice, and the path to becoming a formal wizard remains fraught with thorns and mists. I cannot even see what lies ahead. It is said that Lord Benson was promoted to a second-ring wizard last year. How enviable. If only I had half of Lord Benson's talent. In the 38th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Autumn's Veil, I failed my ascension, and I cannot even discern the reason for my failure. In the 39th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Thunder's Call, cursed be the god of hunting. His followers are as repugnant as hyenas. I nearly lost my way back to the Tower of Oblivion. In the 40th year of the wizarding calendar, I failed in my potion making. In the 42nd year of the wizarding calendar, my experimental subject perished. In the 45th year of the wizarding calendar, I failed in my potion making. In the 75th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Spring's Awakening, I spent a considerable sum to finally acquire 2 paths to becoming a formal wizard, one as a spirit wizard and the other as a bloodline wizard. However, it seems it may be too late. I lack sufficient magic stones to procure the potion for the Dawn Elixir. Moreover, I am already 93 years old. Far too old. Cursed be my previous ignorance. I can no longer become a formal wizard. It is time to relinquish this aspiration. I wonder how my hometown fares. I find myself longing for home. Is my dear Betty still alive? Has she married? Perhaps. I think it is time to return. In the 76th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Thunder's Call, I finally departed from the captivating yet loathsome star realm and returned to the horned goat town of my youth. But everything has changed. My heavens. Who can tell me where health has gone? My dear Betty has been dead for 30 years. I still remember her bashful visage. What have I missed? I have learned that Alder also perished in the war. I have no family left. This is truly dreadful news. Curse be war. I detest war. I believe I should leave behind my lineage. Fortunately, I preemptively concocted some fertility potions. Hehe. In the 77th year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Spring's Awakening, my heavens, I have fallen in love once more. Perhaps I truly am growing old. No, a noble wizard cannot lack a surname. 3 Leaves sounds rather appealing. Yet, it is not quite fitting. Alas, let it be called 3 Leaves. Otherwise, the hounds of the goddess of life will come knocking. In the 92nd year of the wizarding calendar, during the month of Indulgence, I sense the breath of death drawing near. It approaches ever closer. Perhaps I should attempt to transform myself. No, I abhor monsters. I believe this will be my final entry. It is time to leave some inheritance for the children. In praise of the god of knowledge. Gao Wen felt a wave of emotion wash over him, realizing that the 3 Leaves family had such a profound origin, descending from a first-generation high-ranking wizard apprentice who had surpassed a century. It was truly poignant. He continued to turn the pages, discovering detailed records of various potion-making notes, ranging from simple to complex, one after another. Blood-stopping potion, pain-relieving potion, fever-reducing potion, Facilitating birth potion, headache potion, Gao Wen read attentively. Noting that the first 5 were common herbal remedies utilized by ordinary people, his previous incarnation had attempted to concoct them, though with limited success. The subsequent entries delved into esoteric potions, which he found difficult to comprehend. Further along, a portion of the pages had been torn away. He skimmed through them and focused on the final section detailing wizardly cultivation, which was of utmost importance. After some contemplation, he finally grasped a rudimentary understanding of wizardry. According to the notes, to become a wizard, one must possess innate wizardly talent and elemental affinity. Wizardly talent is categorized from 1st to 5th rank, determining the speed of meditation practice. Elemental affinity dictates the subsequent direction of one's magical studies. The first step in this journey is to consume a dawn elixir, awakening one's mental faculties entirely and achieving a faint influence over the material world. Thus, one's mental energy can autonomously absorb the energy particles that drift between heaven and earth, transforming into personal magical power, eventually becoming a low-level wizard apprentice capable of learning simple tricks. Through the practice of meditation, one hones their mental prowess, advancing to a mid-level wizard apprentice and thereby able to cultivate zero-ring spells. The Dawn Elixir. Gao Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly flipped through the pages, quickly locating the documentation on the concoction of the Dawn Potion. The text meticulously enumerated the necessary ingredients alongside detailed preparation steps. The Dawn Potion is an extraordinary elixir capable of awakening the mental prowess of those endowed with wizardly potential. It shines like a beacon, illuminating one's mental realm and guiding them onto the path of sorcery. The required materials include ashes of malevolent spirits, morning dew, fresh monkey brain. After scrutinizing the notes twice, Gao Wen discerned that, aside from the ashes of malevolent spirits, an unfamiliar primary ingredient, the others were relatively easy to procure. However, the preparation process was exceedingly intricate, and given his current status as a level 1 herbalist, he feared success would elude him. After all, this was a potion steeped in mystery. It appeared that elevating his herbalist level was imperative. Regrettably, the legacy of his ancestors had vanished, leaving only this tome of alchemical notes. The soul spell documented was the simplest of illumination spells. It seemed the crystal ball containing the meditation techniques had either been lost or misused by his forebears. Perhaps someone had embarked on the path of wizardry before him, tearing out the subsequent potion records and absconding with his ancestors' inheritance. What a pity! With a tinge of regret, Gao Wen closed the notes and redirected his focus to the premium panel. Name: Gao Wen Clover. Physique: 0.7 mentality, 1.2 skills, herbalist LV1, 23, archery LV1, 7, status, healthy premium points, 19.02 in comparison to before. The 2 skills now bore A, indicating that premium points could indeed be expended to enhance skill levels. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Wen resolved to elevate his herbalist level first, as it pertained to the crucial concoction of the Dawn Potion and his future financial endeavors. Archery, for the time being, seemed of little utility and could be postponed. Upgrade. Gao Wen focused his intention on the next to herbalist, gently tapping it. The panel's luminous screen began to tremble violently. Premium points -2. Simultaneously, Gao Wen experienced a fleeting disorientation, suddenly finding himself in a peculiar space. Here, an abundance of herbs surrounded him, and the equipment was meticulously arranged. Like a marionette, he began an unceasing cycle of potion preparation, disregarding costs and outcomes, repeating the process over and over again. In the blink of an eye, he had performed the task countless times. After a brief moment, Gao Wen regained his senses, yet the vivid imagery of countless potion brews lingered in his mind. As if he had lived through them himself, he was now intimately familiar with the various techniques and nuances of potion preparation, even recalling the precise timing that old Horde had once demonstrated. It dawned on him just how rudimentary his prior herbalist skills had been. Truly remarkable. Shaking his head in disbelief, Gao Wen glanced back at the premium panel. Skills: herbalist LV2. Indeed, he had leveled up. Gao Wen grinned widely. Deep Blue, continue to upgrade me. In the morning, Gao Wen visited the blacksmith's shop and returned with a dagger for self-defense. The remainder of his time was spent poring over his ancestors' notes until Mark returned and greeted him. At noon, he purchased a bundle of white bread from the market, consuming 2 pieces to satiate his hunger. In the afternoon, the herbalist Old John arrived early, delivering a batch of commonly used herbs. Gao Wen compensated him with 150 copper stars and verbally agreed to receive a weekly supply of herbs every Wednesday. He invited old John to sit and rest while he retreated to his bedroom, where he picked up a quill and diligently copied several potions from his ancestor's notes, soon emerging with several sheets of papyrus. Mr. Gao Wen. Old John quickly stood up, bowing slightly, a rough and darkened visage betraying a smile that bordered on obsequiousness. With a hint of shrewdness and mercantilism lurking in his keen eyes. No need for formality. Please have a seat, Gao Wen replied with a warm smile, laying out the sheets of papyrus. Are you familiar with these herbs? Old John scrutinized the papers, his eyes darting. These herbs seem rather uncommon indeed. They are rare. Gao Wen nodded, raising a finger. These are for treating difficult ailments. They are all mutated herbs. Old John, if you can procure these, I shall pay you 1 silver deer for each specimen. What? Old John's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement. Although he was known as an herbalist, he was essentially half a herb merchant, monopolizing nearly all the herbs collected by the village's herbalists, ruthlessly driving down prices. Even so, he could barely earn half a silver deer each month, highlighting the immense allure of a single silver deer for him. Just as Gao Wen was about to say more, a knock at the door interrupted him. Turning, he saw the lanky Alba standing outside. He hastily stuffed the papyrus into old John's arms, smiling. Old John, we have an agreement. The Clover family will ensure our friends do not suffer losses. Absolutely. Old John's hands trembled slightly as he clutched the papyrus tightly, nodding vigorously before humbly offering a few compliments and hastily exiting the courtyard. After exchanging nods with Alba outside, he hurried away in his donkey cart. Uncle Alba, please come in. Gao Wen greeted him with a smile. Alba, however, wore a stern expression. Old Horde has returned to the realm of the goddess of life. The herbal shop no longer requires operation. Young Gao Wen, I understand you wish to revive the Clover family, but Uncle, Gao Wen interjected directly, pointing to the 3 bundles of herbs behind him. Old John has already delivered the herbs. Can't you give me a chance to prove myself? Alba appeared somewhat helpless, lamenting. You really shouldn't waste valuable copper stars. Gao Wen rolled his eyes, disregarding Alba's words as he began to expertly organize the herbs, sorting them, removing impurities, and weighing them. He then fetched the alchemical tools he had prepared the day before, igniting firewood and commencing the brewing process in the kitchen's iron pot. Fishworm grass, white mousetail grass, willow bark add water, more firewood. Though Gao Wen was not particularly tall, his movements were precise, exuding an air of calm confidence that left Alba utterly mesmerized. 2 hours later, the water had evaporated, leaving the mixture of herbs congealed into a viscous black paste at the bottom of the iron pot. Is this a fever-reducing potion? Alba stammered. Correct. Gao Wen nodded, skillfully extinguishing the fire with mud and using a small spatula to extract the paste, placing it into prepared jars. This yields 10 portions of fever-reducing potion. The color and consistency should be just right. Once it dries naturally, it can be packaged for sale. I believe my skills have reached half of what my father could achieve. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Alba? Alba was speechless, for Old Horde had never allowed outsiders to observe his potion-making. He stepped forward, dipped a finger into the paste, tasted it, and exclaimed, by the goddess of life, young Gao Wen. No, Mr. Gao Wen, you are truly a genius. Did you know? You have already become a qualified herbalist. Gao Wen chuckled. So, Uncle Alba, are you ready to accept my employment? It is my honor. Alba clumsily performed a gesture of respect. His face flushed with excitement. Becoming an employee of the herbal shop meant he would no longer have to worry about finding work daily. Gao Wen took out the papyrus and drafted 2 employment contracts in simple Nobian script, signing them to agree on a salary of 300 copper stars per month for Alba. As a condition of his employment, Alba was required to heed Gao Wen's lawful directives. Alba was an employee, not a slave, possessing the basic rights to personal freedom and private property. Moreover, the kingdom's laws dictated that non-nobles could not own slaves, although the Clover family was respected. They were not nobility and thus lacked the authority to keep slaves. Once the contracts were signed, Gao Wen became the employer and immediately assigned Alba the task of liaising with the militia to expedite the reopening of the herbal shop, reminding him to find someone to repair the 2 courtyard doors, as he felt insecure without them at night. 2 days later, after Gao Wen paid 2 silver deer, he finally regained ownership of the shop, allowing the herbal store to reopen successfully, stocked with commonly used potions, and gradually beginning to recoup expenses. Sir, would you like another drink? A waitress at the Golden Fleece Tavern inquired solicitously. No, thank you. Gao Wen raised his hand to shield his wine glass, retracting his subtle gaze and leaving behind 5 copper stars as he rose and exited the tavern. This establishment was a frequent haunt for bounty hunters and wandering knights, offering a plethora of tasks. Regrettably, it lacked what he sought. Indeed, they were even oblivious to the very essence of the dust of evil spirits. And it appeared that players would not be descending upon this realm. It was understandable, after all, as this was a tangible world. How lamentable it was. Standing outside the tavern, Gao Wen felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had nearly worn out the ancestral notes in his frantic search, and the herbalist, old John, had yet to deliver news regarding the elusive potions. Crafting commonplace brews provided only a negligible advancement in his progress. And the herbal shop's quest for profit was a slow endeavor, one that could not be rushed. Caw-caw. A few crows cawed noisily atop the lofty poplar trees, seemingly mocking Gao Wen's urgency. Yet, he could not afford to be placid, for he was uncertain how much longer the goddess of life would remain before her fall. He must become a wizard's apprentice and possess a modicum of strength before that time, lest he be deemed unworthy to inherit the church's legacy. Perhaps a shift in perspective was in order, with the ancestral notes in hand, and the dust of evil spirits not readily obtainable. He could explore alternative pathways to becoming a wizard's apprentice. Perhaps fortune would favor him. I shall contemplate, Gao Wen mused, deep in thought as he meticulously calculated. Baron Hodeman was far from Deerhorn Town, and acquiring runestones was not feasible at the moment. The Alley of Diagonal seemed to harbor a reclusive old eccentric. To become a wizard's apprentice, it appeared he must first serve as a subject for experiments. Enduring torment to earn the individual's trust, that was unacceptable. He could not risk becoming something unrecognizable. That a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Gao Wen's eyes brightened as he conceived a clever plan. He adjusted his hat's brim and leisurely departed from the commercial street, traversing several alleyways until he arrived at a tavern named the House of Warmth. He spent 100 copper stars to book a room on the second floor. Pushing open the window, he settled down with a cup of coffee, sipping it while casting sidelong glances at the nearby diagonal alley. Initially, he discerned nothing amiss, but gradually he sensed something was off. Though Diagonal Alley was clearly visible, all passers-by seemed to intentionally or unintentionally avoid it. After half an hour of observation, not a single soul entered or exited. It was important to note that Diagonal Alley was not insignificant. It should have housed at least a dozen households. Yet now, apart from the cawing of crows, there was an eerie silence. Strange. Could it be a magical formation? Gao Wen pondered the possibility, his expression turning grave. It seemed the wizard within possessed considerable skill, and no wonder they could remain undetected in such a bustling area. He continued to observe, soon noticing another anomaly. There appeared to be an excessive number of crows. Caw-caw. As this thought crossed his mind, 2 black crows suddenly took flight from the treetops, flapping their wings towards the tavern. Have I been detected? Gao Wen's heart raced, though he maintained a composed facade. Muttering, damn foolish birds, you disturb my enjoyment of the scenery. Bang, he angrily slammed the window shut, keeping the crows at bay. One of the crows circled twice before flying off, while the other settled on the eaves, preening its feathers, its crimson eyes flickering with a hint of human-like curiosity as it occasionally glanced down at the tightly shut window. Within the underground laboratory of Diagonal Alley, the aged Addison hurled his bloody dissection knife onto the experimental table. Turning to glare furiously at his assistant, my apprentice, it seems you have once again lost focus. Duncan shivered, suddenly finding focus in his remaining eye, and stammered, my apologies, master. I was merely on guard. You are far too cautious. Addison scoffed dismissively. The witch hunt has persisted for a millennium. The hounds in the church are utterly fatigued as long as we do not brazenly appear before them. Trust me, they will only offer perfunctory responses. With that, he turned his gaze to the lifeless half-wolf, half-human corpse upon the experimental table and commanded, the transformation is only half complete. The toll on the subjects has exceeded expectations. I require more living subjects to finalize the werewolf transformation experiment. My apprentice. Go and procure a few more, master. Just the day before, Duncan. Addison suddenly whipped around, a menacing expression on his face. I said to go and capture a few more living subjects. Yes, yes. Duncan, terrified, dared not protest further. Phew, Diagonal Alley is indeed no ordinary place. Hearing the crows take flight, Gao Wen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He first requested the tavern owner to switch his room before resuming his observations. However, this time he was considerably more cautious, daring only to peer through the crack of the window. 3 days swiftly passed. Apart from the occasional return to the herbal shop, Gao Wen had essentially remained within the tavern. During these 3 days, he indeed made significant discoveries. Every evening, a one-eyed youth would emerge from Diagonal Alley. The youth would, like any ordinary person, purchase some inexpensive bread and meat at the market, then feign resting at the alley's entrance. Stealthily shifting the stones he had stacked there as the night deepened, a few drunken men would unknowingly wander past, lured into Diagonal Alley, never to return. 5 individuals had vanished in 3 days. Gao Wen gently caressed the short bow in his hand, feeling it was time for him to take action. This bow had been custom-made by a blacksmith, and at his insistence, the remaining gold and silver from his purchases had been melded into its frame, costing him a hefty 3 silver deer. The finished product did not disappoint. It surpassed ordinary short bows in every aspect. With his 0.7 physique, he could barely draw it halfway, yet it sufficed for his needs. Gao Wen slung the short bow at his waist, strapped the quiver on his back, concealing it with his clothing, and swiftly exited the tavern. In the evening, several family members of the missing drunks gathered at the Life Church's square, kneeling beneath the towering statue of the goddess of life to lament their plight. Before long, the furious voice of Father Nick echoed from within the church. "These damned maggots! They have dared to hide within our territory and have even feasted upon the goddess's lamb. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Repent, for only the flames can cleanse them of their sins. Where are the knights of the keep?" As Father Nick led his men toward Diagonal Alley, the instigator, Gao Wen, had already returned to his room in the tavern, preparing to reap the rewards. However, he was surprised to find that the one-eyed youth, who had appeared consistently over the past 3 days, did not show up today. Surely he hasn't caught on. Gao Wen felt a twinge of doubt. Recalling that he had concealed his appearance during today's activities, he relaxed, pouring himself a cup of coffee while he silently awaited developments. Darkness enveloped the sky. Father Nick, accompanied by a fully armed squad of knights, arrived at the entrance of Diagonal Alley. From his vantage atop his steed, he immediately spotted the stones stacked in the corner and snorted, "Indeed, those damned maggots." With a flick of his wand, a beam of white light erupted forth, shattering the stacked stones into fragments. "You two, guard the exit. The rest of you, follow me to eradicate these heretics." With a grand gesture, he led the remaining knights into Diagonal Alley, shields at the forefront, torches raised high, triggering various traps and mechanisms that unleashed cries and roars of anguish. How perilous! Gao Wen's face paled as he secretly rejoiced that he had not succumbed to hubris. Otherwise, he might have already fallen prey to the wizard's traps. He cautiously opened the window halfway, observing the 2 imposing knights stationed at the alley's entrance, hesitating. He had initially intended to profit from the chaos but suddenly realized he might have overestimated his own capabilities. Merely 2 armored knights were beyond what he could handle with a short bow. He was still too weak. It seemed his efforts had been in vain. Gao Wen stroked the short bow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet he did not give in. He remained vigilant, intently watching Diagonal Alley. This was his first opportunity to witness the clash between the church and the wizards firsthand. "Damn hyenas, you have interrupted the noble Addison's experiment. Exterminate the heretics." The battle raged fiercely within the dimly lit confines of Diagonal Alley, explosions and blinding flames erupting intermittently. Yet the church maintained an overwhelming dominance, the knights of the keep shielding the forefront. Under the blessing of Father Nick, an extraordinary valor emerged, surpassing the usual. Addison roared in fury, yet he could only be gradually forced deeper into Diagon Alley. Suddenly, a guardian knight stationed at the entrance of Diagon Alley collapsed with a thud. Another knight, instantly alert, had just drawn his cross-sword, yet a wave of dizziness struck him, and before he could take more than a few steps, he too fell to the ground. Something amiss. The commotion at the alley's entrance caught Gawain's attention. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted a figure, cloaked in shadows and burdened by a package, stealthily slipping out of Diagon Alley. Hastening towards him, the flickering torchlight cast a familiar silhouette against the wall. Him. Gawain's eyes lit up as he recognized the one-eyed youth, swiftly raising his short bow and nocking an arrow. With a soft twang, the arrow vanished into the night in an instant. Just as the one-eyed Duncan thought he had evaded capture, a sudden arrow struck his chest, eliciting a pained gasp as he hurriedly retreated. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more arrows followed closely behind. One pierced his neck, while the other found its mark in his back. All the strength seemed to drain from his body in an instant, and he crumpled to the ground. How is this possible? Duncan coughed blood, desperately reaching for the mind ring on his left hand. But the light in his eyes gradually dimmed at that moment. Gawain rushed from the shadows, his dagger slicing fiercely across Duncan's throat. Seizing the package, he then searched the body, stuffing everything into the package before extracting the arrows and meticulously erasing any traces around him, swiftly retreating back to the inn. Upon returning to his room, Gawain's heart pounded like a drum, his hands and feet trembling slightly from the tension. He took a few unsteady steps and collapsed onto the bed, haunted by the image of the one-eyed youth's unclosed eyes. I have taken a life. Yes, merely dispatched a murderer. I am guiltless, Gawain continually reassured himself, and as he came to his senses, he noticed flames illuminating the night outside his window. Rushing to the glass, he discovered a conflagration raging, as a significant portion of Diagon Alley was engulfed in flames, with many civilians struggling to extinguish the fire under the militia's urging. Yet, the flames grew fiercer, threatening to spread throughout the entire town of Lugiel. Panic ensued as people retreated, hesitant to approach the inferno. Buzz, buzz, a faint tremor vibrated through the air. Gawain turned to see, in the distance, the grand statue of the goddess of life in the square before the church beginning to glow. When the statue was fully illuminated, the figure raised its right hand, and a resounding echo reverberated across much of Lugiel. The god declares there shall be rain. Pitter-patter. No sooner had the words been spoken than a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. The drizzle intensified swiftly, soon extinguishing the flames that had consumed Diagon Alley. It is the goddess. The goddess looks after us. This is a miracle. Praise the goddess. O goddess, please forgive my sins. The townsfolk bowed before the statue, their praises ringing ceaselessly. Gawain stood silently at the window, his heart heavy with sorrow. They would never fathom that, on a day not far off, the deity they revered would, in a desperate bid for survival, sacrifice the souls of its followers, sending them spiraling into despair. Moreover, to his knowledge, deities seldom responded to their devotees, let alone intervened to extinguish flames. Rather than viewing this as a miracle, he preferred to believe it was merely a ruse orchestrated by the church to harvest faith and deceive the hearts of the people. Turning away from the window, he closed it and began to examine his spoils. He opened the package and laid its contents before him: a small pile of coins, a silver-white ring, a fist-sized transparent crystal ball, for thin parchment books, and several glass vials. These were the entirety of what he had extracted from the one-eyed youth, somewhat disheveled, as if hastily gathered. Recharge. Gawain's hand swept over the coins, and in the blink of an eye, all the gold and silver vanished, transforming into a rising multitude of premium points, leaving only specks of gold and silver dust behind. Premium points, 62.88, not bad. Gawain nodded with satisfaction, not rushing to level up but instead stashing away the dust. He casually picked up the ring, examining it closely, yet failing to discern any particular utility. He knew it was unlikely to be a precious magical item. It was more likely an enchanted object for a wizard apprentice. Regrettably, he lacked the magical power to utilize it. He slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand and lifted the crystal ball for inspection. Upon contact, the crystal ball immediately glowed with a faint light, displaying 2 lines of data: mentality, 1.2, magic power, 0, wizard talent, first rank wizard talent. Gawain raised an eyebrow, realizing this crystal ball was indeed the testing crystal mentioned in his ancestors' notes. It could not only assess one's aptitude but also assist in meditation. However, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with his wizard talent. The known ranks of wizard talent numbered 5, and a first-rank talent was undoubtedly the lowest tier. Just as he contemplated his disappointment, the premium panel on his retina suddenly trembled, and the data displayed slight changes, adding a line for wizard talent, along with a sign. This indicated that his wizard talent could indeed be upgraded, potentially reaching the 5th rank. To upgrade to the 2nd rank required 50 premium points, to the 3rd, 500, and to the 4th, 5,000. Alas, the distinction between the 1st and 2nd ranks was minimal, and with limited premium points at his disposal, upgrading his talent was not the optimal choice. Strength was paramount. Wonderful. Gawain felt a surge of excitement and began to examine the parchment books. Point 1 was titled Fundamentals of Biology, another the method of transplanting the acidic mucus of the man-eating flower. The 3rd, Guidelines for Cultivating the White Bread Tree, and the 4th, Tricks, detailed explanation of summoning crows and modifying steel feathers and iron claws. None of the books bore an authoress name, and they were clearly handwritten in Nobian script, evidently copies. Summoning crows, regrettably, not the steadfast will. Gawain set down the 4th book, feeling a pang of regret. To be frank, these 4 tomes of sorcery held some value for a novice wizard like Gawain. However, what he truly sought was the steadfast will, for this spell was essential for his survival when the god of mystery fell. Mastery of this spell would also enable him to withstand the corruption wrought by knowledge in the future, helping him maintain control. Otherwise, even the slightest misstep could lead to demise in the face of pollution or mysterious curses. Never mind, if even the goddess of life has fallen, I still have time. Gawain steeled himself and began examining the several glass vials. The contents appeared somewhat disordered, as if hastily preserved materials, but fortunately, each vial bore a label: corpse powder, gray wolf blood, black bear gall, crow feathers. As Gawain inspected each one, a sudden expression of ecstasy lit up his face. He joyfully leaped into the air while holding one of the glass vials, for it was labeled dust of evil spirits, containing a pale blue powder. The remnants left behind after the demise of a malevolent spirit. This was the sole primary ingredient for concocting the dawn potion. Excellent. Gawain suppressed his joy, tightly gripping the glass vial. With this primary ingredient, and armed with his level 4 herbalist skills, he could commence the crafting of the dawn potion. Once the potion was successfully brewed, he would truly become a wizard apprentice, experiencing a qualitative shift in power. However, considering the dust of evil spirits was singular, to avoid failure, it would be prudent to elevate his herbalist level further. Thankfully, he had just acquired a considerable amount of premium points, perfectly suited for this purpose. Upgrade. Premium points 21. Gawain focused his thoughts on and in an instant, his herbalist level increased. He stood quietly for a moment, various insights into potion-making flooding into his mind. At this moment, Gawain felt as though he had transformed into a renowned alchemist, possessing not only an intimate understanding of common herbs but also personal insights into certain magical potions. Skills: Herbalist LV50, Archery LV28, Premium points 41.88. That should suffice. Gawain rubbed his chin, refraining from wasting premium points on upgrading his archery. Due to the necessity of upgrading spells with premium points after he becomes a wizard's apprentice, even though spells typically lack combat prowess, it does not imply that upgraded spells are devoid of power. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Startling Gawain, he quickly regained his composure, hastily stowing away all his belongings into a package and concealing it beneath the bed, simultaneously feigning the sounds of being roused from slumber. What on earth is with the knocking at this late hour? Apologies, sir. We are members of the militia. A few knights have been attacked, and Father Nick has ordered us to search all nearby residences for any nefarious individuals. The response was courteous, yet with a discerning ear, one could discern the underlying threat of extortion. Mishandling the situation could potentially lead to imprisonment. Those damned vampires. Gawain cursed under his breath. Though his expression relaxed, he tucked his bow and arrows into the bedding, concealed his dagger within his garments, tousled his long hair, and donned his clothing as he ambled towards the door, yawning and proclaiming, "By the goddess, this is truly dreadful news. I shall have nightmares." Upon opening the door, he indeed beheld two men leaning against the entrance. Were it not for the militia armbands they wore, one might easily mistake them for vagabonds. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Gawain remarked, "It is quite late, yet you two are still hard at work. I commend your dedication as a member of Antler Town. I would like to donate a silver deer to provide our guardians with 2 bowls of hot soup." The two men instinctively puffed out their chests and replied, "You are indeed a generous gentleman. I, Micaiah Whitebread, can attest that there are surely no ill-intentioned individuals in your room, right, Ackman?" "Indeed, I, Ackman Stone, can verify that. Good night, sir." Gawain closed the door, pressing his ear against it to listen, ensuring the two had moved towards the neighboring residence before feeling entirely at ease. However, it was not long before the sounds of a fierce scuffle and the roars of unfamiliar men erupted outside, followed by the sounds of dragging as they descended to the lower floor. Indeed, lacking strength and being somewhat cowardly was the prudent course of action. Gawain exhaled, casting a glance at his slight frame, his yearning for power intensifying. Only by becoming a wizard's apprentice could he hope to safeguard himself. The following morning, Gawain checked out of his room, shouldering a new package as he departed the inn, with the most precious essence of malevolent spirits securely hidden within his garments. As he passed by the church, he observed the square before it bustling with activity. An elderly figure, barely humanoid, was bound to a towering cross, surrounded by a pile of dry wood. The knights of the church were dousing the wood with oil, while the seldom-seen priest loudly pronounced the judgment of sin. Appeared to be directed at a sorcerer from Diagonal Alley, or at most, a high-ranking wizard's apprentice. Gawain cast a few indifferent glances before hastily departing. Yet he could not shake a sense of regret for not inheriting the entirety of the individual's estate. having merely collected a small benefit. Moreover, no one could foresee that in the not-so-distant future, deities would fall one by one, and wizards would rule over the world of Pandora at that time. The noblemen of the worldly kingdoms would simply be subservient sycophants under various wizards. If he could become a fully fledged wizard, perhaps he might even apply to become a wizard lord, garnering the allegiance of several worldly kingdoms and an unceasing flow of resources, should he advance further during the wizard's conquest of the multiverse. He could even become a master of realms, the dragon realm, the elf realm, the angel realm, the fairy realm. The more he contemplated, the lighter Gao Wen's steps became, yet he could not help but mutter to himself, "Damn it. The dog planners of the wizard year are far too persuasive, even the promotional videos. Otherwise, how could a respectable wage slave like me be so easily swayed to purchase a holographic helmet worth thousands? Nevertheless, dreams are worth having. Good day, Uncle Alba. Good day, Mr. Gao Wen. Old John visited yesterday afternoon. I have organized the herbs, and they are in the storage room. The potions at the apothecary are selling quickly. It is time to restock. Very well, I shall brew potions at home today, and you may collect the potions in the evening. I will be there on time. I heard they are burning a sorcerer in the church square. My friend, would you care to take a look? Good day, brave Mark. You go ahead. I just came from there." Gao Wen exchanged a few words with the Alba family at the door, declining the enthusiastic Mark before stepping into the courtyard. He first concealed the spoils of yesterday in the secret chamber. After devouring 2 pieces of white bread, he hurriedly made a trip to the Golden Fleece Tavern, offering 2 silver coins for a fresh monkey brain. Before swiftly returning in an hour, he had completed brewing all the potions and once more descended into the underground chamber, preparing to concoct a tea. This moment, the secret chamber had been transformed by Gao Wen into a compact apothecary, fully equipped with crucibles, tools, and material racks, and he had replaced the cumbersome firewood with oil for convenience. This time, he was not brewing potions, but crafting a genuine extraordinary potion, as the fresh monkey brain had yet to arrive. He planned to practice with another potion. This potion was a physical enhancement potion, the primary ingredient being bear bile. Yesterday, he had fortuitously acquired an entire vial of black bear bile, and the remaining common herbs were not difficult to find. Gao Wen had already selected them. This potion had substantial effects, capable of permanently enhancing one's physique, perfectly addressing Gao Wen's most significant shortcoming. Let the first extraordinary potion creation commence. Gao Wen meticulously weighed the ingredients, arranging them appropriately. He closed his eyes for a moment, mentally reviewing all the procedures before igniting a large oil lamp with a flint. Carefully adjusting the flame, he gradually heated the crucible. Next, he poured in 50 grams of filtered water, increasing the flame until it warmed, then slid the herbs into the pot one by one, soon yielding a pot half filled with a dark green liquid. As the potion began to boil, Gao Wen attentively observed the bubbles in the crucible, adding the black bear bile in 3 separate increments. However, he had not anticipated that each time he poured in the bile, he would be engulfed by a scalding steam that left him momentarily blinded. Even when he tried to avoid it, the steam seemed to track him, consistently splattering his face. Once, twice, thrice. Gao Wen was drenched in sweat, his complexion flushed, yet he could not allow any droplets to fall into the crucible. He appeared quite disheveled. Fortunately, being a level 5 herbalist, he managed to secure the lid on the crucible steadily. After completing these tasks, Gao Wen was drenched in perspiration, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, as though he had just run a long-distance race. His spirit utterly drained, almost ready to fall asleep. Indeed, as expected of an extraordinary potion, the next steps were simple. Gao Wen summoned his remaining strength, fixating on the lid of the crucible that began to bounce up and down, as though he could hear the roar of a black bear nearby, the crucible seeming to contain a wounded black bear desperately attempting to break free from its restraints. Clang, clang, as the lid's movements grew increasingly vigorous. Gao Wen snapped back to attention, hastily pressing a spare triangular stone atop it, and in an instant, the crucible quieted. Ah! Gao Wen released a breath of relief, startled. I hadn't anticipated that brewing potions would involve illusions. He shook his head, beginning to wait in silence. Half an hour later, Gao Wen extinguished the oil lamp, pinching a silver deer soaked in water between 2 fingers. With his left hand, he suddenly lifted the lid, only to find the crucible had boiled down to the last drop of water, leaving only a pot half filled with bubbling dark red liquid. As the bubbles surged, they crept toward the rim of the pot, resembling eager sprites wishing to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Wen swiftly tossed the silver deer into the crucible. With a scream, the churning bubbles rapidly collapsed, and within a few breaths, transformed into a shallow layer of dark red potion within the crucible. Crystal clear and striking in hue. I did it. Although he had mentally prepared himself, successfully brewing an extraordinary potion for the first time still filled Gao Wen with elation. He quickly retrieved a prepared glass vial. Carefully collecting the potion, ultimately, he filled a small vial to the brim. Gazing at the physical enhancement potion in his hand, a smile spread across his face. How much would it increase his physique? He wondered. Gao Wen licked his parched lips, filled with anticipation. The glass vial felt warm to the touch, so he tilted his head back and gurgled down the entire potion, finding the taste not bitter at all, but rather sweet, pure, and reminiscent of fresh milk. The flavor is quite pleasing. He clicked his tongue, feeling utterly exhausted, and without tidying up, he headed straight to his bedroom, collapsing into a deep slumber. When Gao Wen awoke once more, it was already the following morning. His body felt only a slight hunger, with no other discomfort, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed a tangible increase in his strength. A thought crossed his mind. A faint blue panel appeared on his retina. Constitution, 0.9 skill. Alchemist LV1, 72. Archery LV2, 8. His constitution had risen by 0.2, nearing that of an ordinary adult. For other youths, it would typically require 1 or 2 years of grueling night training to achieve a mere 0.2 increase, while the 5th-level herbalist skill had directly converted into a 1st-level alchemist with a commendable progress of 72. Truly remarkable. Indeed, the extraordinary potion was indeed formidable. Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the bear bile. If it were replaced with the bile of other bears, or even a monstrous bear, he could surely concoct a potion of even higher quality. Though wizards place greater emphasis on mental power, a higher constitution remains advantageous. After all, constitution encompasses not only physical strength, but also agility, representing a comprehensive measure of one's physical capabilities. Furthermore, there was still some bear bile remaining, likely sufficient for 2 more potions, which would elevate his constitution beyond 1, reaching the level of an ordinary adult male. Onward and upward. Gao Wen consumed some leftover white bread and descended into the underground chamber once more. The second constitution potion was a success. The third potion, however, ended in failure. Cough, cough, cough. How could this happen? As Gao Wen lifted the lid of the crucible, a plume of black smoke enveloped his head, the foul stench nearly rendering him unconscious. He frantically slapped at the air, coughing violently, tears streaming down his face, nearly expelling his lungs in the process. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke gradually dissipated from his visage. How terrifying! Gao Wen gasped for air. His heart racing. He had not anticipated that a mere failure in potion making would lead to such a bizarre turn of events. If failures continued, he feared he might suffocate or suffer poisoning, perhaps even shortening his lifespan. Gao Wen sat in stunned silence for a while, still unable to determine the cause of his failure, only vaguely realizing that it might be due to insufficient mental strength. With his current level of mental power, he perhaps lacked the capacity to consecutively brew constitution potions. I have overestimated my abilities, Gao Wen silently reflected, considering that the side effects of his potion failures could also stem from his being an ordinary human. Attempting to concoct extraordinary potions with a mortal physique. It was, after all, a bit of a stretch. Fortunately, he had succeeded with 1 vial. Gao Wen picked up the constitution potion without hesitation, gulping it down, then returned to the yard to wash up a few times before hastily making his way to the Golden Fleece Tavern. Upon his return, he brought back an array of ingredients, cradling a small earthen jar containing warm, fresh monkey brains. At this point, he had gathered all the materials necessary for the dawn potion. However, Gao Wen did not immediately begin brewing. Instead, he first soaked the fresh monkey brains in potent pine knot liquor before retreating to his bedroom for a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already late at night. He went to the kitchen, frying a steak, and prepared himself a bowl of vegetable soup, pouring a cup of ale and taking 2 pieces of fresh white bread. Relishing his meal, once satiated, he glanced at the premium panel and discovered that his constitution had increased to 1 for the first time. It had risen by 0.2, while the second time yielded only a 0.1 increase, indicating that the effects of the constitution potion diminished sequentially. This meant that the constitution potion derived from bear bile was becoming less effective for him. I wonder how the bile from other bears compares. Gao Wen rubbed his chin, contemplating that one day he could specialize in brewing constitution potions for sale, earning gold and silver. But for now, there was no market. Even if he had potions, he could find no buyers. Should the church take notice, it would only invite danger. Better to err on the side of caution for the time being. With that thought, Gao Wen ceased his wandering musings, patted his burgeoning belly, grasped the monkey brain, and, lantern in hand, made his way to the underground chamber. Invigorated and brimming with energy, it was time to muster his resolve and brew the dawn potion. The process for the dawn potion was slightly more intricate than that of the constitution potion. However, everything flowed seamlessly, and just before the sun rose, Gao Wen finally succeeded in brewing the potion, fulfilling his long-held aspiration. In that moment, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. He poured the pale blue potion into a glass vial and swiftly exited the chamber. Standing in the yard, facing the dawn's light, raising the glass in salute. "This toast is for the dawn." With a broad grin, he performed a mysterious ritual as prescribed by the potion's instructions. It was said that consuming it at dawn would enhance the success rate, and he downed the pale blue potion in one gulp. Boom! The potion exploded in his mouth, a chill rushing to his head, causing Gao Wen's thoughts to momentarily blank, his body toppling backward with a muffled thud. When he regained consciousness, a searing pain surged through his mind, and he clasped his head with both hands, gritting his teeth. Yet the pain surged like a relentless tide, each wave more intense than the last. Gao Wen let out a muffled groan, writhing in agony in the yard, his forehead veins bulging, teeth nearly cracking, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The torment was indescribable, akin to pain penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, to the depths of his soul. Yet he bore it silently, too afraid to scream, lest he attract the church's attention. It hurts. He could not tell how much time had passed when suddenly, all sensations of pain receded like a tide, and his senses returned. In that moment, the world seemed to unveil itself, becoming clearer. Like a monkey, Gao Wen slowly stood up, feeling as though he could reach out and grasp the sunlight. He looked down, observing leaves underfoot stirring without wind, dancing like sprites around his calves. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Mental power influences the material world. I have done it." He eagerly gazed at the premium panel, and indeed, he noticed significant changes. Name: Gao Wen Clover. Age: 13. Constitution: 1 mental, 1. 2 magic, 0.15 wizard talent. First class level, low-level wizard apprentice skill. Alchemist LV 174. Archery LV 2. 8. Tricks, none. Sorcery, none. Status: healthy. Premium points, 41.88. My mental power has indeed awakened, directly promoting me to a low-level wizard apprentice, and I have begun to autonomously absorb the energy particles from the world, converting them into my own magic. However, my magic capacity is a bit low. Only 5. I recall reading that the upper limit of magic is 10 times one's mental power, with a mental power of 1.2. My upper limit should be 1.2. It seems there is ample room for improvement in my magic, likely due to my lack of a meditation technique. Thus, I am still in need of a meditation method. Gao Wen quickly organized his thoughts, realizing that he had no immediate means to acquire a meditation method. With the only potential source being the church, they had executed so many wizards. If they had not destroyed all their belongings, it was likely they were stored away. Therefore, once the goddess of life fell, he could claim the inheritance. I hope it does not disappoint me. Gao Wen felt a sense of anticipation as he touched the silver ring adorning his left index finger. Now that he had become a wizard apprentice, he wondered if this seemingly enchanted item could be of use to him. He attempted to channel his meager magic. Failure, 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 failure. After a series of failures, Gao Wen finally felt his aloof magic stir slightly. He persevered, and soon a barely perceptible strand of magic seemed to flow from the ethereal realm into his mind, swiftly traveling to his left index finger, infusing the silver ring. Yet it was difficult. As if obstructed by a barrier, it must be the magical imprint left by the previous owner. Gao Wen pondered, continuing to channel his magic with increased force, soon breaking through the fragile barrier. A faint glow flickered upon the silver ring, and a residual message resonated in Gao Wen's mind. The ring of the mind. Gao Wen was somewhat taken aback. It turned out that this silver ring was known as the Ring of the Mind, which contained a first circle sorcery called Mind Shock. It required only a minimal amount of magical energy to activate, producing an invisible mind shock wave that extended no further than 10 meters with a frontal half angle. Those unable to withstand it would be instantly dazed, particularly knights with weak souls, who could be swept away entirely. Moreover, once activated, the Ring of the Mind could autonomously absorb energy particles, completing its recharge in merely 3 days. If one were to inject magical energy artificially, it could be activated a second or even third time immediately, essentially allowing one to mastermind shock. It is important to note that this was a first circle sorcery, which could only be learned by intermediate wizard apprentices. What a treasure! Gao Wen exclaimed joyfully, for with this trump card, his confidence in claiming the church's inheritance had tripled. Now, all that remained was to swiftly master the other two spells. Gao Wen rubbed his hands together, feeling invigorated despite a sleepless night. He first took a cold shower, donned fresh clothing, and eagerly transported several leather-bound tomes from the underground chamber to his bedroom. He eagerly opened the spell, detailed explanation of summoning crows and steel feather iron claw transformation, and delved into it. Half an hour later, Gao Wen closed the tome, rubbed his sore eyes, and felt a bit helpless. While he could barely comprehend the spell for summoning crows, the subsequent section on transforming steel feathers and iron claws was utterly perplexing. It was filled with numerous technical terms, such as breeding and night feed, which he could only vaguely guess at without being able to accurately grasp their meanings. Clearly, some prerequisites were necessary. Gao Wen then opened the foundational biology text, and this time he read with great interest, reflecting. It seems that the old coot from Diagon Alley specialized in biological transformation. After tiring of reading, Gao Wen picked up the crystal ball from his bedside, attempting to meditate. Although he lacked a formal meditation method, he hoped to achieve a meditative state through the crystal ball. As learning sorcery was no easy feat, one had to first analyze the sorcery, and upon completion, construct a complete sorcery rune within the mental realm. Only then could one be considered to have initially mastered the sorcery. Even the simplest of spells required this process. However, without a meditation technique, Gao Wen could not enter the mental realm and could only attempt to rely on external aids. Calm the mind, gather thoughts, slow the breath. Gao Wen gradually experimented, but after half an hour, he grew increasingly agitated. Not wishing to force it, he reopened his eyes, retrieved several sheets of papyrus, and began attempting to analyze the summoning of crows. So far, he had only collected 2 spells in comparison to the illumination spell. Summoning crows undoubtedly held greater potential as he wrote. He suddenly realized that analyzing sorcery actually involved geometry from mathematics, and each sorcery was akin to a complex mathematical problem. Analyzing sorcery was comparable to solving a problem. Only by understanding the process could one gradually inscribe it within the soul's realm, ultimately arriving at the correct solution. This was, without a doubt, tremendous news for a wage earner who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Excellent. Fate is on my side. Gao Wen rejoiced, his pen flying across the page. When he grew weary, he stretched his wrists and embraced the crystal ball, attempting to meditate once more. It worked. I did it. 3 days later, with dark circles under his eyes, Gao Wen suddenly burst into laughter. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he had finally deciphered the correct structural runes for summoning crows, marking the completion of the first step in mastering this spell. That moment, the interface on his retina quivered, and when it stabilized, the data had changed dramatically. Magical power, 55 skill, biological transformation LV0, 1, increase. Apothecary LV1, 75, archery LV2, 8, increase spell, summon crows LV0, 1, increase krypton points, 41.88. His magical power was full, and to his surprise, biological transformation was also recorded. This is fortuitous, Gao Wen mused, glancing at the densely written papyrus sheets in his hands. A sense of accomplishment swelling within him, he did not rush to level up, but instead cradled the crystal ball once more, adjusting his breath and clearing his mind. Half an hour later, Gao Wen felt his heart growing increasingly tranquil, soaring higher as if slowly breaking free from the shackles of his body. At a certain moment, his mind slipped into a daze, and he found himself in a peculiar space surrounded by countless twinkling points of light. This is my mental realm, Gao Wen exclaimed inwardly, thrilled that his efforts had not been in vain. Though he lacked a meditation method, he had utilized the crystal ball to enter the mental realm. Moreover, he had actually been here many times before while leveling up his apothecary skills. However, during those visits, the mental realm had been ephemeral and lacked the vividness of the present. Looking down at his form, he understood that this was his soul, the essence of his being, while the twinkling lights surrounding him represented his scattered mental energy. The dim, hazy mist at the periphery was his mental energy spontaneously absorbing energy particles, transforming into magical power. Soul, mental energy, magical power. The three were intricately intertwined, mutually dependent, sustaining Gao Wen's mental realm and allowing it to persist. If he were to learn a meditation method, He could inscribe runes at the periphery, enhancing his protection, fortifying the stability of his mental realm, and allowing for continuous expansion. Now, should he begin constructing the rune structure for summoning crows? Let us commence. Gao Wen focused his thoughts, beginning to inscribe the runes with his mental energy as the guiding force. Etching them before him little by little. He watched as his mental energy transformed into lines, continuously connecting, converging, weaving, and intertwining. Within complexity lay intricacy. Within the ordinary lay the extraordinary. After a long while, a convoluted planar geometric pattern emerged before him. It appeared intricate, but in reality, it represented less than 1% of the complete rune structure. Boom! The moment Gao Wen's concentration faltered, the lines of mental energy shifted slightly. In an instant, it triggered a chain reaction, causing the newly constructed rune structure to collapse and sending shockwaves sweeping through the mental realm. He felt as if struck by a massive hammer, his head spinning, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself ejected from the mental realm. It should not be a significant issue. Gao Wen sighed in relief, rubbing his buzzing head. The mental realm possessed a self-recovery capability, and such a level of turbulence was not perilous. It would only take half a day to completely settle. However, during this half day, he could not inscribe any runes. Moreover, after depleting his mental energy, he would require time to recover. Consequently, inscribing the complete rune for summoning crows in his mind would take at least a month or so. Any slight misstep could extend that to 2 or 3 months. Of course, this was merely the case for ordinary low-level wizard apprentices. Those with exceptional talent would naturally be an entirely different story. Half a day later, the side effects from the failed rune inscription finally subsided. Gao Wen set aside the ancestral notes in his hand and focused his attention on the Krypton interface. Since inscribing runes was too time-consuming, it was time to level up. Spell: Summon Crows LV-03. Increase Krypton points, 41.88 Krypton points-4. With a gentle nudge of his thoughts, Gao Wen summoned the crow to level 1. Waves of enlightenment flooding his mind at in a daze. He found himself in the realm of the spirit, continuously evolving the rune structure for summoning crows. Failures came one after another, yet he persisted. His mental energy would swiftly recover without any tremors upon depletion. From clumsiness to proficiency, and then to effortless mastery. After a couple of breaths, Gao Wen opened his eyes again, as if months of trials had passed, finally comprehending the entirety of the rune structures for summoning crows. However, at that moment, he possessed only theoretical knowledge, having yet to engrave it truly. Not one to linger, he grasped the crystal ball once more, emptying his mind to swiftly re-enter the spiritual realm, where he began to skillfully inscribe the rune structures for summoning crows. Each stroke was precise and succinct, devoid of any waste. When his mental energy ran out, he had already inscribed 1/10 of the complete rune, and he wearily exited the spiritual realm, collapsing into slumber, only to resume engraving upon his recovery. Thus, the cycle continued, day in and day out. 3 days later, with the final stroke of the rune, a complete crow summoning rune finally unfolded before his eyes. Resplendent and intricate, imbued with an enchanting magic, with a mere flicker, it lay spread beneath him like a carpet, occupying roughly 1/3 of the entire spiritual realm. It seemed the spirit world of a lowly apprentice wizard was indeed too small, capable of accommodating no more than 3 tricks at most. He wondered if others shared the same limitation. Gao Wen stroked his chin, and with a fleeting thought, his consciousness returned to reality. He had indeed mastered this trick. Yet, it was merely auxiliary, requiring integration with biological modification and the transformation of steel feathers and iron claws to be truly effective. Given the limited opportunities for investment, the value of further upgrades was negligible. After deep contemplation, Gao Wen refrained from hastily pursuing additional upgrades, opting instead to test this first trick. Standing in his bedroom, he centered himself, attuning to the magical energies of the spiritual realm, then summoned forth that energy to infuse the newly inscribed rune, which ignited as if awakened. As he channeled 1 unit of magical energy, the entire rune blazed to life, enveloping Gao Wen in a mysterious aura. With a serious countenance, he pointed skyward and uttered, "Wang." In an instant, an invisible wave of magical energy radiated outward. Yet, to his surprise, there was no immediate reaction. Did it fail? After waiting for a moment, he noticed the stillness within the room, and his curiosity grew. Just then, a series of caws echoed from outside, prompting him to turn and see a black-feathered crow alight upon the open window, peering inquisitively inside. Quack, as if inquiring, "Did you call for me?" "It worked," Gao Wen exclaimed with delight, hastily fetching bread and water, approaching the crow, which appeared unperturbed. Its curiosity piqued, Inching closer upon sighting the bread, Gao Wen tore the bread into crumbs, scattering them upon the windowsill. And the crow happily feasted. He attempted to reach out and stroke the crow, which initially evaded him symbolically twice. However, on the third attempt, it simply allowed him to pet it, engrossed and pecking at the breadcrumbs. Indeed, a promising beginning. Gao Wen beamed. Finding a piece of blue cloth, he inscribed the number 1 in ink and tied it to the crow's left leg as a mark, contemplating that once he summoned a few more crows and familiarized himself with them, he could commence the experiment of transforming them with steel feathers and iron claws. This technique, encompassed within the realm of biological modification, was akin to a quasi-magic, requiring rune analysis without the necessity of engraving it within the spiritual realm, but rather inscribing it upon the experimental subjects themselves. Coupled with nurturing magical energy, feeding, and a series of intricate conditions, one could gradually elevate ordinary crows into extraordinary magical beings, naturally. This technique also applied to humans. Yet due to the multitude of influencing factors, the success rate rarely reached 100. Hence, apart from a few rather extreme wizards, few would dare to undergo self-transformation. Just as Gao Wen prepared to delve into the analysis of the steel feathers and iron claws modification, a series of knocks echoed through the air. He swiftly exited his room. Discovering old John knocking at the repaired gate, he ruffled his disheveled hair, sporting a pair of weary eyes as he stepped into the courtyard. Puzzled, old John, it doesn't seem like it's time for the herbal delivery yet, does it? Upon catching sight of Gao Wen's appearance through the gap in the door, old John stood momentarily stunned, before stammering, I apologize, Mr. Gao Wen, for interrupting you. Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, you know, the study of herbs is quite profound. I must dedicate myself to it even more diligently. Indeed. Old John nodded vigorously, fawning, you truly are an admirable herbalist. And it's no wonder you possess such remarkable skills at your age. If only my child displayed half your diligence, I believe I wouldn't need to toil so hard at my age. However, Mr. Gao Wen, you should still take care of your health, after all. All right. Gao Wen swiftly interrupted old John's ramblings. Thank you for your concern, but you haven't answered my question yet. Old John regained his composure, glancing around cautiously, and carefully extracted a leather pouch from his cloak. Mr. Gao Wen, take a look. It seems I've found the mutated herb you mentioned. Oh, Gao Wen raised an eyebrow, finally opening the courtyard gate. He discovered old John presenting a vibrant red plant, and upon comparing it to the records in his ancestors' notes, he recognized it as indeed a magical herb, specifically the primary ingredient for brewing the boiling blood potion, known as boiling bloodgrass. The potion produced from it could significantly enhance a knight's combat prowess for a brief period, followed by a half-day of weakness. However, for Gao Wen at present, its utility was limited, though it held considerable value, capable of fetching a handsome sum of gold dragons. Nodding, Gao Wen remarked, indeed, this is a mutated herb. So then, old John rubbed his hands together, a hint of eagerness in his demeanor. Here, Gao Wen casually tossed a silver deer coin toward him. The Clover family stands by its word. Your generosity is commendable. Watching old John depart with his donkey cart, Gao Wen prepared to return indoors to continue his relentless pursuits, only to notice the lanky Albar approaching hurriedly. An anxious expression on his face. He welcomed Albar into the courtyard, inquiring, Uncle Albar, what brings you here, Mr. Gao Wen? Trouble has arisen. Albar, oblivious to Gao Wen's unusual demeanor, stated gravely. A group from the gang visited the herbal shop earlier, pinning a bill to the counter with a dagger, demanding we pay 2 silver deer within 3 days, and they uttered some threatening words. 2 silver coins. Gao Wen initially thought that Soren had taken notice of him and exhaled in relief. While he had no fear of the gang, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Time was on his side. Once he inherited the church's assets, he could easily eliminate the gang. Nonetheless, he concealed his feelings and asked, what name did they go by? Cleaning fee. Ha. Gao Wen scoffed, stating flatly, then let them have it. Deduct the amount from the shop's account. Albar was taken aback and reminded, but that's 2 silver deer. Fine, you are the boss. Seeing that Gao Wen had made up his mind, Albar helplessly shrugged. Gao Wen casually inquired, how's the sales at the herbal shop? Sales have been quite good. This week we sold over 40 bottles of hemostatic potion, a dozen analgesic potions, and a few bottles of delivery and antipyretic potions. Most of the hemostatic and analgesic potions were sold to the caravans and ships coming from distant Deerhorn town, totaling around 4 silver deer in revenue. After deducting trade taxes, the church's sale of indulgences, the militia's extortion, and the cost of herbs, there should be a profit of 2 silver deer, if we also factor in the gang's blackmail. All right, Gao Wen was well aware that the herbal shop was indeed profitable. However, the abundance of rivals made it challenging. It was no wonder that old Oat had toiled for decades, yet only amassed a meager fortune. Nonetheless, there were ways to earn money. The ancestral notes spoke of a unique fish-fresh elixir, a special concoction that allowed precious fish to survive for a short time out of water. This was a treasure for the seafood-loving nobility, with immense value. Unfortunately, although Deer Horn Town was coastal, it was quite remote, lacking a significant noble population, resulting in low market demand. The elixir could only be sold at a low price to distant merchant caravans. In a grand city filled with nobility, he could have made a fortune with just this one potion. To complicate matters further, the primary ingredient of this potion was fish mint, which grew on the ocean floor. Only a select few highly skilled fishermen had the opportunity to harvest it, and the refining process was rather intricate. Even if Old Oat were resurrected, the success rate would likely remain low. Never mind. Gao Wen shook his head, dismissing the thought of concocting the fish-fresh elixir. Casually, he inquired, "By the way, Uncle Alba, do you and Aunt Marian still go to the church to pray every day?" "Indeed. As long as nothing major occurs, we walk there every morning. Sometimes we even get to enjoy the church's pea soup. By the grace of the goddess, it's truly a delicacy." Alba appeared almost entranced, gesturing towards the church with a sign of reverence, embodying the image of a devout believer. Gao Wen gazed at Alba with a sense of pity. After contemplating, he decided to lend a hand to the Alba couple. If they were to wait until the goddess of life fell, it was highly likely they would be swept away in the aftermath. After a moment of reflection, he devised a plan. "Uncle Alba, how would you feel if I suggested that you and Aunt Marian convert to the worship of the god of time?" "Absolutely not." Alba vehemently shook his head, exaggerating his tone. "I acknowledge that the god of time is equally revered, but my faith in the goddess of life is as unwavering as the Vascaline snow mountain." Gao Wen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What if I were to offer you a golden dragon?" "What?" Alba was momentarily stunned, appearing as if he were blown away by the wind. After a long pause of 5 breaths, he gradually regained his composure, his voice trembling. "Little Gao Wen, are you serious?" "Indeed." Gao Wen nodded earnestly. Alba, filled with excitement, grasped his frail shoulders, his eyes wide. "No, little Gao Wen, you mustn't. How could you do this?" "Uncle Alba, it's time for you to provide me with an answer." With a swift motion, Gao Wen freed himself from Alba's grasp, his expression stern. Alba took 2 steps back, cradling his head in his hands, displaying signs of inner turmoil. Perhaps I should consult Marian first." "No, I need to know the answer now. Alba, will you continue to worship the goddess, or will you convert to the god of time?" Alba's voice was parched, and ultimately he lowered his head, responding almost inaudibly. "I want the golden dragon." "Uncle Alba, remember your response. Upon confirming that you and Aunt Marian will convert to the god of time, I will provide you with a golden dragon. Take this silver deer as a deposit. And remember, the Clover family stands by their word." Gao Wen chuckled, akin to a little imp, tossing a silver deer carelessly as he returned to his room. The silver deer fell into Alba's hands like a hot potato, causing the tall, thin man to collapse to the ground. He buried his face in his palms, lamenting, "Heavens, what have I done? I have betrayed the goddess for a golden dragon. I will be condemned to hell." But that seems like a distant concern compared to other deities. The god of time was a rare benevolent figure and was the 3rd deity to fall, even when faced with life and death crises. He chose to offer his followers a path to survival. This was also the reason why the Alba couple considered converting to the god of time. It is worth noting that the faithless were, at present, regarded as outcasts. Even bounty hunters and wandering knights often opted to become generic followers of the god of war. However, the fall of the god of time would still have dire consequences. At that time, the Pandora world would be set free. The frigid winds of the Vascaline snow mountain could reach the Scarlet Coast, while the warm breezes of Lake Sarajevo could sweep across the far northern city. Day and night would become inverted. Seasons would be erratic. One summer could last 3 years, while a harsh winter might stretch over a decade, plunging everyone into a life of suffering. This could be considered one of the drawbacks of a deity's fall. 3 days later, coinciding with the end of the month, the church sent a knight to collect donations. Unable to evade, Gao Wen reluctantly offered the only 3 silver deer he possessed. Fortunately, the knight did not make things difficult for him and departed after receiving the silver deer. 2 days later, Gao Wen successfully deciphered the illumination spell, recorded it in his panel, and leveled it up to LV1. Subsequently, he spent 3 days meticulously inscribing the rune within his mental realm. Quack, quack, quack. That morning, Gao Wen, unusually inclined to indulge in a bit of slumber, was jolted awake by a ruckus outside his window as dawn broke. "Those pesky little creatures," he muttered under his breath, rising from his bed in his coarse linen nightclothes. He slapped his forehead, and a light suddenly illuminated the space above him, akin to a light bulb, instantly brightening the otherwise dim room. Flap, flap. He pushed open the window, and 5 crows eagerly settled on the sill, each one awaiting their morning feast. Gao Wen brought forth the prepared breadcrumbs, scattering them on the windowsill as the 5 crows joyfully pecked at the offering. He gently stroked each crow's head, channeling some of his magical energy into Crow 1 with great care. The crow shifted uncomfortably but, driven by its instinct to feed, did not take flight. Seizing the moment, Gao Wen took the opportunity to nurture the crow's body with his magic, gradually helping it acclimate to the presence of his magical energy, reducing its resistance. This phase was termed the cultivation of the experimental subject. Once the crow grew fond of this sensation, he could attempt to advance further, using magic to replace mental energy and inscribe the runes for the steel feather iron claw transformation within the crow's being. If the crow could endure the final transformative reaction, it would merge with the runes. At that point, the runes would activate, spontaneously drawing energy particles from the surroundings, continuously transforming the crow's body until it reached the level of steel feather iron claw, ultimately metamorphosing into an extraordinary magical creature. This encapsulated the entire process of the spell, summoning crows and detailing the steel feather iron claw transformation. Gao Wen was currently still in the preliminary experimental stage, far from achieving true transformation. Once he had nurtured all 5 crows with magical energy, he turned his attention to the premium panel. Mental, 1.2 magical energy, 3.85 skill, biological transformation LV0, 23, alchemist LV1, 75, archery LV2, 8, spell, summon crow LV1, 7. Illumination LV1, 2, premium points, 33.88. Casting the illumination spell consumed 1 unit of magical energy, while nurturing the crows consumed 0.2 units. Without the meditation method, my mental and magical energy limits had seen little improvement. All spells available for learning had been acquired, and tangible results in biological transformation were not forthcoming. So there was no rush. The only skills that could enhance my power at present were archery and illumination. Thus, it was time to elevate my skills. Gao Wen hesitated no longer, his thoughts clicking. Premium points 2.5, premium points 5.1, premium points 10, skill, archery LV5 master. Gao Wen stood in his bedroom, experiencing a series of unique trials in a daze. Transitioning from moving targets to living creatures, from small birds to fierce beasts, waves of insights flooding into his mind. It was as if he had transformed into a master archer, with a bow in hand. Nothing was beyond his aim. Flap, flap. Gao Wen instinctively reached for the short bow on the wall, causing the crows on the windowsill to abruptly halt their feeding, startled, and take flight. He grinned, murmuring to himself. It seems that level 5 archery is indeed the limit. Am I truly this formidable? Then let us proceed. Gao Wen focused his thoughts once more, subsequently enhancing the illumination spell. Premium points 5.2, premium points -11. Trick, illumination technique LV3, 1. Gold points, 0.08. With each successive upgrade, Gawain experienced wave after wave of enlightenment, subtly optimizing and adjusting the runes of his mental realm. The structure became more perfect. The lines grew more harmonious. The entire rune structure evolved into a seamless masterpiece. When Gawain finally came to this realization, he smacked his forehead, and a blinding white light erupted from above, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. Indeed, in dim surroundings, it could catch enemies off guard, potentially causing temporary blindness. Gawain nodded, though a slight frown creased his brow. He sensed that the 3rd level of the illumination technique was likely not limited to this. He attempted to move the light source above his head, and to his delight, it complied. Moreover, it could extend up to 3 meters from his body. This newfound flexibility was quite advantageous. Gawain nodded in satisfaction as the light followed his movements. Flickering in intensity, clearly adjustable in brightness. An idea struck him. He dispersed the light source with a wave of his hand, then lightly tapped his temple with his index finger. On the 3rd tap, his right pupil constricted, and a beam of light suddenly shot forth from his eye, illuminating the wall like a flashlight, even brighter than before. Indeed, it works, Gawain exclaimed with joy. He then closed his right eye, allowing the light beam to emerge from his left eye, alternating between the two, creating a dazzling effect reminiscent of a strobe light in a bar, which appeared rather extraordinary. Not bad at all. Moments later, Gawain dispelled the magic, his expression gradually turning grave. With his gold points nearly depleted, he had reached a bottleneck in his power, leaving little room for improvement in the short term, unless he were to receive the inheritance of the church. With the goddess of life's demise imminent, he resolved to stand guard and seize the initiative. With determination in his heart, Gawain wasted no time. He tidied up the room, locked the door, and moved all the parchment scrolls into the underground chamber for safekeeping. He slung a short bow over his shoulder, carried a dagger, adjusted his gentleman's hat, and resolutely stepped out of his home. Another day. 5 nights later, in the dead of night, Gawain stared blankly out the window of a dilapidated inn on the back street of the church. The 5 days of surveillance having drained much of his energy. If he did not act soon, he would lose the last copper star he possessed. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door jolted him from his thoughts. At this hour, instantly alert, he listened intently as angry shouts and cries filled the air. He took 2 steps to the door and quietly opened it. Before him, chaos erupted in the hallway, with militia members wearing armbands smashing doors, while 2 drunken men dragged a disheveled woman from her room, mocking her. As more militia members seized the opportunity to loot valuables, "The vampires are capturing people. Run. Come out, all of you," the militia leader barked angrily. "The priest has just issued a divine decree. Everyone is to gather in the square to pray. Damn peasants, I mean everyone. Are you all deaf?" Gawain's eyes brightened. Such unusual behavior indicated that the goddess of life was on the brink of death. This was a final struggle. As he saw a militia member sprinting toward him, Gawain swiftly closed the door, reached for the short bow on the wall, slung the quiver over his back, and knocked an arrow. "The little wretch dares to run. I see you." As the burly militia burst through the door, an arrow struck precisely into his open mouth, piercing through his skull. He barely had time to emit a cry before collapsing against the door. Gawain did not linger, nimbly climbing out the back window and hastening toward the square. Along the way, he noticed scattered figures in the darkness converging toward the square. Thud. Suddenly, one person collapsed without warning, eliciting piercing screams from those nearby, who soon followed suit, lifeless and breathless. Despite no visible wounds, panic spread among the crowd, their faces contorted in horror. Gawain's expression turned serious as he quickened his pace past the throng. Before reaching the square, he heard a cacophony of cracking sounds, arriving just in time to witness the towering statue of the goddess of life, standing 37 meters high, shattering and slowly toppling, crushing several faithful who could not escape amidst their screams. Boom! The dull roar reverberated throughout the town of Lugio, plunging it into chaos. No. Am I having a nightmare? Father Nick, wake up. Father Colin. My God, can anyone tell me what is happening? The surviving nun screamed around the fallen priests, while the remaining temple knights rushed toward the square. In the square, half of the worshippers lay dead, some kneeling in fervent prayers, others weeping uncontrollably, and many running about in a frenzy, releasing their pent-up terror. Gawain scanned the square, covered his face with a black cloth, and hurried toward the church entrance. Just as he was about to enter, a terrified young nun dashed out, crying, "Priest Beard is dead! Priest Beard is dead!" Ignoring Gawain, she screamed and fled. Gawain hesitated for a moment, then lowered his bow, grinned, and strode into the church, making his way deeper toward the altar in the main hall. This place was of utmost importance within the church, and he believed it would yield something of value. Candles flickered throughout the church as Gawain moved unobstructed, occasionally encountering corpses. Even when he encountered living nuns, they were too panicked to impede him. After all, the most devout had just perished. Soon, Gawain reached the vicinity of the altar, where he found the bodies of several temple knights sprawled on the floor. 3 surviving knights knelt at the altar, weeping over the body of a figure clad in white robes, undoubtedly the true authority of the Lugio church, Priest Beard, who rarely made an appearance. Alas, he was now deceased. Otherwise, given his strength that could rival that of a formal sorcerer, Gawain would not have dared to show himself here. Gawain stepped forward, tightening the bowstring slightly, and asked, "Gentlemen, can anyone tell me where the sanctuary is, and where's the key to open it?" The 2 knights seemed oblivious to his presence. One, with a vacant expression, turned his head. "You want the key too?" Gawain furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The knight grimaced, "The watchers in the shadows, you have arrived too late. Priest Beard's cross has already been stolen." He pointed toward the passage behind him. "If you had been quicker, perhaps you could have caught the thief." Gawain's heart sank, clearly sensing the ill intentions behind the words. He then noticed that the reason the 3 knights were kneeling was due to gaping wounds the size of a forearm on their knees, blood gushing forth, rendering them unable to stand. It was uncertain whether they would survive. Gawain forced himself to remain calm and pressed. What abilities did that person possess? If I know, I might still have a chance to avenge you. The other 2 knights shouted in anger, While the night continued, he wore a black cloak. I could distinctly smell the fishy odor in the air, and he could unleash ice arrows with a mere wave of his hand. Wherever he passed, water stains were left behind, quite reminiscent of those sly and treacherous sorcerers. Another knight lamented, "O goddess, why did you take Priest Beard to the divine realm, leaving us to suffer in this mortal world?" Turning to Gawain, he implored, "A stranger we have never met, Mavis beseeches your small assistance." "Certainly." Gawain relaxed his index finger, and an arrow pierced the unprotected neck of the knight. He coughed up blood, yet a pious smile graced his face. He opened his arms as if embracing death. To take one's own life would lead to hell. I suppose this does not count, right? Goddess above, please guide your faithful. I'm afraid your goddess is already dead. Gawain swiftly dispatched the other two, leaving the three knights with expressions of astonished disbelief. Confirming their demise, he approached Priest Beard's corpse, searching it desperately. As expected, he found nothing of value. But he did acquire a dozen gold coins from the three knights. Recharge, Gawain absorbed the golden dragon and, clutching his short bow, proceeded cautiously towards the passage behind him. This time, he needed to be far more prudent. Upon learning that the individual who had preceded him could unleash ice arrows, Gawain surmised that his adversary was likely a mid-level wizard apprentice, or perhaps even a higher-ranking one, for ice arrows undoubtedly fell within the realm of first circle magic. However, he was not inclined to concede defeat. Firstly, he possessed a trump card that could potentially counter his opponent. Secondly, there was no fundamental distinction between an apprentice and a fully fledged wizard, save for the variations in their methods and mental fortitude. Thirdly, he was aware of his enemy's presence while maintaining the element of surprise, an advantage difficult to counter. It is worth noting that prior to attaining full wizard status, an apprentice was incapable of mastering super magic techniques. All spells required preparation time. Even the simplest tricks could not be executed instantaneously. In summary, the advantage lay with him. Gawain advanced carefully through the dimly lit corridor and, not long after, he discerned unevaporated puddles on the ground. Accompanied by a faint fishy odor, following the trail of water, he soon arrived at the surface passage leading to the sanctuary. It turned out that the holy site lay beneath the ground. Exercising caution, Gawain refrained from descending, opting instead to prepare an ambush on the surface. With a resounding clang, approximately 15 minutes later, a heavy package was hurled from the entrance, followed by a diminutive shadow emerging from below. Once it confirmed the absence of danger in its surroundings, it relaxed and began to curse. "Damn Deerhorn Town. Truly a remote place. The noble mogul fishman can only scavenge through debris. All thanks to that wretched Graham." Had she not deceived the mentor in bed, Morgan would have made far greater gains. Cursing Graham, he extended his fish-scaled hands from beneath his black robe, gesturing with a peculiar series of syllables. A glow emanated from his palm as he pressed it against the package on the ground. The heavy bundle vanished, yet he stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. Swoosh! At that moment, an arrow suddenly struck, aiming for his neck. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air alerted Morgan, who instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. The arrow pierced his palm and embedded itself half an inch into his neck. "Ah!" Morgan cried out in pain, and the vanished package reappeared, tearing open to scatter countless golden dragons and silver deer across the ground, which rolled about with a clattering sound. The backlash from the disrupted spell caused a sharp pain in Morgan's head. Just as he was about to suppress his discomfort and conjure a water barrier, a series of whistling sounds approached once more. Not good. Morgan dove to the ground, employing nearly forgotten jujitsu techniques, twisting and turning his body to evade all vital strikes. Even so, he was still hit by 4 or 5 arrows, his blue blood spilling profusely onto the ground. "Quite some skill," Gawain remarked from a distance. Surprised, he ceased his rapid fire and, adjusting his grip, began to employ a heavier bow technique, each arrow now capable of delivering a force of 120. "You despicable ambusher, you have enraged me." Morgan sprang up, wielding a trident he had seemingly conjured from thin air, charging towards Gawain. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain fired 4 arrows in quick succession, but all were deflected by the trident. As Morgan charged closer, Gawain maintained his bow-drawing stance, deliberately closing his right eye. With a sudden flick of his eyelid, he opened his right eye wide. Whoosh! A blinding beam of light shot forth, illuminating Morgan's head. Transitioning from dimness to blinding brightness, Morgan, already accustomed to the church-esque lighting, experienced a moment of temporary blindness. His prepared ice arrow spell was forcibly interrupted, leaving him in a state of panic as he furiously swung his trident in defense. Gawain steadily released his arrows, one striking through Morgan's knee. Morgan cried out in agony, collapsing to one knee. In a fleeting moment of delay, a second arrow followed, viciously embedding itself into Morgan's exposed face. unable to maintain his grip on the trident. Morgan clutched his injured visage, howling in despair. Yet, Gao Wen remained unmoved, repeatedly loosing arrows aimed at his opponent's vital points. Only when there were but 3 arrows left in his quiver did he cease. While Morgan lay transformed into a porcupine of arrows, devoid of any further movement, Gao Wen approached, using his dagger to pry open the bloody black robe, revealing an unusual visage. A fishman. He recalled the individual referring to itself as a mogul fishman. Yet the form was merely a vague, humanoid shape, resembling more of a fish-like monster, with green skin and slippery scales reminiscent of oil. Scales and fins adorned its cheeks and the backs of its hands, rendering it quite unappealing. Gao Wen stripped the fishman of its garments, discovering that aside from a trident, it possessed no other belongings. He recalled the earlier scene of the package being hidden within its body and began to stab at the corpse with his dagger. Crack! As the dagger pierced the upper arm, a finely crafted green leather box tumbled to the ground. With no time for further examination, Gao Wen swiftly grasped the box and began gathering the scattered golden dragons and silver deer, piling them together before reaching inside and murmuring, "Recharge." In the blink of an eye, the gold and silver vanished, transformed into a rapidly increasing sum of premium points. Only a few grains of gold and silver remained on the ground. Premium points, 2,293.08. I've struck it rich. Gao Wen grinned widely, feeling a sudden surge of wealth. He wrapped the grains in a black cloth and tucked them away in his bosom, glancing at the entrance to the sanctuary. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously stepped inside. The Church of Deer Horntown had stood for nearly a millennium. He could hardly believe it contained nothing but gold and silver. Moments later, Gao Wen entered the sanctuary through the open stone door, and his gaze fell upon a pool of water at its center, filled halfway with holy water. Above it loomed a stalactite that seemed to condense the holy water, flanked by 2 rows of shelves housing parchment books. The shelves bore signs of being rifled through, appearing quite disheveled. In the innermost corner, there was a fully metallic safe partially embedded in the wall, appearing remarkably sturdy, with a crucifix key inserted above it. Inside, however, lay empty. While a hefty tome had been carelessly discarded on the ground, it seemed to be a book that had previously been stored within the safe. Gao Wen approached, picking up the tome, which bore the title The Celebration of Life. He casually flipped through its pages, finding only praises for the goddess of life, devoid of any practical content. Nevertheless, he instinctively sensed that this book was anything but ordinary. Setting the celebration of life aside, he quickly scanned the parchment books on the shelves, uncovering nearly a millennium of Deer Horntown's history, the church's accomplishments in witch hunting endeavors, and records of the sale of indulgences, alongside various contracts pertaining to the church's clandestine enterprises. It was all quite chaotic and disorganized. However, it held no utility for Gao Wen. Even if he claimed the contracts as his own, they would ultimately need to be surrendered upon Baron Okaz's arrival in Deer Horntown. Items that could not be recognized bore no value in hand. Assuming there might still be a hidden chamber, where could the entrance be? The holy pool? Gao Wen waded into the holy pool, feeling around for a while to no avail. He then moved the bookshelf aside, only to find no secret door behind it. After a considerable effort, his gaze finally settled on the altar, where the wall had been carved into a recess. The statue within completely shattered. It seemed to be of a size comparable to the celebration of life. Gao Wen's eyes lit up as he hastily moved the altar aside and inserted the hefty tome into the recess. Finding it fit perfectly, just as he was about to step back, the stone chamber resonated with the sound of mechanisms clicking into place. The holy water surged, and a black tower nearly the height of a person rose from the holy pool, its peculiar form resembling a fallen black angel entwined in chains, evoking a sense of dread. Gao Wen approached, scrutinizing the black tower closely. He discovered that it was composed of 7 layers, each adorned with several drawer-like storage compartments, seemingly containing various items. He waded into the water, cautiously tugging at the chains, which prompted the topmost drawer to open. "So many gems," Gao Wen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he rubbed his hands together. Seeing no immediate danger, he opened the remaining 2 drawers on the top level, uncovering a dazzling array of gemstones, amounting to a substantial fortune of 4 or 5 dozen pieces. Elated, he claimed all the gems for himself, stuffing them into his pockets, and eagerly opened the second layer's drawer, only to find a small segment of a finger bone inscribed with the name Demify Elwood. It appeared to belong to some wizard. Gao Wen, lost in thought, began to open the various drawers one by one. Some were empty, but most contained items, revealing a collection of long-buried relics. There were strands of hair, ashes, buttons, torn pages, teeth, and even ears. Furthermore, each drawer was inscribed with names, predominantly those of heretics exterminated by the church during the prolonged witch hunts that spanned a millennium. Such were the achievements of the church. Gao Wen felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen, yet quickly regained his composure, methodically gathering the useful items. He then opened the very bottom drawer and discovered a notebook with a black cover. Upon extracting it, he noticed that the writing on the cover appeared as if it had been etched by a creeping insect. Cursed journal. Raising an eyebrow, Gao Wen flipped through its pages before tucking it into his cloak. Had he been in the aftermath of the fall of the god of mystery, he would have been too fearful to rummage through such things. For knowledge would come at a price, and recklessly engaging with disordered artifacts could lead to uncontrollable contamination. But for now, it posed no immediate danger, provided he exercised caution. He opened the second drawer, revealing a ring fashioned from a skull, seemingly made from some creature's bone. It was likely either a witch's tool or an enchanted item. Gao Wen probed it with a hint of magical energy and received immediate feedback, indicating that the magical sigils inscribed upon it had long since faded with time. Skull bone ring, he mused. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, adorning his left ring finger with the ring, which contained a binding spell known as the control skeleton, allowing him to summon and command a skeletal soldier. Within the third drawer lay a crystal orb, its purity far exceeding that of Gao Wen's testing crystal. The fourth drawer held a bone-white tooth, a human canine. He pondered, examining it with a twinge of disappointment, yet recognizing that its placement in the lowest drawer suggested it might possess significance. He cautiously infused a trace of magical energy into it, and his eyelid twitched. It turned out this item was known as the vampire's tooth, yet another enchanted artifact, which was imbued with the curse of vampirism, requiring the user to sacrifice one of their own teeth for the exchange. It promised to enhance physical attributes comprehensively, but bore the side effect of gradually chilling the body, inciting a thirst for blood, and fostering a strong aversion to sunlight, ultimately transforming the individual into a long-lived vampire. For certain apprentice witches nearing the end of their lifespans, such a temptation might prove irresistible. Not too shabby, Gao Wen remarked, pocketing the tooth, though he had no intention of utilizing it. At merely 13 years of age, the concept of longevity was not a pressing concern for him, nor did he desire to become something inhuman. The fifth drawer yielded an eye, while the sixth contained a decaying insect carcass. Both had succumbed to complete rot. Upon opening the final drawer, Gao Wen beheld a greenish-blue leaf, about the size of half a palm, remarkably preserved despite the passage of time, appearing as though freshly plucked. This was undoubtedly a treasure. A surge of excitement filled him, only to be interrupted by the realization that there seemed to be writing on the leaf. As he reached out to examine it closely, the inscriptions vanished. Strange, he muttered, furrowing his brow. He attempted to probe with a hint of magical energy, and a stream of information coursed through his mind, coalescing into a complex and obscure text. He could not recognize a single word, yet he understood the meaning of each. His expression shifted in shock as he exclaimed, "Knowledge leaf." It turned out that this leaf was a fragment of the god of knowledge's essence, scattered to the mortal realm during his fall, inscribed with invaluable knowledge titled the Star Ring Meditation Method. This was no ordinary meditation technique. It was an advanced practice meant only for those who had ascended to the rank of formal witch. I've struck gold. Gao Wen felt an initial thrill, swiftly followed by trepidation. The value of this knowledge was immense, likely to incite fierce competition among countless witches. However, in the wake of the god of mystery's demise, it could transform into a pernicious poison, perpetually tainting his mind and corrupting his reason. What should have been a joyous discovery now seemed a harbinger of doom. Gao Wen found himself both amused and vexed, but he quickly regained his composure. The die had been cast. His only option was to face the challenge head-on. He must master the zero-ring spells and fortify his willpower before the fall of the god of mystery, elevating his abilities to a sufficient level to combat the impending contamination and avert disaster. Today marked the fall of the goddess of life, ushering in the year 1000 of the witch's calendar. If memory served correctly, the demise of the goddess of life and the god of mystery occurred 3 months apart. Thus, he had 3 months remaining. Gao Wen exhaled in relief. 3 months would afford him ample time to devise a plan. Subsequently, he retrieved the Life Festival, and the Black Tower once again vanished into the holy pool. He restored the altar to its original state, moved the fisherman's corpse into the sanctuary, stowing it away in a corner safe, and erased all traces of his presence. He then took the crucifix key and secured the stone door of the sanctuary. With that, he hastily departed, carrying the fisherman's suitcase. As he passed the altar, an impulse struck him, and he seized the body of Pastor Beard, who had once held the rank of a formal witch. Should he succeed in transforming it into a skeleton, it might retain a fragment of its former power. However, Just as he was about to exit the church, he collided with several returning temple knights. It is the esteemed Pastor Beard, one exclaimed. How dare you desecrate the body of the esteemed pastor? I command you to release it at once. This is utterly unforgivable. Prepare to die. The knights erupted in fury, their armor clanking as they brandished their swords and charged at Gao Wen like enraged bears, intent on tearing the slender boy to shreds. Yet, Gao Wen did not falter. He raised his left hand, palm forward. The mind ring upon his index finger flickered momentarily, and the solidified psychic shockwave was instantly unleashed. With a resounding whoosh, an invisible wave swept forward at a right angle, striking the approaching knights first. They gasped, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, their bodies propelled several meters by the force of inertia. Truly effective, Gao Wen exhaled, feeling a lift in his spirits. Without further delay, he exited the church and sprinted toward his ancestral home. All around him, cries filled the air, and chaos reigned as gangs and malefactors seized the opportunity to wreak havoc. The weak were victimized, the affluent plundered, and the entire Deer Horn town descended into disorder. Gao Wen paid little heed, resolutely making his way to his doorstep. Upon arrival, he found the gate wide open, and the interior bore signs of a thorough search. It was evident that a robbery had recently transpired. Fortunately, he had concealed all valuables in a hidden chamber underground, thus escaping significant loss. Those damned thieves. Gao Wen cursed under his breath. Kicking the gate shut as he bore the corpse into the garden's clearing, he laid the body flat on the ground, feeling a twinge of pain as he extracted 2 pristine sapphires from his pocket, placing one in each of the skull's eye sockets. Then, he touched the skull bone ring adorning his ring finger, aligning the skull's head with the corpse and directly activating the solidified necromancy spell within. A wisp of white phosphorescence emerged from the skull's mouth, gently drifting down to envelop Pastor Beard's corpse, which ignited in an instant, the pale flames slowly consuming the garments and flesh. Once the flesh was reduced to ash, only the skeleton remained, and the phosphorescence began to condense, drawing together in the skull's eye sockets, the color deepening as it did so. Under Gao Wen's watchful gaze, the sapphires were reduced to powder, and the white phosphorescence transformed into a vibrant blue flame, roaring within the eye sockets. Crack! The skeleton stirred, gradually rising to half-kneel before Gao Wen, completing the final transformation ritual. Gao Wen examined the skull bone ring he wore, sensing that it was the ring that bound the skeleton to him, rather than his own life. However, it mattered little. As long as he wore it, he could command the skeleton to perform any task. He turned and strode into the bedroom, with the skeleton dutifully following in his wake. Upon entering, the skeleton stood vigil outside the door, akin to a loyal knight. Quite impressive, Gao Wen remarked, emerging from the bedroom with a nod of approval. He casually tossed a piece of old clothing from Oat onto the skeleton, who clumsily donned it. After dressing, he tested the skeleton's combat prowess, discovering that it lacked any magical abilities, relying solely on physical attacks, and its techniques were rudimentary at best. However, the strength of the skeleton itself was rather extraordinary. It bore no marks from sword strikes or blade cuts. Thus, it could very well serve as a formidable shield. Gao Wen stationed the skeleton outside the door and returned to his bedroom, finally finding the time to study the Fishman-esque treasure chest. The chest measured 2 feet in length and 1 foot in width, cloaked in a deep brown hue, with 2 concealed clasps, yet it remained unlocked. Gao Wen unfastened the hidden clasps and called out towards the doorway, "Come in." The skeleton pushed the door open, extended its hand to receive the chest, and without a moment's hesitation, opened it directly with its bony fingers. At the instant of opening, a beam of white light shot forth from the chest, embedding itself into the skeleton's left cheekbone. Indeed, there was a mechanism. Gao Wen breathed a sigh of relief as he took the open chest into his hands. He discovered that the top of the chest housed a cleverly crafted ejector mechanism. Neatly arranged inside were several items: 2 hardcover books, a crystal ball, a closed shell, a beautifully crafted conch, a finely detailed scale, and several transparent glass bottles and test tubes containing various powders or liquids. Without labels, Gao Wen could not identify the substances. Rubbing his hands together, he placed the crystal ball and the hardcover books on the bed, then picked up the shell, cautiously prying it open to reveal a dozen large pearls within. What a delightful windfall! Gao Wen felt a surge of joy, closed the shell, and set it aside, casually picking up the conch to examine. Yet he could not discern its purpose. He attempted to channel his magical energy into it, and felt a resistance. Realizing it must be a magical artifact, he intensified his magical input, swiftly erasing the residual magical imprint within, and understood the conch's function. It was a magical item known as the sound-transmitting conch. However, its utility was rather mundane, limited to sending and receiving messages. He cast the conch aside and picked up the scale. Upon it was inscribed a long string of circular text, not in Nobian, yet strikingly similar, likely belonging to the Pandora language family. He puzzled over it until he finally deciphered. Mogul Deep Sea Wizard Academy of the Oceanology faction, 7th Wave Rider Morgan. Gao Wen furrowed his brow. Murmuring, the realm of tomorrow's ark? He realized this scale must serve as an identity token for the fishman, yet the title felt wholly unfamiliar to him, a realm that exceeded his understanding. If only I could enter this academy. What a pity. Gao Wen felt a twinge of envy, yet lacked a means of enrollment and remained oblivious to the academy's location. He surmised it must lie within the vast, boundless ocean, perhaps even in the depths of the sea. Only such a place could evade the gaze of deities and establish a wizarding academy. He tossed the items aside, organized the glass bottles and test tubes, and finally picked up the 2 hardcover books. Both were titled, one entitled General Knowledge of the Wizarding World, printed, and the other Morgan's Wizard Notes, handwritten. He began to peruse the first book, discovering it was replete with information, the origins of wizards, introductions to various factions, elemental analyses, bestiaries of magical creatures, compendiums of potions, and material catalogs, along with introductions to common languages and knowledge. It was akin to a wizarding encyclopedia. Indeed, this single volume was a considerable boon. Once he finished reading, it would remedy his deficiencies in systematic knowledge, allowing him to truly become a wizarding apprentice. He flipped to the material catalog section, comparing it with the items in the glass, identifying several materials, and recognized one of the substances in the test tubes from the common knowledge section, which brought him a delightful surprise. One of the test tubes contained a potion named Tears of the Water Sprite, a concoction not recorded in the ancestral notes, capable of enhancing magical capacity, precisely what he needed. How splendid! Gao Wen opened the test tube, giving it a gentle shake. The pale blue liquid appeared homogeneous and free of issues. Thus, he tilted his head back and drank it in one go, only to soon realize his face felt warm and damp. As he wiped his cheek, he suddenly became aware that he had been shedding tears unknowingly. What a peculiar potion! Shaking his head, Gao Wen sensed his mental energy bubbling as it began to attract particles of energy from the surroundings. He allowed the potion to take effect while opening Morgan's Wizard Notes, where he found a familiar phrase inscribed on the title page. Praise the God of knowledge, and thank the Mother of Wizards for her gifts. Continuing to the next page, he read, in the year 993 of the Wizarding Era. After 2.5 years of travel, the great future Wizard King, Mogul Fishman Leader, the most powerful Wave Rider Morgan, has finally arrived at the long-desired realm of tomorrow's ark. The deceased Wizard King. Gao Wen could not help but smirk as he continued to peruse, growing increasingly excited, for this notebook contained a detailed record of Morgan's training. He hastily began to organize the information, and soon, a wealth of knowledge unfolded before him. First and foremost, the crucial deep-sea meditation technique, followed by the 3 tricks chosen by Morgan, manipulating water flow, attracting fish, and Mage's Hand. Next were the 2 zero-ring spells that Morgan painstakingly exchanged for Water Barrier and Quintuple Ice Arrows. Ha ha ha. After organizing everything, Gao Wen erupted in laughter, feeling as though Morgan was his lucky star, delivering him the foundational meditation technique he so desperately needed. With this, his mental energy could be enhanced. He suppressed his joy and began to read the deep-sea meditation technique carefully, becoming increasingly engrossed. After reading it 5 times, Gao Wen felt a twinge of anxiety and muttered, I wonder if I possess an affinity for the water element. According to the book, the meditation technique was closely tied to elemental affinity. Only those with the corresponding element could practice similar techniques, and the deep-sea meditation belonged to the Oceanology faction. Only those with a water element affinity could engage in its practice. However, testing for elemental affinity was quite challenging, requiring more specialized and precise artifacts. Without the conditions for detection, practitioners could only rely on personal exploration and experience. Each meditation technique contained a method to assess compatibility, akin to testing for singular elemental affinity. Let's give it a try. Gao Wen cleared his mind, sat cross-legged, and followed the instructions within the meditation technique. For the first time, he sought to deeply sense his mental energy. As his breathing slowed and heartbeat stabilized, he felt himself drifting into the realm of the mind, deliberately manipulating his mental energy to connect and arrange it into tendrils, carefully crossing through the mist to reach beyond the world of the mind. In an instant, Gao Wen beheld a myriad of colorful light points, energy particles. He felt a surge of joy. His mental tendrils began to show signs of collapsing, prompting him to quickly regain focus and initiate the water movement as described in the meditation technique. As the movement progressed, blue light points began to drift towards him at a slow pace, It worked. Gao Wen rejoiced. The gathering of blue light points indicated that he indeed possessed a water element affinity. Regardless of its strength or quantity, he had the foundation to practice the deep-sea meditation technique. The only difference was the speed of progress, which Gao Wen did not regard as significant. Especially with the presence of a pay-to-win panel that allowed for direct upgrades. Suppressing his elation, he manipulated his mental tendrils to capture the gathering light points, and with a thought, he withdrew from the realm of the mind. The process was not overly complex. The water element he brought back was quickly transformed into his own magical energy. Gao Wen then calmed himself, recalling the specific practices of the deep-sea meditation technique, which seemed to comprise two methods. There exist two forms of meditation. One is the conventional method, aimed at enhancing and restoring mental and magical prowess. However, its drawback lies in the sluggishness of its effects, requiring years of gradual and subtle cultivation. The other method involves inscribing will runes. This approach, albeit challenging, yields rapid results. With each completed will rune, one's mental capacity undergoes a transformation and experiences a significant elevation. This practice stands as the primary means of cultivation for sorcerers. Aside from the traditional meditation as for the consumption of potions, such practices do exist. Nevertheless, the elixirs that can influence mental capacity are exceedingly rare and precious. Ordinary sorcerer apprentices find it arduous to bear the long-term costs, making the enhancement of mental capacity a formidable hurdle for them to advance to full-fledged sorcerers, often requiring years, if not decades, of persistent accumulation. The illustrious ancestor of Gawain, Alfred, serves as a prime testament to this reality. Gawain shook off the mental fatigue and opted to inscribe the will rune. He recalled the structure of the first will rune. Preparing to commence the inscription, with his own will as the guiding force and mental energy as the ink, each stroke became a refinement of his mental prowess. However, as soon as he began, it felt as though an immense weight suddenly pressed upon his mind, causing the lines beneath his hand to shatter. Fortunately, he had just started, and there was no chain reaction. The disturbance in the mental realm was minimal and quickly settled. On his second attempt, failure. The third attempt, failure. The fifth attempt, failure. After 5 consecutive failures, although the consumption of mental energy was not excessive, Gawain felt profoundly exhausted, as if he had toiled for an entire day and night without respite. Was it truly this agonizing? As Gawain's consciousness returned, he painfully rubbed his temples. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. Inscribing will runes inherently demanded the squeezing and honing of one's mental capacity. Growth seldom comes without pain. Neither can refinement be achieved easily. Only conventional meditation offers a simpler path, albeit a slow one. It appears I am indeed no genius. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Gawain gazed at his premium panel. The wealth of premium points was unprecedented, and it was high time for an upgrade. Sorcerer talent, first class level, low-level sorcerer apprentice meditation, deep-sea meditation method LV-01, skills. Biological modification LV-0, 23. Apothecary LV-1, 75. Archery LV-5, master. Cantrips, summon crow LV-1, 7. Illumination LV-3, 5. Premium points, 2,293.08. Since the deep-sea meditation method had been recorded, he decided to commence with it. Gawain clicked 3 times, elevating the deep-sea meditation method to LV3. Waves of insights flooded his mind. In mere moments, it felt as though he had inscribed countless will runes, and his comprehension of the deep-sea meditation method reached a profound level. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had only expended 163 premium points. Continue. Gawain felt a surge of joy and began to upgrade. After 2 consecutive upgrades, the deep-sea meditation method ascended to LV5, and his understanding of the meditation technique reached a remarkably deep level, rendering ordinary will runes effortlessly manageable. However, the 5th upgrade had consumed a staggering 510 premium points, totaling 922 points for all 5 upgrades, leaving Gawain feeling a twinge of pain. It was worth noting that this bounty was a significant gain from his inheritance from the church. A rare opportunity indeed. The 5th level meditation method was now sufficient, and he could not neglect his cantrips, biological modification, and apothecary skills. Moreover, the enhancement of sorcerer talent was paramount and could not be overlooked. Then let us proceed. Gawain wasted no time and began the upgrades. After a series of operations, the premium panel before his eyes trembled violently before stabilizing, revealing significant changes in data. Name: Gawain Clover Sorcerer Talent. 3rd class level. Low-level Sorcerer Apprentice Meditation. Deep Sea Meditation Method LV5. 1. Skills. Biological Modification LV3. 1. Apothecary LV2. 1. Archery LV5 Master. Cantrips. Summon Crow LV5 Enhanced. Illumination LV5 Enhanced. Premium points. 450.08 First, both cantrips were upgraded to their maximum limit of LV5, now enhanced in all aspects. Furthermore, biological modification reached LV3. But since it currently included only a single knowledge of steel feather and iron claw modifications, the value of further enhancement was limited. After all, mere upgrades do not yield new knowledge. The apothecary skill also advanced by 1 level. Most importantly, his sorcerer talent was upgraded twice, reaching the 3rd class. He soon realized that this was a costly endeavor. Ascending to the 2nd class consumed 50 premium points, while progressing to the 3rd class required a staggering 500 points. After which the upgrade option vanished. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, advancing to the 4th level sorcerer talent would likely demand 5,000 premium points, a burden he could not currently bear. As for the remaining premium points, Gawain refrained from further expenditure, intending to reserve them for his 3rd cantrip, also wishing to retain some resources for future resolute will. Presently, he contemplated 3 potential directions for his 3rd cantrip. Manipulating water flow, attracting fish, and mage's hand. After careful consideration, Gawain ultimately settled on the mage's hand, as he did not reside by the sea, making the other 2 cantrips less useful to him. Get lost, all of you. Not a copper star to spare. Alba, release Marion. You accursed brigands. Just as Gawain prepared to meditate to restore his depleting mental energy, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. His expression shifted as he grasped his short bow and quiver. Swiftly exiting his chamber, he deftly climbed atop the courtyard wall, just in time to witness a group of individuals shrouded in black cloth rummaging through Alba's home next door. Alba appeared injured, clutching his abdomen in pain as he leaned against the wall, howling in agony. Mark was forcibly restrained by 3 individuals, kneeling on the ground, while Aunt Marion was being hoisted by 2 others, with a third leering and tearing at her clothing. Damn the gang, Gawain cursed under his breath, recognizing the nefarious individuals as the very gang taking advantage of the situation. He reached behind him to grasp 3 arrows from his quiver and began to shoot rapidly. 3 arrows were loosed in quick succession, and the 3 men surrounding Marion cried out in agony as they fell, clutching their necks where the arrows had struck. Unwilling to succumb, the remaining gang members reacted swiftly, shouting, "There's a little brat on the wall. Damn it, Nicol has fallen. Not my brother. Watch out for his arrows." Gawain maintained his composure, swiftly drawing 3 more arrows, knocking them and firing again. 2 of the assailants, who had intended to charge forward, were struck in the face, while the 3rd arrow found its mark in a man attempting to seize Alba from behind. Be careful. P.S. A sharpshooter. Get the door. Hurry. How's there a sharpshooter here? Just as Gawain prepared to shoot again, the remaining gang members hurled their weapons at him in unison. His expression shifted, and he promptly leaped down from the courtyard wall, retreating swiftly to the entrance of his chamber while beckoning for the skeleton to enter. That little brat lives next door. I remember now. He.S. Old Hot's son. Damn it. When did he become a sharpshooter? We've lost 6 brothers. Everyone, go kill him. Big guy, you take the lead. Quick, don't let him escape. Bring that little brat along. No. Release my little Mark. Get away. The commotion at Alba's residence escalated, and moments later, the remaining 7 gang members circled around to the entrance, kicking the door open with force and storming into the courtyard with a fierce demeanor. Though they were a gang, it was evident they had undergone training. They pressed Mark forward as a human shield while the others shielded themselves behind 2 door panels, advancing steadily. Without experience, one might hesitate to act, and even a sharpshooter could face dire consequences. Unfortunately, they were up against Gawain, a sorcerer apprentice. Whoosh, whoosh. Gawain attempted to shoot 2 heavy arrows. Although they pierced the door panels, startling the gang members, they did not inflict harm. He feigned frustration, stepping back, and the gang members immediately began to taunt. Little brat. If you put down your arrows now, perhaps we'll leave you with a whole corpse. Shoot again, and I'll slay your friend. The brave Mark would not yield. Gawain, shoot. Don't worry about me. Damn little brat. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Mark shouted at the top of his lungs, only to receive 2 punches in quick succession, his mouth swiftly silenced. Gawain slowly relaxed the taut bowstring, letting his right arm fall. What of the sharpshooter? I too have once walked the path of a bounty hunter. Ha! The gang members laughed heartily, believing Gawain had succumbed. Yet, Gao Wen remained expressionless. Suddenly, he raised his left hand. Reigniting the mind ring, now recharged with his own magical power, an invisible wave instantaneously enveloped everyone present. The gangsters, still basking in their arrogance, and Mark, still struggling, were plunged into darkness, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gao Wen stepped forward, drew a dagger, and swiftly severed the necks of 6 individuals, leaving one alive before hoisting the unconscious Mark and dragging him next door. Little Mark, my dear little Mark, just as he stepped outside. He encountered the frantic Aunt Marion, who rushed forward and embraced Mark, weeping uncontrollably. Alba, clutching his bleeding abdomen, trembled as he followed from behind. Upon seeing that Mark was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This must surely be the goddess of life's punishment for his change of faith. I know it to be true. Gao Wen rolled his eyes and reminded. Uncle Alba, you would do well to drink a hemostatic agent post-haste. Should you continue to bleed, you will perish. Moreover, the goddess of life has already fallen. What? Impossible. I just came from the church. The statue of the goddess lies shattered, and the priests and clergy are all dead. The town of Deerhorn will descend into chaos for the next few days. You and your family should refrain from venturing out until Baron Okas takes control of Deerhorn. Then things may gradually improve, Gao Wen briefly explained, leaving the Alba couple in stunned silence before returning to his own yard. Alba, regaining his composure, muttered, Little Gao Wen feels increasingly unfamiliar to me. Marion. When did he become a sharpshooter? I swear, even the old hunter Nat cannot compare to him in the slightest, and he is still so young. Marion slapped Alba across the face, roaring, If little Gao Wen were not a sharpshooter, my little Mark would not have returned. Are you cursing my little Mark, Alba? Little Gao Wen saved our family, and you didn't even utter a word of thanks. I am truly disappointed. You are right, Marion, but I feel increasingly weak. Perhaps we should return home first. Back in the yard, Gao Wen searched through the corpses. Aside from weapons, he discovered 13 gold dragons, dozens of silver deer, and a small pile of copper stars. He collected the riches, dragged the bodies out of the yard, and discarded them on a distant street. Following this upheaval, Gao Wen found himself devoid of the inclination to meditate and resolved to settle his grievances with the gang amidst the current turmoil in Deerhorn. After all, it was merely a small gang, and he possessed sufficient strength. He stashed the valuables in a leather case and concealed it within a hidden chamber. Feeling secure, he masked his face and, under the cover of night, departed the yard to hunt down the gang members. Following closely behind was a skeleton bearing a living captive. By the time Gao Wen returned, dawn was breaking. His robes were stained with blood, and he held aloft a grotesque head, the very head of Soren, the skull crusher. This once feared adversary had now met his end. Moreover, his spoils were not limited to this. That night marked the gang's revelry as well as their demise, and all the wealth they had painstakingly amassed ultimately fell into Gao Wen's hands. Gold points, 1,629.66. Not bad. Gao Wen grinned, casually tossing the head to the ground, intending to pay his respects at the public cemetery outside the town at dawn, thus settling his past debts. Following this, he took a cold shower, donned a fresh linen garment, retrieved the leather case from the basement, and began meditating with the pure crystal ball he had acquired from the church. Once his mental energy was restored, he commenced inscribing the will runes. As his mental energy waned, he had inscribed 1/5 of the first will rune without a single error or waste. This was the tremendous advantage brought by the level 5 deep sea meditation method, commanding and comprehensive. At this pace, he would complete the first will rune within 2 days at most. It is worth noting that the entire meditation method consists of only 36 will runes, although the complexity and difficulty increase with each subsequent rune. Gao Wen's progress had already far surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd-tier apprentice wizard. Even those of 5th-tier talent might struggle to match him. Name: Gao Wen Clover Constitution, 1.1 Magic Power, 99. Gao Wen glanced at his panel, noticing that while his spirit had not visibly increased, his constitution had risen by 0.1 under the subtle nurturing of his magic, surpassing that of an average adult. This was indeed quite gratifying. As for his magic power, due to the effects of the weeping water spirit and the practice of the deep-sea meditation method, his upper limit had risen from 5 to 9. Although it had yet to reach the 10-fold limit of mental energy, it was not far off. With continued practice, he would surely achieve it soon. Subsequently, Gao Wen consumed some white bread, instructed the skeleton to guard the house, and set out with the wrapped head and some liquor. As he made his way through Deerhorn, he noticed that nearly every household had shuttered their doors, with only a few daring souls braving the streets. He did not wander aimlessly. After a brief homage, he promptly returned home. He alternated between meditating to restore his mental energy and continuing to inscribe the will runes, steadily advancing through the torturous ordeal. Only occasionally taking walks in the yard when he became overly agitated. 2 days later, Baron Okas, accompanied by his knights, officially entered Deerhorn, with the church's constraints lifted. The Baron's long-held aspirations were finally realized, and he became the de facto ruler of the town. Deerhorn temporarily settled into a semblance of peace. That afternoon, Baron Okas began meeting with representatives from various trades in Deerhorn, and after a while, he erupted in fury. They seemed not to have shifted their identities. They could not even fulfill my modest requests, which is truly disappointing. Robert, my steward, go summon Soren. It is time to teach them a small lesson. Apologies, my lord, but Soren perished in the chaos 2 nights ago, along with his entire gang. This was indeed dire news. Baron Okas clutched his forehead, then roared, "Who is it? Tell me who has slain my loyal hound. I shall have him crucified. No, I shall personally behead him for all to see." The old steward's face expressed concern. "My lord, the perpetrator is said to be a diminutive dwarf, capable of sending men to the goddess's realm with a mere gesture. Others claim it was a skeleton clad in garments. Skull-crusher Soren was slain by this individual, and his head was severed. Those fools even bestowed a title upon him." "What title?" "The Dark Reaper." Just as Oscar was consumed by rage, Gao Wen had just finished inscribing the first will rune. As the complete rune manifested before him, his entire mental realm became more stable while gradually expanding, and in an instant, his mental energy surged. The once exhausted Gao Wen felt a breath of relief. With a thought, he exited the mental realm, and the data on his panel appeared before him. Constitution, 1.1 Spirit, 1.5 Magic Power. 1212. His magic power limit had increased by 3 units, and his mental energy had risen by 0.3. If each rune could enhance my mental energy by 0.3, I would only need to inscribe 6 will runes to advance from a low-tier apprentice wizard to a mid-tier apprentice wizard. No, the increase in mental energy becomes progressively more challenging. I must have underestimated it. Gao Wen shook his head. According to the general knowledge of the wizarding world, the baseline for mid-tier apprentice wizards is 3 points of mental energy, while that for high-tier apprentice wizards is 5 points. With each level gained, 3 spell slots are added. However, to advance to a formal wizard, at least 10 points of mental energy are required, due to the increasing difficulty in enhancing mental energy as one progresses. Even inscribing all 36 will runes would not suffice to reach the 10-point threshold necessary for advancement. Thus, a method of meditation is required to gradually improve over the years through diligent sitting. With my level 5 meditation method, advancing to mid-tier apprentice wizard should pose no difficulty. However, my time is limited. I cannot afford to linger in Deerhorn for too long and must master the Steadfast Will within 3 months. To learn Steadfast Will, one must align with a legitimate wizard organization or academy, and it must be done swiftly. Thus, Baron Hodman's runestone presents a viable opportunity. Gao Wen stroked his chin thoughtfully, silently devising a plan to first enhance his strength before pursuing the runestone. In truth, Baron Hodman was not in Deerhorn town, but rather the lord of the neighboring lighthouse town, a journey of 2.5 days from Deerhorn. Given the frequent appearance of monsters in the wilderness, he intended to cultivate the extraordinary crows before setting out, ensuring greater safety. In the days that followed, Gao Wen remained reclusive. Even when the herbal shop reopened, he only exchanged a few words with Alba in the courtyard, dedicating all his time to 3 pursuits. The first was inscribing the second will rune, crucial for the growth of his mental strength, a task he could never afford to neglect. The second was deciphering the mage's hand spell, which posed a greater challenge than the previous 2. Mastering it would allow him to summon an invisible hand, manipulable within a 3-meter radius. However, due to its limited strength, it could not be used in combat, serving merely as a rudimentary assistant. Lastly, he focused on nurturing the crows. He repeatedly cast the powerful summon spell, attracting a flock of crows, from which he selected 4, increasing the total to 9. This being the maximum he could maintain without disrupting his meditation. 3 days later, Gao Wen completed the analysis of the mage's hand, officially recording it in his panel. 5 days later, he inscribed the complete structure of the mage's hand rune in his mental realm, subsequently upgrading it to level 5 with premium points. 7 days later, the second will rune was freshly forged, augmenting his mental strength by 0.3. Days later, the earliest 5 crows completed their initial magical nurturing and began inscribing the steel feather and iron claw modification runes within their bodies. Half a month later, the rune inscriptions were completed, yet only 3 of the 9 crows remained. 21 days later, the 3 crows exhibited signs of molting, falling into a deep slumber. After 2 more days, crows number 1 and number 9 perished, leaving the last, crow number 7, to awaken with an insatiable appetite. A month later, Gao Wen packed his belongings, secured the doors and windows, slung his short bow over his shoulder, and carried a leather case as he stepped out of the courtyard. Alba and her family awaited him at the gate. Mark, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward. "Are you really going to wander? Are you heading to the capital, Asturias, or to the north, Oviedo? You are so brave." "Gao Wen, my friend, from now on, you shall be my idol. I want to go too. This is simply too cool." Alba, frowning, pulled Mark aside and implored, "Mr. Gao Wen, you truly should not leave. If you go, the herbal shop will close again. And I will be out of work. Can't you reconsider? You are still so young. There will be plenty of time ahead, and I have made up my mind." Gao Wen replied firmly, shaking his head as he handed over the prepared papyrus and keys. "The herbal shop will be under your care. The papyrus contains some of my alchemical insights. I hope you can learn from it, and if not, perhaps consider a different business. Also, please keep this key. You can help me tidy the courtyard when you have the time." "Very well," Alba said, hastily accepting the items and clutching the papyrus tightly to her chest. Marian presented a pre-packed bundle to Gao Wen, grasping his hand as tears streamed down her face. "Little Gao Wen, will you return someday?" "Perhaps," Gao Wen replied with a bittersweet smile, carrying his leather case and bundle as he walked away. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, tossing a gleaming golden dragon coin with a grin. "Uncle Alba, this is rightfully yours. I promise that the Clover family honors its words." With that, he wasted no more time, striding toward the outskirts of Deerhorn Town. Above, a larger-than-usual red-eyed crow cawed twice before soaring after him. Lighthouse Town, located on the southwestern border of the Nobia Kingdom, was once a desolate area belonging to Count Elgin. Following the Third Invasion War against the Kingdom of Sex, it was granted to the ancestors of Baron Hodeman. Due to its proximity to the sea, it flourished with bountiful catches. Through the efforts of several generations of Hodeman, the salted fish industry thrived, gradually evolving into a large town with a population of nearly 5,000. However, its remote location and constant threat from the war-worshipping Kingdom of Sex meant that the church's influence was minimal, particularly after the previous priest's mysterious death left the church abandoned for 2 years. Gao Wen silently contemplated the information he had gleaned at the tavern as he exited Deerhorn Town. Awaiting him outside the town was a skeleton that emerged from the woods, seamlessly taking the leather case and bundle from him. Gao Wen paused, gazing skyward, and noticed that, in a moment of inattention, the crows had vanished from sight. He called out several times, but received no response. "Gone again." Gao Wen sighed. Crows were notably intelligent creatures. Upon becoming extraordinary crows, they possessed an intellect akin to that of 7 or 8-year-old children, the very age of mischief. The connection between them stemmed from 2 aspects. First, the bond formed during their cultivation, making him akin to the rebirth parents of Crow No. 7. As long as he did not mistreat them, defection was nearly impossible. Second, the powerful summon spell created a mystical link between the summoner and the summoned, allowing Crow number 7 to sense when Gao Wen cast the spell and return to his side, provided the distance was not excessive. As for combat assistance, that required a gradual cultivation of mutual understanding. "Come back." Gao Wen inhaled deeply and began casting the crow summon, with a mysterious ripple extending outward. A shadow appeared in the distant sky, shooting toward him like an arrow. Upon reaching Gao Wen's head, it halted and gracefully landed on the skeleton's shoulder, cawing twice as if recounting a tale. "You mustn't wander too far, otherwise there will be no food for you. You must behave," he admonished. "Remember, this is a warning." After scolding the bird, he retrieved a meat pie from his bundle, crumbled it, and fed it to Crow No. 7 before continuing along the merchant road toward Lighthouse Town. After traveling for half a day, just as he was about to eat something, a sound erupted from the nearby thicket and ambush. As an archery master, Gao Wen recognized the sound of arrows and quickly retreated while the skeleton stepped forward, shielding him. A flurry of arrows rained down, 3 striking the skeleton, which merely clung to its garments, while Gao Wen remained unscathed. Before Gao Wen could counterattack, Crow number 7, roused from its nap on the skeleton's shoulder, let out a furious cry and dove toward the thicket, followed by a series of anguished screams. "What kind of monster is that? Ah, my eyes! Quick, shoot it, kill it! It's a monster! Run!" How could there be a monster? A rotund man clad in leather armor burst from the woods, wielding a large axe and flanked by 2 subordinates, rushing toward Gao Wen while shouting, "Kill them! We have plenty of gold dragons. Kill them. Robbers? Gao Wen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The skeleton, acting on his command, intercepted the trio. After a brief skirmish, the rotund man grew increasingly alarmed, fending off the skeleton's playful assaults. He bellowed, "Something's off. Randy, go kill the one at the back. Watch out, fat brother." The lanky Randy leaped from the fray, brandishing a one-handed sword and charging at Gao Wen with a sneer. "You nameless wretch. I am Swift Sword Randy." Gao Wen remained calm, and as Randy closed the distance to 5 meters, he suddenly extended his right hand, seizing the man's neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air before Randy could react. Gao Wen slammed him down onto the ground. With a thud, Randy's body hit the earth, feeling as though his entire form had shattered, agony racking his insides. He gasped for breath, only able to emit pained groans. Blood oozing from his mouth as his vision dimmed. Gao Wen approached, retrieved the fallen one-handed sword, and with a swift strike, severed Randy's head, remarking, "A fine sword. However, it is mine now. Be why the storm god." The 2 remaining assailants screamed in terror. Abandoning the skeleton to flee, Gao Wen plunged the sword into the ground, and his short bow flew into his grasp. He knocked 2 arrows with ease and, with 2 rapid twangs, struck the fleeing men in their backs. "Retreat, quickly!" Cries of panic erupted from the woods as they hastily escaped. "Come back." As the skeletal figure lunged towards the grove, Gawain swiftly intervened, halting its advance. He began to rummage through the remains of the 3 corpses, uncovering only a handful of copper stars. "Top up," Gawain exclaimed, converting the copper stars into premium points, and then he patiently awaited the return of crow number 7. Physical, 1.1 mental, 1.8 magical power, 15-17 spell, mage's hand LV5, enhanced. Premium points, 44-42. 19 a month elapsed, bringing significant changes to his data. Instead of diminishing, his premium points had increased. This was primarily due to Gawain's clandestine sale of the precious pearls he had acquired, fetching over 3,000 silver deer for the dozen or so large pearls, all of which he transformed into premium points. Moreover, the gemstones in his possession held even greater value. However, as gemstones were rare materials for spellcasting, he opted to keep them for personal use, given that he was not in dire need of premium points. Additionally, Gawain was currently inscribing the 4th will rune, with his mental capacity reaching 1.8. Once he completed the 4th rune, his mental prowess would undoubtedly surpass 2. With further effort, he would ascend to the rank of a mid-level apprentice wizard. While his magical power had reached 17, just 1 unit shy of the maximum threshold, which was 10 times his mental capacity. The most crucial aspect was the spell, Mage's Hand. Originally, this spell could only lift a weight of up to 5 kilograms and had a range of no more than 3 meters. However, after Gawain upgraded it to LV5 and added the enhanced effect, the original rune was optimized, expanding the range to 5 meters and the lifting capacity to 85 kilograms, sufficient to effortlessly raise an adult male. Thus, this seemingly inconspicuous spell acquired offensive capabilities. Although it could not compete with the formidable strength of knights, it proved exceedingly effective against ordinary individuals. Furthermore, it could serve a greater purpose in daily life, experimentation, and even combat. Waiting patiently, Gawain observed that crow number 7 had yet to return. He refrained from summoning it hastily and instead opened a chest to retrieve a notebook bound in black leather. Quietly perusing its contents, this tome was the cursed grimoire Gawain had obtained from the Black Tower, filled with various nefarious curses and witchcraft, such as withering kin, transformation into toad, and possession by malevolent spirits. While the potency of these curses was indeed substantial, each spell required an arduous casting medium, and should that have been the only impediment, Gawain might have considered learning them. However, the most significant drawback was that after the fall of the mysterious god, each casting of a curse would extract a small yet profound toll from the caster, manifesting as ailments such as aging, festering, hair loss, skin afflictions, itching, vomiting, and more. While these repercussions were not severe, they would linger like vengeful spirits, inescapable and irreparable, rendering the victim loathsome to others and fostering a heart filled with hatred. The reasons behind this remained elusive to Gawain. He had only heard whispers and speculated that it was linked to the mysterious curse solidified by the spirit of futility. Thus, he endeavored to avoid such practices. Nevertheless, the grimoire contained knowledge that piqued his interest, a technique for cultivating symbiotic insects, a rare craft specifically designed to guard against curses by nurturing his own symbiotic insect. He could harness its abilities. When others attempted to curse him, The insect would absorb the spell on his behalf. Even lethal curses would result in the death of merely a symbiotic insect. One must be wary of others' malevolence. Yet it is equally crucial to remain vigilant, Gawain mused, feeling a sense of anticipation. The cursed notebook detailed 3 techniques for cultivating symbiotic insects, which upon successful cultivation would be known as moth, gnat, and snail. Each type bestowed a unique ability upon its host. The moth could extend lifespan, the gnat could conceal one's presence, and the snail could enhance physical constitution. Regrettably, each wizard could only possess one symbiotic insect. Singular, not plural. This predicament left Gawain in a quandary. He yearned for longevity, the ability to mask his aura, and an extraordinary physique. Yet he could only choose one. Different species of symbiotic insects were natural enemies when cohabiting the same host, unable to coexist. Nevertheless, it was premature to dwell on these thoughts. Cultivating a symbiotic insect required significant time, and he would only have the luxury to pursue it once he mastered steadfast will. He could decide later. Quack, quack. Just as he contemplated this, Gawain heard the cawing of the crow. He looked up to see crow number 7 flying over from the grove, landing on the shoulder of the skeleton. Stretching its wings comfortably and shaking off the bloodstains from its feathers, Gawain sidestepped a bit and inquired, "What took you so long, quack? Had the people fled, quack?" After a brief, nonsensical exchange, crow number 7 suddenly noticed the corpses on the ground. Its blood-red eyes gleamed, and with a flap of its wings, it swooped down, using its iron-like talons to grasp the head of one corpse, pecking vigorously until it extracted 2 blood-soaked eyeballs, swallowing one after the other. The entire sequence transpired in a flash, leaving Gawain momentarily stunned. Gawain quickly called out, "Wait, quack?" The crow, poised to pounce on another body, turned its head, looking at him with a sense of grievance. Gawain initially intended to reprimand it, but suddenly recalled that crows were, after all, omnivorous birds. He swallowed his words and advised, "Try to eat less of that. Avoid the human eyeballs if possible. They can cause diarrhea. The rest is up to you." Quack. Crow number 7 fearfully returned to perch on the skeleton's shoulder, retching a few times. The journey thereafter proceeded relatively smoothly. With crow number 7 on guard, they encountered no monster attacks. Even when faced with 2 beast attacks, Gawain effortlessly dispatched them with his short bow. He spent a single night camping outdoors, and by the following evening, he had completed a journey that would have taken 2.5 days. Upon entering Lighthouse Town, he was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odor of fish. The stench was unbearable. Gawain quickly covered his nose, feeling a shiver run down his spine as passers-by cast furtive glances at him, seemingly accustomed to the reactions of outsiders arriving in Lighthouse Town. Due to the church's minimal influence here, most fishermen revered the storm god from across the ocean. Thus, when the god of life fell last month, Lighthouse Town experienced little upheaval. Gawain shook his head, blending into the crowd with an air of nonchalance. Before long, he found himself in a tavern named Monica's Kiss, listening to the drunken patrons boast and banter. Yet, amidst the chatter, he failed to catch any valuable information. After finishing his last sip of ale, he approached the bar, casually tossing a silver deer onto the counter. The silver deer spun around. The blonde bartender, showcasing his skills, was immediately captivated. Without missing a beat, he discreetly pocketed the silver deer, showing no contempt for Gawain's youth, and performed an elegant gesture of respect. "Esteemed sir, Tark is at your service." Gawain perched on the tips of his toes at the counter, lightly tapping with his index finger, and casually remarked, "Lighthouse Town is a quaint little place. I wish to hear about its history." Revealing his intentions too early would only alert the vigilant. Although Gawain possessed some strength, he had yet to reach the heights of arrogance. Caution was his guiding principle. "As you wish," Tark replied with a slight smile, launching into an eloquent narrative that a quarter of an hour later, Gawain remarked, "The ancestors of the Hodman family are truly admirable. Who would have thought that this once forsaken land now flows with ale and cheese? The Hodman family embodies noble qualities, a blessing from the storm god." "Indeed, indeed." Gawain gestured in a manner of prayer, inquiring, "Is the salted fish fort still standing?" "Of course. It is a pride of the Hodman family and a source of pride for us in Lighthouse Town. However, it seems some unfortunate events have transpired there over the past 2 years." Curiosity piqued, Gawain asked, "Could you elaborate?" "The tale begins 5 years ago when a robed stranger arrived in Lighthouse Town. He claimed to be a servant of the goddess of life, wandering through every street and alley, smiling at everyone, exuding warmth akin to a silk cotton tree, yet cruelly demanding we alter our beliefs. He performed miracles, and within a fortnight garnered the loyalty of a dozen wandering knights, ultimately establishing a grand church in the heart of Lighthouse Town. To his astonishment, he even sought to convert the Lord Baron to the faith of the goddess of life. The Baron, feeling cornered, made 3 agreements with the priest. Only upon the fulfillment of the agreement would he alter his faith, embracing the worship of the goddess of life. The first condition stipulated that the priest must consume an entire basket of pickled fish from Salted Fish Fortress by himself. The second condition required the fishermen of Salted Fish Fortress to yield double their usual catch each time they set out to SEAS for the third condition. Rumors later spread that the priest failed to fulfill the third condition and perished in the storm well of Salted Fish Fortress. Since that day, the fortress seemed to be under a curse. Within a month, Baron Hoedman hastily vacated Salted Fish Fortress and took residence in Lighthouse Town. Now, 2 years have passed, and the Baron has been consumed with the desire to return to Salted Fish Fortress, issuing summons multiple times over the past year. Thank you for your narration. It is indeed an intriguing tale. However, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. With that, Gawain rose and swiftly exited the tavern. He had acquired the information he sought, but how to proceed next required careful deliberation. Based on the intelligence gathered, he deduced, firstly, Baron Hoedman likely has ties to sorcery, with the runestone possibly tracing back to the first Baron Hoedman, though it remains unclear whether it currently lies abandoned in Salted Fish Fortress or in the Baron's possession. Secondly, the Baron possesses only the prowess of a knight, posing no threat to him. Thirdly, Salted Fish Fortress was enmeshed in the arcane and mysterious, with the specifics remaining unknown. After much contemplation, Gawain felt it prudent to make contact with Baron Hoedman. After all, the priest had met his demise within Salted Fish Fortress, and venturing there recklessly might prove perilous. It was essential to ascertain the true circumstances surrounding the fortress. Early the next morning, Gawain donned a pristine linen attire, fed Raven No. 7 at the inn, and, equipped with a single-handed sword at his side and a short bow on his back, approached the Baron's estate, located at the heart of Lighthouse Town. This site was once the Church of Life. However, since the previous priest's demise, it had fallen into disuse, and even the statue of the goddess of life in the square had been toppled by fishermen who followed the storm god a year prior. After Baron Hoedman settled in Lighthouse Town, he naturally seized and repurposed the place. Gawain stepped forward and addressed a guard on duty. Might you inform the Baron that I possess a means to facilitate his return to Salted Fish Fortress? Who is this brat? The guard began to reprimand him, only to abruptly silence himself. Swiftly accepting the silver stag Gawain offered, he tapped it against his armor, and upon hearing the pleasant chime, his demeanor softened immediately. I shall relay your message, though I cannot guarantee whether the Baron will see you. Thank you. Gawain squinted, watching the guard enter the estate. Before long, the grand gates swung open. Knights cleared the way, and attendants surrounded Baron Hoedman, who emerged resplendently adorned. Upon seeing the youthful Gawain, the excitement on his face promptly vanished. However, exhibiting good breeding, he refrained from uttering harsh words and instead said, "A traveler from afar, please state your purpose." Gawain removed his short bow, and the knights instinctively positioned themselves protectively around the Baron, while Gawain offered no explanations, casually drawing 3 arrows. With a swift twang, the arrows flew, almost simultaneously striking the flagpole high above the tavern. Impossible! The knights gaped in astonishment, a chill running through them. Should those arrows have been aimed at them, even clad in iron armor, they would have stood little chance. Baron Hoedman, parting the knights before him, could not mask his own surprise. He had witnessed skilled archers before, but never one with such extraordinary prowess. This was the marksmanship of a master, an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Gawain stowed away his short bow, bowed respectfully, and smiled. I believe I have earned the privilege to be your guest, my Lord Baron. Certainly, certainly. Baron Hoedman, regaining his composure, replied earnestly, it is an honor for the Hoedman family. He promptly instructed the knights to disperse and ordered servants to bring forth bread and honey water, serving it personally to Gawain. Unfamiliar with noble etiquette, Gawain took a symbolic bite of bread and sipped some honey water before being warmly welcomed into the estate by Baron Hoedman. Seizing the opportunity, the Baron departed. After changing into a different outfit, he returned with his son, young Hoedman, to formally receive Gawain in the main hall. Following some pleasantries, they finally broached the matter at hand. Baron Hoedman, with a crestfallen expression, lamented, by the storm god above, I am indeed a sinner, having betrayed the glory of the Hoedman family. Ever since I left Salted Fish Fortress, I have been plagued by nightmares every single night. Should Mr. Gawain manage to restore the Hoadman family to Salted Fish Fortress, I would offer a reward of 100, no, 200 gold dragons. Gawain shook his head in response. My Lord Baron, before we proceed further, I believe you ought to elucidate what transpired at Salted Fish Fortress. My apologies for my impatience. Baron Hoadman quickly interjected. Allow me to explain. This all began a few years ago. I was reluctant to convert to the worship of the goddess of life. However, under duress, I could not refuse outright and thus proposed 3 conditions to the priest. The third condition was that the storm well at Salted Fish Fortress must run dry. I had hoped to dissuade him. Yet he insisted on entering the storm well. As you can surmise, he never emerged. I recall it was the 7th night since the priest entered the storm well. The night was dark, and I was in my chamber telling little Mary the tale of the dragon Salathas when I suddenly heard strange sounds. Following the noise, I arrived at the storm well, only to find numerous fish floating lifelessly on the surface. Yes, they were all dead. Shortly thereafter, the storm well began to bubble violently, with torrents of water spilling forth. The entire Salted Fish Fortress descended into chaos. It wasn't until dawn that the water receded, and when I had the staff count, 3 servants were found to be missing. From that night onward, the storm well would overflow nightly, and with each passing night, more individuals would vanish. After enduring a month of torment, I fled Salted Fish Fortress in utter disarray. That, my friend, is my nightmare. Baron Hoadman buried his face in his hands, softly weeping. It was evident that he was a man accustomed to a life of privilege, ill-equipped to conceal his emotions. After a moment of contemplation, Gawain inquired, "Do you know what might be responsible for this?" "I am uncertain. Some say it is a malevolent spirit lurking within the well water. Others claim it is a demon born from the depths. However, I have never witnessed it myself. I suspect it must be the vengeful spirit of the deceased priest Field retaliating against the Hoadman family." "Yes, it must be so. A malevolent spirit. A demon." Gawain pondered deeply. He was familiar with both entities as part of his studies in the world of sorcery. Malevolent spirits are known to fear soul attacks, with mental assault serving as their bane. The demons that inhabit wells tend to be more troublesome, often manifested from the intense resentment of those who perish by drowning, while they too can be subdued by mental assaults. They are nearly impervious to death. Only by locating and destroying the remains of the deceased can they be eradicated entirely. Gawain proceeded to ask several more questions, feeling a sense of confidence in his own abilities. Finally, he declared, "I shall take on this matter, and my fee will be 100 gold dragons. However, as compensation, there is a small additional condition." "Please, do tell." Baron Hoadman straightened his posture, visibly excited. My condition is quite simple. I wish to select one item from your entire collection." "What item?" "To be honest, I do not know just yet. I will choose something appealing when the time comes to avoid any unforeseen complications." Gawain opted to keep certain details vague, ensuring that even if Baron Hoadman were to renege later, it would be too late. As for why he did not simply take what he wanted, it was due to Gawain's reservations. The runestone possessed by the Hoadman family was not merely a trinket but a relic of lineage, suggesting that the Hoadman family likely had ties to sorcery. Unless absolutely necessary, Gawain was not willing to take such risks. After some deliberation, Baron Hoadman solemnly declared, "I swear by the storm god and the 3 centuries of glory of the Hoadman family that if we can return to Salted Fish Fortress, you may select any single item from our family's entire collection." Agreed. Subsequently, Baron Hoadman intended to host a banquet for Gawain, but the latter graciously declined, preferring not to waste time and deciding to head directly to Salted Fish Fortress for reconnaissance. Baron Hoadman offered to dispatch his knights for assistance, but this too was refused. As long as the divine lingered, sorcerers would find it difficult to dwell in the light, even without the church and lighthouse town. Gawain would not dare be careless. Should he accept knightly assistance, he would inevitably find himself constrained, far less agile than if he were alone. With Baron Hoadman's kind send-off, Gawain departed the estate. After a hearty breakfast, he set out with Raven No. 7, leaving Lighthouse Town, and joined the skeleton awaiting outside the town to journey together towards Salted Fish Fortress. The fortress lay atop a low hill 3 miles southwest of Lighthouse Town. Resembling a military stronghold of formidable stature, not only does it rest against the sea, making it defensible and hard to besiege, but it also forms an advantageous angle with Lighthouse Town, even if surrounded by a vast army. As long as there is an ample supply of fresh water and food, enduring for a year or so would pose no difficulty. Alas, it has fallen into disrepair. Before noon, Gao Wen appeared at the foot of the low hill. Gazing up briefly before commencing his ascent, the crow perched upon the skeletal shoulder, designated as Crow Number 7, seemed to disdain Galvin's slow pace. With a raucous caw, it took flight towards the castle. Be careful, Galvin called out, quickening his steps until he reached the exterior of the salty fish fortress. Indeed, the fortress had succumbed to neglect. The walls, stripped of their plaster, were overrun with various plants, while the ground was cloaked in weeds. Even the highest arrow tower had partially collapsed due to years of disrepair. Although the Baron had mentioned that the castle posed no danger during the day, Galvin remained cautious and instructed the skeleton beside him. You go ahead and scout. The skeleton, silent, traversed the drawbridge, circled around, and returned unscathed. Let us proceed, Galvin said, feeling relieved as he entered the fortress, noting the damp earth beneath his feet. Likely remnants of last night's overflowing well water. He walked through the castle, finding it eerily silent, devoid of any living creature or valuable item, clearly not the aftermath of a hasty evacuation. However, it made sense. The Baron must have sent someone to collect anything of use afterwards. This implies that the rune stone should be in the Baron's possession. Thus, all that remained for me was to eliminate the filth within the storm well. Galvin refrained from wandering aimlessly and made his way directly to the back garden. Quack, quack. Upon entering the back garden, he heard the crow's call. Approaching, he discovered the crow standing beside a well, tossing pebbles into it. This well, as rumored, was the storm well. Galvin approached, puzzled. 7, what are you doing? Quack. Quack. Crow number 7 replied, picking up a pebble and continuing to toss it into the well. Galvin leaned over to peer inside, finding it shrouded in darkness, and tapped his temple thoughtfully. Whoosh, with the casting of a powerful illumination spell. 2 blinding beams of white light shot forth from his eyes, illuminating the depths of the storm well, where the water rippled and fish leaped at the surface. The light shone down. The startled fish dove beneath the water to hide. Since upgrading the illumination spell to level 5, the rune had been thoroughly optimized, resulting in significant enhancements. He could now cast it with both eyes, allowing for much greater flexibility. Quack. Crow number 7 dropped a pebble at Galvin's feet, squawking in annoyance. See fish? Galvin ignored the crow, murmuring, it seems this storm well indeed connects to the ocean. That he observed for a moment longer, suddenly noticing numerous fine lines etched into the well's walls, evoking a sense of familiarity. Lines? Galvin furrowed his brow, struggling to recall where he had seen them before. After scrutinizing for a while without any clues, he decided to dispel the spell and examine the well closely. This well was wider and deeper than a typical one, constructed entirely of tightly fitted rocks, with not a single gap visible. Its appearance was far from that of an ordinary well. However, due to neglect over time, the well's rim was now covered in mud and sand. He drew out a dagger and began to scrape away the debris, suddenly uncovering a small fragment of blue sapphire embedded in the rim. Galvin raised an eyebrow. Swiftly cleaning the surrounding area, he discovered not only fragments of gemstones embedded in the rim, but also intricate lines that collectively formed a mysterious pattern. Realization dawned upon him as he murmured, so this is a witchcraft array. He examined it closely, barely recognizing a small portion of the runes. With slight modifications, this section closely resembled the spell he had acquired to attract fish. The rest remained unknown. He then procured a rope and a half-rotten wooden bucket, drawing half a bucket of clear water from the storm well, which surprisingly contained 2 fish over an inch long. Crow number 7 happily pecked the fish to death, devouring their eyes and urging Galvin to continue fetching water. Ignoring the crow, Galvin took a handful of water, sniffed it, and exclaimed in astonishment, it's actually fresh water. It seems this array has the ability to convert seawater into fresh water. With sea fish, there's food. With fresh water, there's a chance for survival. This salty fish fortress, with its formidable terrain, can sustain itself. Even if besieged for years, it would be nearly impossible to breach. Truly remarkable, Galvin mused, increasingly convinced that the Hodgman family had a sorcerer backing them. Otherwise, how could they have constructed this well inscribed with a magical array? However, these thoughts bore little immediate benefit for him. That he dared not descend into the well, worried that the skeleton might falter. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait until nightfall for the creatures to emerge from the well, at which point he would employ his methods to eliminate them. As night fell, the fish in the storm well vanished swiftly, and the water began to churn slowly, rising closer to the well's mouth and beginning to overflow. Quack! Crow number 7, stationed at the well's edge, was startled and took flight towards the highest arrow tower. As the well's water continued to spill over, the flow gradually spread outward, occupying various areas. Soon, the water began to boil, and a pale, Slick hand emerged from the depths point one after another. Monstrous entities crawled forth from the well, aimlessly wandering within the salty fish fortress. Corpses. It appeared the true master was the spirit within the well. High atop the arrow tower, Galvin breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming the identity of the creatures. His eyes emanated a faint white light, allowing him to see the situation below even in the dark. His conclusion that they were spirits from the well stemmed primarily from the fact that these spirits possessed a form of enchanting magic capable of easily captivating the living, leading them to drown in the well's waters. The deceased corpses, under the influence of this magic, would be compelled to obey the will of the well's spirit. However, once the living became corpses, their physical capabilities would deteriorate in various aspects, rendering them less formidable. Often weaker than even some trained militia, Galvin's gaze flickered as he swiftly devised a plan. He secured the prepared rope to the arrow tower, letting the other end dangle outside the fortress. Providing himself with an escape route, should he find himself overwhelmed, he could easily withdraw from this vantage point. He then issued a few commands to the skeleton, instructing it to descend from the arrow tower. Once all was prepared, he drew back his short bow atop the tower, and with a swift whoosh, shot an arrow that struck a corpse in the neck. Yet the corpse appeared unaffected. Stiffly turning to face the towering arrow tower, emitting a strange sound akin to a dying dog stumbling through water as it staggered towards the tower, other nearby corpses began to gather. Slowly converging towards the arrow tower, whoosh, Galvin shot another arrow, piercing the skull of a corpse, which fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any further movement. The weak point is the head. Galvin remained calm, methodically releasing arrow after arrow, each one causing a corpse to collapse. In no time, a significant number lay fallen, with only 7 or 8 corpses making their way to the blind spot of his vision. Beginning to ascend the tower's stairs, Galvin readied 3 more arrows, silently awaiting the corpse's approach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the corpses could reach him, the water from the well had already enveloped the arrow tower, gradually flowing toward Galvin. So soon, Galvin was somewhat taken aback, stepping back 2 paces as the well water rapidly converged from 3 directions. Strange whispers echoed in his ears, weighing heavily on his eyelids and leaving him in a daze. Quack! With a peculiar cry from crow number 7, Gao was abruptly jolted back to reality. He discovered that his feet had already been ensnared by the well water, which was creeping up his legs. He attempted to struggle, only to find the well water had transformed into a viscous, gelatinous substance. Despite possessing strength greater than that of an ordinary adult male, he found himself unable to break free. Meanwhile, the remaining corpses were climbing up the arrow tower, lunging towards him. Quack! Crow number 7 let out an angry cry, spreading its wings to dive at the corpses. Its steel-like claws raked across the faces of the dead, leaving gaping wounds from which a pus-like liquid splattered forth, emitting a foul stench that threatened to induce nausea. Quack! In a panic, crow number 7 flapped its wings and fled into the distance. Gao Wen, not daring to be careless, snapped his fingers, summoning a radiant orb of light that blazed like the sun before him. The blinding white light illuminated every detail of the arrow tower. Gao Wen heard a blood-curdling scream as the lunging corpses froze in their tracks and collapsed one after another. The well water that had ensnared his legs dissipated, retreating down the staircase. Thank goodness! Gao Wen sighed in relief, though he remained concerned about the malevolent spirit in the well retreating back into the storm well, prompting him to dispel the illumination spell. As soon as the light faded, the corpses on the ground began to struggle, attempting to rise. Gao Wen swiftly drew his single-handed sword from his waist and quickly pierced the heads of the fallen one by one. Aroo! An angry roar erupted from below the arrow tower, followed by a series of dull thuds, causing the entire structure to tremble slightly, as if a colossal entity was ascending the tower step by step. Hastening to the staircase, Gao Wen cast a glance and indeed spotted a giant nearly 3 meters tall, composed entirely of well-water deity had a torso and limbs, yet lacked any facial features. It trudged up the stairs, its steps heavy. The spirit of the well. Gao Wen's expression turned grave as he sheathed his sword and retrieved a short bow, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow struck the giant's head, neck, and heart, yet the giant appeared unfazed, its surface of well water swirling as the arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. Seeing the giant draw closer, Gao Wen hastily discarded his short bow. Channeling his magical energy into a spell rune in his mental realm, with a single hand, he pressed forward, summoning an invisible hand that struck down heavily on the staircase. 3 successive blows echoed. Boom! With the 3rd strike, the dilapidated staircase finally succumbed to the weight, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The giant roared as it tumbled down the arrow tower, splattering into a pool of well water. Just as Gao Wen exhaled a sigh of relief, he noticed the well water gathering once more, transforming back into a giant. This time, it forsook the staircase, opting to scale the arrow tower along the wall. Gao Wen, controlling the mage's hand, seized a nearby stone and hurled it at the giant, persistently obstructing its advance to buy himself time. After a prolonged struggle, the stone was entirely expended, and Gao Wen retreated. The giant leaped forward, finally reaching the arrow tower, preparing to strike down the living man before it. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss, abruptly turning its head towards the storm well in the backyard and unleashing a furious roar. In a hurry, it spun around, intent on leaping down from the arrow tower. "Don't leave just yet." Gao Wen suddenly chuckled, raising his left hand to unleash a prepped psychic shockwave before the giant could leap. An invisible shockwave swept across the area. The giant staggered and fell to its knees, the well water cascading from its form like mud. Roar! It writhed in agony, stabilizing its shape after shrinking considerably. Yet, Gao Wen had already charged the ring of mind with his magical energy, remaining silent as he raised his hand to trigger another psychic shock. Roar! The giant could no longer withstand the force, completely disintegrating into a puddle of well water. However, the water coalesced distinctly, bouncing as it attempted to roll down the arrow tower. Gao Wen commanded the mage's hand to continually slap at the water mass until it was thoroughly dispersed. He stood atop the arrow tower, casting a glance at the storm well, muttering, "I hope you won't disappoint me." Then, he swiftly descended the tower via rope, racing towards the water well. Upon entering the backyard, he witnessed a skeleton emerging from the storm well, carrying his skeletal remains. The storm well was in a complete uproar, water splashing several meters high, accompanied by angry roars. "Got it!" Gao Wen rejoiced, seizing the skeleton and fleeing. Just as he exited the backyard, he turned to see the water giant, transformed from the malevolent spirit, climbing out of the storm well, roaring as it pursued him. With each step, the surrounding well water converged towards it, causing its size to swell. "Hurry, hurry," Gao Wen urged, dashing out of the salted fish fortress. Glancing back, he found the water giant in hot pursuit, its form having expanded to over 10 meters tall, resembling a monstrous behemoth. Each step reverberated like an earthquake. Gao Wen halted, pulling out a fire starter, swiftly igniting the dry wood he had previously gathered. He took the skeletal remains carried by the skeleton and tossed them into the flames. Clapping his hands together in satisfaction, "It's over!" Roar! The giant thundered forward, lifting its foot to stomp on Gao Wen. Yet, before the massive foot could descend, its form disintegrated entirely into well water, leaving only a despairing roar echoing into the night. "It's over," Gao Wen murmured, his heart finally at ease. The flames blazed fiercely, gradually reducing the skeletal remains to charred remnants. Once the fire was extinguished and the malevolent spirit of the well failed to reappear, Gao Wen understood that the spirit was utterly vanquished. He seated himself nearby and began to meditate, restoring his expended magical energy while the skeleton stood guard. After fully regaining his magical energy, Gao Wen led the skeleton back into the salted fish fortress, returning to the storm well, which had returned to its original state. Gao Wen sent the skeleton into the well twice more, but unfortunately, yielded nothing. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against entering the well himself. After all, the storm well was inscribed with an unknown magical array, and a priest had perished within. Venturing in recklessly could spell disaster. Rather than risk it, he opted for caution. Resolute, Gao Wen spent the night in the salted fish fortress. Throughout the night, the storm well remained quiet, with no water overflowing. When dawn broke, he cast a summoning spell for the crow. Before long, crow number 7, which had departed the previous night, returned, landing wearily on Gao Wen's shoulder. "How did you escape last night?" Quack. Crow number 7 flapped one wing, regurgitating a few times towards the ground, displaying an expression of nausea. "Aren't crows scavengers? Why would it complain about the stench?" Quack. "From now on, don't fly off haphazardly. Follow my commands." Gao Wen reprimanded the bird, then fished out several large sea fish from the storm well, feeding the fish eyes to crow number 7 while roasting half for himself to satiate his hunger. Afterward, he departed from the salted fish fortress, making haste towards Lighthouse Town. Halfway there, he encountered Baron Hodman, who had come to investigate. The following morning, Gao Wen emerged from the Baron's estate in Lighthouse Town. Although the process had been somewhat tumultuous, he had successfully obtained the coveted runestone, an object the size of an infant's fist. Pure white and distinctly shaped, its surface adorned with strange symbols and patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Gao Wen steadied his emotions, attempting to channel a thread of magical energy into it. The rune stone flickered faintly, and a phantom arrow materialized in his mental realm, precisely pointing in a direction. Exhaling softly, a smile graced his face. It had not disappointed him after all. This rune stone was not a magical item, but a simpler creation. One of its functions being to provide direction, ultimately leading to either a wizard academy or a wizard organization. He could use this runestone as a token to join there, thus securing the unwavering determination he sought. Only in this way could he be assured of surviving the impending mysterious tribulation. After a simple lunch, Gao Wen departed Lighthouse Town, accompanied by the skeleton and crow number 7, following the guidance of the runestone. Traversing through forests and across rivers, taking numerous twists and turns, 2 days later, Gao Wen arrived at a forsaken mine before the Dinara Mountains, located at the border of the Nobia Kingdom and the Sykes Kingdom. Is this the place? Gao Wen confirmed that the rune stone was functioning correctly, took possession of the leather case, and instructed the skeleton to enter the mine for an exploration. A quarter of an hour later, the skeleton reappeared at the entrance of the mine. With a sigh of relief, Gao Wen, accompanied by Raven number 7, ventured into the mine, delving deeper along the abandoned tunnel. Before long, he arrived at a fork in the path. Utilizing the rune stone to sense the direction, he made a simple mark at the junction and proceeded towards the rightmost tunnel. Darkness enveloped him. Gao Wen snapped his fingers, and a gentle white light materialized above his head. It appeared to be an iron ore mine. After a careful inspection of the tunnel, his interest waned, prompting him to have the skeleton lead the way while he followed closely behind Raven No. 7. After traversing 7 forks, the space within the tunnel began to constrict. An eerie silence prevailed, with only the sounds of their footsteps echoing. The tension weighed heavily on Raven number 7's shoulders, prompting it to cry out a few times, which also heightened Gao Wen's alertness. Fortunately, after passing another fork, the space gradually expanded. Wind. After an indeterminate amount of time, Gao Wen suddenly felt invigorated by a few gentle breezes that he quickened his pace. Sensing the moisture in the air, upon exiting the tunnel, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. A vast expanse greeted his eyes, with colossal pillars standing like trees, reaching towards the heavens. A small river flowed ahead, teeming with lively fish and shrimp. The banks of the stream were adorned with patches of moss and luminescent mushrooms, and numerous green orbs swayed on the opposite bank, resembling beasts quenching their thirst. Where is this place? Gao Wen's eyes widened as he noticed a stone tablet beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an inscription in the common tongue of Pandora. Welcome to the underground world. It was indeed the underground world. No wonder the mine resembled a labyrinth. Gao Wen exhaled slowly, his expression a mix of emotions. From his knowledge, he understood that the underground world was home to numerous tribes and creatures. Due to the difficulties in traversing the terrain, the unified kingdom had never been established. Instead, there existed independent city-states. With scarce resources and harsh living conditions, the underground world was rife with chaos, governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong dominated and the mightiest were revered as heroes. Typically the rulers or nobles of the city-states. It seemed that the sorcerer organization he intended to visit was located within this subterranean realm. That makes sense. The influence of the church here was minimal, indeed making it a suitable haven for sorcerers. Awakening to this realization, Gao Wen stepped towards the river, startling the beasts on the opposite bank, causing them to scatter in fright. Raven number 7, unable to resist the urge, took off from Gao Wen's shoulder like an arrow, pursuing the fleeing creatures. Don't stray too far. Gao Wen, feeling the pangs of hunger himself, called out but did not intervene. He hurried to the riverbank and instructed the skeleton, go test the depth. Without hesitation, the skeleton waded into the water, which reached only to its waist at the deepest point. Relieved, Gao Wen climbed onto the skeleton's back and crossed the river. As soon as he landed, he heard Raven number 7's startled cries. Turning to look, his eyes widened in alarm as he saw Raven No. 7 dodging in midair, arrows flying in all directions. Gao Wen's expression hardened as he quickly scanned the distance, spotting 5 creatures hot on the heels of Raven number 7, launching arrows at it. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly drew his short bow, nocked an arrow, and shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The unsuspecting creatures fell before they could react, 3 of them collapsing instantly. The remaining 2, taken aback, tumbled over themselves in a panic, screaming as they attempted to retreat. Leave none alive, Gao Wen commanded. Caw, caw. Encouraged by Gao Wen's shout, Raven number 7 turned back and dove into attack, furiously clawing at one creature's head before pouncing on the last, employing the same deadly method to dispatch it. Then, it gleefully began to feast on the creature's eyes. This time, Gao Wen did not intervene. He approached the corpses to examine them. He noticed they were small, filthy, with dark green skin and green blood. Their pointed ears, long noses, and sharp, densely packed teeth bore expressions of terror, and they wore only ragged strips of cloth. The bows and arrows they wielded were wooden, with gleaming tips, suggesting they were poisoned. They appeared to be a humanoid species. Goblins? Gao Wen pondered, recalling that goblins were indeed a type of subterranean creature, known for their cruelty and cowardice. Although individually weak, they thrived in tribes, making them formidable opponents. Let us move, concerned about drawing unnecessary trouble. Gao Wen called to Raven number 7 and swiftly departed the scene. The underground world was a peculiar place, replete with labyrinthine passages. Some areas were spacious, while others were constricted, resembling a honeycomb. Certain paths led to dead ends, while others branched off, and one could easily lose their way if not careful. Even with the guidance of the rune stone, Gao Wen found himself taking several detours, traveling cautiously. After feasting on 5 servings of roasted meat, he finally arrived at a location shrouded in mist. Using the rune stone to navigate through the dense fog, he emerged in front of a structure. At this point, the rune stone ceased to respond. Was this a lighthouse? Gazing up at the towering oak lighthouse, standing over 10 meters high, Gao Wen felt a sense of curiosity. He glanced around at the enveloping mist before making his way towards the lighthouse, ascending the staircase until he reached a wooden cabin on the 2nd level of the tower. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Gao Wen called out several times, but the cabin remained silent. He tentatively pushed the wooden door, which creaked open, allowing him to step inside. After a thorough inspection, he found a few items of interest. The chair was old and dust-covered, indicating that while the place was not abandoned, it was seldom visited. Continuing up to the 2nd level, he opened the door to find a uniquely shaped, massive lamp in the center of the cabin. This must be a rune lamp, he thought, albeit rather large. Recognizing the lamp from his studies in the sorcerer's world, he approached it and discovered a sheet of papyrus pressed beneath it, inscribed with the common tongue of Pandora. Please insert a token. Gao Wen sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He carefully lifted the lamp's cover and placed the runestone inside. In an instant, the runestone flickered to life, emanating a shimmering glow. Done. A smile spread across Gao Wen's face as he understood that the rune lamp was intended to transmit information to the outside world. All he needed to do now was wait patiently for someone to guide him out of the mist. Caw, caw. Just as Gao Wen set the lamp cover down, Raven number 7 called out twice from his shoulder. Turning to look, he noticed 2 large flower pots on the windowsill, each housing a peculiar plant. The left plant was particularly striking, its trunk adorned with numerous white loaves of bread. The right plant appeared more ordinary, resembling a peach tree, similarly laden with fruit, its slender branches heavy with ripe offerings. A bread tree. Gao Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over, carefully plucking one of the white loaves. It felt warm to the touch, and as he gently broke it apart, a rich aroma of wheat wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. It truly was a loaf of bread. Gao Wen crumbled a piece to feed Raven no. 7 before plucking a green fruit, which felt surprisingly heavy and had a hollow stem resembling a straw. He bit down on the stem, taking a small sip, and was astonished to discover it was sweet, refreshing water. Realizing that the bread tree and the unknown fruit were provisions for visitors, Gao Wen concluded that this sorcerer organization was not overly strict with its apprentices. This was indeed a positive sign. Relaxing slightly, he ensured Raven number 7 was unharmed, savored a piece of bread, and drank some of the sweet water. After a brief exploration outside, he settled onto a small bed to meditate, choosing not to inscribe the 4th rune, as doing so required complete focus, which was difficult in an unfamiliar environment. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Gao Wen quickly rose from the bed and instructed the guarding skeleton to open the door. When the door swung open, a handsome young man clad in a gray robe stood outside. His gaze fell upon the skeleton, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. What a surprise! A rare undead. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he said, "Hello, my name is Rooter, and I will be your guide." The skeleton remained silent, stepping aside to reveal Gao Wen behind it. Gao Wen took a couple of steps forward and apologetically said, "I sincerely apologize. It is my servant." Rooter awkwardly touched his nose and, with a bitter smile, replied, "No, it was my oversight. I am always this clumsy. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name. Gao Wen, human? Yes, just like you. No, no. Rooter quickly waved his hand, correcting himself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Rooter Layers, a half-orc from the city-state of Thebes. I am currently an internal member of the Bronze Covenant. I just received my assignment and have come here to serve as your guide, leading you out of the Swamp of Death and into the Bronze Mountain. The Bronze Covenant, the Swamp of Death. The Bronze Mountain, a half-orc. Gao Wen felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that he was about to join a wizard organization rather than a wizard academy. An academy could foster relationships, while an organization would undoubtedly involve the exchange of interests. However, this was perhaps for the best. As it reduced the chances of deceit, he felt a heightened sense of caution and bowed slightly, saying, "It is an honor. May I enter the room to assess the damages?" "Please." Rooter stepped into the room, his eyes surveying the surroundings as he spoke. The white bread tree is intact. 2 loaves have been consumed. The honey peach tree is also intact, with 2 peaches consumed. The rune lamp is in good condition, and the furniture remains undamaged. Excellent. It appears you need not worry about compensation for destruction. As he spoke, Rooter lifted the lampshade and removed the rune stone. "Mr. Gao Wen, it is time to pack your belongings and accompany me to the Bronze Mountain. As you wish." Gao Wen exhaled in relief and followed Rooter down the lighthouse, discovering 2 short-legged horses waiting below. However, they appeared somewhat peculiar, for each had a pair of folded wings on either side, resembling oversized bat wings. Gao Wen exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a biological modification?" Indeed, Rooter mounted one of the short-legged horses and gestured for Gao Wen to ride the other, casually explaining, "These are low-tier magically altered creatures known as batwing horses. They do not fly high and possess minimal combat capabilities, but they are gentle in nature and make for decent mounts." Gao Wen mirrored Rooter's mounting technique and allowed the skeleton to stand on the horse's back. Then, extending his arm, a shadow flew from the lighthouse and landed steadily on Gao Wen's shoulder. It was Chrono. 7. Rooter gazed at the crow with mild astonishment and reminded him, "The Bronze Covenant also possesses knowledge in biological modification. If you are interested, you may exchange for it later." "Thank you. I will keep that in mind." Following this, the 2 batwing horses unfurled their massive wings and began to ascend slowly. Under Rooter's guidance, they eventually soared out of the misty confines, weaving through towering stone pillars. Seizing the opportunity, Rooter elaborated, "What you just saw was the Mist Array. Those without a token can only wander aimlessly within it. Even until death, they cannot enter. Below lies the Swamp of Death. While it appears tranquil, it harbors numerous magically altered creatures. There are the common mire monsters, cave spiders, and bloodsucking vines, as well as the terrifying mire crocodiles and many bizarrely modified beings. Only a few narrow paths are passable. 3 years ago, followers of the god of hunting attempted to invade, but they suffered heavy losses at the swamp's periphery." Gao Wen silently noted this and took the chance to inquire, "Could you tell me more about the Bronze Covenant?" Of course, Rooter, the half-orc, was quite talkative and continued with enthusiasm. "The Bronze Covenant is an organization for the self-preservation of wizards. It welcomes and shelters every newcomer. Its founder is the esteemed bronze dragon Sam, who is also the current president. During the fervent witch hunt 300 years ago, it was the president who established the Bronze Covenant, providing refuge to countless homeless wizards and apprentices, protecting them from being hunted or expelled, creating a sanctuary for them. Over the course of 3 centuries, the Bronze Covenant has evolved into a more refined structure, divided into core members, internal members, and external members. Once you enter the Bronze Mountain and complete a simple registration, you will automatically become an external member. To become an internal member, one must sign a contract. As for core members, they are the administrators of the Bronze Covenant and can only be appointed by formally recognized wizards. A bronze dragon? Gao Wen opened his mouth in disbelief, confirming, "You mean to say the president of the Bronze Covenant is a metallic dragon?" "Yes." Rooter nodded earnestly, his face filled with reverence as he continued, "The president is not only a bronze dragon, but has also ignited the light of wisdom. He is a mid-tier wizard above the 3rd ring, possessing formidable spellcasting abilities. He holds many titles, such as Protector of Wizards, Wisdom Dragon, and the Erudite." Gao Wen maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he was tumultuous. He never expected that the leader of the organization he was about to join would not be human but a bronze dragon among the metallic dragons. He felt a strange sensation, akin to a sheep that, after arduous struggles, found itself among a pack of wolves. Gao Wen swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his shock, realizing that this was not an age devoid of deities. Nor was it the era of solitary human wizards. Rather, it was a time of a multi-ethnic wizard alliance united against the divine. Through Reuter's explanations, Gao Wen gained a basic understanding of the Bronze Covenant. Feeling slightly reassured that, for now, the gods and the churches were the common enemies of all wizards, and he need not fear persecution among them. A quarter of an hour later, a towering peak came into view. Robust and majestic, reaching skyward while rooted deeply into the earth, resembling a colossal bronze axe hurled into the swamp of death. It seemed that the Bronze Covenant resided within the mountain's belly. The two bat-wing horses gently descended onto a platform halfway up the mountain, and Reuter gracefully dismounted, bowing to Gao Wen with a gentlemanly gesture and beaming, "Welcome to the Bronze Mountain." Subsequently, under Reuter's guidance, Gao Wen entered the mountain's interior, encountering a steady stream of wizard apprentices, some with dog heads, others stout and gray-skinned dwarves, pointed-eared dark elves, and various other peculiar races. Of course, there were also a few wizards who closely resembled humans. Half a day later, Reuter bid farewell, and Gao Wen completed his registration, successfully becoming an external member of the Bronze Covenant, receiving a runestone as a symbol of his identity, and settling into his small stone house halfway up the mountain. As for the mountain's interior, that was where internal members conducted their activities. External members could linger, but were not permitted to reside there. Deeper within the mountain's belly lay the laboratories and residences of the esteemed wizards. Inaccessible to ordinary apprentices, on the following day, Gao Wen was awakened by the hungry crone number 7. He snapped his fingers, and a soft white light illuminated the dark stone chamber. Stone bed, stone stool, stone cabinet. A heavy musty odor pervaded the air, with dampness chilling the small space. Not a single window in sight. It was exceedingly rudimentary. Gao Wen sighed. This was the Bronze Mountain. Although the room was Spartan, it was free of charge if he were to secure lodgings elsewhere. Safety would be a concern. Moreover, he did not intend to stay here for long, for there remained just over a month until the fall of the mysterious god. At that time, the entire world of Pandora would be beset by the onslaught of a mysterious curse, and all beings in Pandora that came into contact with the mysterious would face a compulsory will assessment. Those who failed would be transformed into grotesque monsters. The most perilous locations would undoubtedly be the gathering places of wizards, where many would succumb to the curse and descend into madness. Not only does it wreak tremendous havoc, but it also slaughters numerous relatively weaker wizard apprentices, ultimately vanishing into the mist if the mid-tier wizard, the bronze dragon Arosam, were to guard the Bronze Mountain. Perhaps his formidable strength could impose a forceful suppression. However, Gao Wen learned yesterday that Arosam is far away in the astral realm, and currently, the one managing the Bronze Mountain is Orosam's disciple, the vice president and third-ring wizard, Karot. Karot is a troll, known for his irritable and volatile temperament. Gao Wen suspects that Karot may not withstand the mysterious curse, which would spell a horrific disaster for the entire Bronze Mountain. Gao Wen feels powerless to prevent this calamity. The only course of action he can take is to preserve himself, acquire unwavering resolve before the event unfolds, and then keep his distance, naturally, if possible. He would also like to see some of the Bronze Mountain's legacy. Gao Wen fastened the rune stone he obtained yesterday to his waist and opened his leather trunk, organizing his belongings, placing a few parchment books and inexpensive items in the stone cabinet, leaving a skeleton to guard the home. He then grabbed the leather trunk, rubbed his flat belly, and, accompanied by Raven number 7, exited the room, making his way towards the trading area. Today holds many tasks. Gao Wen plans to procure some daily necessities first before visiting the library deep within the mountain, striving to exchange for unwavering resolve, which is his primary objective for being here. If time permits, he also wishes to familiarize himself with the terms of the contract for becoming an internal member. As long as the stipulations are not too harsh, he intends to join. Being an internal member at the Bronze Mountain offers numerous advantages, including higher privileges, better accommodations, and even complimentary access to sorcery, making it far more manageable than struggling alone. The underworld is a realm of unchanging darkness, where the species have long possessed the ability to see in the night. However, Gao Wen does not share this ability. Even with the faint illumination from scattered moss, visibility remains poor. In a short stretch of mountain path, Gao Wen stumbled 3 times, appearing rather disheveled. Eventually, he snapped his fingers and cast a light spell, anchoring the source above his head. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he deliberately dimmed the brightness, making it indistinguishable from ordinary illumination. At last, I've arrived. Gao Wen clapped the dirt off his garments and surveyed the entire trading area. That was quite rudimentary. Aside from a few standalone wooden houses in the center, there were numerous makeshift stalls. Perhaps due to the time of day, the foot traffic was sparse as Gawain walked past the vacant stalls. He finally spotted a vendor. The stall owner was an orc with a toad-like head, bearing a rather menacing appearance. On his stall were several glass jars, each containing clusters of pale yellow granules that seemed to stick together. Noticing someone approaching, the orc raised his head and asked, "Care for a jar? What could this be?" "The eggs of cave spiders. Truly delectable." "Never mind." Gawain felt a wave of nausea, waved his hand, and headed towards the few wooden houses in the center. He discovered that 3 of them were unoccupied, with only one having its window opened. He approached and found an elderly man seated inside, eyes closed in meditation. Gawain cleared his throat, and the old man finally opened his eyes. Casting a cold glance at him that were not open yet, he stated before resuming his meditation. Gawain smiled wryly and began to wander about the trading area. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the place gradually filled with people, and soon it became lively, with a myriad of items for sale, dazzling to behold. Gawain arrived at another wooden house. Inside, a young woman was meticulously grooming her eyebrows. Upon glancing at Gawain, her eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. She put away her mirror and giggled. "What a cute little fellow." Just as Gawain was about to greet her, she licked her bright red lips and continued, "I haven't tasted such fresh blood food in ages. It truly brings back memories." Gawain's expression stiffened, and he replied with a stern face, "I wish to purchase a food tree." The woman immediately sobered, earnestly introducing her wares. "I have the cheapest white bread tree, delicious roasted fish trees and steak trees, snail trees, salmon trees, human head trees, sheep head trees, and the newly modified seafood tree that can yield 12 varieties of seafood." Gawain inquired, "What is the price of the white bread tree?" "1 magic stone per tree." "Magic stone?" Gawain frowned slightly. He had some gold dragons for backup, but no magic stones. The woman seemed to sense his dilemma and took out a glass cup, enticingly saying, "If you lack magic stones, you can exchange a small cup of your own blood for 1 white bread tree. I am making an exception just for you. No, thank you." Gawain firmly shook his head. Retrieving a small glass vial from his pocket. It contained a shallow layer of silvery sand. He waved it before her, tentatively asking, "Would you accept this?" "Argentum." The woman's eyes widened with delight. Upon receiving Gawain's nod, she said, "I need to examine it first." Of course. Gawain uncorked the vial and carefully poured out a grain of the silver sand. He watched as the woman took out a disc-like device to examine it, feeling a twinge of nervousness. This silver sand was the residue from the recharges he had done with the silver deer. Although he suspected it to be argentum, he had never been able to confirm it. After a moment, the woman set down the device and nodded. "It is indeed argentum, but the quantity is too small." "Oh, you have any more?" "None left," Gawain replied, feeling elated internally. Although he had no more argentum, he still possessed a bit of golden sand. Since the silver sand was indeed argentum, the golden sand was likely to be aurum, which is even more valuable than argentum. Very well, the woman did not press further. She took the vial containing the argentum and weighed it on a tray, then said, "Less than 2 grams, at a purchase price of 2 magic stones per gram. The total value is 3 magic stones. You were looking to buy a white bread tree, correct? I will give you the remaining magic stones shortly." Gawain suppressed his joy as he selected 1 white bread tree and 1 honey peach tree. Receiving a leftover magic stone, he made several trips back and forth, using a few gold dragons to procure some daily necessities in the trading area. In this way, the small stone house finally gained a bit of liveliness. He arranged the flower pots and munched on 2 pieces of bread, all the while studying the 2 modified plants with increasing fascination. Who would have thought that these unassuming plants could yield a continuous supply of bread and fresh water without the need for watering or fertilization? I seem to have a guide on cultivating white bread trees. He quickly finished the bread, crouched in front of the cabinet, and rummaged through it. Soon finding the book, he flipped through the pages. And after a moment, he closed it, muttering, "So it is a magical trick." With his current level 3 knowledge and biological modification, he grasped the content after a single reading. It turned out that the modification of the white bread tree involved a branch of knowledge known as the application of secondary magical tricks, level 3 modification. This knowledge was quite peculiar. Tracing back further would lead to level 0 wizardry magical tricks, which almost had the effect of making wishes come true. The reason the modified bread tree does not require fertilization or watering is that it can directly absorb energy particles from the air. Truly remarkable, Gawain sighed, feeling a sense of regret. The guide on cultivating white bread trees could only teach him how to nurture the tree, and the knowledge it contained was rather superficial, lacking any sorcery elements. Otherwise, he would have greatly desired to learn the magical tricks of level 0 sorcery and master it. After advancing to an intermediate wizard apprentice, he wondered if the library had such materials. Gawain felt a pang of envy, then shook his head, retrieving a small diamond-shaped stone from his pocket, the very magic stone used for transactions among wizards, imbued with a natural and pure magical essence. It is easily manipulable and can be used to restore magical energy, set up magic arrays, serve as an energy source, and for various other purposes. Even in potion making, it can increase the success rate. Gawain clenched the magic stone tightly, silently chanting, "Recharge." When he opened his palm, the magic stone had crumbled into powder. Glancing at the recharge panel, he noted, "Recharge points. 5,442.19, an increase of 1,000 recharge points. One gold dragon increases 10 recharge points, while one magic stone increases 1,000. Thus, one magic stone is equivalent to 100 gold dragons, which aligns with the exchange ratio in the trading area. However, for me, using gold dragons or silver deer for recharges is undoubtedly more economical. As this not only allows for the acquisition of the same monetization points, but also yields additional rewards of radiant gold and mithril. Gao Wen pondered thoughtfully and resolved to refrain from directly using magic stones for recharge in the future, as it would appear rather wasteful. Subsequently, he tidied up the stone house, leaving the skeleton to guard the premises while he departed once more with the well-fed crow No. 7. Shortly thereafter, Gao Wen arrived at the entrance to the mountain's interior, illuminated by the light spell. This marked his second venture into the mountain's depths. At the entrance, two crawling monster golems stood guard, their ruby-like eyes fixated on the passing apprentices, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. When Gao Wen appeared, their gaze fell upon him. Gao Wen displayed the identity stone at his waist and spoke, "Greetings, I wish to visit the library. Could you kindly direct me?" The golem on the left buzzed in response. "Please proceed down passage 7. Additionally, I would like to apply for internal membership," Gao Wen added. "Please take passage 5. Thank you." Gao Wen expressed his gratitude and proceeded into the mountain's depths. While the golem on the right muttered, "What a miser. He hasn't even offered a single copper star. I'm rather annoyed." The left golem replied, "Forgive him, Erlancus. He is but a child." "Very well, I shall forgive him. For the sake of Oro-Sam. But there shall be no next time. Next time, I shall remind him." Gao Wen walked along passage 7, and after a quarter of an hour, he finally arrived at the library at the end. Identity verification. A mechanical voice emanated from above. Two fist-sized metallic eyes protruded from the bronze doors of the library, shooting two beams of white light that intersected upon Gao Wen, scanning him from top to bottom. The mechanical voice continued, "External member. Verifying permissions. Low-level permissions. Low-level permissions allow 3 entries per month, and pets and servants are prohibited from entering." Gao Wen glanced up and noticed a trumpet-shaped runic construct from which the voice emanated. He dared not delay and promptly set crow number 7 down upon the ground. "Proceed." As the mechanical voice sounded again, the bronze doors opened silently. Gao Wen exhaled a sigh of relief, offered a few words of caution to the crow, and stepped into the library. Upon entering, he spotted a figure seated behind an oak counter to his left, wearing glasses and flipping through a parchment book with tentacle-like hands. An octopus creature. The entity seemed to sense the commotion, not lifting its head, and spoke directly. "Low-level permissions only allow access to the first floor. Entry to the next floor is prohibited. If you wish to exchange for spells and knowledge, please prepare magic stones. Each cantrip requires 1 to 3 magic stones, while a zero-ring spell requires 10 to 20 magic stones." Gao Wen felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the only magic stone he possessed had already been expended. Yet, he could not bear the thought of leaving empty-handed, so he cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, may I see the exchange list?" The octopus creature finally lifted its head, regarding Gao Wen with wise eyes. In that instant, he felt as though he were under the gaze of a colossal dragon, his very thoughts nearly frozen. The octopus creature averted its gaze, adjusted its glasses, and casually replied, "As you wish." As it spoke, a tentacle emerged from beneath the counter, rummaging through the nearby shelves. Soon tossing a piece of parchment onto the counter, Gao Wen released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Feeling as though he had come back to life, he recognized he was in the presence of a significant entity, likely a formal wizard, and dared not meet its gaze. He reached out to retrieve the parchment, quickly scanning its contents. Control skeletons, 1 magic stone. Slip away, 1 magic stone. Arcane perception, 2 magic stones. Arcane concealment, 2 magic stones. Mage hand, 2 magic stones. The exchange list contained a total of 13 cantrips, each distinct. However, after diligently searching twice. He failed to find the coveted steadfast will, which was his sole purpose for joining the Bronze Oath. If he were unable to obtain it here, how could he endure the mysterious curse awaiting him in just over a month? Moreover, having glimpsed the leaves of knowledge and acquired the high-level star ring meditation method, his chances of being transformed into a monster were considerably higher than those of an ordinary wizard apprentice. With this thought, Gao Wen felt a pang of anxiety, but he quickly regained his composure, respectfully placed the exchange list down, and said with disappointment, "I apologize for the intrusion. There is nothing I wish to exchange for." The octopus creature inquired curiously, "Little one, what spell do you seek to exchange?" Gao Wen did not conceal his desire, replying, "Steadfast will." The octopus creature's curiosity piqued. It pondered, "This spell does not seem common. Indeed, we at the Bronze Oath have never recorded it. May I ask why you wish to learn such an obscure spell?" Gao Wen was prepared for this question, responding, "I have a rudimentary understanding of alchemical knowledge, yet when concocting potions, I am often hindered by the illusions that arise, resulting in a low success rate. Thus, I wish to learn a spell to enhance my will." Seizing the opportunity, he further queried, "Might there be any spells similar to steadfast will?" The octopus creature shook its head. "None." Hearing this, Gao Wen felt utterly disheartened, and without even bidding farewell, he turned to leave. However, the octopus creature continued, "Though there are no cantrips, there are two similar zero-ring spells." Gao Wen's spirit surged, feeling as though clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He suppressed his joy and respectfully said, "I would be most grateful for your guidance." The two zero-ring spells were mechanical mind and calm. Due to their niche nature, few apprentices pursued them. If you wish to exchange, each will cost 10 magic stones. Thank you for your assistance. I shall retrieve the magic stones at once." Gao Wen bowed hurriedly and exited the library in haste. The octopus creature shook its head and resumed reading. Mumbling, "What a peculiar little fellow." With crow number 7 in tow, Gao Wen exited the mountainous depths, returned to the stone house, retrieved all the gems from his trunk along with some unnecessary trinkets, and made his way back to the trading area atop the mountain. After clearing out the trinkets, he sold all the gems in 5 transactions, along with radiant gold, gathering a total of 15 magic stones. This constituted nearly all of Gao Wen's wealth. He returned to the library once more, deliberating carefully before using 10 magic stones to exchange for the zero-ring spell, Mechanical Mind. These two zero-ring spells bore similar effects, yet each possessed its own unique characteristics. Mechanical Mind enhanced the practitioner's mental fortitude, could be dismissed at will, could be sustained, and improved concentration. Effectively a semi-passive ability. In contrast, Calm could be actively cast on oneself or others, albeit with a time constraint. Considering the impending mystical tribulation and the long-lasting presence of pollution thereafter, Gao Wen reluctantly decided to forego Calm in favor of the more reliable Mechanical Mind. Nonetheless, in Gao Wen's heart, he still held a fondness for Steadfast Will, for although it was a rudimentary cantrip, it fundamentally enhanced one's willpower, incomparable to the other two spells. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would still seek to replace one of the cantrips. After acquiring Mechanical Mind, Gao Wen did not return directly to the stone chamber but instead entered Passage 5, intending to apply for internal membership in the Bronze Oath. However, when the orc maiden presented the contract, Gao Wen immediately had second thoughts. The contract meticulously outlined permissions and obligations. The permissions were numerous and enticing, including the provision of a basic meditation method at no cost, resource allocation, mentorship, and organizational training. However, the obligations were far more demanding, stipulating in black and white the need to obey organizational arrangements and work for the organization for 50 years. I apologize for the intrusion. Gao Wen unhesitatingly declined and exited briskly. Accustomed to being a mere cog in the wheel in his previous life, he refused to compromise in this one. Furthermore, with the impending extinction of the gods in a decade or two, followed by a wizarding civil war, as a human among a throng of other races in the Bronze Mountain, he would likely face a grim fate. Upon returning to the stone chamber, Gao Wen sat on the bed, earnestly contemplating his next steps. He had originally planned to eliminate one cantrip to make room for Steadfast Will. Now, although he had acquired the zero-ring spell Mechanical Mind, he could not practice it. Hence, the immediate priority was to advance to a mid-level wizard apprentice as soon as possible. Only in this way could he gain 3 additional spell slots, allowing him to practice Mechanical Mind. He had just over a month to ascend to mid-level wizard apprentice, while also completing the analysis and inscription processes in the trading district. One can scarcely find potions that assist in meditation. Even if they do appear, they are beyond my financial reach. Although I am a second-tier apothecary, my ancestors' notes do not document any suitable formulas, only the commonplace body potions and boiling blood potions. Despite possessing the skill to earn magic stones, tangible results are hard to come by in the short term. Fortunately, I still have access to my panels. Haiwen felt a sense of relief and then gazed at the premium panel. To enhance the speed of inscribing will runes without suitable potions, there are only two avenues available: upgrading the deep-sea meditation technique or advancing the third-tier wizard talent. Thus, he resolved to begin. Without further delay, Haiwen elevated his wizard talent by 1 tier, achieving 4th-tier wizard status, premium points, -5,000. As expected, to reach 5th-tier talent, it would likely require 50,000 premium points, which is not feasible in the immediate future. Haiwen felt no unusual changes in his body. He had anticipated the expenditure, yet the premium points were hard-earned, which brought him a twinge of pain. Observing that his remaining premium points were insufficient to upgrade the deep-sea meditation technique, Haiwen made another trip to the trading district, exchanging all 5 of his magic stones for golden dragons. After recharging, he sold the radiant gold and upgraded his meditation technique 3 times in succession. Wizard talent, 4th-tier meditation, deep-sea meditation LV8, 1 premium points, 4,812.4 with a 4th-tier wizard talent and an 8th-level deep-sea meditation technique. My statistics are such that even seasoned wizard apprentices would find it challenging to match. Now it is time to see what my efforts yield. Haiwen ceased further contemplation, locked his door, and began to concentrate on inscribing the will runes. The 8th-level deep-sea meditation technique did not disappoint him. Within just 1 day, he completed the inscription of the 4th will rune, allowing his mental power to surpass 2, reaching 2.1, and with sustenance and sweet nectar, Haiwen subsequently withdrew from the world, dedicating the majority of his time to inscribing will runes, while occasionally allocating time to decipher the mechanical mind, water barrier, and 5-fold ice arrow techniques. Additionally, he ventured into the mountains to catch some insects, beginning to nurture them with magic to cultivate symbiotic creatures. During this period, he received knocks at his door and invitations, all of which he ignored. Time flew by, and after more than half a month of relentless effort, will runes began to materialize in his mental realm, and his mental power surged accordingly. The 5th, the 6th. The moment the 7th will rune was inscribed, his mental power increased by 0.3, leaping from 2.7 to 3.0, and his mental realm expanded, granting him 3 additional wizard slots. Thus, Haiwen ascended to the rank of intermediate wizard apprentice. In merely a few months, he traversed the path that would ordinarily take years for a standard wizard apprentice. Finally, he had been promoted. Haiwen let out a sigh of relief, discovering that the 3 newly deciphered first-ring spells were now recorded on his panel, signifying that he could upgrade. Furthermore, the cultivation of symbiotic insects and several other pieces of knowledge were also included in his 3rd-tier biological modification study. Name: Haiwen Clover. Age: 13. Physique: 1.1 mind, 3.0 magic, 2830 talent, 4th-tier level, intermediate wizard apprentice meditation, deep-sea meditation LV8, 7 skills. Biological modification LV3, 23, steel feather iron claw modification. Secondary magical trick application, carnivorous plant acid mucus transplantation, symbiotic insect cultivation, apothecary LV2, 1. Add, archery LV5 master. Spells, mechanical mind LV0, 1. Add, water barrier LV0, 1. Add, 5-fold ice arrow LV0, 1. Add premium points, 4812. For Haiwen carefully scrutinized his data, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment, yet murmured to himself, however, now is not the time to relax. He swiftly upgraded all 3 first-ring spells to LV1, then began inscribing the mechanical mind, all the while keeping track of time and persisting in his diligent endeavors. 5 days later, Haiwen successfully inscribed the mechanical mind spell runed in an instant. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. His emotions dulled, distractions diminished significantly, yet his thoughts became increasingly lucid. This is the mechanical mind. Haiwen ought to feel joyous, yet his heart held little elation. Such a peculiar state. Shaking his head, he sensed a slight discomfort. He attempted to disengage from the mechanical mind, and the familiar sensations returned immediately. He smiled faintly, murmuring that mechanical state is rather beneficial. It should aid in meditation, analysis, and even in rune inscriptions. However, it was still insufficient. Gao Wen glanced at the panel and promptly upgraded the mechanical mind to LV5, its maximum level. Spells, mechanical mind LV5, strong support. Not bad. Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction, sensing his mental realm and channeling his magic into the spell rune. 1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.5 seconds. After a full 5 seconds, the spell rune was finally activated. A flash of white light illuminated Gao Wen's eyes. In an instant, emotions were stripped away, desires shattered, distractions quelled, and reason amplified infinitely. Completely dominating his state of being, he felt as though he had transformed into a machine, devoid of emotion, free from worries, lacking preferences. Only the dichotomy of benefit and detriment remained. His thoughts were sharply focused and remarkably clear. Geometric calculations that once required tedious computations on papyrus could now be accurately deduced with a mere thought. So, the mechanical mind is indeed a tool for assistance. Gao Wen suddenly understood, promptly canceling the mechanical mind. He glanced at the panel and discovered that casting this spell consumed a staggering 5 units of magic, 5 times that of a simple trick. Furthermore, the time required to channel magic had increased, now demanding 5 seconds. He realized why the merman he had slain was unable to cast a spell before his demise. Casting a first-ring spell requires time, and the opponent had no opportunity to do so after being ambushed. Moreover, many first-ring spells require a casting medium, yet the mechanical mind is an exception. While its power had increased, so too had its consumption. The time required for casting had also lengthened. Gao Wen chuckled ruefully, suddenly recognizing the significance of enchanted items for wizard apprentices, for within them, the spells are pre-charged, almost akin to instant casting. Nevertheless, since the mechanical mind is not a combat spell, the duration of casting is inconsequential, and it remains semi-passive. The magic consumed to maintain its active state is minimal. Gao Wen ceased further contemplation, invoked the spell upon himself, and, leveraging the mechanical mind state, began inscribing the remaining 2 first-ring spells within his mental realm. With the aid of the mechanical mind, efficiency indeed surged dramatically. In just 3 days, both spells were inscribed in succession. Following this, he utilized his premium points to upgrade the water barrier to LV5 and the 5-fold ice arrow to LV3, depleting his premium points entirely. At this point, Gao Wen possessed both offensive and defensive combat spells, resulting in a qualitative transformation in his abilities. Spells: Mechanical Mind LV5, strong support. Water Barrier LV5, strong defense. 5-fold Ice Arrow LV3, 1, premium points. 53.4. With no premium points left, I have nonetheless grown stronger. Disheveled and elated, Gao Wen's expression quickly shifted to one of gravity as he thought, if my calculations are correct, only 7 days remain until the fall of the mysterious god. In 7 days, the mysterious calamity shall commence, heralding the dawn of a new era. A gray mist will envelop the town, periodically unleashing terrifying waves of fog. During that time, the church will be too preoccupied to capture wizards, as they will be compelled to engage in a deadly struggle against the monsters lurking within the gray mist, gradually being worn down. From then on, knowledge will come at a price. Wizards rich in knowledge will become sources of pollution, forced to retreat into the wilderness, away from civilization, embarking on a path of self-redemption in pursuit of truth. Those wizards who are compelled to transform into monsters during the mysterious calamity are merely the growing pains before the arrival of a new era. This is a terrifying age. It is also an age of opportunity. Countless talented wizards will rise, and countless others will fall, and I am but a humble intermediate wizard apprentice. Gao Wen forced a bitter smile. If it were possible, he truly wished to prevent the mysterious deity from falling in such a manner, for the cost was far too great. However, he felt utterly insignificant, lacking even the qualification to partake in the hunt for divine beings. The only course of action available to him was to safeguard himself and quietly accumulate strength. He ceased his reflections, untangled his disheveled long hair, and adjusted the gray robe draped over him, yet the stench of sweat was inescapable. Meanwhile, crone number 7, confined for over a month, languidly rested on the table, staring vacantly at the insects. These insects were the larvae of the companion bugs, housed in a box divided into 3 compartments. One compartment held earthworms, another mosquitoes, and the last snails. Under the nurturing influence of magical energy, they had already reproduced 3 generations within a month. Compared to the first generation, they had undergone significant changes, corresponding to the companion bugs known as the rice weevil, the midge, and the snail. Yet, the journey to transform into true companion bugs was still long. Even with Gao Wen's level 3 expertise in biological modification, there were no shortcuts to be found. Gao Wen approached to inspect them, selecting the deceased insects to discard before crow number 7. This finally roused the crow, which quickly began to peck at the carcasses. As Gao Wen reached the door, he extended his hand to open it. Caw, caw, caw. The darkness outside the stone house was filled with the sounds of cawing. A chorus of the second batch of crows summoned by Gao Wen, now numbering over 20. However, due to his insufficient investment of energy, the crows' bodies had yet to inscribe the runes of steel feathers and iron claws. Gao Wen tore apart a piece of white bread for feeding. Crow number 7 flew out of the stone house, strutting imperiously among its brethren. Gao Wen then commenced an experiment with his newly acquired combat sorcery. He attuned himself to the spiritual realm, quickly infusing magical energy into the water barrier rune. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, the rune illuminated, about to activate. Gao Wen promptly crushed the honey peach in his hand, and the spilled fresh water began to flow back towards him, coalescing into a visibly discernible oval water shield. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Remarkably, 3 layers of water shields gathered tightly around his body, impervious to the naked eye of outsiders. It took a total of 3 seconds to form these 3 layers of water barriers, requiring water as a medium for casting. If memory served correctly, the ordinary zero-ring sorcery, water barrier, could only create a single layer. Indeed, it was worthy of being level 5, truly formidable in defense. With his current magical energy, he could continuously cast the water barrier 6 times, rendering him nearly untouchable even by an apprentice high sorcerer. The only downside was the time required, making it difficult to execute in the heat of battle. Gao Wen quickly weighed the pros and cons, then turned to command the skeleton within the stone house. Attack me. Bang. Without hesitation, the skeleton charged forward, delivering a powerful punch against the water barrier, which merely rippled gently, failing to break even the first layer. Gao Wen steadied himself and ordered, "Continue." Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton began a furious assault, taking a dozen punches to finally shatter the first layer of the water barrier. Another dozen strikes breached the second layer, and when the skeleton managed to break the third layer, its skeletal frame nearly fell apart from the recoil. Not bad, not bad. Gao Wen grinned, finally feeling a sense of security. He pondered, in terms of attack and defense intensity, the skeleton's attack power was less than 1 degree, slightly higher than the power of the arrows he could shoot, while each layer of the water barrier could barely achieve 2 degrees of defense, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to breach. According to the common knowledge in the sorcerer's world, the attack power of an apprentice high sorcerer would exceed 3 degrees, and formal sorcerers were even more terrifying, with their spells capable of reaching an attack intensity of 10 degrees. However, he sensed that the level 5 water barrier should exceed this. Gao Wen rubbed his chin, crushed another honey peach, and recast the water barrier, then attempted to manipulate the formed shield. With his active intervention, the outermost layer of the water shield began to distort and reshape, gradually transforming into a water shield that covered his upper body. Both its thickness and texture exhibited a noticeable improvement. Indeed, it is possible. Gao Wen felt a surge of excitement as he continued to command it to shrink and round, eventually forming a palm-sized heart shield. Shining brilliantly like a frozen crystal, Gao Wen instructed the skeleton to attack the heart shield, and despite its full force, there was no sign of damage. This heart shield possessed a defensive strength of at least 5 degrees. Gao Wen was somewhat elated. This meant he could stand his ground, even against an apprentice high sorcerer. Excellent, truly excellent. Gao Wen meticulously adjusted the configuration, maintaining the outermost and innermost layers of the water shields, while the middle layer transformed into a heart shield the size of a human head, rotating around his body. Should the first layer of the water shield be breached, he could immediately deploy the heart shield for defense. This significantly enhanced his protective capabilities. Following this, Gao Wen began to experiment with his sole offensive sorcery, the 5 consecutive ice arrows technique. However, before that, he stepped back inside to gather 2 honey peaches as casting mediums. After all, he was not a merman capable of storing moisture at all times. While both the water barrier and the 5 consecutive ice arrows technique could still be performed without water, they would require drawing moisture from the air, which would not only prolong casting time, but also diminish their effectiveness due to insufficient water. Therefore, the best course of action was to carry a few honey peaches for easy access when needed. Gao Wen positioned himself a short distance away, and after 2 seconds of charging and 1 second of condensing, 5 ice arrows, each as thick as his arms, finally materialized and hovered before him. Go! With a swift gesture, the 5 ice arrows soared 10 meters before accurately embedding themselves into the solid outer wall of the stone house, penetrating nearly halfway while emanating a faint chill. This power should be close to 3 degrees. Not bad, not bad. With this, he possessed both offense and defense, His master-level archery skills were becoming increasingly redundant. A smile brightened Gao Wen's face. It was important to note that this was merely the level 3-5 consecutive ice arrows technique. If it could be upgraded to level 5, its power and range would further increase, rendering his archery skills utterly obsolete. Subsequently, Gao Wen took a bath and donned a clean gray robe. This robe, purchased from the trading area, appeared unremarkable, yet its material was exquisite, crafted from the silk spun by cave spiders, flexible and lightweight, far superior to the silk worn by nobles. Of course, it came at a steep price. Selling for a single gold dragon. He had hoped to acquire a cheaper option, but this was already the lowest tier available. After all, they were all apprentice sorcerers. Maintaining a semblance of dignity was paramount, and he could not resort to shabby attire. Afterward, Gao Wen locked the door to his abode, picked up his leather suitcase, and set off towards the trading area with the crow, intending to seize the remaining 7 days to devise a way to earn some magic stones before making his escape. Caw caw. Just as he reached the halfway point up the hill, a crow squawked as it flew overhead. Gao Wen halted, extending his arm, and the crow gradually descended onto his forearm. Upon noticing the fabric tied to the crow's left foot, marked with 11, he inquired curiously, "Little 11, what brings you here?" "Caw caw." The crow's lively eyes darted back repeatedly. Gao Wen furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he raised his hand to release the crow and quickly retraced his steps. Upon returning to his dwelling, he was taken aback to find the door of his stone house wide open, with sounds of rummaging echoing from within. Clearly, someone had seized the opportunity to steal while he was away. A surge of anger welled up within Gao Wen as he prepared to confront the intruder, but he hesitated. Retracting the foot he had already stepped forward with. It dawned on him that even if he revealed himself at that moment, he would be powerless against the intruder. The rules of the Bronze Mountain forbade apprentices from harming one another as long as the other party denied the theft. He had no recourse. There was even the possibility of being accused himself. Gao Wen took a deep breath, quickly formulating a plan. He refrained from revealing himself and instead retreated several paces, concealing himself in the shadows. Since the Bronze Oath is unreliable, one must take matters into their own hands. Furthermore, within the stone abode, there were no valuable items. The truly precious possessions, such as the enchanted mind ring and the skullbone ring, had always been worn on his person. As for the most valuable knowledge leaf, it had been fashioned into a pendant, which now hung around his neck. Even the cursed notebook and the ancestor's journal, along with several tomes of witchcraft, lay within his leather suitcase. While the stone cabinet in the house contained merely a hefty grimoire on the wizarding world and a few books on knowledge and tricks. Hein waited in the shadows for a while, when a dark figure suddenly darted from the stone house, clutching 2 pots of food trees and swiftly fleeing. Haiwen's expression darkened as he struck the head of Crow No. 7 with his hand. No command was necessary. Crow number 7 took to the skies, silently pursuing the thief. Haiwen stepped out from the shadows and made his way towards the stone house, which was indeed in disarray from the search. Even the skeleton guarding the stone abode had been dismantled, with only a solitary skull lying forlornly by the bed. He quickly picked up the skull, only to discover that the flame of the soul within its eye sockets had extinguished. "Damn it!" Hein exclaimed in anger as he hurled the skull to the ground. If he had merely intended to teach the thief a lesson before, he now harbored murderous intent, but the skeleton was not particularly formidable. It was nonetheless a transformed body of a priest, and thus quite resilient. Despite its dismemberment, the bones showed no signs of damage. The loss of such a capable assistant was not something he could simply overlook. As for whether he could defeat the thief, Hein had no concerns. A wizard apprentice who relied on thievery was unlikely to be a formidable opponent. He inspected the stone house again and found that, aside from the 2 missing pots of food trees, a few parchment books were also gone. Fortunately, perhaps due to the thief's disinterest in insects, the 3 nests of bugs remained unharmed, sparing him the trouble of having to cultivate them anew. Quack! Just as Haiwen finished tidying up the interior, Crow number 7 returned. "Lead the way, Quack," Haiwen commanded, stepping out of the stone house, while Crow number 7 leisurely took flight ahead, soon leaving the Bronze Mountain behind. They flew westward for about 2 miles, veering into increasingly remote territory. Eventually, they came to a halt beside a stone pillar near the edge of the Death Marsh. Hein instructed the crow to conceal itself in the shadows, then cast a water barrier around himself. Cautiously circling the stone pillar, there, about 10 meters away, he spotted a cluster of mushrooms, with a massive stone measuring 3 meters square lying horizontally. Surrounding the stone were a dozen peculiar plants, each over a person's height, adorned with large trumpet-shaped flowers. Man-eating flowers. Haiwen recognized the plants and quickly dismissed the idea of approaching them. After dispelling the water barrier, he stealthily concealed himself beside the stone pillar. waiting for the adversary to reveal themselves. While the attack power of man-eating flowers was not particularly strong, they emitted loud shrieks when they launched an assault. For this reason, some wizard apprentices chose to cultivate man-eating flowers around their caves as a form of alarm. If he was not mistaken, the thief's hideout should be concealed beneath that massive stone. Time passed slowly, and the chilling silence of the environment began to wear on him. Quack. It was unclear how long it had been when a soft caw from above jolted Gao Wen's senses. He then heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Startled, he quickly ducked behind the stone pillar. Who's there? Maud, I see you. A dark figure paused at a distance, raising its voice in reprimand. Quack. Just as Gao Wen feared, he had been exposed. Crow number 7 cawed and took flight. Damn crow. One day I'll stew you. The figure cursed from afar, laboriously carrying a heavy bundle as it continued to approach. Gao Wen exhaled a sigh of relief, silently commending Crow No. 7. He had initially thought the thief was hiding underground, but it seemed they had ventured out to steal once more. He cast a water barrier around himself again and began channeling his magical energy. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew louder, and with a surge of energy, Gao Wen suddenly dashed from behind the stone pillar, unleashing an ice arrow as thick as an arm. The arrow soared 5 meters in an instant. Piercing through the figure's chest, the immense inertia propelled the thief backward, and just as a half-scream escaped their lips, another ice arrow struck them squarely in the face, silencing the cry abruptly. Following that, 3 more ice arrows shot forth, pinning the shadow to the ground. Gao Wen rushed over with his one-handed sword and discovered that the figure's cloak had fallen away, revealing a rat-like head. The thief's rodent eyes were wide with terror, and their face was nearly mangled by the ice arrows. However, the rat man was not yet dead. It opened its bloodied mouth as if to utter something. Wait. Thud. Unmoved, Gao Wen swiftly severed its neck with a single stroke. Ugh. The rat man gasped violently, its body convulsing. At that moment, crow number 7 returned from the darkness, its red eyes glinting with excitement as it swooped down onto the ratman's face, clawing out its eyes with satisfaction before swallowing them whole. The rat man succumbed to its pain and despair. Compared to his first kill, Gao Wen was now quite accustomed to the act. The only difference was that this time his opponent was a ratman wizard apprentice. He picked up the cloak and hoisted the corpse in the bundle, charging toward the man-eating flowers under the protection of his water barrier, only to find that the man-eating flowers did not attack. Taken aback, Gao Wen quickly realized that the ratman possessed something that rendered it invisible to the flowers. He did not linger, using all his strength to push aside the large stone, revealing a dark, gaping hole beneath. He tossed the ratman's corpse into the pit, and seeing no traps, he followed suit and crawled inside. The tunnel was cramped and dim, but being only 13 years old, Gao Wen's slender frame allowed him to pass through without difficulty. He lay in the tunnel for a while, noticing that the battle had not attracted any other attention, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he dragged the corpse deeper into the passage. Flap, flap, flap. Not long after Gao Wen entered the tunnel, a blue-feathered crow flew over from a distance, landing on a broken stone pillar. It took a breath and spoke in human language. Indeed, I smell the scent of death. It surveyed the surroundings and shook its head, saying, but this is no longer a safe zone. It's south too close to the death marsh, beyond my jurisdiction. Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. The crow glanced at the massive stone before spreading its wings and vanishing into the darkness. The tunnel was treacherous, filled with twists, turns, and numerous traps and forks. Fortunately, with the protection of the water barrier, Gao Wen barreled through unscathed. After half an hour of navigating, he noticed the passage widening. He could stand upright instead of crawling. Eventually, he arrived at a spacious cavern nearly 100 meters wide. Finally, he made it. Gao Wen exhaled deeply, tossing the corpse and the bundle onto the ground as he surveyed the cavern while catching his breath. The cave was cluttered, filled with a variety of items stacked haphazardly, resembling a general store. A cursory glance revealed at least 10 varieties of modified food trees. Most were the common white bread tree and honey peach tree, including his own too, while others were more valuable, such as the roast steak tree, the salmon tree, and even a sheephead tree, with severed sheepheads hanging from its branches, a rather gruesome sight. These were all meat varieties, ready to be consumed immediately after picking, appealing in color, aroma, and flavor, each capable of fetching over 2 magic stones. What a windfall! Gao Wen grinned widely, casually picking up the cloak. He had sensed from the very beginning that this cloak was indeed an enchanted item. However, due to the lingering magical sigils of the rat folk, specific information could not be obtained. He instructed the raven perched upon his shoulder to remain vigilant, while he settled into a cross-legged position. Channeling his magical energy into the cloak, gradually he began to erase the sigil. After a quarter of an hour, having expended 2 units of magic, Gawain finally succeeded in completely clearing the mark and left his own magical sigil in its place. Simultaneously acquiring detailed information about the cloak. It was indeed a low-level enchanted item, known as the Shadow Cloak, which contained a zero-ring sorcery called Shadow Concealment. Upon activation, it would continuously consume magic, as long as one remained stationary. The shadows surrounding them would converge, gradually obscuring their form, achieving a near-invisibility effect. However, if one moved, the effect would dissipate, though it would still mask their appearance, rendering them a mere moving shadow to onlookers. Easily lost from sight if not carefully observed. Not bad, Gawain mused with a sense of delight, casually donning the cloak. He then rummaged through the ratfolk's corpse and found only 3 magic stones, which he pocketed. Upon unwrapping a bundle on the ground, he discovered a collection of white crystals, some of which bore traces of carving, their purpose uncertain and of little value. They likely belonged to another thieving apprentice sorcerer. Setting these aside, he began to sift through the clutter of the cave, initially uncovering a dozen gemstones, and then, to his astonishment, a cylindrical furnace the size of a human head. It was a runic furnace, and it appeared to be only slightly used. Gawain suppressed his excitement, positioned the furnace carefully on the ground, and cautiously infused it with a surge of magic. With a resounding boom, a pale blue flame ignited atop the furnace. It was otherworldly, searing, and unmistakably not an ordinary fire. Remarkably, it was still functional. Gawain was overwhelmed with joy, adjusting the size of the flame with great affection. As a level 2 apothecary, he had long been reliant on an oil lamp, yearning for the runic lamps sold in the trading district, yet the cost of a runic furnace was exorbitant. Even the most rudimentary model commanded a price of 10 magic stones, far beyond his means. Now, however, he had fortuitously unearthed a half-new runic furnace from the clutter. It appeared exquisitely crafted and was worth no less than 20 magic stones. Yet, it was not that the ratfolk lacked discernment. This item had likely been stolen, with the thief fearing recognition, hence its abandonment among the odds and ends. Ultimately, this fortuitous find had benefited Gawain. With the runic furnace in his possession, he delved deeper into the clutter with renewed fervor, quickly amassing a collection of items, including crucibles, test tubes, spatulas, and empty glass vials. In the end, he gathered a complete set of alchemical tools. After setting these aside, he continued his search, and after more than half an hour of rummaging, he unearthed a dark, unassuming box from the very bottom. What was this? An iron box. As Gawain was about to wipe away the dust covering it, a sharp pain shot through his palm, prompting him to hastily toss the box aside. Glancing down, he was alarmed to discover 2 rows of bite marks on the back of his right hand, blood oozing forth. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, quickly leaping from the clutter to inspect his injury. Finding it was merely a flesh wound, with no damage to the bone, he sighed in relief, cleaned the wound, and bandaged it with coarse cloth. Before approaching the box again, he drew the one-handed sword from his side. Using the tip to pry the box from the pile of junk, carefully, he wiped away the dust, revealing an oddly shaped suitcase before him. This box was slightly smaller than Gawain's leather suitcase. Entirely black, it bore a menacing appearance, its surface covered with tightly packed scales that on either side of the main frame were 2 fierce eyes, glaring menacingly at Gawain, while the handles resembled the gaping jaws of a monster, exposing sharp, white teeth below. It had been the handle that had bitten him earlier. Such a peculiar suitcase. Gawain furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. He tentatively extended the sword's tip toward it, only to have the teeth snap shut on it, leaving a notch in the blade. Quite formidable. Gawain felt a shiver of fear. Had he extended his hand further, he might have lost a finger. He attempted a few more times, observing closely, and discovered that the rows of teeth functioned as a complex mechanical combination lock, with a biting force of about 1 degree. Furthermore, each attempt to input a code resulted in a bite. What a curious contraption, Gawain muttered to himself, growing increasingly intrigued. He cast a water barrier around himself, manipulating the water to envelop his hands snugly, and began to input codes. Each entry resulted in a bite, but fortunately, the barrier's protection far exceeded the biting force, and the teeth could not inflict harm upon him. However, the lock proved intricate, demanding multiple attempts. Failure, failure, failure. Time passed, and he lost count of how many times he was bitten. The 3 layers of the water barrier were gradually worn down, and Gawain's magical energy dwindled significantly. With a crisp sound, he finally succeeded in inputting the correct code. The mouth let out a shrill cry, and the suitcase sprang open with a jolt. Startled, Gawain instinctively leaped aside, only to find no immediate danger. At last, it was opened. He exhaled a sigh of relief, meticulously noting the arrangement of the biting teeth lock before directing his gaze into the box. Inside was a mass of white flesh. With a single central opening the size of a human head, deity resembled the stomach of some creature. Cautiously, he extended his left hand into the opening, discovering an unexpectedly vast interior, so deep that he could not reach the bottom. He spun his arm within, tilting the box, and soon extracted several items: 2 small cloth bags, 6 volumes of parchment books. One of the bags contained 13 magic stones, while the other held a variety of gemstones. The remaining parchment books were quite intriguing. 1 titled Earth Meditation Method, another geomantic breathing technique, a third brute strength technique, a fourth transformation technique, a fifth turning fossils into mud, and the last guide to cultivating and applying giant carnivorous plants. Gawain realized that these items likely represented the entirety of the rat folk's hidden wealth. He carefully stored the magic stones and gemstones, then picked up each parchment book to peruse, quickly gaining a rough understanding of their contents. The Earth Meditation Method was a foundational meditation technique of the Earth School for sorcerers. The geomantic breathing technique was a trick that allowed one to breathe freely even deep underground, preventing suffocation when buried in soil. Turning fossils into mud was similarly a trick. The brute strength technique and transformation technique were both zero-ring sorceries. Among these, Gawain was particularly captivated by the transformation technique, which utilized the hair of various creatures as a medium for casting, enabling a temporary transformation of the human form into that of the creature, along with certain abilities. Transforming into a fish allowed one to swim in water. Transforming into a bird enabled flight in the air. This was undoubtedly an excellent means of concealment and escape, precisely what Gawain currently lacked. Unfortunately, his spell slots were already full, and each spell held significant importance, making it impossible to forego any. For the time being, it seemed he would not have the opportunity to practice it. However, perhaps there was still hope. Gawain picked up the Earth Meditation Method again, contemplating to himself, if I could master a second meditation method, it might grant me 1 or 2 additional spell slots. Moreover, this wouldn't be overly challenging for me. It would merely require the expenditure of some resources and a bit of time to inscribe runes, potentially allowing me to ascend more swiftly to the rank of advanced sorcerer apprentice. Yet, there was no rush for now that he set the parchment books aside, grasping the fleshy mass within the suitcase, channeling his magical energy into it. Instantly, he sensed the residual magical sigil left by the fishfolk within, and after some expenditure, he quickly erased the mark, leaving his own in its stead. From the feedback, he gleaned detailed information about the suitcase. It was a unique enchanted item known as the crocodile suitcase, which contained 3 zero-ring sorceries, 1 for sealing, 1 for lightness, and 1 for a basic activation curse. It was crafted from the entire body of a living adult mire crocodile, with the stomach serving as a storage space, comparable in size to the crocodile's actual stomach, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 living individuals. Thanks to the lightness sorcery, the suitcase was remarkably lightweight, bearing only 10 of its total mass. However, this crocodile suitcase had a significant flaw. It could not directly store flesh and blood items. Once stored, it would soon be digested by the stomach pouch of the colossal crocodile. Of course, if one truly wished to store it, it was not impossible. It merely required sealing within containers such as glass jars. This time, he had struck gold. Gawain was overwhelmed with joy. His possessions were multiplying, and the originally small leather trunk had long ceased to suffice, which was why he had resorted to placing books within the stone cabinet. Now that he possessed a crocodile skin trunk, all his problems were resolved. After all, it was the stomach pouch of a mired giant crocodile, ample in size, the runic furnace, the sheepskin tome, the food trees. Gawain methodically stuffed his items into the crocodile skin trunk and reset the mechanical password. From that moment forth, this crocodile skin trunk became his exclusive possession. Anyone attempting to steal it would face vicious bites. Subsequently, Gawain spent some time, expending 2 sapphires, to transform the corpse of a rat man into a skeletal soldier, under his command. Since you dismantled my skeleton, I shall treat you as livestock, Gawain thought grimly, hoisting the crocodile skin trunk as he began his journey back. He soon emerged from the burrow, only to be met by a dozen man-eating flowers, their blooms wide open, lunging at him while emitting piercing shrieks. Chirp, chirp. Yet before they could reach him, they were thwarted by an external barrier of water. Upon exiting the burrow, Gao Wen commanded skeleton number 2 to push a boulder to block the entrance. Once everything was secured, he hastily departed. In truth, he could easily have usurped the place and settled down for the long term. However, the proximity to the Bronze Mountain made him uncertain whether the chaos in 7 days would spill over here. Be cautious. It was prudent to remain distant from the Bronze Oath. Upon returning to the stone house, Gao Wen immediately extracted a dozen food trees from the crocodile skin trunk. Yet even so, the fruits that had ripened on the branches had been largely digested by the stomach pouch. Fortunately, the tree itself remained unharmed, and it would bear fruit again within a day or two. Gao Wen then instructed skeleton number 2 and crow number 7 to remain vigilant while he sat cross-legged on the bed to replenish his expended magical energy. Once his mana was restored, he made several trips to the trading area, selling off the majority of the food trees. In total, he garnered 19 magic stones, bringing his total to 35 magic stones. This could be considered a modest fortune. Initially, Gao Wen had contemplated earning a few magic stones. Unexpectedly, an accident had resulted in a bountiful gain, prompting him to exclaim, "Indeed, inheriting a legacy proves most advantageous." He retained 5 magic stones for future use, converting the remaining stones entirely into gold dragons and silver deer, thus directly recharging his account. In no time, his spending points soared, and once the panel stabilized, his spending points became extraordinarily affluent. Spending points: 30,000 and 53.4 over 30,000 spending points would suffice for a considerable indulgence. Satisfied, Gao Wen made his way back to the stone house, first upgrading his 5-linked ice arrow technique to level 5. Before delving into the earth meditation technique, after a brief verification, he discovered that he too possessed an affinity for the earth element. Gao Wen was somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it, as possessing multiple elemental affinities was not uncommon among wizard apprentices. Noting that the panel had recorded the earth meditation technique, he swiftly upgraded it to level 5. Meditation. Deep Sea Meditation Technique LV8. 9. Earth Meditation Technique LV5. 1. Sorcery. 5-linked Ice Arrow Technique LV5. Strong Attack. Spending points: 29,247.4. In the following days, Gao Wen refrained from venturing out, inscribing will runes while also modifying the crows. Simultaneously, he nurtured 3 types of symbiotic insects. 4 days later, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing Gao Wen clad in a gray robe, with a crow perched on each shoulder. The larger one was crow number 7, and the smaller one was the recently transformed little 11. Aside from these two, 13 crows had perished in the transformation process following the engraving of runes, with 3 others still undergoing it. As for how many would ultimately succeed in their metamorphosis, Gao Wen could not predict. The transformation process was akin to a perilous threshold. Those who could not endure would perish, and Gao Wen could offer no assistance, leaving it entirely to them. Regarding the earth meditation technique, he had completed the inscription of the second will rune, though the results were not particularly impressive, besides feeling that his mental realm had become more stable. He had only gained an additional 0.2 mental power and a trick slot. As for which trick to select, that was precisely what Gao Wen was contemplating at that moment. Water manipulation, attract fish, fossil to mud. Earth vein breathing, various trick names flitted through his mind, yet Gao Wen felt no stirring of excitement. He believed that the potential of these tricks was limited and that most offered minimal utility. Therefore, it was imperative to choose one that would prove beneficial to him. As he pondered this, Gao Wen suddenly recalled the tricks within the library, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Fortunately, he still had one last opportunity to enter the library this month. Thus, he gathered his belongings and, carrying the crocodile skin trunk, made his way toward the mountain's interior. Ultimately, he exchanged 2 magic stones for a trick called magical concealment. This trick functioned as a passive ability, allowing the user to partially mask the magical fluctuations generated during spellcasting. In contrast, there was the magic perception trick, which could sense magical fluctuations within a certain range. Thus, magical concealment could evade this perception, creating a relationship akin to spear and shield. The effectiveness depended on individual capability. Upon exiting the library, Gao Wen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had specifically inquired about the president's whereabouts and learned that the bronze dragon Arosam had yet to return to the Bronze Mountain. Thus, Gao Wen's last shred of hope was extinguished. He returned to the stone house, accompanied by the 3 crows still undergoing transformation, while skeleton number 2 carried several pots of food trees and insect nests. Taking one last glance at the Bronze Mountain, he descended the mountain without hesitation. With only 3 days remaining until the mysterious calamity, it was time to depart. As he journeyed, Gao Wen encountered numerous wizard apprentices who gazed at him in astonishment. A few even attempted to strike up a conversation, but he ignored them all. Upon reaching the edge of the death marsh, Gao Wen enveloped himself in a water barrier and proceeded along a narrow path into the depths of the marsh. His slender figure gradually enveloped by the mist. Shortly after entering the death marsh, skeleton number 2, leading the way, was suddenly ensnared by a large net, causing the 2 startled crows to take flight from Gao Wen's shoulders. Gao Wen halted, his expression wary, quickly noticing a spider the size of a basin crawling out from a nest beside the path, its body covered in gray-black fur. Had it not been in motion, it would have nearly blended into the surrounding environment. Burrow spider. Gao Wen recognized the attacking creature, feeling somewhat relieved. Observing that skeleton number 2 was still struggling against the web, he pointed at the approaching burrow spider and commanded, "Kill it!" Quack, quack. The 2 crows immediately complied, shrieking as they dove toward the spider. The burrow spider showed no fear, opening its mouth to spew a glob of white, gelatinous substance into the air. The 2 crows hastily dodged. Engaging in a fierce battle with the spider, Gao Wen, confident in his protective barrier, felt no fear. He took 2 swift steps forward, drew his one-handed sword, and tossed it into the air, where it was grasped by an invisible hand. As Gao Wen extended his arm, the one-handed sword came crashing down, pinning the burrow spider to the ground. Chirp! The burrow spider emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing violently. Before it could break free, the 2 crows seized the opportunity to pounce. Frantically clawing until they had slain the spider, its viscous green fluid spilling across the ground. At that moment, strange sounds echoed around them. Gao Wen focused, observing numerous small spiders emerging from the nest, spreading across the ground like a tide of filth. Swarming in countless numbers, the older ones had perished. What of these little creatures? Unmoved, Gao Wen raised his right hand, summoning an invisible mage hand that struck down with a resounding bang, crushing hundreds of the small spiders and leaving an enormous palm print. He continued to strike 3 more times, decimating swathes of the small spiders, causing the remaining ones to scatter in a panic. Quack, quack. The 2 crows feasted on the burrow spider's eyes before immediately launching themselves at the fleeing small spiders, devouring them with joyous cries. Return, Gao Wen shouted towards the raven, manipulating the mage's hand to remove the web entangled around skeleton number 2. Upon inspection, he found the skeleton unscathed, though the food tree he was holding had sustained minor damage. He decided to pluck all the meat skewers hanging from the roasted meat tree and open the crocodile skin chest to retrieve several spare large clay jars, stuffing the skewers inside for storage. After sealing them tightly, he placed them along with the food tree into the chest. This arrangement significantly facilitated his endeavors. The crocodile skin chest utilized a gastric pouch for storage, making it unsuitable for live creatures or blood and flesh. However, the food trees, being modified plants, did not rely on sunlight or air but directly absorbed energy particles from the earth and sky, thus theoretically capable of surviving within the chest. Having completed these tasks, Gao Wen proceeded to dissect the corpse of the cave spider, acquiring 2 materials: the cave spider's fangs and silk glands. Both could be utilized in potion brewing or the crafting of enchanted items, and if sold, could fetch a couple of magic stones. He carefully stored the materials and instructed skeleton number 2 to scout ahead as they continued traversing the death marsh. Adorning his waist was a rune stone carving, signifying his membership in the outer circle of the Bronze Oath, which occasionally flickered. All formidable magical creatures bound by the Bronze Oath would instinctively steer clear of him. Despite this precaution, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. The most frequent encounters were with cave spiders and repugnant muck monsters. Fortunately, Gao Wen's skills were commendable, and he had the protection of a water barrier. After a half-day delay, he finally emerged from the death marsh and entered the outer fog zone. With the assistance of the runestone carving, he easily navigated through the mist, ultimately distancing himself from the Bronze Oath and preparing to find a hiding spot, waiting for the mysterious calamity to pass. Suddenly, the mist behind him began to roil. Gao Wen's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly concealed himself behind a broken stone pillar. Ha! As the mist continued to churn, a booming laughter echoed, followed by a figure emerging from the fog. The individual was short in stature but robust in build, wielding a massive spiked hammer that he slammed the hammer's head into the ground, causing the earth to stir as a solid armor of earth quickly formed around his body. With a powerful stomp, his hands and feet swelled, revealing a display of brute strength that was a captivating sight. The figure twisted his thick neck, fixing his gaze upon the stone pillar where Gao Wen hid, and bellowed in a thunderous voice, "Come out, pigman! The great gray dwarf Legate is here to smash your skull." When Gao Wen did not immediately reveal himself, Legate's face contorted with rage as he charged forward. Hammer in hand. Wind's lightness. Midway through his advance, a gust of wind swept him into the air, allowing him to sprint along the cave walls with astonishing speed, arriving beside the stone pillar in mere strides. Swinging his hammer down with ferocity, boom, the hammer collided with the pillar, the immense force shattering it, sending a figure sprawling on the ground in a frantic scramble to rise. "Vile human," Legate scoffed disdainfully. And before the figure could fully regain its footing, the spiked hammer fell once more. With a sickening crunch, the figure was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a cave wall, after tumbling to the ground. It surprisingly managed to stagger back to its feet. Just as Legate was about to deliver another blow, he suddenly caught sight of Gao Wen's figure ahead. Momentarily taken aback, Gao Wen stood at a distance. Bow in hand, already enveloped in a water barrier, he frowned, scrutinizing Legate. "You appear to be an apprentice wizard of the Bronze Oath as well, and a mid-level one at that. We belong to the same organization. And I harbor no enmity towards you. Why then, do you seek to kill me?" Legate's face twisted with shame and fury as he roared, "A lowly pigman has no right to associate with noble gray dwarves." With that, he charged at Gao Wen with astonishing speed. Gao Wen loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, all of which Legate effortlessly dodged. Gauging his opponent's speed, Gao Wen abandoned the idea of unleashing the 5-fold ice arrow technique immediately. Instead, he stood his ground, continuing to shoot with his bow. At last, one arrow struck true, but it merely lodged itself against Legate's earthen armor, failing to penetrate. "Your arrows are as soft as a woman's breastplate." Legate laughed uproariously, charging through the dust towards Gao Wen. Abruptly halting, he swung his hammer down upon Gao Wen's head, bellowing, "Die!" Before the hammer could descend, Gao Wen suddenly dove to the side. Legate hesitated for a moment, preparing to strike again, but his eyes widened in shock as he beheld 5 ice arrows, each as thick as a small arm, concealed behind Gao Wen. Before Legate could evade, the ice arrows shot forth. "No!" he screamed, slamming his hammer into the ground, the shockwave sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. Gao Wen hurriedly retreated from the dust cloud, and his 2 crows swooped in. Once the dust settled, a pool of blood remained, yet Legate the gray dwarf was nowhere to be found. Has he fled? Gao Wen approached, quickly locating the trail of blood, which led not into the mist, but rather northwest. Away from it, Gao Wen hesitated. Legate was merely a mid-level apprentice wizard, having already exhausted his 3 zero-ring spells during their encounter. Thus, he posed no significant threat, especially now that he was grievously wounded. After much contemplation, Gao Wen concluded that he could not let this opportunity slip away, and with a wave of his hand commanded, "Pursue!" Caw-caw! The 2 crows immediately screeched with excitement, flapping their wings to give chase. With Gao Wen following closely behind, skeleton number 2, who had nearly been crushed, wobbling along in tow. Through numerous passageways and caverns, Gao Wen tracked the blood for nearly 2 hours, yet he still could not catch up to the gray dwarf Legate. Nonetheless, he speculated that Legate was unlikely to survive. The blood loss was significant, and even without injury, he would not withstand such a loss, let alone being gravely wounded. After pursuing a bit longer, Gao Wen emerged from a passageway into a vast open space. Bioluminescent moss, vibrant mushrooms, wild beasts galloping, and birds chirping filled the scene. In the distance loomed a city constructed of massive stones, that a city-state. Gao Wen's heart raced, and not far off, he heard the cawing of the crows. Caw-caw-caw. He hurried towards the sound, discovering the 2 crows circling a figure sprawled on the ground. It was none other than the gray dwarf Legate, his back bearing 2 gaping wounds the size of infant fists. Clearly, Gao Wen's 5-fold ice arrow technique had outshone him, piercing through Legate's earthen armor. Legate struggled to lift his head, endeavoring to crawl towards the distant city-state, but his blood had run dry. "You overestimate yourself." Gao Wen sneered, stamping Legate's head into the ground. Bending down, he began rummaging through Legate's belongings, but found nothing of worth. No magic stones, nor even the spiked hammer he had previously wielded. That seemed he had hidden his possessions along the way. Gao Wen rubbed his chin in contemplation, but ultimately had to concede defeat. After pursuing for over 10 miles, the potential hiding spots were simply too numerous, and without specific directions, it was impossible for him to claim the Grey Dwarf's treasures. Taking a couple of steps back, the two crows quickly swooped down onto the corpse, fighting over the Grey Dwarf's eyeballs while chirping joyfully. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat, after devouring so many eyeballs. I see no improvement in you. A bunch of gluttons. Gao Wen, in a fit of rage, reprimanded the crows sharply before lifting his foot to kick the corpse of the Grey Dwarf into a nearby pit of earth. He then directed his gaze towards the distant city-state. After a moment of hesitation, he set off towards the city with two crows in tow. Once Gao Wen had moved on, skeleton number 2 finally made its tardy appearance. Stumbling into the pit and eagerly thrashing about the corpse of the Grey Dwarf, disassembling it with fervor, replacing its own shattered bones with the grisly, bloodied remnants. Before long, skeleton number 2 adeptly emerged from the pit, pursuing Gao Wen, while a flock of carrion birds approached, some vying for the remains, others alighting upon skeleton number 2, pecking at the morsels clinging to its frame. After a quarter of an hour, Gao Wen finally neared the city-state. He observed a scattering of wild men in the desolate wilderness outside the city, crawling on all fours, shackles clasped around their ankles, relentlessly foraging for mushrooms and moss. Surrounding them were Grey Dwarf soldiers, mounted upon the backs of the wild men, wielding whips with a show of bravado. Whenever a wild man slacked in his labor, he would be met with a brutal lash, eliciting piteous cries as they writhed on the ground. The Grey Dwarfs cursed incessantly. You wretched pigmen, unworthy even of standing upright. How awful. Lord Aiden has taken a liking to your sister. Make sure to give her a thorough bath today. I want to see her lying in my grand tent tonight, and I shall. Get away, you filthy pigman. Keep your distance from Lord Aiden. Gao Wen stood frozen, stunned into silence, his countenance darkening with a dreadful gravity. His heart aflame with fury as he realized that those wretched pigmen were of the same kind as himself. The Grey Dwarfs had reduced humanity to the status of slaves. No, even beneath that. Simultaneously, he understood why the Grey Dwarf legate had sought to ambush him. In the eyes of the Grey Dwarfs, the lowly humans were unworthy of becoming apprentice sorcerers. Gao Wen murmured softly to himself, advancing step by step towards the Grey Dwarf soldier Aiden, his gaze growing increasingly fearsome. Here is another pigman. The Grey Dwarf soldier also noticed him, approaching on his four-legged mount, sizing Gao Wen up with the same scrutiny one might reserve for merchandise. He laughed heartily. Today, Lord Aiden is fortunate, finding such a clean pigman. Pointing with his long whip, he commanded, Lord Aiden orders you to bend over. Before he could finish his taunt, an enraged Gao Wen had already raised his right hand, clenching it with force directed at the Grey Dwarf. Instantly, the Grey Dwarf clutched his head, screaming in agony. Terror etched across his features. With a phantom grip, Gao Wen's invisible hand tightened around the Grey Dwarf's skull. The Grey Dwarf emitted a series of horrific wails as his diminutive body was gradually lifted into the air, leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence, gaping in disbelief as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. Gao Wen tightened his fist, and with a violent explosion, the Grey Dwarf's head burst apart, the headless corpse collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, twitching in its death throes. The onlookers screamed in terror, scrambling on all fours to flee towards the city, the scene reminiscent of a panicked herd of swine. In the blink of an eye, the area was left desolate. Gao Wen stood momentarily, a wave of sorrow washing over him as he scanned the surroundings. Finally spotting one unfortunate soul who remained, a pitiful creature, unable to move after being whipped by the Grey Dwarf Aiden. Approaching, Gao Wen found the figure cowering in fear, covered in filth and gaunt to the bone, making it impossible for him to discern the individual's gender. What is your name? How old are you? Why are you here underground? Gao Wen repeated his questions, but the figure remained curled up, burying anxious eyes deep within their chest, offering no response, leaving him in a state of helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Wen opened his crocodile skin satchel, plucking a piece of white bread from the food tree and extending it towards the figure. Gulp. The figure caught the scent of the bread, cautiously peering out, and upon seeing the offering, extended a trembling hand to grasp it, then snatched it away and began tearing into it like a beast. Once the bread was devoured, Gao Wen noted a marked relaxation in the figure that he asked again, What is your name? After a lengthy pause, a hoarse and faltering male voice finally emerged, Lao 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 Shu Shur. Gao Wen was left speechless, tossing another piece of bread to the figure, who promptly tucked it away. He pointed towards the distant city-state and inquired, "Do you know what that is?" "The city of gray dwarfs." "How many like you are there inside?" "People." "No. Pigmen. Many." "Tell me about the city of gray dwarfs." "Very, very powerful gray dwarfs. Splendid homes, fragrant food, long spears, armor, Lord Guanti, hero Luang." The words of Lao Shu sure came in fits and starts, lacking concrete details, only vague descriptors. Nevertheless, Gao Wen gleaned some useful information, learning that the city of gray dwarfs housed two heroes. One was Lord Guanti, and the other was hero Luang. According to the rules of the underground world, heroes generally equated to knights of the surface realm. However, some heroes were far mightier than knights, as the underground races were notoriously chaotic, often intermingling with bizarre species, resulting in heroes who possessed unique bloodlines and exceptional abilities. Given that the Grey Dwarf Legate had fled towards the city of Grey Dwarfs before his demise, Gao Wen surmised that formidable entities likely resided within the city, potentially even surpassing his own strength. Thus, he dared not be careless, discarding a piece of bread before making his way away from the city-state. After taking a few steps, he turned to find Lao Shu Shi, moving awkwardly on all fours, limping in his wake. Gao Wen neither shooed him away nor offered assistance, continuing onward. Eventually, he halted before a secluded cave, deciding it would serve as a temporary refuge. Gao Wen unburdened his pack to inspect its contents. Discovering that one of the crows undergoing a metamorphosis had perished, he buried the carcass, then selected a few dead insects from the box containing his cultivating symbiotic creatures, feeding them to number 7 and little 11. He then settled down to meditate, replenishing his expended magical energy. Meanwhile, not long after Gao Wen's departure, the Grey Dwarf hero Luang, having received word of the events, mounted his great bear steed and led 2 squads of Grey Dwarf soldiers in a furious dash from the city. Arriving at the site of Aiden's headless corpse, after a thorough search yielded no results, he seethed with rage. "Damn pigman! How dare he deceive hero Luang? Your Excellency, calm your fury." In his wrath, Luang commanded his great bear to rend the informant to pieces. The bloody scene sending shivers of terror through the ranks of the Grey Dwarf soldiers. The great bear, sensing its master's ire, beat its chest with its forepaws like a drum. Luang, still seething, threw back his head and let out a long, resonant howl, the sound rolling forth like thunder, echoing across the land. Soon, flocks of birds and herds of wild beasts emerged from the shadows, gathering around Luang in silent reverence. As if paying homage to a king of the wilderness, Luang commanded the Grey Dwarf soldiers to scatter their provisions across the ground, standing atop the great bear's broad shoulders as he began to issue orders. "My subjects, accept the offerings of Luang, king of the wilds. Intruders have entered this desolate wilderness, ruthlessly slaughtering the noble Grey Dwarven soldiers. I require your assistance. The king of the wild seeks all information regarding these outsiders." As the echoes of Ayao, Alao, Ayao faded, the beasts howled in response, while the birds soared above, emitting their long cries. Subsequently, they surged forth, devouring the scattered food before dispersing in all directions. The Grey Dwarven soldiers gazed at Luang with reverence. He is their hero, endowed with the formidable ability known as the Heart of the Wild. It is said that he is the offspring of Grey Dwarves and demon bears, having survived in the wilderness since his infancy. With a wolf as his father and a bear as his mother, he possesses an innate talent for mastering the wild. It wasn't until he turned 12 that the lord of the city, Gwent, discovered him and brought him back to the city to raise him personally. Upon reaching adulthood, he completed a trial and forged a contract with a powerful creature, the Greatfoot Bear, that had come to attack the city, thereby ascending to the status of a hero and becoming the pride of the Grey Dwarves. In a cave, Gon was deep in meditation when 2 crows suddenly cawed loudly, darting out of the cave like arrows. Curious, he rose and stepped outside, only to witness his 2 crows hunting down a flock of small birds mid-air, with carcasses of birds continuously falling to the ground, simultaneously, from the depths of the darkness. The howls of wolves echoed, rising and falling like a sinister melody. A rat, startled by the noise, squeaked in terror and scurried into the shadows. Gon furrowed his brow, suspecting that the city's hero, Luang, was in pursuit, and wondered, can he command beasts? Uncertain of the opponent's true nature, Gon dared not engage recklessly. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Retreat." Without hesitation, he moved toward the direction of the Bronze Mountain. Followed closely by skeleton number 2, while the two crows abandoned the birds to cover their retreat. Not far into their escape, pairs of glimmering green eyes pursued them. Gao quickly cast a light spell, tossing a glowing orb behind him. The orb traced a parabolic arc in the darkness before landing and illuminating a pack of wolves following closely behind. The wolves, temporarily blinded by the light, panicked and scattered in all directions. Gao wasted no time, clutching his crocodile skin bag and fleeing, while the two crows circled above, ready to pounce on any approaching birds with deadly precision. After evading the wolf pack, Gao sprinted half a mile until he reached a vast expanse of barren sandy ground. Noticing the peculiar texture of the sand beneath his feet, he prepared to leave quickly, but noises emerged from the darkness ahead. Gao lightly tapped his temples, unleashing beams of light from his eyes that instantly illuminated the area, revealing two massive black bears charging towards him with ferocity. Onward, Gao commanded, and skeleton number 2 immediately engaged the bears. While Gao paused, knocking 2 feathered arrows onto his short bow, holding them steady. As skeleton number 2 battled the bears, he suddenly released his grip. The 2 bears roared in agony, toppling skeleton number 2 before lunging violently towards Gao. Yet, before they could reach him, they collapsed midway, writhing in pain. His arrows had struck true, piercing their left eyes. Alas, they were merely black bears. Gao felt a twinge of regret. He could concoct potions from bear bile, but having consumed 2 doses from black bears already, their effects were diminished. Nevertheless, he could not let the opportunity go to waste. He drew his one-handed sword, preparing to dissect them. Suddenly, a faint tremor emanated from beneath him, growing increasingly intense, causing the crows above to emit anxious caws, as if urging Gao to flee. His expression turned grave as he stepped backwards, crushing a honey peach to quickly cast a water barrier around himself. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the ground erupted beneath him, propelling him into the air. A menacing serpent's head burst forth from the earth, its mouth agape, aiming to bite Gao. The serpent's head was as large as a water tank, covered in dark yellow scales, with the exposed portion measuring 5 or 6 meters in length. Should it seize him mid-air, even with his magical protections, Gao would inevitably be swallowed whole. Aghast, Gao's heart raced. Yet he maintained his composure. Just as the serpent's jaws closed in, he invoked the mage's hand, pressing his palm against its maw. The invisible hand shattered instantly, while Gao used the recoil to propel himself out of the serpent's grasp. Tumbling away, once stabilized, he clutched his bag and fled. From their brief encounter, Gao recognized the serpent's identity, the withering serpent, also known as the monstrous giant snake, a formidable creature of ancient lineage. With adult specimens reaching nearly 100 meters in length and possessing strength rivaling that of a formal wizard. This juvenile withering serpent, though not yet fully grown, was still a force to be reckoned with. The sheer power of its previous attack revealed that its strength far surpassed a level 2 entity. Even a high-ranking wizard apprentice might struggle against it. This was a foe Gao could not hope to contend with. The serpent hissed in dissatisfaction, choosing not to pursue Gao immediately. Instead, it leisurely consumed the 2 bear carcasses before stretching its serpentine body and slithering from the ground, flicking its tongue in pursuit of Gao's fleeing form. Wherever it passed, the soil lost its moisture, turning to dust, leaving terrifying trails in its wake. Gao sprinted forward, but the sounds of pursuit grew ever closer. Akin to a curse he could not escape, he flung a light spell behind him, revealing the monstrous giant snake, now less than 20 meters away. Panic surged within him as he barked in order to skeleton number 2. Hold them back. Skeleton number 2 halted, preparing for battle, only to be devoured by the monstrous giant snake without a moment's hesitation, achieving nothing of significance. Gao's forehead glistened with sweat as the giant snake closed in. He shouted, "Luank, where are you? Luank, where are you?" The moment his voice faded, the howls of wolves and roars of beasts erupted ahead. A surge of hope filled Gao as he quickened his pace, and with the approaching roars, a brazen voice rang out, "You filthy pig, you dare utter the name of the great hero Luank. Ha! Do you wish to kneel before me and beg for mercy? No, no, no. It is too late. I swear. I shall sever your head to showcase my glory, hanging it on the city walls, feeding your remains to my companions, turning your flesh and blood into excrement." As the taunts echoed, the beastly horde surged toward Gao. Upon drawing near, they beheld the colossal monstrous giant snake, over 30 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority. The beasts emitted terrified whimpers. The timid collapsed to the ground, urinating in fear, while the braver ones turned to flee. Disregarding any thoughts of the King of the Wilds or its commands, Gao pressed on, charging through the panicked horde, only to collide head-on with Luank, who was mounted on the back of the Greatfoot bear. Luank, an ordinary gray dwarf, was astride a truly remarkable creature, nearly 5 meters in length. Unmistakably a magical beast that moment. Luank sensed the commotion ahead, gripping his spear and peering forward on tiptoe, acutely aware that something was amiss. Upon spotting Gao Wen, his face flushed with anger as he struck the Greatfoot bear's head and prepared to charge. However, Gao Wen had no intention of engaging, swiftly veering left to escape. "Block that pig," Luank bellowed, urging the beast to intervene, only to witness his companions fleeing in terror. Instinctively, he gazed forward, finally laying eyes on the Mangster giant snake, which was devouring the beasts, his face drained of color before flushing red. And he whispered, "Mangster, Mangster." The Mangster giant snake abruptly raised its massive head, its golden slit-pupiled gaze locking onto Luank. He instinctively recoiled, clutching his rapidly beating heart with his right hand. As a fervent expression began to spread across his face, he shouted increasingly louder, "I feel you, Mangster." The Manx giant serpent relinquished its pursuit, its massive form undulating forward. Luanka's face turned a deep crimson, and he tremulously extended his right hand, his voice quivering as he uttered, "Let me touch you, just a little, just a little." To his astonishment, the Manx giant serpent gradually lowered its head, its once frigid gaze softening. At last, Luanka made contact with the serpent's snout, rising onto his toes, striving to stretch his hand further. Just a bit more, just a tiny bit more. Ding! At that moment, an unexpected arrow struck the giant serpent's eye, piercing through its eyelid, and its expression instantly hardened to one of icy fury. Luanka shuddered, a chill racing through him, and he cried out in terror, "No! Awu!" The sound echoed as Luanka's diminutive frame was swallowed whole by the Manx giant serpent. 100 meters away, Gao Wen lowered his short bow. Murmuring, "What a tragic tale," he swiftly stowed the bow and melted into the shadows. Roar! The previously tranquil giant foot bear erupted into a frenzy, engaging in a desperate struggle with the Manx giant serpent. The clash resonating far and wide. A half hour later, the satiated serpent slithered away. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Wen cautiously emerged from the darkness, inching closer to the battlefield, discovering the ground strewn with traces of the conflict. While the terrified beasts had long since fled, aside from that, only a limp, colossal shadow remained. Indeed, Gao Wen clapped his hands together with fervor, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew the Manx giant serpent couldn't swallow the giant foot bear." He rushed forward, and indeed found the corpse of the monstrous bear, its bones utterly shattered, coated in a foul, viscous slime. It appeared the Manx giant serpent had made an attempt to devour it, but its jaw proved insufficiently large, leading to its eventual abandonment of the endeavor. Without delay, Gao Wen unsheathed his single-handed sword and swiftly began to carve into the bear's carcass, collecting the bear's bile in glass vials. 1 vial, 2 vials. Ultimately, he successfully filled 3 vials. It is worth noting that a single vial of magical bear bile amounted to 3 doses, not accounting for the success rate. Thus, 3 vials could yield 9 potions of physical enhancement. Beyond satisfying his own needs, he could also sell a few. Subsequently, he severed the bear's paw and heart and collected several vials of bear blood, packing away some bear meat, though these items were not immediately necessary. Once his insects propagated a few more generations, they could be utilized to nourish them, as the flesh and blood of magical beasts are rich in energy, accelerating the growth of the accompanying insects. Having tidied everything up, Gao Wen lifted the crocodile skin satchel, ready to depart when distant, indistinct shouts reached his ears. He halted, a chilling expression crossing his face as he murmured, "The tardy gray dwarf soldier." Very well. He summoned the crows, calling back the recently scattered number 7 and little 11, then re-enveloped himself in a water barrier. Noticing his magical energy still at half, he quietly approached, thus began a unidirectional hunt. When the last gray dwarf soldier fell, terror-stricken, under little 11's onslaught, Gao Wen had traversed most of the wilderness, returning near the city of the gray dwarves. Only one hero remained. Cloaked in shadow, Gao Wen gazed silently at the city looming in the darkness, knowing without needing to see that the human inhabitants within must be living wretchedly. Were he able, he too would wish to rescue them, but the city lord, Guante, posed a formidable obstacle, undoubtedly stronger than the beleaguered Luanka. "I cannot take risks. I must be prudent." Gao Wen shook his head, abandoning his plan to stealthily enter the city. He was not a young hothead, prioritizing his own life over the rescue of others. Gao Wen prepared to leave when suddenly, movement emanated from the satchel on his back. His heart leaped with joy as he swiftly removed the satchel. Upon opening it, a shadow darted out, soaring swiftly into the air, circling a few times before landing on Gon's shoulder. Let me see which little darling this is. The grip on his shoulder was painful, yet Gon's face beamed with delight as he lifted the cloth to reveal. Ah, it's little 18. Splendid. Quack quack. The crow, little 18, flapped its wings joyfully, seemingly responding to Gon's praise. Gon fetched some meat from the satchel, tearing it apart to feed his companion. As he lifted the satchel, he discovered that the last crow had perished during the metamorphic process. Such is the way of life and death. Gon felt a twinge of disappointment. With his level 3 prowess and biological modification, he had selected 28 relatively robust crows for nurturing, enduring over 2 months of trials. Excluding those that had flown away, he successfully inscribed the runes for steel feathers and iron claws on 17. Alas, during the metamorphic process, over half had perished. Ultimately, only 2 had successfully transformed into the extraordinary magical creature. The red-eyed crow. The success rate for the modification was a mere 7.1, while the survival rate for the metamorphic process stood at a mere 11.7, truly a perilous endeavor. As for the accompanying insects, they had proliferated to the 4th generation, with the original lineage having long since perished. To cultivate genuine accompanying insects, a minimum of 10 generations was required before they could mutate into midge, gnat, and snail. With only 2 days remaining until the mysterious calamity, Gon contemplated the situation, having nurtured the insects using magical energy, and readjusted the satchel containing the insect nest onto his back, lifting the crocodile skin satchel as he turned to leave. 2 crows, engaged in a fierce competition for the gray dwarf's eyeballs, hurriedly approached, squabbling and fighting midair. Little 18 on his shoulder watched enviously, eager to join in. After not walking far, Gon spotted a gray dwarf corpse, slain by the crows, and a thought struck him. Perhaps it would not require his personal intervention to eliminate Guante. Half a day later, a gray dwarf soldier stationed at the city gate was caught unawares while relieving himself against the wall. Stumbling upon a severed gray dwarf head, he hastily pulled up his trousers and cautiously picked up the head, but upon turning it to the front, he was startled by its hollow eye sockets. Exclaiming, "It's Von!" Other gray dwarfs, hearing the commotion, gathered around, chaos erupting at the city gate. "It is indeed Von. I swear it." "Oh no, my brother. Wasn't Von following Lord Wonka to hunt the pig lord? How could he end up dead here? Could it be that Lord Wonka has encountered misfortune? Quickly, inform Lord Guante." In the castle, Guante, enjoying a goblet of blood wine, was disturbed by the upheaval. After a brief commotion, he led 2 squads of gray dwarf soldiers out of the city. Beginning to track along certain traces, Gon, donning his shadow cloak, observed from behind a stone pillar, startled by Guante's imposing figure. Despite being a gray dwarf, he stood over 4 meters tall, a true giant. Not only that, but he was accompanied by an unusual black lion. Roar. While Gon watched, the black lion suddenly turned its gaze towards him, letting out a low growl. Guante, shouldering a massive axe, halted, stroking the lion's mane, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "My companion." Roar. The lion growled again. Guante glanced into the distance, noting nothing amiss, and reassured. Perhaps it was merely a startled elk. "My friend, we cannot linger too long. There are other matters to attend to." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Advance." Once Guante and his entourage had moved far away, Gon stepped out from behind the stone pillar, astonished. "So it is a silent hunter." The silent hunter was the name of the black lion. A formidable magical creature adept in stealth and ambush, with keen vision capable of piercing many forms of concealment. Despite remaining motionless under the shadow cloak, effectively camouflaged, Gon had only cast a few glances before being detected by the beast. Had he not hidden quickly, he might have jeopardized everything. That was close. Gon grinned, instructing the crow, number 7, perched on his shoulder. "You follow them from a distance, fly higher, and avoid detection by that lion. If they suddenly return, come back and inform me first." Quack. The crow, number 7, cawed, a glimmer of intelligence shining in its eyes, before spreading its wings and pursuing. Little 18, concealed on the stone pillar, took the opportunity to drop down and claim its position. "Then it is time for us to act." Gao Wen broke into a grin, lifting his foot towards the city-state. Now, Guante had fallen for his stratagem of luring the tiger away from its den and the plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. No one in the entire city-state could thwart his advance. Indeed, Even Gu and Tay might not return, for the destination of his pursuit lay in the sandy territory of the Manx giant serpent, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a grisly demise in the serpent's belly. Gao Wen soon arrived at the outskirts of the city-state, only to find that the guards at the city gates had become even more vigilant. He hesitated briefly, opting against a forceful entry, for Gu and Tay had not strayed far and could return at any moment. Now was not the time to act. He approached the city wall, distant from the gates, and employed his mage's hand. With a stretch of his right arm, an invisible hand firmly grasped the crevice of the wall, and with a slight exertion, he soared up against the wall. After several repetitions, he effortlessly ascended to the parapet. Bang! As Gao Wen leaped into the city, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, causing him to stumble. Momentarily fearing he had fallen into a trap. A glance downward revealed he had stepped upon what appeared to be a dog hole. At that moment, a disheveled woman crawled out from the partially collapsed burrow, her face contorted in terror upon seeing Gao Wen, and she was about to scream. Gao Wen swiftly employed his mage's hand to grip her head, applying just enough pressure to render her unconscious. How lamentable it was that even her own kind did not recognize her. Gao Wen exhaled softly, feeling a weight in his heart. The woman before him seemed quite young, yet she lacked even a scrap of cloth to cover her modesty, her body filthy and deformed from years of crawling. He could almost hear the curses of the gray dwarves ringing in his ears. You wretched pigfolk. You lack even the right to walk upright. Pigfolk, Gao Wen scoffed coldly, shoving the woman back into the hole. Under the cover of his shadowy cloak, he swiftly made his way towards the heart of the city. Bearing witness to the stark disparities between the two races, the gray dwarves indulged extravagantly, reveling in their excesses, while the human race was treated as less than swine, with some butcher shops openly slaughtering infants. Damnable beasts! Gao Wen cursed under his breath, silently raising his right hand. The gray dwarf, who was chopping meat, suddenly gasped for breath, his face filled with dread as he struggled in vain, his body ensnared by an invisible grip. Rendered immobile until he slumped lifelessly upon the chopping block, Gao Wen departed quietly, weaving through the streets and eluding 2 patrols of gray dwarf soldiers. He calculated the population within the city. There were likely more than 2,000 gray dwarfs, while humans numbered just over 1,000. Thus, the gray dwarf soldiers could not exceed 300 or 400. Previously, Gao Wen had hunted down 2 squads of 100, and Gu and Tay had taken 2 more. The remaining forces were scant, and he needed only to seize the opportunity to slay more, allowing the enslaved humans to rise and reclaim their power. However, even then, their existence would not be prosperous, for they lacked their own heroes. In the underworld, heroes reign supreme. A race without or deprived of its own heroes is destined for a grim fate. Gao Wen thought little of it. Soon arriving outside the castle, the residence of Gu and Tay, undoubtedly the wealthiest place in the entire city of gray dwarves, and the gold and silver therein were his coveted prize. Gao Wen did not rush into action. Instead, he donned his shadowy cloak and leaned against a wall, waiting in silence. The 2 crows perched on his shoulders remained eerily quiet, only revealing their predatory gaze when the gray dwarves passed by. Time trickled by. The patrolling gray dwarf soldiers moved about, utterly oblivious to Gao Wen's concealed presence. Let us begin. After half an hour, Gao Wen enveloped himself in a watery shield, slowly drawing forth his one-handed sword. With a casual toss, it was caught firmly by a pair of invisible hands, and his hidden form became visible. The soldiers patrolling outside the castle immediately spotted Gao Wen, cursing as they charged towards him. Filthy pigfolk, this is no place for you. Seize him, they shouted, fearing the reprimand of their overseer should he witness their failure. You lowly pigfolk, kneel before us. Gao Wen stepped forward, and from 5 meters away, his one-handed sword swung with a ferocious arc, decapitating the foremost gray dwarf soldier, whose bloodied head rolled across the ground. The other gray dwarves were struck with terror. Damn it, who can tell me how that sword moved on its own? No, my brother, it must be that pigfolk. Kill him. Unfazed, Gao Wen continued to manipulate the sword in a frenzy. Though he had not learned swordsmanship, the angles of his strikes were unpredictable. The first swing was horizontal. The next, a thrust aimed at the head. The gray dwarves were caught off guard, and it took only 2 strikes to fell one. In a matter of moments, chaos reigned as he slaughtered them indiscriminately. Oh heavens, I'm going to die. Damn it, where is Vorn? Why has Te come to aid us? Retreat, quick, retreat. The gray dwarves at the front crumbled, scrambling back in panic. The guards of the castle finally sensed something amiss and rushed towards the fray. Little 11, little 18, Gao Wen shouted, and the 2 crows darted forth like arrows, their iron claws ready to crush the unprotected napes of the gray dwarves. They swooped through the ranks like harbingers of death, swiftly reaping lives. By the time the reinforcements of gray dwarves arrived, only a sea of corpses remained. Form up, archers, prepare to fire. Captain Vorn remained calm under pressure, quickly devising a response. A single volley of arrows forced the two crows back. Convinced, he drew forth his cross-sword, commanding, shields in front, archers behind. The gray dwarf soldiers marched forward in disciplined formation, their heavy shields instilling them with a sense of security. What of the monsters? They were no strangers to the hunt. At that moment, a gray dwarf in the ranks suddenly screamed, "Oh heavens, he is a wizard!" Meanwhile, Gao Wen completed the preparation for his quintuple ice arrow spell, conjuring 5 ice arrows as thick as arms. Radiating an icy chill, with a flick of his hand, he commanded, "Go!" The first ice arrow shot forth like a siege crossbow bolt, howling as it struck, shattering shields and carving a horrific blood trail among the soldiers, ultimately embedding itself into the outer wall of the castle. Go. Before the gray dwarf soldiers could react, the second ice arrow followed suit. Gao Wen advanced step by step, each movement accompanied by an ice arrow. And before the final arrow could be loosed, the remaining gray dwarves collapsed in despair, discarding their shields and swords, scrambling back in terror. Go. With the release of the last ice arrow, the captain's cries were silenced as he was pinned to the ground. The two crows, circling above, swooped down to commence the hunt. In no time, they had exterminated the entire squad of 50 gray dwarf soldiers. Gao Wen treaded over the blood-soaked streets, ascending the steps of the castle. At that moment, an elderly gray dwarf appeared before the castle gates, obstructing Gao Wen's path. Clad in a gray robe and leaning on a cane, his long white beard nearly brushed the ground. Meticulously groomed, he glared at Gao Wen with fury, questioning, "As a proper wizard apprentice, why do you slay the innocent?" Gao Wen raised an eyebrow in surprise, replying, "You are also a wizard apprentice," the old man huffed disdainfully, striking his cane against the ground. "This is the residence of the Lord, not a place for the likes of you." "Then it seems I have come to the right place," Gao Wen retorted with a cold smile. Thrusting his hand forward, an unseen force knocked the old man to the ground. Gao Wen, somewhat exasperated, reached out to crush the old man's life right then and there. Yet, from the old man's sleeve flowed a pale green liquid, coalescing into an oval shield that protected him. Gao Wen intensified his grip with the mage's hand, but the shield merely deformed slightly, failing to break. He quickly summoned the two crows to join the assault. But they too were unable to penetrate the barrier. The old man finally regained his footing, his voice filled with anger as he declared, "Human wizard, this is the war you have instigated." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 test tubes from his sleeve, one white and the other red. With a pained expression, he opened the white test tube and poured the white liquid onto the ground. Instantly, thick white smoke billowed up from the earth. Caw, caw. Startled, 2 crows attempted to take flight but staggered and fell to the ground, quickly falling silent. Gao Wen jumped back in alarm, only to see the old man suddenly hurl the red test tube at him. Sensing danger, Gao Wen rolled to the left to evade the projectile, but before he could catch his breath, the test tube struck the ground and ignited into a fierce orange flame, engulfing a 3-meter radius, encompassing Gao Wen as well. The flame seared the water barrier, producing a sizzling sound, yet they failed to breach even the outermost layer of the water shield. Gao Wen breathed a slight sigh of relief. It appeared that this substance was merely a fade, lacking true potency. He hastily dashed out of the inferno, retreating while preparing to unleash his 5 consecutive ice arrows. 1 second, 2 seconds. The old man, witnessing that Gao Wen remained unscathed, grew increasingly flustered. He quickly retrieved the last red test tube and hurled it with all his might at Gao Wen. But due to his frail age, it struck the steps midway and ignited into a large blaze once more. The old man's expression darkened as he roared, "You've forced my hand." With that, he tore open his gray robe, revealing 2 limp octopus tentacles sprouting from his chest, which began to elongate as his complexion grew more pallid, engorged with blood. "I'm ready now," Gao Wen chuckled coldly, conjuring 5 ice arrows as thick as arms before him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the 5 arrows shot forth in a cross formation, sealing off all avenues of escape for the old man. The old man's eyes widened in terror. Having recently witnessed the devastating power of this sorcery, he understood that failure to defend would result in death. Thus, he summoned all his strength, causing the tentacles on his chest, now 2 meters long, to thrash wildly. The ice arrows collided with the tentacles, which disintegrated inch by inch. Yet, driven by a fierce will to survive, the old man managed to deflect 4 of the arrows just enough that they grazed his body, sending chills down his spine. Only the last ice arrow broke through the tentacle's defense, piercing through the protective shield and viciously impaling his calf, leaving a gory hole. The old man, having narrowly escaped death, wore an expression of exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity after loosing the ice arrows, Gao Wen approached, extending his right hand to grasp the old man's head in an unseen grip, with a sinister grin. He stated, "I'm afraid it's a bit too late." Bang! The old man's expression froze as his head exploded, a mixture of red and white splattering downwards, his headless corpse swaying before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Finally, it was settled. Gao Wen felt a sense of relief as he hurried to the two fallen crows, picking up the little one named Xiaoxi and examining it closely. To his relief, it appeared uninjured, as if merely asleep. He attempted to channel a surge of magical energy into it, and Xiaoxi jolted awake, gazing at Gao Wen in confusion. "It's all right." Gao Wen felt completely at ease, placing Xiaoxi on his shoulder before reviving Xiaoxiba in the same manner. Only then did he begin to search the old man's body, thoroughly inspecting every inch, apart from the modified tentacles. He discovered a test tube strapped to the inside of the old man's forearm, inscribed with a string of characters. Sedative, contained within was a white liquid, revealing itself to be the true culprit behind the crow's stupor. It was a special potion, and not without its merits. Gao Wen tucked away the sedative and instructed the two crows perched on his shoulder, "You two keep watch outside. Do not allow anyone to enter. If any gray dwarf soldiers approach, just entangle them." Caw, caw. The two crows could not fully comprehend but followed Gao Wen's pointed direction, soaring to the rooftop. Gao Wen then stepped into the castle, embarking on a quest for genuine spoils. His eyes immediately fell upon the servants peering outwards. There were gray dwarfs, humans, both male and female. Upon spotting Gao Wen, they collectively froze, then screamed and scattered in all directions. "Stop right there," Gao Wen bellowed. But his command went unheeded. He dashed forward, extending his right hand to manipulate a mage's hand, seizing the fastest fleeing gray dwarf youth and lifting him high before smashing him onto the hard stone floor. Feigning ferocity as he declared, "Whoever moves, dies," the servant stood as if ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. Gao Wen pressed into the crowd, coldly demanding, "Who can tell me where the treasure chamber of the castle is?" Silence enveloped the scene until a timid human girl in the corner stood up, stammering, "My lord, I know." "Excellent." Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Lead me to that old man's bedroom." "Yes." The girl quickly complied, hastening to guide him. Though her attire was tattered, she walked upright, unlike the others outside who were treated like livestock, suggesting she held the privilege of being a lord's servant. However, Gao Wen held little interest in such matters. After 15 minutes, Gao Wen had thoroughly looted everything of value within the castle, feeling content as he made his way outside. Not only had he amassed a considerable amount of currency, but he also uncovered a diary in the old man's bedroom. A cursory glance revealed a wealth of information about the old man. His name was Alvin, the steward of the castle, who had been recognized and nurtured for his wizarding potential by a previous lord, even having journeyed to the Bronze Covenant. However, due to his talent being of the lowest tier, after decades of stagnation, he returned to the city of Grey Dwarfs, serving as the current Lord Steward. As for the wizarding knowledge, it would require time to organize. The girl caught up from behind, anxiously inquiring, "Are you leaving, my lord?" Gao Wen casually remarked, "This time, the fate of Guante is uncertain. I plan to take the opportunity to eliminate a batch of Grey Dwarf soldiers in the city. If you can seize the chance, you might just overthrow their rule. As for me, I likely won't stay here too long." The girl, filled with trepidation, implored, "But we have no heroes of our own. You cannot leave." "I'm afraid not." Gao Wen resolutely shook his head. Noticing her articulate speech, he curiously asked, "Do you know why our kind survives in the underground world?" The girl suppressed her disappointment and quickly explained, "My lord, I'm not entirely certain. I was born underground, but I once overheard my grandfather mention that it stemmed from a great invasion over a century ago. They breached towns and enslaved our ancestors, leading to our existence. Gao Wen realized that if this were true, it indicated the possibility of a passage leading to the surface near the city-state. Without further thought, he hesitated, opened a crocodile leather case, retrieved a sharp tooth, and casually tossed it to the girl, explaining, "I have no need for this. It's a gift for you. It's called the Vampire Fong. If you replace one of your teeth with it, it will be effective. I believe it could be of assistance to you." With that, he exited the castle. The girl caught the Vampire Fong with both hands, nearly overwhelmed with joy, and bowed deeply to Gao Wen's receding figure, exclaiming, "Samantha will forever remember your kindness." As she rose, she found the surrounding servants encroaching upon her, their gazes fervent. The girl hastily drew a dagger from her bosom, brandishing it as she feigned ferocity, declaring, "Who dares to step closer? Samantha won't hesitate to send them to hell. The Lord has chosen me. Just a single call, and you will all perish here." Seeing the crowd hesitate, she gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, pried out one of her canine teeth, quickly affixing the Vampire Fong in its place. the root melding seamlessly with flesh and blood. The onlookers recoiled in fear, no longer daring to advance. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Gao Wen stepped out of the castle only to find a military formation blocking the exit, a gathering of over 100 gray dwarf soldiers. The last vestige of their strength. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the command, a rain of arrows flew towards Gao Wen, yet they struck against his thin water shield as if against impenetrable stone, all deflected harmlessly away. The soldiers' faces morphed into expressions of terror upon witnessing this. It seemed there was no need for him to laboriously hunt them down one by one. Gao Wen let out a cold smile, slowly raising his left hand. The mind ring adorning his index finger flickered with a faint light, and an invisible wave swept forward at a right angle. Wherever it passed, the gray dwarven soldiers collapsed and rose like harvested wheat, all falling unconscious. Not a single one left. Gao Wen swiftly drew his one-handed sword from his waist, and two crows swooped down from the air, rapidly reaping lives. The crowd, observing from a distance, immediately stirred. The gray dwarven commoners trembled uncontrollably when the human beings, who had been reduced to menial labor, instinctively sought to straighten their backs. A glimmer of realization sparkled in their eyes. It turned out that we, the humans, could also walk upright. It turned out that even the powerful gray dwarven soldiers could perish. It turned out that humans too had heroes. After eliminating all the gray dwarven soldiers, Gao Wen did not linger. Accompanied by the crows, he departed from the castle, walking resolutely through the streets and passing through the city gates, with no gray dwarves daring to obstruct him. Once outside the city gates, he cast a glance at the stone tablet that read City of Gray Dwarves, murmuring to himself, "It seems a bit of a misnomer." Bang! In the next moment, Gao Wen kicked the tablet down and strode away. After leaving the city-state, he took refuge in a nearby cave, waiting for Crow 7 to return with news while sitting cross-legged in meditation to replenish his expended magical energy. Once his magical power was restored, he began to peruse the diary. After 3 months of study, I have finally mastered the language of Pandora. The lord of the city praised me as a genius among the gray dwarfs. As a future master wizard, it is time to document my journey of growth. The lord of the city remains as wise and benevolent as ever. Ox stole 2 copper stars from me. Although he did not admit it. A dull day. So sleepy. I think I'll call it a day. It has been half a year, and the lord of the city has yet to provide me with the rune stone he promised. He seems to have forgotten. Should I remind him? No. Perhaps I am too impatient. I will wait a bit longer. Oh my, today Haley confessed her feelings to me, but alas, she is too overweight. I prefer Miss Lydia. Gao Wen quickly flipped past the mundane entries, continuing to read on. Damn, I actually possess a first-rate talent. My mental acuity has nearly stagnated. In the year 986 of the wizard's calendar, during the month of mist, I walked away from the experimental platform alive, yet my body suffered tremendous torment. I find myself reminiscing about the city of gray dwarfs, longing for that warm mushroom soup. I have decided to return to my homeland. However, before that, I intend to exchange 30 years' worth of savings for knowledge of a few potions. Sleep-inducing potions, guardian potions, burning potions. Gao Wen's eyes sparkled as he meticulously studied the recipes and alchemical notes for the 3 potions. With his level 2 alchemist skills, he easily grasped the essentials. These 3 potions were of secondary grade, immensely useful for a lowly wizard apprentice like Alvin, yet merely a supplementary enhancement for Gao Wen. Fortunately, they would enrich his arsenal. As for the other contents of the diary, they were nothing short of a tragic chronicle of a lowly wizard apprentice. Heart-wrenching. All of this was due to Alvin's woefully inadequate first-rate wizard talent. He sought to join the Bronze Covenant but was ruthlessly rejected. In pursuit of a dawn potion, he endured 3 months of torment from another wizard apprentice, for the sake of a meditation technique. He had to acquiesce to a wizard's conditions, obediently lying on the experimental platform, becoming a test subject. Thankfully, I possessed the premium panel. Gao Wen closed the diary, feeling immensely fortunate to know that he initially had a first-rate wizard talent. However, thanks to the premium panel, he had elevated to a 4th-rate, qualifying him as a prodigy. He glanced at the panel, filled with contentment. Premium points, 54,539.55 originally. The premium points were less than 30,000. A single expedition to the castle had nearly doubled that amount, equivalent to over 2,000 gold dragons, an accumulation spanning dozens, if not hundreds, of years for a city-state. Such wealth was unparalleled even among the greatest nobles on the surface. This was primarily due to the abundance of gold and silver underground, and the relative isolation of the gray dwarven city-state, which afforded little opportunity for expenditure, thus allowing Gao Wen to seize a tremendous opportunity. In addition, the remaining mithril and shining gold from his recharge had already accumulated to nearly half a vial, representing a significant fortune as well. Wizard talent, 4th-rank Gao Wen focused intently on the premium panel. Noticing that after achieving 4th-rate wizard talent, the enhance option indeed appeared. Presumably, it would require 50,000 premium points to reach the 5th rank. He contemplated for a moment, feeling that there was no immediate need to expend premium points elsewhere. As only a spell for magical concealment remained unfinished, however, the remaining premium points after the upgrade would suffice for enhancement. Talent is a comprehensive improvement. The higher, the better. Without further hesitation, Gao Wen lightly focused his thoughts, and his 4th-rate wizard talent promptly ascended to the 5th rank. Although he felt no immediate, tangible change, he was aware that numerous aspects had transformed. For instance, meditation efficiency improved. The recovery rate of magical and mental energy accelerated. The stability of his mental realm strengthened, and the engraving of will runes became easier, among other changes. These were invisible transformations, yet they constantly influenced Gao Wen. The longer the duration, the more pronounced the effects became. Wizard talent, 5th rank premium points, 4,539.55. Gao Wen rubbed his chin, pondering, could it be that 5th-rate wizard talent is not the limit? He did not dwell on it further, retrieving a stack of papyrus from his crocodile skin chest, and continued to analyze the incomplete magical concealment. This seemingly unremarkable spell could wield tremendous power when ambushing others or concealing oneself. Every spell cast, even the simplest cantrip, would disturb the surrounding energy particles, resulting in varying degrees of magical fluctuations. The greater the power of the spell, the larger the magical expenditure, and the more violent the fluctuations. Many wild creatures could sense these disturbances, as could wizards trained in magical perception. If one wished to avoid exposing every action to the scrutiny of others, magical concealment was the optimal choice. Otherwise, while exploring the outside world, even the slightest cantrip or spell could attract unpredictable risks. Gao Wen wielded a quill pen, engrossed in his writing and drawing, unaware of the passage of time. It was not until he heard the caw of a crow that he lifted his head. Discovering Crow 7 had just flown into the cave. He extended his arm for the crow to perch on, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Quack, quack. Crow 7 cawed twice, then spread its wings and flew outward. Gao Wen felt a twinge of confusion but acted swiftly, hastily packing his belongings and grabbing the crocodile skin chest before pursuing. After running for nearly half an hour, he finally stopped before a partially collapsed cave. Quack, quack. Crow 7 landed on Gao Wen's shoulder, signaling to him. Roar. As Gao Wen approached the cave, a threatening growl emanated from within. He immediately halted, raising an eyebrow. Silent Hunter. He paused for a moment, noticing that the creature did not emerge from the cave. Thus, he cast a water barrier around himself and cautiously approached the entrance. As his eyes shimmered with a faint light, he glimpsed the scene within the cave. Indeed, it was the black lion he had encountered before. Yet at this moment, it had lost its former grandeur, covered in wounds and lacking the strength to stand, languishing in a corner like a lamb awaiting slaughter. It turned out to be mere bluster. Gao Wen realized, with a sense of clarity, that his plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf had likely succeeded. The pitiful state of the black lion suggested that Gu Anti had undoubtedly not come away unscathed before the Mangster giant serpent. It was even possible that he had perished. Otherwise, how could he have so easily parted ways with the silent hunter? Good, Gao Wen grinned, stepping into the cave. The black lion struggled to rise, its sharp claws scratching the ground. Yet the rear half of its body was completely unresponsive, akin to paralysis. Gao Wen halted, shaking his head and sighing. What a pity! What a pity! If one were to possess a pet contract scroll, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to subdue the silent hunter as a magical companion. Alas, the scroll is prohibitively expensive, valued at over 100 magic stones, far beyond his current means. Thus, he must settle for a lesser alternative. With a low growl, Hardwin refrained from intervening, merely observing as the black lion succumbed to its injuries, bleeding profusely from repeated struggles. He collected a substantial amount of the lion's blood in a glass vial, offered its fierce eyes to the crows, and inserted 2 blue gemstones into its hollow sockets. Finally, he raised his left hand, the skeletal ring adorning his ring finger aimed at the lion's body. In an instant, a chilling wind howled through the air. A quarter of an hour later, Hardwin emerged from the cave, a nearly 3-meter-long skeletal beast trailing closely behind him. He gazed upwards into the darkness, his expression grave. Only one day remains. Subsequently, Hardwin mounted the skeletal beast's back, accompanied by 3 crows, as they set forth in search of the elusive Guante, intending to eradicate any remnants of his existence. After a lengthy search, they found nothing. Hardwin even returned to the city-state, yet discovered no signs of Guante's return. From this, he deduced that Guante was most likely deceased, his corpse perhaps dragged into the subterranean lair by the monstrous serpent. The withering serpent certainly lived up to its ancient lineage. Hardwin regarded the giant snake with renewed respect, after which he refrained from further wandering, opting instead for a secluded cave to wait. While deciphering the magical concealment for the imminent arrival of the mysterious calamity. On one particular day, the three crows, who had been napping within the cave, suddenly opened their eyes and emitted a series of anxious cries. Hardwin, in a meditative state, felt a disorienting whisper begin to echo in his ears, Jili Gulu, Shalinitu. This murmuring seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing one's attention to listen intently, yet the more one listened, the more entranced one became. Simultaneously, black threads began to appear upon Hardwin's skin, slowly creeping up his face. Startled, Hardwin abruptly opened his eyes, a strange green glimmer flashing in his gaze as he inspected his hands, only to discover that they had transformed into two writhing tentacles without his knowledge. Unfazed, Hardwin calmly remarked, "Auditory hallucinations, visual distortions, and a terrifying unknown contamination seem to lurk within, threatening to warp my mental realm. If this persists, I may indeed be transformed into a grotesque abomination. Is this what they call a mysterious curse?" He dared not delay further, fearing irreversible damage might ensue. Thus, he swiftly invoked his LV5 mechanical mind, which, through a wondrous effect, forcibly stripped away the disordered thoughts and delusions, allowing clarity and reason to regain dominance as the hallucinations began to fade. Gradually, the black lines on his face receded, retreating beneath the surface of his skin, yet seemingly poised to return at any moment. Thank goodness. Hardwin sighed in relief, having successfully navigated through the most perilous trial since his arrival in this realm, finally able to catch his breath. He stood to inspect the crows and the skeletal beast. Finding them unharmed, that it was only natural, he mused. While the contamination affected all beings in the Pandora world, its primary targets were the knowledgeable wizards. Leaving minimal impact on magical creatures and ordinary humans, the true threat remained the gray mist. Hastening to the cave entrance, he looked up to see wisps of mist descending from the void, slowly accumulating and gradually enveloping the desolate wilderness. From this point onward, the gray mist would shroud the town. Hardwin murmured, yet felt utterly powerless, as the mist embodied the residual power of the god of gray mist and pollution. Imbued with malice and curses, destined to annihilate the beings of the Pandora world, civilization thrives, the gray mist recedes. Civilization falters, the gray mist encroaches. Periodically, it would unleash a terrifying tidal wave of gray mist. The Pandora world faced either a rebirth of unprecedented strength or a plunge into the abyss of eternal despair. Hardwin returned to the cave, tidied his belongings, mounted the skeletal beast while donning his shadow cloak, and covered his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, exclaiming, "We must set forth, keep up." With that, the skeletal beast leaped out of the cave, while the three red-eyed crows hurriedly followed, circling once before landing atop the skeletal beast's head. Curiously observing the swirling gray mist, silence enveloped their journey. Hardwin carefully navigated around the territory of the monstrous serpent, heading towards the Bronze Mountain. Before he could fully depart the wilderness, he encountered 3 attacks from wild beasts. After easily dispatching them, he adjusted his damp cloth covering his mouth and nose, expressing his concerns. The wilderness will only grow more perilous henceforth. He promptly dismissed such thoughts and continued onward. The gray mist not only obscured vision, but also harbored a malevolent force that gradually led living beings to lose their innate nature and clouded their minds, inciting ferocity and a hatred for humanity. This was the reason behind the beast's attacks. Prolonged exposure to the gray mist would significantly heighten the likelihood of transformation into abominations, and as time passed, the number of such creatures emerging from the wilderness would inevitably increase, posing an ever greater danger. The sole silver lining was that a wizard's magic could effectively dispel the gray mist. After leaving the wilderness, Hardwin intentionally slowed his pace. Half a day later, the mist thickened. Visibility diminished, and after another 15 minutes of travel, he finally approached the bronze oath. He discerned the faint outline of the outer mist barrier. Caw-caw, the 3 red-eyed crows spiraled down from the sky, their agitation evident from having absorbed too much gray mist, their eyes increasingly bloodshot. Crow number 7 shook its head vigorously, little 11 pecked at the skull beast's head, and little 18 scratched at its claws, all attempting to maintain their alertness. The skeletal beast, being an undead creature, showed no signs of distress, as it did not require breath. "Stand still," Hardwin commanded, reaching out to stroke number 7's head, channeling his magic into it. After a mere few moments of wandering through its being, he forced all the gray mist into a corner. Caw, crow number 7 let out a belch, expelling the mist from its body and regaining its clarity of mind. One by one, don't crowd. Hardwin thoroughly dispelled the gray mist absorbed by the 3 crows, retrieved a runestone from the crocodile skin box, fastened it to his waist, and urged the skeletal beast into the mist zone. Swiftly traversing through it to the edge of the death marsh, suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed across the entire expanse of the death marsh. Is it not over yet? Hardwin's pupils constricted, and he dared not linger. Turning back to plunge once more into the mist, such a cacophony could only be the result of a battle between formal wizards. As a mere apprentice of intermediate rank, he had no place in such a conflict. Nor did he intend to engage. His objective was merely to acquire a fragment of the Bronze Oath's legacy. Should complications arise, he would not take unnecessary risks. After distancing himself from the mist zone by 2 miles, Hardwin finally relaxed, seeking refuge in a narrow cave. He did not allow the crows to venture out to scout for news. Instead, he sealed the cave entrance and focused on deciphering the magical concealment. After half a day, he completed the analysis. Hardwin immediately upgraded the concealment to LV1, beginning to engrave runes within his mental realm. Thanks to his 5th-tier talent, he completed the runic engraving in just 1 day. Mastering the spell of magical concealment. Testing it out, he found that the LV1 magical concealment could obscure 70 of magical fluctuations, an impressive feat indeed. He then pushed it to the maximum of LV5, resulting in even more pronounced effects, capable of masking nearly 99 of magical fluctuations. Even when casting his most powerful spell, the 5-linked ice arrow, it would only produce a minuscule disturbance that dissipated entirely within 3 meters, thereby significantly enhancing its practicality. Spell, Magical Concealment LV5, highly effective. Excellent. Hardwin nodded in satisfaction, plucking several fragrant roasted steaks from a nearby food tree to feed the 3 red-eyed crows. He indulged in a piece himself, carefully nurturing some insects with his magic. Then, he sat down to continue engraving the 8th rune within his mental realm. Half a day later, Hardwin opened his eyes, sensing that the time was ripe. He affixed the runestone around the neck of the most astute crow, number 7, opened the cave entrance, and sent number 7 out to scout for information. Before long, crow number 7 returned safely, nodding at Hardwin. Good, let us depart. Hardwin hesitated no longer, mounting the skeletal beast and surveying the surroundings, noting darkly, the gray mist has thickened. Even with the aid of the illumination spell, he could only see a mere dozen meters ahead. Certainly, this is also the reason why he did not exert himself to the fullest, for the commotion was excessive and unnecessary. Let us go. Gavin lightly tapped the abdomen of the skeletal beast and proceeded towards the Bronze Oath. As he made his way halfway, he noticed the small figure of 11 frequently looking up at him, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to glance upwards. In that fleeting moment, a chilling sensation surged through him. Amidst the vast gray mist, a colossal silhouette was silently drifting from above, over 10 meters high, most of its form obscured by the fog, with only a small portion visible at the bottom. It was 2 scythe-like legs piercing through 2 robed corpses, accompanied by dangling tentacles reminiscent of an octopus, oozing pus, crawling with maggots, and even rolling over several wretched heads. Drip, drip. 2 drops of pus fell onto Gavin's hand, corroding 2 bloody pits. Yet, he remained motionless, gazing silently. It was not until a sharp pain pierced his eyes, leaving him slightly dizzy, that he gently closed them, his expression betraying no change, for upon sensing the danger, his mechanical mind had automatically activated, allowing him to minimize his movements to avoid detection. He was acutely aware of the terror of the creature above, even recognizing its identity as the official wizard octopus guarding the library within the Bronze Mountain. Regrettably, it had now been forcibly transformed into a grotesque monster, becoming part of the gray mist. After a considerable time, Gavin finally opened his eyes, only to find that the monster had vanished from above. He exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly bandaged the 2 wounds on his hand. Thankfully, it seemed there were no significant issues. Once the wounds were tended to, Gavin felt a sense of relief. Fortunate that if those 2 drops of pus had landed on his face, he would have likely been disfigured at such a tender age. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to continue onward. Navigating through the misty region and traversing the silent marsh of death, he finally beheld a partially collapsed bronze mountain. He surveyed his surroundings but saw no living souls, not even a single corpse. Only the scars of violent conflict and pools of blood. Gavin stood in contemplation for a long while, murmuring, "The Bronze Oath has come to an end." He then released 3 crows and urged the skeletal beast to hasten towards the Bronze Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, cautiously ascending along the shattered path until they reached a point halfway up, where they found the entrance to the mountain's depths had collapsed. Obstructed by several massive stones, the 2 guardian golems had also been reduced to rubble. Gavin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, mixed with a sense of unwillingness. He urged the skeletal beast forward and unleashed a 5-fold ice arrow spell. gesturing with his hand as 5 ice arrows plunged fiercely into the smallest of the massive stones, yet they penetrated only a mere 2 inches. "This is troublesome," Gavin murmured, realizing that these stones were not ordinary boulders but had been reinforced by sorcery, their hardness exceeding even that of steel. Even his nearly 5th-degree ice arrows were rendered ineffective. It was worth noting that even a typical high-level wizard apprentice's spells generally only reached a meager 3rd degree. This illustrated that even an official wizard would require considerable effort to overcome this obstacle. Gavin furrowed his brow in deep thought, suddenly recalling a spell known as turning stone to mud, originating from a rat folk, which happened to be a natural counter to stone. If he could cast this spell, he would have a 90% chance of breaking through to create an entryway into the mountain's depths. The only drawback was that he currently had no spare spell slots. To learn it, he would need to eliminate another spell from his repertoire. Summon crows, light, mage hand, arcane veil. Gavin pondered for a while, ultimately unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Each of these 4 spells held significant importance for him. Summon crows maintained his connection with the 3 red-eyed crows and could not be compromised. Light was crucial for his mobility in the underground world. It was indispensable. Arcane Veil had only recently been learned and would only grow in importance as time went on, making it equally hard to relinquish. The only spell that seemed less critical was Mage Hand, yet if he were to discard it, he would not only lose an excellent means of confrontation but also effectively forfeit half an assistant. This left Gavin in a state of indecision. Quack, quack. At that moment, the Crow 11 flew over from the north of the mountain and landed on the beast's head, gesturing with its wings. Gavin, struck by inspiration, commanded, "Lead the way." Following 11, Gavin circled around to the back of the mountain. After a short distance, he spotted a vague figure seated upon a large stone, seemingly in deep meditation. He cautiously urged the skeletal beast closer, only to find the silhouette somewhat familiar. Gavin raised an eyebrow and tentatively called out, "Rooter?" The figure, startled, turned around and sighed in relief upon recognizing Gavin, yet hesitated, struggling to recall his name. "I know you. What is it you called yourself again?" "Gavin." Yes. Rooter slapped his forehead, his expression shifting from joy to immediate sorrow, lamenting, "I still remember that I was your guide. It has only been a few months, and I never imagined the Bronze Oath would end up like this. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Thankfully, you have survived." He scrutinized the skeletal beast for a moment, reflecting, "I recall that you were accompanied by another undead back then. Weren't you?" "Indeed," Gavin nodded, maintaining a favorable impression of Rooter, though their interactions had been limited, making him cautious. He turned to gaze down the mountain, only to be met with an obscured view by the gray mist, and inquired, "Are there others still alive apart from us?" "Yes, in the past few days, I have encountered 7 or 8 wizard apprentices, but I am not familiar with them." One of them appeared quite deranged, in a rather dire state, and there was some mutual wariness among us, so we did not interact much. A few others have likely departed in the past couple of days. Have you seen any official wizards?" "None." Rooter shook his head, his expression downcast. "The battle was tumultuous, and I barely managed to survive hiding in a crevice, only to almost be buried by falling rocks. By the time I emerged, this was the situation." Gavin pointed towards the mountain's peak. Rooter immediately understood. "The trading area has been destroyed. Those who got out first scavenged everything usable, leaving nothing behind at the summit." Gavin relinquished his desire to ascend further and continued to inquire, "What are your plans?" Rooter fell silent, his head bowed. Gavin gestured towards the mountain's depths. "The Bronze Oath has been utterly destroyed. As survivors, we ought to inherit the legacy and treasures of our organization. I believe we should attempt to breach the mountain's interior. That would be futile. Others have tried before. The entrance is blocked by magically reinforced boulders, and with our strength as wizard apprentices, we cannot move them, let alone shatter them." "Not necessarily," Gavin countered. "I have a method to open it, but it requires some manpower." Rooter's eyes lit up with surprise. "Are you serious?" "Of course." "All right, I will contact others." With that, Rooter dashed down the mountain in a flurry. Gavin remounted the skeletal beast, returning to the entrance. He, too, desired to secretly claim the treasures, yet upon learning that other wizard apprentices still lived, he realized that any movement on his part would quickly attract the attention of others. It was nearly impossible to act without alerting anyone. Given this, he decided it would be best to gather all surviving apprentices and present everything openly. This way, they could share the risks, avoid ambushes, and he would not need to expend spell slots, allowing others to learn turning stone to mud in his stead. It was with these considerations in mind that Gavin devised this plan. However, he also needed to retain some contingency. He first summoned the 3 crows back, giving them instructions to spread out around the bronze mountain, and then he waited silently. Before long, Reuter returned, leading another individual. This person was clad in red finery, tall and handsome, with a smile gracing his lips, resembling a young nobleman in his early 20s, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. Reuter introduced, "This is the vampire Sony. And another is the orc Cavil. He knows the whereabouts of the others and has gone to summon them. They will arrive shortly. This is Gavin of the human race, who possesses a method to enter the mountain's depths." The two individuals merely nodded at each other, signifying their acquaintance. Soon, 4 others arrived in succession: the Boarman Cavil, the Gnome Talk, and the troll siblings, Susan and Miller, who towered over 3 meters with their limestone-colored skin. Presenting a rather fearsome appearance. It was rumored that they were distant relatives of the vice president, Corot, and internal members of the Bronze Oath, having narrowly escaped a calamity due to an unexpected outing. Gawain, lacking the ability to perceive magical energies, was uncertain of the specific levels of these individuals, but instinctively sensed that the Gnome Talk was somewhat weaker, while the others were on par with him. Of course, should it come to a skirmish, it would ultimately depend on each individual's capabilities. After the 7 had acquainted themselves, the vampire Sony crossed his arms and remarked, "Now that everyone is present, Mr. Gawain may share his insights." Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Gawain produced a piece of papyrus he had prepared in advance, raising it slightly. "This pertains to the spell Fossil to Mud. I trust no further explanation is necessary." The group seemed enlightened. They were indeed familiar with this spell, as it was listed in the library of the Bronze Oath. However, due to the limited slots for their sorcery, it was uncommon for anyone to pursue such niche spells. Gawain continued, "Those who wish to learn are welcome to step forward." The group exchanged silent glances, each falling into a contemplative silence. The troll Susan, with her barrel-like waist, took a step forward and produced a test tube from her wallet, stating, "I can provide a vial of cleansing agent. Once ingested, it swiftly removes existing runes without any side effects, and it does not disturb the mental realm, allowing for immediate acquisition of new spells." The vampire Sony cleared his throat. "I can compensate him with 3 magic stones." The half-orc Rate quickly added, "I can do the same." The Boarman Cavil bared his tusks and puffed out his bristly chest. Buzzing, "I can let him take 3 punches." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the Gnome Talk, who found himself with no options left. He lowered his head, appearing rather self-deprecating, and stammered, "I am willing to learn." Gawain's expression was complex, yet he remained silent as he stepped forward to hand over the papyrus detailing the Fossil to Mud spell. The underworld had always operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. The only course of action available to him was to adhere to the rules, and subsequently, transcend them. "Thank you." The Gnome Talk expressed his gratitude, taking a deep breath as he prepared to analyze the spell. "How lively it is." At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed, causing everyone to instinctively brace themselves, turning in unison towards the foot of the mountain, where they beheld a swirling gray mist and a figure limping towards them. It was a werewolf with a human body and a wolf's head. Peculiarly, one of his legs was thicker than the other, patches of fur missing, and his arms had morphed into tentacles. When I was blind. Hanging limply over his face, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He regarded the assembly with a single eye, grinning grotesquely. "So, you all are here." Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he howled menacingly, "Then why was I not invited?" As he roared, a cord-like object fell from his mouth, which he swiftly caught and stuffed back in, chewing voraciously. Gawain frowned. It was unmistakably a rat's tail. The half-orc Rate leaned closer, whispering, "That's the werewolf Jack. He is also a member of our Bronze Oath. Since the last incident, he has been a bit off, speaking in a mad manner. I didn't expect that after just a day or 2. He'd end up like this." Although the mysterious calamity from 2 days prior had passed, the curse lingered and would continue to persist. The werewolf Jack had withstood the curse, but tragically, his mental realm had been tainted. If this pollution were not swiftly eradicated, he would only descend further into madness, ultimately leading to a twisted collapse of his psyche, merging irrevocably into the gray mist and becoming part of the aberrant monstrosities. Furthermore, such phenomena could become increasingly prevalent, stemming from various causes: a failed experiment, an arcane incantation, an encounter with an overwhelmingly powerful entity, or even a mere injury. Ultimately, it came down to the changing times. Knowledge now bore a price. Experimentation is knowledge. Sorcery is knowledge. Beasts are knowledge. Even injury results from knowledge. Knowledge permeates all, and thus, pollution pervades as well. Gawain sighed. He has lost control. Rate, hearing this for the first time, grasped the meaning perfectly, while Gawain refrained from elaborating. Knowing that these 4 words would gradually circulate and evoke trepidation among the wizards, the werewolf Jack glared at each person, his expression darkening. "You seem unwelcoming to me." The vampire Sony clapped his hands. Seemingly attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, Jack immediately transformed his expression into a grin, fixating on the vampire, and exclaimed, "How about I sample your heart?" With that, one of his tentacles lunged forward, seemingly intent on extracting the vampire's heart. But the vampire narrowly evaded with remarkable speed. Jack's demeanor shifted once more. Enraged, "You are indeed deceiving me." He then turned his ire towards the others, snarling, "You too." The gnome Tok, frightened, took a step back, his cowardice immediately drawing Jack's attention. Jack limped closer, extending both tentacles towards Tok's neck. Yet, Tok was not slow to react. He promptly cast the spell-greased feat, dodging clumsily like a jester. The others refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize Tok's capabilities, soon revealing expressions of disdain, recognizing him as merely a low-tier apprentice sorcerer, posing no threat to them whatsoever. As Tok found himself in a perilous predicament, Gao Wen stepped forward, an invisible hand grasping the tentacles and yanking Jack off balance. Tossing the tentacles aside and seizing the moment to declare, "We have urgent matters to attend to. Do not delay." Finally catching his breath, Tok expressed his gratitude to Gao Wen. "Thank you, thank you." Gao Wen nodded kindly. The boarman rushed towards Jack, cursing, "I've long had a bone to pick with you. Come on, let me land 3 punches." With that, he began brawling with the werewolf. Miller, the troll Susan's brother, cracked his robust neck and finally spoke. "I too shall stretch my limbs." With that, his towering frame advanced, pressing a hand onto the werewolf's head, pinning him to the ground, immobilized. Cavil, initially ready to erupt in anger, wisely retreated a few steps upon witnessing Miller's stature. "Ark!" Jack roared in fury, the sound of tearing fabric echoing. "Damn it." Miller swiftly withdrew his hand, wincing in pain. It turned out Jack had transformed into a hairless black wolf and seized the opportunity to bite Miller. Infuriated, Miller clenched his fists, striking his chest, his gray skin gradually hardening into stone, evidently casting a zero-ring spell. He charged at the black wolf, bellowing, "Let me show you some strength." Just as he prepared to execute a body slam, the black wolf nimbly evaded, biting Miller's ankle before swiftly disappearing into the surrounding thick gray mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 5 ice arrows, each as thick as a small arm, whistled through the air. The black wolf, alarmed, raised its fur in fright, twisting its body in a frantic attempt to evade, narrowly avoiding the first 3 arrows, only to be pierced by the last 2, which impaled it against the mountainside. Furious, the troll dashed forward, raining down blows upon the wolf's head until it was reduced to a pulp. The onlookers gazed at Gao Wen in astonishment. Gao Wen mounted his skeletal steed, a look of disappointment on his face. "We came for serious business, not for a stroll. To be frank, I am a bit disheartened. Perhaps I should not have summoned you all." He then rode towards the foot of the mountain, suddenly turning back. "Tok, follow me." "Ah, okay, Mr. Gao Wen." The dazed gnome snapped to attention, quickly scampering after Gao Wen, leaving the others exchanging glances. The vampire Sony shrugged nonchalantly, while the half-orc raid awkwardly attempted to defuse the situation. "Little Tok will need a few days to learn fossil to mud. Let us all disperse for now and reconvene in a few days." Susan rushed to Miller's side, concerned. "Brother, are you injured?" The boarman Cavil, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "I believe Mr. Gao Wen is right. We have indeed been too lax. Had it not been for Sir Galwin's timely intervention, Jack would have nearly made his escape, which surely would have led us into a world of trouble." With that, he turned and walked away. For days later, the 7 gathered once more at the entrance of the mountain's belly, each leaving a magical imprint on a scroll of covenant, the content of which was quite simple, merely to prevent mutual aggression among themselves. As for the effectiveness of this agreement, it was hard to say. Beyond the soul contract, the current binding power of the covenant was not particularly strong, and the cost of breaching it was low. Only when the wizards fully aligned with the Eye of Truth would the new covenant, witnessed by the Eye of Truth, truly possess formidable binding power, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The gnome Tok stepped forward and placed his hand upon the massive boulder blocking the entrance. As he cast the spell Fossil to Mud, the hard stone gradually softened, eventually flowing down like sand, creating a pit the size of a human head in just a short while. The onlookers were filled with excitement, urging him on. "Continue." Tok withdrew his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. "My magical energy is depleted." The vampire Sony scoffed. The boarman Cavil complained. "What a useless fellow." The troll Susan took a test tube from her pouch and casually tossed it to Tok, urging, "This is a minor magical potion. Drink it to quickly restore your magic." Tok's face lit up with joy as he tilted his head back to drink, beginning to meditate afterward. Gao Wen glanced at the empty test tube lying on the ground. Realizing that the troll Susan must be an apothecary, and given her status as a member of the Bronze Oath, She likely possessed numerous valuable potion recipes. After pondering, he tentatively suggested, I am also an apothecary. Miss Susan, would you be interested in exchanging potion recipes? The troll Susan seemed intrigued and inquired, what recipes do you have? The dawn potion, the boiling blood potion, the sleep potion, the guardian potion, the burning potion. Galen listed several, but Susan merely shook her head in disappointment, clearly already knowing how to brew them. Very well. Galen felt somewhat dejected, realizing he had made a fool of himself. He ceased speaking, stepped aside, and retrieved a jar of roasted steak from his crocodile skin box, devouring it hungrily. Over the past few days, he had gathered some auxiliary herbs through the half-orc writ, using the main ingredient of giant bear bile to refine 5 physical enhancement potions. Having only consumed the first one the previous night, after one night, his physique had increased by 0.2, reaching 1.3, and was still on the rise. The significant enhancement in his constitution brought about the side effect of increased hunger. Last night alone, he had consumed 5 steaks, and he found himself hungry once more. Just as Galen finished half a steak, the troll Susan approached him, handing him a piece of papyrus and looking down from her height. Thank you for helping my brother last time. Consider this recipe as a token of gratitude. With that, she sashayed away, leaving no room for refusal. Galen was somewhat taken aback. Upon examining the writing on the papyrus, he discovered it was indeed the recipe for a minor magical potion. Precisely what he could make use of. Why not take it, he mused, tucking it away while muttering, though not the most beautiful of faces, her heart seems to be in the right place, with the supply of minor magical potions. The gnome Tok opened the passage into the mountain's belly that very day. Get out of the way. The boarman Cavial seized Tok and hurled him aside, eagerly crawling into the mountain's belly. His stout body surprisingly agile as he squeezed in. Galen helped Tok to his feet and asked, Are you all right? Tok, with reddened eyes, pointed ahead. Cavial, Galen shook his head. No worries. Can he single-handedly move the bronze oath? All right, Tok replied, lowering his head and rubbing his eyes. Step aside. If you won't enter, I will. The vampire Sony pushed Tok aside and was the second to crawl into the mountain's belly, just as he bent down. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within, causing him to shudder and hastily retreat. Bewildered, that sounded like Cavial. The group exchanged uncertain glances, growing wary. Galen pulled Tok back, crushing a honeydew peach to create a water barrier around himself. And then, together with the others, they focused on the half-human high entrance. After several more screams, the mountain's belly fell silent once again. The vampire Sony's expression shifted, and he began to suspect. Cavial wouldn't be toying with us. Would he? No sooner had he spoken than a pig's head appeared at the cave's mouth, with the boarman Cavial's face twisted in terror as he screamed, Quick, pull me out. It's biting my leg. It hurts so much. Hurry, hurry. The vampire stepped back in alarm. Galen extended his right hand, an invisible force grasping the pig's head, pulling with all his might but to no avail. The half-orc writ chanted incantations. A gray whip emerging from his palm, wrapping around the boarman's head. The two of them combined their strength, finally dragging the boarman partially out. I'll do it. The troll miller stepped forward, grasping the boarman's head and pulling outward until, at last, they freed him from the cave, only to discover that the lower half of his body had turned to stone, rigid, inflexible. More terrifyingly, his left calf had vanished, riddled with gnawing marks. Gao Wen's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such a loss at the very beginning, hastily manipulating the mage's hand to move a stone and block the cave's entrance, preventing whatever lurked inside from emerging. Cavial writhed on the ground in agony, his severed limb showing no traces of blood. The group was left shaken. The troll Susan retrieved a test tube from her robes and tossed it before the boarman. This is a minor healing potion. Drink it. Though it won't regrow your limb, it may alleviate some pain. Cavial, trembling, picked up the potion with shaky hands and gulped it down, the agony on his face finally easing somewhat, his senses returning as he collapsed to the ground. Gasping, it hurts so much. Seizing the opportunity, the vampire Sony stepped forward, pointing at the cave's entrance. Cavial, what attacked you? The boarman stared blankly into the gray mist, weakly responding, it was a scorpion. As soon as I entered, it attacked me. I was about to cast super strength when it stung my left leg, and my body began to petrify. It was so painful, so agonizing, as if my soul were being pierced. At this point, the boarman finally regained some vigor, scanning the crowd with pleading eyes, weeping. Who can save me? Who can save me? I would give everything I have for it. All of it. Please, save me. I don't want to die yet. Galen approached for a closer inspection, finding that the lower half of Cavial's body was no longer flesh and blood but resembled true stone. He shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. The troll Susan echoed his sentiment. This is an irreversible petrification phenomenon. The boar man slumped to the ground, as if stripped of all hope, his lips trembling, his eyes vacant. Simultaneously, dark lines began to crawl out from beneath his skin, spreading rapidly. The crowd hastily retreated. The half-orc Rit shouted, "He's losing control," glancing at Gao Wen, he added. The vampire seized the moment, extending his fingers to reveal sharp claws. Lightly probing Caviel's temple, ending his life. He withdrew his claws, licking the blood from them, and upon noticing the gazes of the others, shrugged innocently. "I merely wished to end his suffering." The group fell silent. A melancholic sense of shared loss settling among them. Gao Wen, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Bronze Oath, swiftly shifted the topic. "What are everyone's thoughts on the scorpion that attacked Caviel?" The half-orc Rit hesitated, and the troll Susan replied, "I believe I might know what that is." Noticing the attention on her, she explained, "My brother and I previously lived in the residential area of the mountain's belly and had some knowledge of the elders within the organization. I once heard that 6 months ago, an elder captured a magical beast. It was said to possess ancient bloodlines, something like a Manstein stone scorpion. I can attest to that." The half-orc Rit stood up, adding, "I have seen that scorpion with my own eyes. It was the size of a plow cow. Known as the Stone Singer. It is said that once fully grown, the Stone Singer can rival a formal wizard, capable of petrifying anyone merely with its voice." Gao Wen raised an eyebrow. "So, it has yet to reach maturity?" "Indeed, at most it is akin to a seasoned high-level wizard apprentice." Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled. For the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Now that they had uncovered the true nature of the culprit lurking within the mountain's depths, they felt assured of their ability to eradicate it. Soon, they engaged in spirited discussion, swiftly formulating a coherent strategy. The gnome Ta continued to enlarge the cave's entrance, while the vampire Sony set traps. The troll Miller procured a wooden shield, and the half-orc Rait summoned monsters with a series of cantrips, conjuring 3 cavern spiders from the death marshes. Once Tak had sufficiently widened the opening, Gao Wen employed the mage hand to remove the stones obstructing the cave. Go. The half-orc Rait pointed, and the 3 cavern spiders, each the size of a basin, lined up to crawl towards the cave entrance. The first spider had barely entered when it emitted a terrified chittering sound, which abruptly ceased. The remaining 2 spiders, paralyzed by fear, retreated, only to be struck down by a white shadow, freezing in place and gradually turning to stone. The group held their breath, their eyes fixated on the cave entrance, as the troll Miller activated his petrification skin, his flesh beginning to transform into stone as he advanced with the wooden shield. Soon, a resounding noise echoed from within the cave, and a massive stone ball rolled out, slowly crushing the withered branches at the entrance, producing a series of crackling sounds. The group was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. The troll Susan exclaimed, "Quick, it is the Stone Singer." The vampire Sony's pupils dilated as he urgently pointed at the withered branches at the cave's mouth, which instantly animated, transforming into thorny vines that ensnared the stone ball. However, it was too late. The stone ball had already rolled past. The vampire's face contorted with terror as he turned and fled. "Miller is here," the troll Miller bellowed, swinging his wooden shield at the stone ball while simultaneously casting a spell of brute force. The stone ball suddenly unfurled, transforming into a colossal stone scorpion the size of an ox, its long tail striking the wooden shield with lightning speed. In an instant, it unleashed a flurry of blows. The wooden shield, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered on the spot, and the scorpion's tail lunged again, aimed directly at Miller's chest. The troll's face contorted in fear, yet he had no time to evade. Just then, the half-orc Rait whipped forth a long whip, ensnaring the scorpion's tail with precision. However, the force that followed exceeded Rait's expectations, sending him flying against the rocky wall, where he landed with a painful groan. Miller seized the opportunity to dart aside, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. "Hit!" the troll Susan shouted, a beam of red light shooting from her fingertip like a laser. Gao Wen, seated atop the skeletal beast, also launched an ice arrow in tandem, yet the Stone Singer's tail was too agile, intercepting the red beam and effortlessly swatting the ice arrow aside. Susan cheered. "It has been struck by my weakening ray." Gao Wen's spirits lifted as he noticed the Stone Singer's attack speed had significantly diminished. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 ice arrows simultaneously, whistling through the air. One ice arrow was again deflected by the scorpion's tail, while the other struck the Stone Singer's head. Before the group could celebrate, the sharp ice arrow shattered into shards, leaving only faint cracks on the Stone Singer's exterior, which elicited expressions of horror from all. Gao Wen's pupils constricted, and he decisively shouted, "Let it go, clear the path." The group suddenly came to their senses. The troll Miller swiftly scooped up the bloodied half-orc Rait and hurriedly sidestepped. But the Stone Singer, seemingly fixated on Miller, brandished its massive pincers in pursuit. Before it could catch up, an ice arrow embedded itself into the stone surface before it. Blocking its way, the stone singer finally halted, turning its compound eyes towards Gao Wen atop the skeletal beast. Gao Wen felt a twinge of anxiety as he maneuvered the last ice arrow, ready to release it at a moment's notice. Yet, the stone singer reformed into a giant stone ball, rumbling down the mountainside, vanishing into the thick gray mist. The group collectively exhaled, experiencing a sensation akin to having survived a calamity. The gnome Talk emerged from his hiding spot among the rocks, beginning to complain. Sony has fled. The troll Miller, incensed, declared, cursed that vampire, both treacherous and cowardly. Everything was meticulously planned, yet his traps proved utterly useless, nearly costing us our lives. Gao Wen cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Enough about him. We must focus on our urgent matters. By the way, how is Rate's injury? Is it serious? The troll Miller's expression darkened. It seems his innards are ruptured. The wound is grave. Cough, cough, cough. The half-orc Rate coughed as he approached, forcing a smile. It's not as severe as Miller says, merely a minor injury. Besides, I've already consumed Miss Susan's healing potion, and it does not impede my movements. Cough, cough. The troll Miller turned and patted Rate on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good brother, I'm glad you're all right." He then added with a tinge of regret, "If only you were as robust as the late Cavil, I would undoubtedly arrange for my sister to marry you." Rate, my good brother, you were simply too frail. I apologize. As an elder brother, I cannot overlook my sister's future happiness. The troll Susan tugged at Miller's sleeve. The half-orc Rate appeared embarrassed, responding dismissively, "I am unworthy of Miss Susan." Enough. Gao Wen interrupted their exchange, urging, "We have important matters to attend to." With that, he leaped down from the skeletal beast, commanding it to enter the mountain's depths first. Once assured of the absence of danger, the five of them followed suit into the familiar hall. They discovered that the 13 passages at the back of the hall had also collapsed significantly, some completely sealed off. The group felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Gao Wen scanned the surroundings and found that only the passages numbered 3, 4, 7, 9, and 13 remained accessible. The half-orc Rate elaborated. Passage 3 leads to the laboratory, where apprentices can apply for low-level laboratories. The next level is for formal wizards, and I've heard there's a third level as well. Passage 4 is the storeroom, which contains various supplies. Passage 7 is the library. Passage 9 is the whispering garden, and Passage 13 is the magical creature incubation pool. Gao Wen casually inquired, "Where do the inhabitants of the mountain usually reside?" Passage 1 is the living quarters. Rate pointed to the completely sealed Passage 1, sighing, "I wonder if anyone survived." Attempting to pat Rate on the shoulder, Gao Wen awkwardly realized he was too short and instead surveyed the group. "What are your plans? Shall we proceed together or split up?" The troll Susan spoke up first. "I wish to enter the whispering garden." "Very well. Then let us each proceed on our own." Gao Wen replied in agreement, advising, "Everyone, be cautious." After exchanging nods, the five dispersed. The troll Miller and his sister headed straight for Passage 9, the whispering garden, while the half-orc Rate hesitated briefly before choosing Passage 4, the storeroom. The gnome Talk appeared indecisive. Still wavering, Gao Wen did not delay further and made his way to Passage 7, which led to the library. In his view, knowledge was paramount, far more valuable than material possessions. Of course, this passage was also the only one he was familiar with. As soon as Gao Wen left the hall, the gnome Talk prepared to venture into Passage 3, the laboratory, but suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to look, his face paling, and hurried into Passage 3. Once inside, Gao Wen cast a water barrier upon himself, instructing the skeletal beast to lead the way as he followed closely behind. Advancing deeper into the passage, along the way, he observed numerous signs of battle, with parts of the passage having collapsed, nearly sealing it off. Gao Wen progressed cautiously, encountering no wind or peril. He soon arrived before the entrance to the library, only to find the 2 bronze doors had fallen. With pools of pus on the ground, the skeletal beast moved forward a couple of steps, reaching the detection zone, and a mechanical voice began to repeat, "Identity verification." Gao Wen looked up, his eyes emitting 2 beams of white light. Discovering that the voice emanated from a trumpet-shaped device embedded in the stone wall, he directed the mage hand to pick up a piece of rubble and block the trumpet's opening. Silencing the voice immediately, noticing no changes around him, he commanded, "Proceed forward." The skeletal beast pressed onward, eventually stepping into the library, where the runic lights above flickered to life one by one. Gao Wen followed closely, casting a swift glance and discovering at least 5 or 6 headless corpses, all garbed in gray robes. the attire of apprentice wizards. He approached with utmost caution, employing his mage hand to search the bodies. His efforts yielded a total of 17 magic stones and 2 parchment tomes. He quickly opened the parchment books, discovering one contained a spell for manipulating bones, while the other detailed a defensive spell involving partial petrification. The manipulation spell seemed of little use, but the partial petrification spell would allow one to temporarily turn a part of their body to stone, thus enhancing their defenses and mitigating incoming attacks. A promising start. Gawain nodded in satisfaction, stowing his findings in the crocodile skin box. After a brief exploration of the first floor, where he found only mundane books, he and the skeletal beast proceeded to the second basement level. He recalled the octopus creature mentioning that this level housed the true knowledge and spells. Upon reaching the staircase, Gawain discovered that the access to the second level had been utterly destroyed. The aftermath of what seemed to be a horrifying battle. He casually tossed a light conjured by his illumination spell down into the depths, where it hovered in midair. Illuminate. Gawain snapped his fingers, and the light flared brightly, instantly illuminating the expansive underground chamber, revealing shattered debris scattered everywhere. Fragments of paper, stone, and wood lay strewn about, as if a terrible storm had ravaged the place, leaving almost no intact objects. A sense of dread gripped Gawain as he mounted the skeletal beast's back, leaping down into the chaos. His gaze was immediately drawn to a headless corpse pinned against the wall by a bone spike. Just a fleeting glance caused his eyes to sting as if pricked by needles. Suddenly, the corpse appeared to transform into a swirling kaleidoscope, waves of dizziness washing over him. Whispers echoed in his ears, and dark lines crawled beneath his skin. Corruption. Gawain's heart raced, his mechanical mind activating instinctively. He realized that this corpse had likely belonged to a former wizard, now a source of contamination. Soon, the illusions and anomalies dissipated. Thank goodness, Gawain sighed in relief and commanded the skeletal beast to advance, using the mage hand to rummage through the corpse, but found no further treasures, just as disappointment began to settle in. A severed pinky suddenly fell from the corpse and landed on the ground. Gawain's gaze sharpened as he reached for it with an invisible hand, only to see the severed digit transform into a striking green snake with a triangular head. The snake coiled and, in a flash, lunged at the mage hand, shattering it into nothingness. Gawain grunted in pain, feeling a backlash, his internal magic swirling chaotically, rendering him unable to cast spells momentarily. Breathe in, breathe out. After several deep breaths, he calmed the tumultuous magic within him and looked at the green snake with a mix of surprise and delight, realizing he had stumbled upon another potential find. He hesitated to approach, observing that the snake remained coiled and motionless, and once more summoned the mage hand to engage in a struggle with the serpent. After a quarter of an hour of relentless entanglement, the snake finally seemed to exhaust its strength, reverting back into the severed finger, which Gawain promptly retrieved with the mage hand. Noticing that the severed finger posed no immediate threat, he took it into his own hands and attempted to channel his magic into it, only to encounter a formidable resistance that he couldn't overcome. Gawain glanced up at the corpse, pondering, could this be a magical artifact? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. After all, magical artifacts were treasures that only formal wizards could wield. Could it be that he, a mere apprentice, had come into possession of such a relic? Suppressing his excitement, Gawain carefully placed the severed finger into the crocodile skin box and dismounted from the skeletal beast. Beginning to sift through the scattered paper and wood, after a diligent search, he indeed found several substantial fragments of paper. Piecing them together, he was able to reconstruct several incomplete zero-ring spells, as well as a significantly damaged model of a first-ring spell. The zero-ring spells included Stone Skin, Feather Fall, and Burning Hands. The first-ring spell model, named after the renowned mid-tier wizard Orosam, promised to be quite formidable. This expedition had proven fruitful. Gawain organized his findings and stuffed them into the crocodile skin box. He then remounted the skeletal beast and exited the library, traversing the corridor back to the hall. Finding the hall deserted, he made his way toward the storage room in passageway 4, only to discover halfway there that the path had collapsed entirely. Reluctantly, he returned to the hall. After some contemplation, he headed towards the incubation pool at passageway 13, only to find the ground littered with dead eggs and numerous traces of some creatures feeding. No living beings remained. With no other option, Gawain returned to the hall and selected passageway 3. The skeletal beast led the way, and Gawain followed cautiously, navigating unimpeded until they arrived at the apprentice laboratory area, which was filled with numerous small rooms, each marked with a number. Go, Gawain urged, prompting the skeletal beast to pry open a door. The ajar door yielded an experiment room that had been ransacked, filled with various apparatuses and creations, as well as experiment tables and isolation chambers, yet devoid of the most valuable runic furnace. Gawain understood that this place had been thoroughly searched. He stepped back from the room and directed the skeletal beast to advance quickly. Reaching the midsection of the area where he discovered many tightly shut laboratories, he immediately commanded the skeletal beast to breach the door, but was met with a semi-transparent protective barrier. "Attack," Gawain ordered. And the skeletal beast began to assail the barrier. An alarm blared as they struck repeatedly, and after more than 20 assaults, the barrier shattered. He directed the skeletal beast to push through the door. In an instant, a shadow burst forth from within, toppling the skeletal beast to the ground, and a fierce struggle ensued. The creature resembled a soft-bodied entity, covered in slime, and clad in the gray robe of an apprentice wizard. Yet it had lost its eyes and nose. Its face transformed into a ghastly maw, with a long tongue adorned with sharp barbs. It was a terrifying sight. A horror. Gawain recoiled, realizing that this grotesque being was a monstrosity born from a transformed wizard apprentice. Likely unable to return to the mist due to the lab's suffocating confines, he quickly conjured the mage hand, attempting to grip the creature's head with the intent to crush it. But with a mere exertion of force, his hand slipped off, as if it met no resistance whatsoever. After several failed attempts, he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, the monstrosity was preoccupied with the skeletal beast. Allowing Gawain a moment to strategize, activating his mind ring, he unleashed a psychic shockwave, only to discover that the creature was entirely immune to mental attacks. Clearly, he would need to employ his true skills to prevail. Gawain retreated a few steps, retrieving a honey peach from his pocket, and began casting a series of 5 ice arrows. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger, breaking free from the skeletal beast and lunging toward Gawain. Before it could reach him, its long tongue shot out. Gawain remained unfazed, allowing the tongue to strike his protective water barrier with a dull thud. Remaining composed, he crushed the honey peach, conjuring 5 ice arrows with a swift motion. Whoosh! 3 arrows shot forth, the first piercing the monstrosity's abdomen with such force that it pinned the creature against the wall. The subsequent 2 arrows swiftly pierced its head. The monstrosity let out a wretched scream as its form began to dissolve into a viscous black sludge, writhing upon the ground. Truly a troublesome foe. Gawain felt a pang of frustration. This was his first encounter with a fully formed monstrosity, and he had not anticipated it being so difficult to vanquish. He unleashed the last 2 ice arrows, pinning the sludge to the ground. The ooze emitted a shrill wail, squirming as it attempted to break free. Gawain quickly commanded the mage hand to strike repeatedly while urging the skeletal beast to attack as well. After a relentless barrage of over 100 strikes, the sludge finally ceased its movements, collapsing into puddles of putrid liquid. The stench was overwhelming, nauseating him at last. "It is dead." Gao Wen covered his mouth and nose, then commanded the skeletal beast to approach and open the door. Upon confirming there was no danger, he stepped inside himself. A glance revealed that this was a relatively intact laboratory, with a certain rodent-like magical creature bound to the experimental table, regrettably deceased and decaying. Beside it lay various instruments and materials, alongside an assortment of miscellaneous items. It appeared that some form of biological modification experiment had been conducted here, a common practice among most wizard apprentices. Unlike Gao Wen, who possessed a premium panel to allocate points and level up, they had to acquire knowledge through relentless experimentation and trial and error. Even with a mentor's guidance, validation through experimentation was essential. Hence, a laboratory was indispensable for all wizards and apprentices, unless one had no intention of mastering such skills. What a foul stench! Gao Wen waved his hand in front of his nose to dispel the putrid odor. Holding his breath as he cleared away the decaying flesh, he opened the experimental table and extracted the rune furnace installed within. Indeed, this rune furnace alone was worth 12 or 20 magic stones. Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction. Although this furnace could not compare to the one he was currently using, its value was still considerable. He packed the rune furnace into his crocodile leather case and surveyed the laboratory once more. Casually, he pulled open a nearby cabinet of personal items and was immediately dazzled. Materials, wands, books, scrolls. A plethora of items lay before him, overwhelming his senses. It seemed he would inherit a treasure trove. Gao Wen rubbed his hands together, his face lighting up with delight. He instructed the skeletal beast to guard the door while he began to retrieve the items from the cabinet, each one revealing itself in turn. The Earth Meditation Method? I know this one. The triple fireball spell of zero-ring sorcery. This is quite good. Somewhat akin to my 5-fold ice arrow spell. They must both be optimized forms of zero-ring sorcery. A pouch of magic stones. Jackpot. Is this a flame mushroom? Yes, it can be used to concoct a burning potion. This one appears toxic. I shall store it away. This is indeed a wand, though I wonder about its efficacy. Best to keep it for now. What is this? Gao Wen exclaimed with joy as he collected the items. Upon unfurling a small scroll, he was momentarily taken aback. Cautiously, he infused a hint of magical energy. Immediately receiving feedback that caused a look of surprise to bloom on his face, it was indeed a pet contract scroll, a soul bond worth at least 100 magic stones. It seemed this individual had been a high-level wizard apprentice in their lifetime. Gao Wen felt a mix of nostalgia and excitement, yet he hesitated regarding the scroll's application. The red-eyed crows were the simplest choice. Yet all three were modified creatures with limited potential. For them to continue evolving, Gao Wen would have to undertake further modifications. Moreover, they were already his allies, their bond close, possessing a mysterious link forged through their summoning. To utilize the scroll on them felt somewhat wasteful, as a pet contract represented a deeper connection, a symbiotic relationship. Consequently, this would yield derived abilities between pet and host, the greater the pet's potential. The stronger such abilities would be if he merely chose the red-eyed crows. The most he could hope for would be some shared vision or perceptual abilities. Well, I shall ponder this later. Gao Wen ceased his worries, packed the items into his crocodile leather case, and exited the room with the wand in hand. As he wore away the magical imprint left by the original owner, he made his way towards another laboratory. Having learned from his previous experiences, he paused outside the door, prepared to cast the five-fold ice arrow spell, then commanded the skeletal beast to assault the protective array. With a shrill alarm ringing out, the shield was rapidly breached, and the door was forced open. However, inside lay merely an empty laboratory, devoid of the anticipated magical creatures. Well, perhaps I was too greedy. Gao Wen shook his head, retrieved the rune furnace, and pressed on to the next laboratory. After breaking into 5 consecutive laboratories, he had amassed a considerable haul, and the magical imprint within the wand was finally eradicated, allowing him to ascertain its detailed information. This wand, named the Crimson Rock Wand, was an advanced magical item. Measuring 1 foot in length and 1 inch in thickness, its tip was adorned with a circular ring of red and white, crafted entirely from a special magical material known as rage rock, and inscribed with numerous intricate runes that formed a complex structure of 6 elaborate runic composites. It not only solidified a zero-ring sorcery called Fireball, but also possessed effects of both magic reduction and amplification, diminishing the magical expenditure by 15 during casting while enhancing the power of fire and earth spells by 10. The only drawback was that Gao Wen had yet to learn fire or earth element sorcery, rendering the Crimson Rock Wand somewhat incompatible with his skills. Fortunately, it still held the Fireball spell. Gao Wen was not disappointed. If one disregarded the knowledge leaves and severed fingers, this wand was among his most valuable possessions, rivaling even the pet contract scroll, far surpassing other low-tier magical items. As Gao Wen prepared to test the Fireball spell's potency, a head peeked out from a laboratory ahead. Upon seeing Gao Wen, the individual's face lit up with ecstasy, shouting and rushing towards him. "Mr. Gao Wen! Mr. Gao Wen!" Gao Wen turned to look, surprised. "Tak, you are here too." The gnome Tak sprinted within 5 meters before being halted by the skeletal beast. Gasping for breath, he pleaded, "Mr. Gao Wen, you must save me. What is the matter?" "It's Sony. He is hunting me." Gao Wen frowned. "The vampire Sony? He has entered as well?" Yes, exactly him." Tak nodded vigorously, beginning to weep as he recounted. "The moment you all left, he entered the hall and began pursuing me. If it weren't for my luck, I would have been killed. Look at these wounds. They are all from his claws. He is so wicked, forcing me to act as a scapegoat while trying to torture me." As he spoke, he tore open his gray robe, revealing numerous bloody scratches, unmistakably made by fingernails. Gao Wen believed him about 80%. Asking, "Where is he now?" "I don't know." He forced me to open the laboratory, using me as a decoy. I encountered a terrifying monster instead, and while he was fighting it, I escaped and hid in that laboratory over there, too afraid to come out. However, I heard sounds. He seems to have moved further ahead, likely to the underground 2nd level. The 2nd level? Gao Wen squinted. The underground 2nd level housed the wizard's laboratories, where the value of relics was undoubtedly higher. Yet, the danger was also greater. Encountering a formally transformed magical creature would likely result in certain death. However, if the magical creatures were confined to sealed laboratories, as long as one did not forcibly enter, they could avoid such encounters. Gao Wen hesitated, contemplating, yet ultimately decided against taking the risk, opting for an alternative plan. He calmly stated, "From the moment he fled, he is no longer our companion. Let him be. By the way, what are your plans? If you wish to leave, you should do so now." Me? The gnome pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "Mr. Gao Wen, allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance." Gao Wen found this amusing and casually replied, "Very well, You may follow me for now. Seeing that Gao Wen seemed skeptical, Tak's face flushed with determination. Mr. Gao Wen, I am serious. I can truly help you. Please believe me, I have learned magic perception. I can sense which laboratories harbor monsters, allowing you to avoid them. Gao Wen's expression turned serious as he understood how Tak had managed to escape the vampire. He must have deliberately led the vampire to open laboratories with monsters. Only with such foresight could one seize the opportunity to escape. One must never underestimate any wizard, even the lowest tier apprentice. Gao Wen reminded himself, nodding in agreement. Then you shall accompany me. We shall form a partnership. I will share my spoils with you. Thank you. Thank you. Tak exclaimed, visibly excited, bowing in gratitude. He eagerly introduced. In addition to magical perception, I also have a knack for stealth. I originally knew a spell for igniting fires, but it has been replaced by a mud-based transformation. Gao Wen understood and casually inquired, how long have you been with the Bronze Oath? As he reminisced about the past, the gnome Tokei's voice dropped to a somber tone, tinged with melancholy. I hail from a grand city-state, governed by the goddess Elixia, whose beauty eclipses gems and withers blooms. Countless heroes have been enraptured by her, and I, too, have witnessed her splendor firsthand. Subsequently, I was discovered to possess wizardly potential and followed Elder Lucas, traversing the dark paths aboard a shadowy lizard to the Bronze Covenant. It has been 7 or 8 years since, and my deepest desire is not to become a wizard, but to one day return to the city of Quebec and live out my days beneath the laurel tree. That place is my true home. Tokei wiped away the tears from his face and, upon sensing his emotional lapse, hastily apologized. I beg your pardon. I have been rather loquacious. Quebec, murmured Gawain, a hint of confusion in his voice. Then why haven't you applied to become a member of the Bronze Covenant? He continued, striving alone is exceedingly arduous. If you had the support of an organization and the guidance of a mentor, 7 or 8 years would be ample time for you to grow into a competent apprentice wizard. A look of embarrassment washed over Tokei's face. I merely possess second-tier wizarding talent. They rejected my application. Very well, Gawain replied, rubbing his forehead. He had never troubled himself with concerns about his own talents, thus overlooking the feelings of apprentices at the lower echelons. He then took the initiative to shift the conversation. Let us not dwell on idle chatter. We must attend to more pressing matters. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting a laboratory that harbors magical creatures. And no, that is far too perilous. Tokei quickly retreated 2 steps, vigorously shaking his head. Gawain chuckled confidently. Danger also begets opportunity. Tokei, you should trust in my abilities. Tokei hesitated, but upon seeing Gawain's resolute expression, he reluctantly acquiesced, cautioning, Mr. Gawain, please exercise caution. Those creatures are truly terrifying, and I wish to avoid encountering them once more. Rest assured. With that, Tokei began to channel his magical perception, swiftly passing by the closed doors of various laboratories. When he finally halted, he pointed towards one of the doors. Mr. Gawain, there is movement within. Very well, step back. After Tokei had distanced himself, Gawain retrieved 2 nectar peaches, first conjuring a water shield, then preparing the 5-fold ice arrow spell. Once ready, he commanded his skeletal beast to assault the protective barrier, which shattered swiftly. As the door swung open, the skeletal beast immediately blocked the entrance with its formidable form. Bang! However, upon advancing, the skeletal beast was abruptly yanked into the room, ensnared by a massive writhing mass of flesh. Rendered powerless and unable to move, this is utterly terrifying. Tokei shrieked, retreating in fright. Gawain waved his hand, unleashing 5 ice arrows in rapid succession, all striking true without the need for precise aim. They plunged deeply into the flesh mass, which emitted a piercing scream as tendrils erupted from it, thrashing wildly in an attempt to ensnare the enemy. Yet, due to their mere 7 or 8 meters in length, they could not reach Gawain, who stood at a safe distance. With a sigh of relief, Gawain activated his red rock wand, conjuring a fireball that rapidly expanded to the size of a human head within the circular ring atop the wand. Go! Gawain waved his wand, sending the searing fireball hurtling forth. However, it was obstructed by the flailing tendrils and failed to enter the room. Nonetheless, the intense heat ignited 4 or 5 of the tendrils, releasing a pungent burned odor. Simultaneously, Gawain gleaned the specifics of the fireball spell. Even with a 10-fold amplification from the red rock wand, its attack power barely reached 3, far inferior to the 5 of the 5-fold ice arrow spell. Fortunately, it consumed a mere 2 units of magical energy, allowing Gawain to cast it up to 16 times given his current magical reserves. Just as Gawain felt a twinge of disappointment, a chilling wail erupted from the flesh mass, the burning tendrils retracting as if electrocuted, inadvertently igniting the mass itself, which let out an even more horrendous scream. Gawain's eyes lit up as he realized that fireballs might be more effective against magical creatures than ice arrows. He swiftly charged his wand again. 2 seconds later, another fireball was launched, striking the creature's core with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the flesh mass ignited vigorously, its cries dwindling. Concerned that the laboratory might catch fire, Gawain rushed forward, using his mage's hand to grasp the burning mass and tug it out, inch by inch, from the confines of the laboratory. The skeletal beast finally broke free from its bindings. Emerging from the flames, aside from a few broken ribs, it was largely unharmed. Tokay approached cautiously, his face awash with admiration. "Mr. Gawain, you are the most formidable apprentice wizard I have ever encountered. I am still far from your level." Gawain shook his head, his gaze fixed on the burning mass as it was gradually consumed by the flames. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. At best, he could be considered a strong apprentice among the average. Yet he still fell short when compared to the advanced apprentices, not only in terms of offensive capabilities, just the ability to cast 6 0-level spells surpassed what Gawain could achieve, as he could only rely on one effective spell. The five-fold ice arrow, with all others contingent upon magical items, rendering his methods rather singular. Moreover, the older advanced apprentices possessed deeper foundations, with some exhibiting outrageous strength. Tokay continued to praise him. "Your humility is equally commendable." Gawain chuckled softly, turning to enter the laboratory while Tokay remained dutifully at the door. Gawain surveyed the room, which had been charred in part, and proceeded directly to the storage cabinet. Using his mage's hand, he opened it to find merely a frog-shaped puppet inside. Gawain carefully lifted the puppet with his mage's hand, sensing no immediate danger before taking it into his grasp. It felt surprisingly lifelike. Akin to a real frog. When he attempted to channel magic into it, there was no response. Puzzled, he retrieved the rune furnace and exited the room, showing Tokay the puppet. "Do you recognize this?" "This?" Tokay gasped, his mouth agape with envy. "That is a lady's frog purse, worth dozens of magic stones, Mr. Gawain, if you simply scratch its chin. It will regurgitate its contents." Gawain's eyes widened in excitement as he tentatively scratched the chin of the puppet. "Ribbit!" The frog puppet croaked in response, opening its mouth to expel a small pouch that landed with a satisfying clink, suggesting it likely contained magic stones. Gawain scratched again, and soon a small heap of items appeared on the ground. A sheepskin book, a makeup mirror, several women's garments, along with rings and other ornaments. Gawain naturally pocketed the pouch filled with magic stones and pointed to a few of the sheepskin books. "I can allow you to transcribe one of these books. But for the other items, you may select only one. Thank you. Thank you." Tokay exclaimed, visibly thrilled as he picked up a pendant. Gawain said nothing further, collecting the remaining items before stowing the frog purse in his pocket. This item was not a magical artifact, merely a simple rune creation, making precise control impossible. Its capacity was limited to that of a drawer. However, it did have some clever tricks, such as establishing a sequence for retrieval. Ultimately, if it were only used to store magic stones, it would be quite convenient. After learning how to utilize the frog purse, Gawain envisioned his intentions clearly. He planned to use it to store nectar peaches, enabling him to carry a substantial quantity in a compact manner, allowing for easy access without hindering his spell casting. Additionally, he could place some valuable items within, designating them to be stored at the very back for easy transport. Just as Gawain prepared to lead Tokay to the next laboratory, a noise caught his attention that he turned to see the ogre's siblings, Miller, along with the half-orc, Rit, approaching. Following a brief exchange among the five, they each dispersed to their tasks. Rit ventured alone to ransack the laboratory behind Gawain, as it posed no threat from magical creatures, and Gawain felt no need to issue a warning. The Miller siblings, driven by greater ambition, bypassed Gawain and made their way to the underground second level. Gawain hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from taking any risks. With ample preparation, he had successfully vanquished 2 more magical creatures using his 5-fold ice arrow and fireball spells, yielding substantial rewards. Just as he was poised to assault the next laboratory, the figure of the ogre, Susan, appeared in the distance. "Run, run." As she ran, she cried out, "Vampire Sony has unleashed the shadow serpent. One of them is fully grown. Run for your lives." Without a moment's hesitation, Galen swiftly clambered onto the back of the skeletal beast and commanded, "Flee at once." The skeletal beast galloped furiously, but in the blink of an eye, it was overtaken by the troll Susan. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "What of Miller?" "My brother was bitten to death." No sooner had the words left her lips than the troll Susan, like a tempest, left the skeletal beast far behind, having caught up with the half-orc Rit. Gao Wen felt a chill run down his spine, and urged the skeletal beast to hasten and tea that moment. The gnome Tok had just begun to comprehend the situation. He ran while shouting, "Mr. Gao Wen, save me." Glancing back, Gao Wen noticed that no serpent was in pursuit, so he slowed slightly and, using the mage hand, reached out to grasp the fleeing gnome. Just as he lifted Tok into the air, he felt a sudden weight. The gnome, in a panic, exclaimed, "My foot has been bitten." Gao Wen's pupils constricted as he beheld a black serpent's head materialize out of thin air, clamping down on Tok's left foot. The serpent's head was no larger than a palm, appearing rather innocuous. With a forceful tug, Tok's shoe was dislodged, yet he was swiftly pulled back to safety. Gao Wen tossed the gnome behind him and urged the skeletal beast to sprint with all its might. Trembling with fright, Tok expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gao Wen. You have saved my life once more." After speaking, he glanced back. Bewildered, it has vanished again. Gao Wen remained silent, hastily summoning a water barrier for protection. Just as he completed the incantation, Tok shrieked in alarm. "Ah, it's the vampire. He runs so fast, he's coming after us." Turning to look, Gao Wen saw the vampire Sony hot on their heels, casting fearful glances behind him. His speed far exceeded that of the skeletal beast. It was as if he were weightless, leaping nearly 10 meters with a mere toe push. Feather fall. A sense of dread washed over Gao Wen as he suddenly swung his hand backward. The frantically fleeing vampire was caught entirely off guard, receiving a direct slap from Gao Wen's mage hand to the face, letting out a muffled grunt as he spun and fell to the ground. The vampire Sony quickly scrambled to his feet, only to have a sudden serpent's head latch onto his left arm. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, shooting a venomous glare at Gao Wen's retreating figure before violently shaking off the serpent's head and continuing his pursuit. In an instant, he caught up again, but upon seeing Gao Wen glance back, he raised his hand, shooting an icy arrow in retaliation. Startled and enraged, the vampire halted. Bang! The icy arrow struck just before him, nearly piercing his right foot. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising fury, preparing to resume the chase. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, another icy arrow whizzed past. He hastily dodged, gritting his teeth. "Gao Wen, do not push your luck." Gao Wen ignored him entirely, casting the last 3 icy arrows far away. The vampire, unable to tolerate any further, was forced to stop and evade the oncoming arrows. Just as he dodged the last of them, he quickly raised his left hand and made a peculiar gesture toward Gao Wen in the distance. 2 seconds later, a tangible energy cone whistled through the air, soaring several dozen meters and nearly grazing Tok's scalp. Bang! It struck the water barrier surrounding Gao Wen, creating only a ripple without breaching it. "It's an energy missile," Tok screamed in terror, clinging tightly to the skeletal beast, pressing himself against its back, while Gao Wen also crouched low. Damn it! The vampire, still seething with rage, was about to continue his assault when his body suddenly shuddered. The suffocating scent filling the air. Stiffening, he slowly turned his neck to gaze into the empty void, stammering, "I released you. You cannot harm me." "Ah!" Gao Wen heard a blood-curdling scream and turned to see a colossal serpent's head swallow the vampire's Sony whole. The shadow serpent. A chill gripped Gao Wen's heart, realizing that this was the fully grown shadow serpent Susan had spoken of. Like the withered serpent, it was a terrifying breed of ancient bloodline. Its maturity indicated that it possessed the power of a full-fledged sorcerer, far beyond the capabilities of an apprentice. He dared not linger, guiding the skeletal beast into Tunnel 3, rushing into the hall and hastening toward the exit within the mountain, only to find a large boulder blocking half of the entrance. He shouted urgently, "Halt! Let us through first. Quickly, come out." The troll Susan heard the call and, along with Rate, moved the boulder aside. Gao Wen seized the opportunity to dash from the mountain's interior, dismounting the skeletal beast. The group worked together to seal the cave entrance with the boulder once more. After a brief exchange of glances, they all felt a profound sense of relief at having survived. The half-orc Rate glanced at the cave entrance, unease evident on his face. "We should leave this place at once." Indeed, that was a fully grown shadow serpent. A mere stone may not hold it back. "Let us depart," Tok quickly concurred, his trepidation apparent. Yet the troll Susan gritted her teeth, declaring, "I will not leave. The vampire Sony has not emerged yet. He caused my brother's death, and I must hear his screams for revenge." Tok stole a glance at Gao Wen before hastily lowering his gaze. Gao Wen rubbed his nose. "The vampire is already dead. He was consumed by the shadow serpent." He added, "Tok and I witnessed it with our own eyes." "Indeed." Tok eagerly nodded in agreement, attempting to offer comfort. "The enemy is dead, and Mr. Miller's soul can finally find peace. Miss Susan, we cannot dwell in sorrow. We must look forward." The four then began their descent down the mountain. Gao Wen rode atop the skeletal beast, Glancing back at the cave entrance gradually shrouded in gray mist, casually inquiring, "Miss Susan, how many shadow serpents are there in total?" "5, perhaps more," the troll Susan replied, showing no signs of mourning for Miller's demise. This was the underground world, where death was commonplace. She merely complained, "I wonder which fool raised shadow serpents in a laboratory. Is that so?" Gao Wen mused, feeling the weight of his crocodile skin pouch, which contained a pet contract scroll. If given the chance, he would indeed desire to contract a shadow serpent. Knowing it possessed an ancient bloodline, its innate abilities would surely be formidable. However, now is not the time. Just then, the half-orc raid abruptly halted. Puzzled. Do you hear something? Nothing at all. What? It sounds like the flapping of wings. The four quickly came to a stop, casting uncertain glances around them. An oppressive atmosphere suddenly enveloped them, instilling a sense of suffocating terror. Gao Wen's heart raced, his temples throbbing. Suppressing his fear, he cast a light spell, the illumination darting forward like a firefly. Suddenly, brilliance erupted. In an instant, the gray mist receded, revealing a massive head before them, its surface covered in rusty scales. With towering bony spikes atop its head, eyes resembling water tanks, its skull larger than an entire laboratory. Just a glance caused Gao Wen's eyes to ache as if they might burst, triggering his mechanical mind to activate. A dragon. The others were even less able to withstand it, each rolling on the ground in agony, murmuring and hallucinating, dark tendrils creeping from their skin, spreading throughout their bodies. This was a sign of impending chaos following contamination. Group purification. The enormous dragon sneezed, for beams of blinding white light descended from above, enveloping the four. Gao Wen felt his body enveloped in warmth, all anomalies and impurities vanishing. The other three experienced the same. Rising in astonishment. My apologies, little ones. The dragon spoke human words, its head transforming into that of an elderly man clad in white robes with white hair, his beard nearly reaching his ankles. Wearing a monocle that sparkled with wisdom and warmth. He gazed up at the mountain's entrance, his voice tinged with desolation. "Can anyone tell me what has transpired here?" Elder President?" The half-orc Ray was the first to react, his face a mixture of excitement and confusion. The old man nodded gently. "Indeed, I am Orosam the Bronze Dragon, founder and president of the Bronze Alliance." Gao Wen promptly followed suit, bowing alongside the others, his head lowered, scarcely daring to breathe. For this individual was a mid-tier wizard of the third ring and above. A mere sneeze from him could reduce them to ashes. The half-orc ruler immediately began to speak, recounting everything he knew with meticulous detail. After listening, Orosam remained motionless for a moment before softly murmuring, "It seems we have committed an exceedingly foolish act." The others appeared bewildered. Yet Gao Wen's heart skipped a beat. While the others may not grasp the underlying implications of that statement, he understood all too well. This bronze dragon Orosam was highly likely involved in the divine slaughter against the god of mystery. At the very least, he was certainly an informed party. This was his first encounter with such a formidable being, stirring within him both excitement and longing. Yet he remained acutely aware that such matters were beyond his purview. Orosam sighed deeply and inquired, "Have you seen Karoti?" "No," came the reply. "My uncle has been working in the vice president's office and has not appeared since the incident." Orosam's gaze settled on the troll Susan, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Karoti is your uncle, just a distant relative," Susan replied, her cheeks flushing, yet she dared not lie. Orosam nodded slightly and instructed, "You all should wait here for a while. I shall return shortly. The Bronze Covenant now consists only of you few, and if you are willing, I would like to entrust you to an old friend of mine. But, from this day forth, the Bronze Oath shall cease to exist." Orosam sighed, dismissing any further protest with an air of finality, his form dissolving into a white streak and vanishing into the thick fog, leaving the four of them exchanging glances. The half-orc ruler, the most animated among them, queried, "What are your plans?" The troll Susan replied resolutely, "I shall follow the will of the president. He will certainly not treat us unjustly." The gnome Tokay murmured, "I only wish to return to the city of Quebec. If the president could send me there, it would be splendid." He then turned to Gao Wen and asked, "Mr. Gao Wen, what about you?" "I have no particular thoughts," Gao Wen responded dismissively. At present, he lacked for nothing. He possessed methods of meditation, sorcery, a plethora of magic stones, and even a magical artifact. He merely wished to find a stable place to organize his thoughts and quietly enhance his strength, striving to elevate his mental prowess to level 5 and advance to that of a high wizard apprentice. At that point, he could learn 3 additional first circle spells, significantly boosting both his power and survival capabilities. Even should the god of time fall 6 months hence, it would bear no consequence for him. As for what lay beyond that, He remembered that after the fall of the god of time, the deities would retaliate. The result would be the downfall of the wizard leaders, which would profoundly undermine the confidence of wizards, plunging them into a prolonged silence until a super genius among wizards rose like a comet and then abruptly fell, thereby altering the balance of power between wizards and gods. Henceforth, wizards would step into the limelight, while the deities could only cling to existence. These were nearly all the insights Gao Wen possessed. Beyond that, he had lost the advantage of foresight and could only rely on his own efforts. Observing the expressions of the others, Reuter hesitated before saying, "I think having an organization is always beneficial." The gnome Tokay promptly retorted, "But we cannot join without understanding, can we?" The two exchanged a few sharp words, turning away from each other. Before long, Orosam returned, unchanged save for a slightly more subdued expression. He cast a casual glance at the gnome, stating, "Orosam is not a dictator." That single remark sent a shiver down Tokay's spine, nearly causing him to collapse. Orosam continued, "Therefore, little ones, I will respect all your choices. It is now time to decide whether to stay or leave. That I will follow the president." "So will I," exclaimed Susan the troll and Reuter the half-orc. Showing no hesitation, the gnome Tokay buried his head in shame, while Gao Wen pondered for a moment and asked, "Might we inquire about our destination, esteemed president?" "Certainly," Orosam replied. Regarding Gao Wen with appreciation, he elaborated, "We are headed to the astral plane, a realm distanced from the material world, where my old friend established a wizard academy known as the Tower of Black and White." The astral plane. A chill coursed through Gao Wen's heart, and he began to waver, for the majority of early conflicts between wizards and deities had transpired in the astral plane, including the retaliation by the gods following the fall of the god of time. This had led to the obliteration of numerous wizard factions, even the demise of wizard leaders. Should he venture there, he could expect to remain safe for no more than half a year. After that, he would face the brutal prospect of relentless pursuit, where one misstep could lead to his demise. With that thought, Gao Wen extinguished the notion of traveling to the Tower of Black and White. Weighing his options before responding, "I apologize, esteemed president, but in comparison to the Tower of Black and White, the Bronze Covenant offers me a greater sense of familiarity. I choose to remain here." "Very well. I respect your choice," Orosam replied with a nonchalant smile, though inwardly he felt a flicker of pleasure at Gao Wen's words. He contemplated for a moment before tossing a black and white paper boat to Gao Wen, saying, "This is the admission notice for the Tower of Black and White. Should you manage to enter the astral plane in the future, you may yet have the opportunity to join the tower." He then turned his gaze towards the gnome Tokay, teasing, "Little gnome, you might as well give up. I will not be going to the city of Quebec." With a grand gesture, he whisked away Susan and Reuter, disappearing in an instant. Gao Wen glanced up towards the mountain peak, seeing nothing but 3 crimson-eyed crows shrieking as they approached. Atop the mountain, a colossal funnel shrouded in gray mist spun with increasing velocity. Orosam cast one last look at the bronze mountain beneath him, murmuring, "Farewell, Bronze Covenant." With that, he was transported from the underground world to the surface. He extended his hand to stroke his long beard, instantly transforming into a massive bronze dragon several hundred meters in length, carrying the unconscious Susan and Reuter away. Just as they encountered soldiers from 2 kingdoms clashing on the battlefield, shadows obscured the sunlight, prompting the soldiers to look up in astonishment. In an instant, piercing screams filled the battlefield as soldiers were forcibly transformed into grotesque abominations. "Oh, I have become the source of pollution," Orosam mused bitterly, flapping his wings to ascend higher, only to see beams of light shooting up from below, easily deflected by his scales. He glanced down and roared, "Cursed warmongers! Orosam detests the followers of the god of war." With a resounding roar, the earth began to crack, surging magma erupting like sea waves, engulfing the terrified figures below. Admission notice? Gao Wen examined the paper boat in his hand, speculating that it was likely a form of runic creation. He attempted to channel magic into it, but the paper boat remained unresponsive, prompting him to shake his head and stow it away. Quack, quack, quack. The 3 crimson-eyed crows soon returned. Gao Wen calmed them briefly, clearing the accumulated gray mist from their bodies before mounting his skeletal beast and descending the mountain. He intended to find a secure location to organize his gains and then retreat into seclusion for a while. Furthermore, if possible, he wished to capture a shadow serpent as a pet, for it was a fearsome breed with ancient bloodlines. Should he manage to tame one, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength significantly. And he eagerly anticipated the derived abilities, akin to possessing an additional powerful spell slot. Finally regaining his senses, the dizzy gnome Tokay spotted Gao Wen descending the mountain and hurriedly called out, "Mr. Gao Wen, wait for me." Gao Wen turned his head from atop the skeletal beast, feigning confusion. "Tokay, What brings you along? The gnome, feeling a bit awkward, stammered. It's too dangerous here. I seek Mr. Gao Wen's protection. That is acceptable. Gao Wen's tone softened, but then his expression grew serious. However, we must establish some ground rules. What are the ground rules? Rule 1. You must listen to me. Rule 2. You must listen to me. Rule 3. You must still listen to me. That is the ground rules. The dwarf talk was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he earnestly remarked, Indeed, Mr. Gawain protects my safety, and I should indeed hold Mr. Gawain in high esteem. With that, talk acquiesced. Gawain remained silent, playfully leading the three crows towards the foot of the mountain. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you coming along? Yes, yes, yes. The dwarf talk exclaimed with delight as he hurried to catch up. Inquiring, Mr. Gawain, where are we headed now? Without offering an explanation, Gawain led the dwarf directly to the edge of the death marsh, where beyond lay the abode of the thieving rat folk, an apt place for seclusion. His gaze swept across the area, noting that the several man-eating plants had perished, leaving only a singular massive stone intact. Gawain pointed towards the stone and commanded, Go, push the stone aside. All right. Reluctantly, the dwarf talk approached and gradually moved the stone, revealing a deep cavern. Subsequently, Gawain stationed the red-eyed crow, Shao outside for vigilance and entered the cavern with the dwarf, each settling into separate chambers. Gawain retrieved provisions from his crocodile skin case, arranging them neatly. And after consuming 4 pieces of roasted steak and 3 slices of white bread, he began to sort through his spoils, efficiently categorizing them. Among them were 142 magic stones, 17 volumes of various parchment books, 3 scrolls, 5 potions, 8 crystals, over 100 gems, 9 rune furnaces, several materials, and miscellaneous items. The most significant treasures were set apart by Gawain: a severed finger, the fragmented transmutation spell, the red rock staff, and a pet contract scroll. These constituted the entirety of the inheritance he received from the Bronze Pact. It could be said that he had amassed a considerable fortune. Recharge. Gawain typically reserved 10 magic stones for backup, waving his hand to infuse the remaining stones into the premium panel. The balance of his premium points stood at 134129. 66. Over 130,000. Gawain grinned widely, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness at that moment. He soon composed himself, picked up a parchment book, and began to peruse its contents, ultimately selecting 3 volumes. 2 of these detailed offensive zero-ring sorceries, the triple fireball spell and metal projectile. The triple fireball spell was an optimized zero-ring sorcery, akin to the 5-fold ice arrow spell he had learned. However, due to its flame damage enhancement, it inflicted more pronounced harm on magical creatures. The metal projectile differed from energy projectiles. This sorcery required physical metal pellets as a medium for casting. Its notable advantage was a short casting time, allowing 2 pellets to be launched within a second. As a conventional means of attack, it proved highly practical. It is worth noting that prior to becoming a formal wizard, apprentice wizards dreaded ambushes. Even seasoned advanced wizard apprentices shared this fear, primarily due to their inability to cast spells instantaneously. When faced with a sudden attack, they had no time to react. Thus, it is easy to imagine how convenient a sorcery that could launch 2 metal pellets in a single second would be. Furthermore, combined with a previously collected transmutation spell, these 3 zero-ring sorceries represented Gawain's new magical studies following his promotion to advanced wizard apprentice. Naturally, should a better option arise midway, he would adjust his plans accordingly. In truth, what he desired most was to learn the zero-ring sorcery trick, but regrettably, this spell seemed quite rare. He had yet to encounter it, and even Talk had not heard of it. As for the other parchment book, it detailed the flame meditation method. Gawain felt a twinge of anxiety. Did he possess an affinity for fire elements? If he lacked such affinity, even if he mastered the triple fireball spell, its potency would be significantly diminished. He promptly seated himself, opened the parchment book, and began to experiment according to the prescribed method. Moments later, Gawain opened his eyes, his expression one of exhilaration. Indeed, I possess an affinity for fire elements. With this, among the 8 fundamental elements, he now had affinities for 3, water, earth, and fire, making up a substantial portion. Could it be that he was attuned to all elemental affinities? If having 2 affinities was a coincidence, then the probability of possessing 3 was remarkably low. After all, these were the first 3 elements he had encountered, not a complete assessment of all elemental affinities. This also indicated that he could freely study any type of sorcery across the entire spectrum, without being easily countered. Of course, this also implied that each of his elemental affinities was not particularly strong, lacking enhancements during casting. Ultimately, it was a fortunate occurrence. Gawain did not dwell on this thought. Tidied his belongings and began to channel magic into the severed finger, gradually consuming its magical imprint. The subsequent days passed uneventfully. Gawain busied himself with inscribing runes in the spiritual realm, daily depleting the magical imprint of the severed finger, nurturing companion insects, and modifying the third batch of crows. Additionally, he would regularly consume a potion for physical enhancement, rarely venturing outside as for the dwarf talk. He spent his time either using magical perception to assist with vigilance at scheduled intervals or copying books. Otherwise, he enjoyed his freedom, and Gawain was too lazy to intervene. Half a month swiftly elapsed. After consuming 4 doses of the physical enhancement potion and indulging in a copious feast, Gawain's physique had frighteningly increased to a staggering 2.3, nearly more than double that of an average person. Even his height had subtly risen by half a head, and he had developed muscles, no longer appearing frail, simultaneously. The magical energy within the severed finger had finally been entirely depleted. Gawain attempted to channel a surge of magic into the severed finger, immediately receiving a response that he gazed at the severed finger in his hand with mixed emotions, joy and concern intertwined. This severed finger was indeed a magical artifact. And not just any ordinary one. Its full name was the Beatrix Wand, also known as the Illusory Soldier Wand. It featured an extraordinarily intricate structure composed of 19 complex runes, offering 7 types of enhancements, including amplification, magic reduction, and sharpness, alongside a solidified spell known as the Acid Waterfall, a large-scale area attack sorcery. Its most remarkable feature was its ability to switch forms. The severed finger was merely one of its manifestations. Regrettably, given Gawain's current status as a mid-level wizard apprentice, he could only unlock a small fraction of its power and could not fully unveil its potential. Yet, even a small portion sufficed for his needs. Gawain fondled the severed finger with a sense of attachment, then began to channel magic into it continuously. Upon inputting 9 units of magic, he unlocked its first form. The severed finger transformed into a black wand. This wand was entirely ebony, with 6 gemstones of varying colors embedded at its tip, converging to form a mysterious hexagram pattern representing the energies of earth, fire, water, wind, ice, and darkness. Without delay, he continued to channel magic into the wand. After inputting 30 units of magic, he finally unlocked its second form, and the wand morphed into a one-handed sword. The sword measured 1 meter and 3 centimeters in length, with a matte hilt and a gleaming blade that appeared exquisitely crafted. Gawain swung the sword a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. He nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further magic input, as he realized that the few remaining units of magic within him were insufficient to unlock the third form. Drawing his worn one-handed sword, he muttered, "Old friend, it seems your time for retirement has come." With that, he planted it into the ground, then took the one-handed sword formed from the illusory soldier wand and struck it against the stone wall. With just a slight exertion, the hard stone wall yielded a chunk, evoking a sensation of slicing through the stone as if it were mere clay. Gawain looked at the unscathed blade in awe, exclaiming, "What a sharp one-handed sword! Truly worthy of being a magical artifact. It feels almost wasteful to wield it. Perhaps I should learn a sword technique in the future." He bore no aversion to swordsmanship. He simply had not found the opportunity. Given a chance, he would be eager to learn, for with his premium panel, he could easily elevate his swordsmanship to its maximum level. With his current physique, he should also be able to wield considerable power. Gawain momentarily set aside these thoughts, seated himself, and began to meditate earnestly. Once his magical energy recovered, he infused a trace of magic into the one-handed sword, which instantly transformed back into the black wand. Light spell, summon crows, mage hand, magic veil, water barrier, 5-fold ice arrow spell, mechanical mind. Gawain meticulously cast all spells, including cantrips, quickly grasping the detailed properties of the black wand. Apart from the elements of light and thunder, the casting of sorcery utilizing other elements proves to be effective. The amplification has reached 21. While magic reduction stands at 25. Merely wielding a black wand has nearly enhanced the potency of the 5 consecutive ice arrows by 1 degree, achieving an astonishing 6 degrees, with consumption surprisingly diminishing rather than increasing. The overall efficacy far surpasses that of the red rock wand, were it not for the fireball spell inscribed upon it. And the fact that the 3-fold fireball spell has yet to be learned, it could have been discarded by now. Gao Wen, enamored, toyed with the black wand for a while before stowing it in his frog wallet, designating it as his primary choice for easy access. Further inside, the wallet was filled with honey peaches. With a gentle scratch beneath the frog's chin, he could effortlessly retrieve items, rendering it quite convenient. Subsequently, Gao Wen used his magical power to nurture a colony of insects that had proliferated to the 7th generation, attempting to sprinkle some minced meat from a great bear, observing the insects feasting joyfully. He added a few breadcrumbs, then plucked several roasted steaks from the food tree. He exited his dwelling, arriving at the cave's entrance. Hush, Gao Wen whistled, and the sound of flapping wings echoed in the darkness as a flock of black crows flocked towards him. Forming an orderly line, they eagerly awaited their share. Gao Wen tore apart the roasted steaks, distributing the morsels among the crows, and infused them with magical energy to enhance their physical forms. This time, he summoned over 30 crows, uncertain how many might be fortunate enough to survive. 30 was the limit for Gao Wen at present. Any more would not only deplete his magical energy, but also require significantly greater effort, proving counterproductive. Quack. Once the crows were satiated and took flight, a solitary white crow approached. It resembled an anomaly among the crows, adorned with pristine white feathers akin to a beautiful dove. Yet, it was indeed a crow. Summoned forth. Upon its initial appearance, it was shunned by the other crows, nearly pecked to death. Fortunately, Gao Wen discovered it and granted it special privileges. Little White, Gao Wen called, extending his arm. The crow took flight from the ground, landing upon his forearm. While he provided it with a specially reserved steak, he also employed magic to assist its digestion. White crows are a rarity, especially in the underground realm, and surviving to this point is no small feat. He harbored high hopes for this exceptional crow, anticipating it could become one of the fortunate ones. Quack quacked, as Gao Wen fed. The vigilant little 18, perched atop a stone pillar, issued a loud warning. Turning his gaze, Gao Wen observed a figure emerging through the swirling gray mist. Having already sensed the skeletal beast, he remained unfazed. It's me. The voice of the gnome Tokay indeed emerged from the mist, soon revealing him riding atop a skeletal beast, grumbling, "Little 18, you're lacking in your duties. After all this time, you still fail to recognize me." Quack quack. Little 18 disdainfully turned away, as if to say, "Who are you?" Gao Wen interrupted their banter, inquiring, "What's the situation?" The gnome Tokay dismounted from the skeletal beast, replying, "The entrance to the mountain's core remains unchanged, essentially the same as when we sealed it. I have not observed any signs of Lord President entering or exiting. Could there be other entrances unbeknownst to us? It should not be the case." Gao Wen shook his head, for Arasam was a mid-level wizard. Entering and exiting his own abode would be as effortless as drinking cool water. His primary concern was whether the shadow serpents had been captured. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. The illustrious bronze dragon, a mid-level wizard, would hardly be interested in a handful of small snakes. Thus, it was quite possible that the shadow serpents remained within the mountain's depths, yet to emerge. It has been half a month. Gao Wen murmured, feeling increasingly restless. He worried that if they waited any longer, the shadow serpents might escape, making capture exceedingly difficult. Quack. Just then, a crow's anguished cry pierced the darkness, abruptly ceasing. Startled, the gnome Tokay recoiled, exclaiming, "It has returned." The white crow on his arm also appeared unsettled. Gao Wen narrowed his eyes, reaching into his pocket. With 3 swift scratches of his index finger, he retrieved the black wand and 2 honey peaches. He entrusted the white crow to Tokay's care, then crushed one of the honey peaches, invoking a water shield around himself, hastening towards the source of the scream. Little 18 took flight from the pillar, landing on Gao Wen's shoulder to lend assistance, while Tokay cautiously trailed behind. After a few rapid strides, Gao Wen waved the black wand, sending forth a light created by the illumination spell, which flew towards the direction of the scream, suddenly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Chirp. An ear-piercing shriek erupted as a winged monstrosity, startled, lifted its head from a shattered stone pillar. Its visage bore the face of a crone. With murky, sinister eyes, its body resembled that of a bird yet bore human traits, devoid of feathers and covered in wrinkled, decrepit skin, armed with claws that appeared exceedingly sharp. Tokay hastily warned, "It's a harpy. Its claws are venomous." Gao Wen grasped the red rock wand hanging at his waist, swiftly charging it before casting a fireball from a distance. Chirp. The harpy screeched, abandoning the half-eaten crow in a panic, shedding large flakes of old skin as it took flight. Gao Wen felt a chill run down his spine. Its speed was remarkable. With a single flap of its wings, it evaded the fireball and turned to flee into the darkness. Quack. Seizing the opportunity, little 18 pursued like an arrow. Tokay urgently shouted, "The harpy is cunning. It may be luring us in." "Return," Gao Wen called out, and though little 18 was reluctant, it returned, casting a glare at the retreating gnome, seemingly blaming him for hindering its chance to impress Gao Wen. Watching the harpy vanish from sight, Gao Wen reluctantly dissipated the half-cast 5 consecutive ice arrows, waving the black one to summon back the illumination hovering above. The light softening automatically, Tokay sighed in relief, following Gao Wen into the cave. After taking a few steps, the sound of flapping wings echoed faintly through the mist. Tokay trembled, exclaiming, "It has returned. It's hunting us. We've become its prey, and it will undoubtedly target the weakest among us, Mr. Gao Wen. You must protect me." Initially, Gao Wen lamented the escape of the harpy, recalling how it had hunted the 5 crows he nurtured in recent days. Now daring to return, perhaps this was fortuitous. A glimmer of resolve ignited in Gao Wen's eyes as he patted the gnome on the shoulder. "Do not worry." With that, the illumination spell cast its light upon Tokay's head. Radiating brightly, he instructed the skeletal beast and little 18 to guard Tokay, while he, shielded by the water barrier, boldly ventured into the darkness, leaving the gnome in a state of bewilderment. "Mr. Gao Wen, what are you?" "Hush." Gao Wen turned, gesturing for silence as he advanced into the shadows. As he exited the illuminated area, the harpy indeed swooped down, extending its sharp claws towards Gao Wen's face, seemingly intent on a lethal strike. Chirp chirp. However, its claws scraped against the water shield, producing a jarring sound. "This is splendid." Gao Wen cackled, swiftly transforming the black one into a one-handed sword. With a raised blade, he plunged it into the harpy's heart. The dark blood flowing along the hilt and into his hands, exuding a foul, fishy odor. Chirp chirp. The harpy shrieked in agony, struggling to escape. Gao Wen yanked the sword back, closing in with 2 quick steps. Swinging the blade downward, the harpy instinctively raised its claws to defend, only for the one-turn sword to sever them with ease. The momentum carried through, cleanly slicing the harpy's elongated neck. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Writhing, its wings flailing chaotically, akin to a hen with its throat slit, shedding large flakes of skin around. "Bah!" Gao Wen spat disdainfully, stepping back hastily. Hearing the commotion, the gnome approached cautiously, eyes wide with awe. "Mr. Gao Wen, you truly resemble a hero." Gao Wen shrugged, correcting him. "I am but a wizard apprentice. You must undoubtedly possess the qualities of a hero." "Indeed, I am convinced." Gawain could hardly endure the gnome's blatant flattery and pointed to the creature that was gradually ceasing its struggles. "I am too filthy. Please gather the useful materials. It is my honor." The gnome performed a bizarre gesture of clasping his chest. Gawain chose not to intervene further, leaving the skeletal beast and the young 18 to protect each other while he returned to the underground lair with the white raven. After utilizing a water barrier to cleanse himself, he commenced meditative practices to replenish his expended magical energy. Once his magic was fully restored, Gawain, accompanied by 3 red-eyed ravens, mounted the skeletal beast and called upon the gnome setting forth once more towards the mountain of bronze. This time, he intended to test whether he could capture the shadow serpent. He was concerned that further delays might cause him to miss the opportunity. The group quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, where Gawain instructed the gnome to activate magical perception and remain vigilant. They soon reached the entrance of the mountain's interior, which, as expected, was still firmly blocked by a massive stone. Gawain dared not move the stone aside and ordered the gnome to cast a spell to transform the stone into mud, creating a small hole the size of a fist. The gnome expressed his doubts. "Will this truly allow us to capture the shadow serpent? We must at least try," Gawain replied without elaboration, according to the records of the wizarding world. While both the shadow serpent and the withered serpent are bearers of ancient bloodlines, their lineages differ. The withered serpent is a descendant of the ancient bloodline of the Camoyan giant serpent, whereas the shadow serpent, also known as the sealer black serpent, is a descendant of the ancient bloodline of the Mobius great serpent. This particular serpent species shares a common trait, a penchant for indiscriminate consumption. Therefore, in light of the risks associated with forcibly entering the mountain's interior, Gawain planned to use food as bait. He had witnessed the shadow serpent that had previously bitten the gnome. Its head was only the size of a palm, just enough to slip through the small hole without drawing out an adult serpent. He instructed the gnome to retreat a distance for safety, first donning a water barrier for himself, then opening the crocodile skin box to retrieve a freshly roasted steak, which he placed at the entrance of the hole. He then crouched nearby, waiting for a bite. A quarter of an hour passed, then another, and yet another. Time dragged on slowly as Gawain's crouched feet grew numb. Yet the shadow serpent remained elusive. Could it have left the mountain's interior? That shouldn't be the case, Gawain mused, stretching his limbs in frustration. Perhaps it simply did not favor cooked food. He turned to instruct Raven number 7. Perched on his shoulder, the raven listened intently, seemingly understanding, cocking its head before darting into the darkness like an arrow, returning shortly with a drab, speckled sparrow in its grasp. "Excellent." Gawain praised, taking the sparrow and swiftly breaking its wings and feet. He then used his one-handed sword to make a small incision on the sparrow's body, tossing it at the hole's entrance. As it struggled and emitted pain cries, it soon fell silent, curling its head and trembling. Gawain quietly stepped back a few paces and summoned his mage hand, preparing to capture whatever emerged from above the hole. Suddenly, a serpent's head appeared, its jaws snapping at the sparrow's neck, the slender body coiling tightly around it. However, the creature appeared rather small. The serpent's head was merely the size of a thumb, and its body was scarcely longer than a chopstick. So small, Gawain had no time for further contemplation, just as he was about to seize it. The ground suddenly caved and a sharp head burst forth from the earth, biting down on Gawain's legs and pulling him fiercely downward. In that moment, as he prepared to hunt, he had unwittingly become prey. Gawain, sir, the gnome cried out from a distance, but did not dare to approach. Gawain quickly realized the danger and braced himself against the cave's edge to avoid plummeting underground, unwilling to abandon his efforts. He relied on the protection of the water barrier and disregarded the creature gnawing at him, focusing instead on maneuvering the mage hand to capture the small snake. Startled, the serpent abandoned the sparrow, attempting to retreat back into the mountain's depths, only to be blocked by the mage hand, which swiftly encompassed the small snake, fingers curling to form an invisible fist, trapping it within. I've got it. Gawain's face lit up with joy, yet he soon felt the creature below shatter the first layer of the water barrier, now gnawing at the innermost barrier, threatening to breach it. That moment, Gawain could very well face a gruesome fate. The middle layer of the heart shield offered no protection whatsoever. Panic surged within him, but he maintained his composure, with one hand supporting his body. He gripped his sword tightly with the other, thrusting downward repeatedly. After 3 swift strikes, a muffled roar echoed from below. Gawain felt the pressure on his legs lessen, finally breaking free from the creature's grasp. He wasted no time, scrambling out of the cave with great effort. Quickly distancing himself, he crushed a honey peach and re-established a water barrier around himself, with the new protective layer in place. Gawain finally felt at ease. He prepared a 5-shot ice arrow spell while remaining wary of the cave entrance. The sounds of muffled growls resonated from within, as a long-headed, scaled monstrosity emerged, revealing half of its body. Its black scales glistened, sharp claws glinted, and its cold, vertical pupils glared menacingly. Its stark white fangs and fearsome, scissor-like jaws made it resemble a crocodile that had been flattened and elongated. The creature shook its head and instantly locked its vertical gaze on Gawain. From a distance, the gnome shouted urgently, "Be careful, that is a dusk stalker." Gawain instinctively loosed an ice arrow, but the dusk stalker ducked and burrowed back underground, causing the arrow to miss its mark. Gawain's heart sank, and he hurriedly leapt aside. Almost immediately, the dusk stalker erupted from beneath his feet, snapping at the air. Gawain, heart racing, reacted swiftly, firing 2 ice arrows, one of which struck the creature's head, eliciting a muffled roar as the dusk stalker dove back into the earth. Not daring to linger, Gawain sprinted, leaping onto the back of the skeletal beast, keeping a watchful eye on the ground. After a tense waiting period, the dusk stalker did not reappear. It seemed to have been injured. Gawain pondered this, but lacked the means to continue the hunt. He dispelled the last 2 ice arrows and instructed, "Let us return." He then led the gnome down the mountain, taking a wide detour to avoid potential pursuit from the dusk stalker, eventually returning unsteadily to their lair. Upon their return to the chamber, Gawain immediately summoned the mage hand before his eyes. Gazing through the ethereal hand, he found the tightly clenched fist to be empty. However, he was not disheartened, for he sensed a concealed little creature within. As the mage hand unfurled, the forcibly restrained creature suddenly materialized, opening its mouth in an attempt to bite Gawain's face. Yet it could not reach him, only struggling futilely time and again. Quite fierce, Gawain chuckled, raising his left hand to begin releasing a psychic shockwave. After 1, 2, 3 pulses, the little creature finally succumbed, losing consciousness. The complete form of the serpent lay before Gawain. Its head was the size of a pinky finger. Its body slightly longer than a chopstick, adorned with tiny, shimmering scales and mysterious black markings. It was indeed the shadow serpent. Gao Wen was overwhelmed with excitement as he reached out to grasp it. Feeling as if he had taken hold of a cool piece of jade, without hesitation, he opened a nearby leather case and retrieved the soul pet contract scroll, after dripping 3 drops of his own blood onto it. He infused it with his internal magical energy. As he continued to pour in his power, the scroll ignited, transforming into a formless flame devoid of heat. Gao Wen seized the flame and pressed it onto the head of the shadow serpent, causing the flame to split in 2. One part surged into the serpent's skull while the other flowed into Gao Wen's spiritual realm. In an instant, the soul contract was sealed, binding master and pet in shared fate. With a hiss, the shadow serpent abruptly awoke, instinctively attempting to bite Gao Wen, only to freeze in place. It flicked its forked tongue, repeatedly sniffing at Gao Wen. After a moment of hesitation, it slithered up onto Gao Wen, eventually coiling around his left wrist and biting its own tail, forming a jade bracelet. Gao Wen watched with a smile, pondering the potential for extraordinary abilities that might emerge upon glimpsing the premium interface. He was suddenly taken aback. Pet, Shadow Serpent Ancient Bloodline. 1. An increase of 1 to the Ancient Bloodline. Increase? Gao Wen rubbed his chin, his eyes brightening with realization. This meant he could enhance his pet's bloodline concentration using premium points. Much like augmenting his own talents, what an extraordinary prospect. Excited by this thought, he tapped on Increase. Premium points. -527. Hiss. Gao Wen inhaled sharply, discovering that merely elevating the ancient bloodline to 2 consumed over 500 premium points. However, with over 130,000 points at his disposal, he felt unconcerned. Gao Wen continued to tap, swiftly raising the Shadow Serpent's ancient bloodline concentration to 10, expending over 40,000 premium points in the process. With the final increase alone costing more than 10,000 points, which made him wince and discomfort. 10 was sufficient. He decided against further increases and instead turned his attention to the 3 meditation techniques he was currently practicing. Deep Sea Meditation LV8, Earth Meditation LV5, Fire Meditation LV1. These 3 meditation techniques formed the foundation of Gao Wen's abilities and were crucial for his advancement to a higher wizard apprentice. He contemplated that the higher the level of meditation techniques, the more rapidly his mental power would increase, thus shortening the time required for his promotion. With determination, he elevated all 3 meditation techniques to their maximum level. Meditation techniques: Deep Sea Meditation LV9, Hydrophilic; Earth Meditation LV9, Terraphilic; Fire Meditation LV9, Pyrophilic. Upon reaching maximum level, each meditation technique bestowed a unique effect. Gao Wen conducted an experiment and quickly concluded that the special effects enhanced elemental affinity for their respective elements. Though the increase was modest and had little impact on the potency of his spells, merely a slight improvement. Next, he upgraded his studies in biological transformation and potion making, leaving himself with over 20,000 premium points as a reserve. Skills: Biological Transformation LV4, 1. Potion Maker LV4, 1. Pet, Shadow Serpent Ancient Bloodline, 10. Premium points, 22,175.44. These premium points certainly vanished quickly. Gao Wen felt a pang of regret. He had initially aimed to accumulate 500,000 premium points to elevate his talent further. However, it now seemed a daunting task. Fortunately, he had upgraded everything possible, leaving the rest to his diligent practice. Just as he prepared to meditate, he suddenly felt an itch on his body that he reached to scratch his arm, only to discover a large patch of dead skin flaking off. Gao Wen was momentarily stunned. Could he have been infected by the face-eating bird? That was unacceptable. He hurriedly checked the status on the premium panel, which indicated healthy, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing it was likely a consequence of contracting the Shadow Serpent. It might also be related to the emerging abilities. However, the development of these abilities was not instantaneous. It followed a gradual progression. Gao Wen dismissed further thoughts, instructing Crow Number 7 to remain vigilant before entering his spiritual realm to begin inscribing the 9th will rune from the Deep Sea Meditation. In the ensuing period, Gao Wen returned to his secluded training routine, practicing meditation, inscribing will runes, nurturing companion insects, modifying the crow, and feeding the Shadow Serpent. Occasionally, he would occupy his time with spell analysis. Often vexed by the persistent shedding of his skin, yet his mental power steadily approached 5. That the 9th will rune, the 10th will rune, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th. At the beginning, each inscribed will rune increased his mental power by 0.3. However, beginning with the 7th rune, the increase dropped to 0.2. When Gao Wen inscribed the 16th will rune, his mental power only increased by 0.1, reaching 4.9, just shy of the threshold for advancing to a higher wizard apprentice. At this point, 3.5 months had elapsed since Gao Wen had entered seclusion, and he had aged a year. He was now 14, just 0.1 away. Gao Wen felt a twinge of disappointment, scratching his arm in agitation as flakes of skin fell like snow, resembling what he had seen in his previous life as psoriasis. It was even more pronounced. He suddenly froze, quickly inspecting the area he had scratched on his left arm. After scratching, pinching, and squeezing, he discovered fine, hard scales emerging. only to quickly recede. He had finally endured. Gao Wen erupted into laughter and hurriedly ran next door for a bath, after scrubbing away a layer of dead skin. He revealed smooth, healthy skin beneath. Yet, whenever he faced harm, his skin would transform into tough serpent scales, ready to deflect attacks. He drew a dagger to test it. Even with all his strength, the blade merely left an inconspicuous white mark on the scales, indicating their formidable protection, likely reaching a degree of defense comparable to the outer layer of a water barrier. Excellent, excellent. Gao Wen reveled in joy, for this was merely the nascent stage of the serpent scales. Their strength would gradually increase with time, granting him an additional layer of self-preservation, enabling him to withstand surprise attacks. His survival capability had significantly improved, suppressing his elation. Gao Wen intended to nourish the insects as usual. Upon arriving at the insect nest, he found it unusually quiet. He lifted the black cloth covering the nest and exhaled with relief. It was the final step. He extracted several dead insects and began tallying those that had entered the grinding reaction. 6 earthworms remained. 4 mosquitoes were left. The snails were the most abundant, with 8 still present. He could only wonder how many would survive the grinding reaction to truly transform into the moth. Gnat, or snail. The anticipation was palpable. Gao Wen murmured to himself for a while before covering the nest again. As for which one he would ultimately choose as his companion insect, he was still in a state of indecision. The moth would extend his lifespan. The gnat could conceal his presence, not just masking his aura but even his soul's essence, minimizing his existence to the lowest degree. Meanwhile, the snail would continuously enhance his physical constitution. Each of the 3 companion insects possessed remarkable abilities, and he wished to have them all, but that was impossible, as they were mortal enemies and could not coexist within a single body. It was indeed a conundrum. Gao Wen shook his head, deciding to wait for the 3 insects to awaken before making a decision. After all, the process of metamorphosis is a treacherous passage, not easily traversed. Gao Wen sat cross-legged in meditation, commencing the restoration of the magical energy expended during the engraving. Once he had fully recuperated, he emerged from the subterranean chamber into the outside world. He whistled, and 5 crows soared forth from the darkness, cawing eagerly to greet him. These 5 were all red-eyed crows, 4 black and 1 white. Aside from crow number 7, Xiao Shi and Xiao Shi Ba, the other 2 were newcomers. The last time, only Xiao Bai had successfully transformed, and in the most recent attempt, merely one had completed its metamorphosis, designated as No.23. It could be said that the success rate of the transformations was pitifully low. Not due to Gao Wen's regression in the field of biological modification, but primarily due to the introduction of the variable known as gray mist. Crows absorbing the gray mist became irritable and prone to aggression, even attacking him. Consequently, many crows suddenly took flight during their care, leaving Gao Wen with much futile effort. For this reason, he had refrained from taking action recently, planning instead to wait for suitable conditions before engaging in closed breeding to prevent them from flying away repeatedly. One after another, he painstakingly cleared the gray mist from the bodies of the 5 crows and played with them for a while, just as he prepared to return to the underground chamber and continue his seclusion. A series of dull thuds echoed from a distance. Gao Wen turned his gaze, but it was obscured by thick gray mist. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems to be from the direction of Bronze Mountain. The sound resembles that of boulders rolling down." Could it be? A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, yet he dared not verify it that moment. The shadow serpent, which had been coiling around Gao Wen's waist, revealed itself, raising its head and flicking its tongue towards him. Gao Wen hesitated briefly before nodding, saying, "Go ahead, but be cautious." The shadow serpent slithered down and swiftly made its way into the distance. Its body, over 2 meters long, was far from the size it had been 3 months prior. Quickly, it vanished into the gray mist. Before long, the shadow serpent returned, bearing grim tidings. The adult shadow serpent had indeed emerged from the mountain's depths, claiming the entirety of Bronze Mountain as its lair, with its hunting grounds extending across the entire Death Marsh, which naturally included the subterranean chamber where Gao Wen resided. Instantly, this revelation stripped Gao Wen of his sense of security. At that moment, the gnome Tokay crawled out from the underground chamber, his face a mask of confusion. "Mr. Gao Wen, what just happened?" Gao Wen cast a sidelong glance at him. "We may need to relocate." "Ah?" Tokay was taken aback, puzzled. "Aren't we living quite well? Why the sudden need to move?" Gao Wen pointed towards Bronze Mountain and recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, the gnome's expression turned to one of alarm. Urging, "Then what are we waiting for? We must hurry and leave. By the way, where are we going? What are your plans, Mr. Gao Wen?" Gao Wen thought of Deer Antler Town, but shook his head. It seemed there was little worth clinging to there. The gnome's face lit up with hope. "Then perhaps you could take me to Kabike City. It is the largest and finest city-state. with a complete system, a vast population, and wizards, everything you could desire. I swear, Mr. Gao Wen, you will surely love it there. Quebec City. Gao Wen muttered, gently shaking his head. Not so fast. Hearing this, Tokei's face fell, and he opened his mouth but refrained from further persuasion. Subsequently, Gao Wen descended once more into the depths with the 5 crows and the shadow serpent. Sealing the entrance behind him, he resolved to hasten the engraving of the 17th rune, aiming to advance to the rank of High Wizard Apprentice. Thus, he would gain greater assurance regarding his future direction after mastering 3 magical arts. In the days that followed, Gao Wen ceased his outings, addressing all his needs underground. Meanwhile, the adult shadow serpent began to roam the death marsh, hunting voraciously. The cries of the wounded and sounds of battle echoed even within the depths. 3 days swiftly passed out on this particular morning. Instead of engraving the wool rune, Gao Wen lay quietly before the insect nest, awaiting patiently. Before long, a golden worm-like creature emerged from the soil, burrowing about in the nest. The first was a moth. A smile broke across Gao Wen's face. With this one, the hardships of the past 6 months had not been in vain. After a while, a red flesh worm shed its snail shell and began to crawl out. Its mouth parts opening and closing, its body elongating and contracting, resembling a writhing red leech. The second was a snail. Gao Wen was overjoyed, for this meant another option had presented itself. However, fortune did not favor him thereafter. As he waited for half an hour without the appearance of any additional symbiotic insects, indicating that the remaining dozen or so had perished in the process of metamorphosis, fortunately, both the moth and the snail had the ability to reproduce independently. Had it been the midge, at least 2 would have been required. Gao Wen felt a sense of relief as his gaze flitted between the golden moth and the crimson flesh worm. Weighing the pros and cons, the moth represented longevity, while the snail represented physical resilience. At just 14 years of age, he had no immediate concerns regarding longevity. While physical resilience was not directly related to wizardry, it was nonetheless a means of enhancing strength. Moreover, he possessed a one-handed sword transformed from the illusory soldier magic wand. Thus, the snail seemed more suited to him. Having reached a decision, Gao Wen retrieved a dagger and gently sliced across the back of his left hand. Blood oozing from the wound. The snail within the nest detected the scent of blood. Writhing with increased urgency, he extended his wounded left hand, gradually bringing it closer. The snail sprang forth, adhering to Gao Wen's skin and rapidly burrowing into the wound, siphoning every drop of blood it encountered along its path. Then, it thrust its mouthparts into the wound, swiftly penetrating deeper, inch by inch, until its entire body was squeezed into the blood vessel, flowing along with the blood. At that moment, the snail seemed to have reached paradise, voraciously consuming blood, digesting impurities, and excreting purer blood in return. It worked tirelessly, reveling in its task. After half an hour, the snail finally ceased its efforts, its body beginning to split in 2. Then, 1 became 2, and the 2 snails continued to siphon blood, digest impurities, and excrete even purer blood. The process of blood purification, thereby enhancing physical resilience, was truly remarkable. Gao Wen chuckled, yet felt a tinge of regret, for the snail had absorbed his essence and blood, rendering it no longer pure and untransferable to others. Doing so would taint their blood. Otherwise, he could have amassed a fortune merely by selling snails. Yet, this was merely a side effect of the snail. Its true utility lay in its ability to shield the host from curses. Should anyone attempt to curse Gao Wen, the snail, having absorbed his essence, would bear the brunt of the curse on his behalf. As long as the snails within him did not perish entirely, Gao Wen would remain unharmed. Of course, this did not include mysterious curses. As such curses, bolstered and solidified by the void spirit, transcended the realm of curses, reaching an unimaginable degree, beyond the evasion of any wizard, who could only passively endure. The only recourse would be to eliminate the source of the void spirit. However, the void spirit was a high-dimensional deity, one of the 7 most powerful beings in the multiverse. Not even the most qualified being could hope to eradicate it. Consequently, the pollution faced by wizards was nearly unavoidable. They could only pursue the truth in hopes of countering the void spirit. Subsequently, Gao Wen retrieved a bottle, capturing the golden moth-like creature and placing a magical stone inside as sustenance, since he could not keep it as a symbiotic insect. He would have to seek an opportunity to sell it. With the moth's properties of resisting curses and extending lifespan, he was certain someone would be willing to pay a handsome price. Having completed these tasks, Gao Wen returned to the engraving of the wool rune, working tirelessly, neglecting sleep and sustenance. Finally, after 10 days, he completed the final stroke, successfully engraving the complete 17th wool rune from the deep sea meditation method. His mental power immediately surged by 0.1, Reaching a total of 5.at that moment, his spiritual world expanded, swiftly forming 3 new magical slots, officially advancing him to the rank of High Wizard Apprentice. Excellent. As Gao Wen's spirit soared, his gaze flickered towards the premium interface, where he discovered that the 3 zero-ring sorceries he had already deciphered were indeed included in the panel. Name: Gao Wen Clover. Age: 14. Constitution: 2. 5 Spirit: 5 Magic Power: 2750 Level: Senior Wizard Apprentice Sorceries: Transmutation LV0, 1. Upgrade: Triple Fireball LV0, 1. Upgrade: Metal Dart LV0, 1. Upgrade. Pet: Shadow Serpent Ancient Bloodline, 10. Companion Bug: Snail, 8. Premium Points: 22175. 44. Moreover, the companion bug, Snail, had proliferated to 8, while his constitution had subtly increased by 0.2, reaching 2.5, and this was merely a span of 10 days. If this trend continued, his constitution would escalate to a staggering degree. Gao Wen suppressed the tumult within, focusing his intent to upgrade the 3 new sorceries to LV1, simultaneously garnering insights that deepened his understanding of these spells. Notably, the execution of transmutation required a medium for casting, which could be feathers or scales. However, certain taboos existed, as prolonged use of transmutation could lead to contamination from these mediums. The more varieties of transformation one undertook, the more severe the pollution became. Feathers might sprout from one's head, and patches of scales could appear on the skin. An affinity for insects and rodents might develop, and these were merely minor inconveniences, causing little disruption. In severe cases, one could experience cognitive dissonance, becoming unable to distinguish between human and beast, and in the most dire circumstances, the bloodline could be tainted, significantly increasing the likelihood of deformities in future generations. Thus, to avoid contamination, 2 principles must be adhered to during the practice of transmutation. Firstly, the duration of transformation should be as brief as possible. Secondly, the variety of transformation should ideally not exceed 3. Is that so? Gao Wen mused while stroking his chin, resolutely deciding to adhere to these 2 principles, as he had no desire to become a glutton or, worse, a father to numerous offspring. Subsequently, he consumed some white bread and sipped honey water, tending to the crow and shadow serpent before beginning to etch the complete runes of sorcery in his mental realm. 3 days later, he completed the etching and elevated all 3 new sorceries to their maximum level of LV5. Sorceries: Transmutation LV5, Potent; Triple Fireball LV5, Strong Attack; Metal Dart LV5, High Speed. At this juncture, Gao Wen had mastered 4 tricks and 6 zero-ring sorceries, all at max level, augmented by the derived ability of Scale Armor Protection, thus attaining a new echelon of power. He could both attack and defend, retreat and assist, far surpassing the average. Even among senior wizard apprentices, he should possess a certain status. However, when compared to some seasoned senior wizard apprentices, his foundational strength still appeared lacking. They might adorn every finger, including toes, with enchanted items, flaunt a plethora of necklaces, or casually produce a scroll containing some terrifying first-ring sorcery, while a mere flick of their wrist could unleash a barrage of rune gem bombs. They might even have contracts with 10 pets or have transformed hundreds of magical creatures. In essence, one must never underestimate any senior wizard apprentice, especially the older, non-human ones. Yet, I am not to be regarded as weak. Gao Wen did not belittle himself, but instead grasped the illusory staff, attempting to unlock its next form. Upon infusing 50 units of magic power, the black staff transformed into a short bow of a vibrant green hue. He drew back the bowstring, feeling the rush of wind whistling past his ears. Shortly thereafter, the energy-gathering characteristic activated, forming a blue energy arrow. With the aid of precision characteristics, Gao Wen aimed automatically and released the bowstring, striking a stone in the corner, which exploded upon impact, disintegrating into powder. This bow is impressive, Gao Wen marveled, surprised that the master-level archery he had previously dismissed still had its utility. One-handed sword. Blackstaff. Green feather bow. Amplifying, reducing magic, sharpening, gathering energy, precision. This illusory staff was becoming increasingly intriguing. After toying with it for a while, he restored his magic power and began experimenting with the 3 newly learned zero-ring sorceries. He glanced around, bent down to pick up a small white feather that had fallen, but upon reflection, deemed the white crow too conspicuous, discarding it. Instead, he took a black feather shed by Crow No. 7 and began attuning to the spiritual realm, channeling magic power into the sorcery runes. In merely 2 breaths, he completed the preparation. Suddenly, Gao Wen's form began to spin, transforming into a black crow, 2 sizes smaller than a red-eyed crow. The feathers, claws, head, and eyes bore no difference from a real crow, resembling a living creature. Truly marvelous. The crow spoke, its pitch-black eyes glimmering with vitality, and soon it began flapping about the chamber, quickly mastering the art of flight. After soaring 3 laps, it attempted to scratch the stone wall with its claws, leaving a few marks but feeling pain in its claws. It seemed only marginally superior to an ordinary crow. Lacking steel feathers and iron claws, making it unsuitable for combat, Gao Wen felt no disappointment, as this was merely a basic transmutation, not an optimized version, capable of only instinctual mastery. Replicating abilities was unrealistic. Let us try again. He repeated his experiments until he felt confident. Then with a thought, the crow burst apart, scattering feathers in every direction. Gao Wen emerged from the midst of the feathers, landing lightly on the ground. Indeed remarkable. He stroked his gray robe and black hair, noting that the transformation had only consumed 4 units of magic power, and he experienced no peculiarities or discomfort. Relieved, he resolved to transform into the black crow as much as possible to minimize the risk of contamination. Subsequently, Gao Wen retrieved a rune furnace, ignited the flames, and cast the previous short bow and one-handed sword into it. Using his mage's hand, he manipulated the molten iron, shaping it into steel beads the size of soybeans. In total, he crafted 108 beads. Once the steel cooled, he pocketed a handful and stored the remainder in a crocodile skin case. He selected 4 steel beads, positioning them between his right hand's index and middle fingers, raised his arm, and mimicked a shooting gesture, completing the spell preparation in the blink of an eye. A peculiar field of distorted force formed in his right hand, taut with tension. With a thought, the steel beads shot forth one after another, creating 3 deep holes in the opposite stone wall. 3 shots per second. Each projectile consumed 1.5 units of magic power, with an attack strength nearing 2 degrees. Truly befitting the LV5 metal dart. Far exceeding his expectations. What a splendid sorcery. Gao Wen felt a surge of excitement, as this implied his counterattack speed would be terrifyingly swift, even granting him the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow before his foes could react. Afterward, Gao Wen began to pack his belongings, preparing to leave the Death Marsh, which had become the hunting ground for fully grown shadow serpents. Rendering it no longer safe for his destination, Gao Wen now had 2 choices. One was the nearby city of Grey Dwarfs, and the other was the Kibik city-state mentioned by the gnome, each location offering distinct advantages and disadvantages. Point 1 was close, the other far. Point 1 was remote. While the other was bustling. He could even consider returning to the surface, but the mere thought of the church's threat and the deities behind them sent shivers down his spine, instinctively repelling him. To alter this predicament would require several more years. Furthermore, Gao Wen was now a senior wizard apprentice, with his spirit reaching 5. His next goal was to become a formal wizard. However, the path to becoming an advanced formal wizard is exceedingly arduous. According to the information he has gathered, one must simultaneously satisfy the following conditions. First, the high meditation technique. Second, the morning light potion. Third, a mental strength of 10. Fourth, a complete first-tier spell model. And fifth, the ascension ritual. Among these 5 requirements, Gao Wen can currently fulfill only 1.5. The first is the star ring meditation method derived from the knowledge tree leaves, while the half pertains to the incomplete Orosam transformation spell. To achieve all these conditions, one would need to join a significant faction. Otherwise, one must slowly gather the necessary elements alone. To collect these, a venue that allows for free trade is essential, and such a place is more readily available in the prosperous city-state of Quebec. Nevertheless, before that, I must make a trip to the city of the Grey Dwarfs to observe how the humans there are faring. Gao Wen mused quietly. Soon, he packed his belongings, hoisted his crocodile skin suitcase, and absent-mindedly toyed with several steel balls in his right hand, with 5 red-eyed crows, 4 black and 1 white, following closely behind. He cast a final glance at the place he had inhabited for several months before striding away. Upon reuniting with the gnome, the 2 quickly exited the cave. For safety's sake, Gao Wen first sent the shadow serpent ahead to scout the path. Once the route was confirmed, he mounted his skeletal beast and swiftly proceeded down a narrow path through the death swamp. The gnome, Tak, followed him with trepidation, glancing back from time to time. Suddenly, a strange cry erupted from the marsh on their right, as a mire beast, drawn by the scent of flesh, crawled from the muck. Twisting its body as it leaped toward the path, intending to block their way, the gnome shivered in fright and halted in a panic. Bang! Gao Wen reacted faster than Tak, raising his arm at the sound and launching a metal projectile that struck the mire beast squarely in the forehead, instantly reducing it to a puddle of muck. Don't stop, keep running, he commanded. All right. Tak quickly regained his composure and jogged to catch up, exclaiming, Mr. Gao Wen, have you been promoted to a high wizard apprentice? Upon seeing Gao Wen's lack of denial, the gnome's face filled with astonishment, only to be followed by self-reproach. But Mr. Gao Wen, you can't be of age yet. Compared to you, I feel utterly useless. If only I had half of your talent. Before he could finish, Gao Wen abruptly halted the skeletal beast, raising his right hand to fire 3 projectiles into the gray mist. Startled, Tak exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Without replying, Gao Wen urged the skeletal beast onward, casting a light spell that illuminated the path ahead as bright as day. They beheld a winding path where a colossal creature, standing as tall as a story, its body caked in mud, stomped around with its 4 legs, occasionally emitting deep growls. Opposing it was the ever-elusive shadow serpent. Gao Wen's heart raced. He promptly unleashed all the steel balls in his hand, but they only elicited a couple of pained cries from the creature, which seemed singularly focused on annihilating the shadow serpent. Realizing the urgency, Gao Wen began to prepare a triple fireball spell. 3 seconds later, with a gentle wave of his black wand, 3 massive fireballs shot forth, curving as they collided with the creature's face. Sizzling audibly, roar. The creature held in pain, collapsing into the mire, only to rise unsteadily. It had finally been provoked. Charging toward Gao Wen with a thunderous stomp. As he directed the skeletal beast to retreat, he readied a more potent 5-fold ice arrow spell. Whoosh! Before the creature could close the distance, the first ice arrow struck its head, causing it to emit a wretched scream and come to an abrupt halt. Finally frightened, it turned to flee into the swamp. Now you choose to escape. It's too late. Unmoved, Gao Wen waved his black wand, commanding the remaining 4 ice arrows to shoot forth, each finding its mark. The creature froze in place, its massive form swaying before crashing down. The shadow serpent, as thick as a man's arm, then revealed itself, coiling around the creature's head and burrowing into the wound left by the ice arrows, voraciously consuming its brain. "Little Black, return," Gao Wen called out, urging the skeletal beast to hasten its pace, concerned that the commotion might attract an adult shadow serpent. Tak hurriedly caught up, his face alight with awe. "Mr. Gao Wen, you actually killed a mired giant crocodile. What a pity. They say a giant crocodile's body can fetch 30 magic stones." Gao Wen paid him no mind, retrieving a raven feather from his pocket, remaining on high alert, ready to cast a transformation spell. Fortunately, they did not encounter an adult shadow serpent until they exited the death swamp. What a relief, Gao Wen sighed, riding the skeletal beast into the misty area, only to find that the mist had dissipated, leaving behind a thick gray fog, likely due to the mist formation losing its potency without maintenance. Tak leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. "Mr. Gao Wen, shall we take a break?" Glancing at the gnome, Gao Wen used a magical hand to lift him and toss him onto the back of the skeletal beast. The 5 red-eyed crows that had arrived early also flew over to join them. As he urged the skeletal beast to continue their journey, he inquired, "Tell me about the city-state of Quebec." Tak exclaimed in shock, then burst into joy. "Mr. Gao Wen, you agreed to take me to Quebec. Oh my heavens, this is the best news I've ever heard. It feels like a dream. I can almost see the hero's monument, the statue of the goddess, Gnome Street, the vast Quebec plain, and the laurel trees." He laughed heartily, only to suddenly break into tears. Once Tak regained his composure, he exclaimed, Wait, Mr. Gao Wen. Quebec is to the northeast of the Bronze Mountain. We should head left. You're going the wrong way. I know. We'll visit another place first. All right, as you say." Before long, Gao Wen rode the skeletal beast back to the wilderness where the city of the Grey Dwarves lay. He recalled the ancient bloodline possessed by the Mangster giant serpent and hesitated, not daring to approach, as he felt that he might still not be a match for it. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Gao Wen, nothing," Gao Wen replied, shaking his head as he urged the skeletal beast toward the direction of the Grey Dwarf city, soon catching sight of its outline. As he drew closer, his expression darkened, for he once again beheld his kind foraging for mushrooms. They still had not learned to walk upright. Where did those pig-like creatures come from? Bang! Just as a patrolling Grey Dwarf soldier opened his mouth to speak, a projectile the size of a yellow bean struck him, causing him to collapse limply. Gao Wen ignored the panicked Grey Dwarves and urged the skeletal beast to continue toward the city. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the city gates. The Grey Dwarf soldiers guarding the entrance spotted them from afar, drawing their swords and assuming a defensive stance. The captain shouted, "Outsider, please lower your weapons and submit to the inspection of the city of the Grey Dwarfs." Bang! Before he could finish, he fell to the ground. With a wave of his right hand, Gao Wen commanded, "Leave no one alive." Quack, quack, quack. The 5 red-eyed crows immediately swooped in, fierce and ruthless. Even more terrifying was the arm-thick black serpent lurking in the shadows. which would strike at the Grey Dwarf's most vulnerable necks each time it revealed itself. In mere moments, all the gatekeeping Grey Dwarf soldiers lay dead. The crows began to fight over the eyeballs. While the shadow serpent slinked back into hiding, the Grey Dwarf civilians who had been watching stood frozen in shock, each screaming as they fled into the city. Gao Wen first cast a water barrier spell around himself and rode the skeletal beast through the city gates. Tak followed closely behind, and upon seeing the humans on either side of the road, all with blank expressions and on all fours, he felt a chill run down his spine, stammering, ignorant, barbaric, cruel. However, Gao Wen keenly noticed that the number of humans had diminished. Yet, now was not the time for inquiries. He had to wait for his prey to arrive before systematically organizing the city. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed around the corner of the street. The voice of a figure reached them before they arrived. "You lowly pig-like creature. Who gave you the audacity to slaughter my kin? Do you not know that this is the city of the Grey Dwarfs? I, Guante, swear I will make your death 100 times more painful than theirs." Guante. Gao Wen looked up and, indeed, beheld the familiar figure. He had not died. He stood over 4 meters tall, adorned with cascading golden curls, clad in a heavy suit of full plate armor that must have weighed several hundred pounds. While wielding a spear exceeding 5 meters in length, he resembled a lion poised to pounce upon its prey. This formidable figure was none other than Guante the Giant, the current lord of the city of the Grey Dwarfs, and the mightiest hero of the realm, bearing the blood of both giants and gnomes, a true anomaly among gnomes. Born of legend, he grew up in a cellar, ruthlessly ending the reign of his predecessor to seize the title for himself. For over 30 years, he had dominated this land, never encountering a rival until facing the monstrous monster serpent. Wait, Guante suddenly halted, trembling as he extended his left hand to point at the skeletal beast beneath Gawain. His face contorted in anguish and disbelief. "I ask at you, my friend. By the heavens, what treachery have you inflicted upon it, you despicable swine?" Gawain shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. "As you can see." "Ah," Guante roared in fury, charging toward Gawain, bellowing, "I swear, I shall bury you alive just like those rebellious swine, and I will fashion your head into a drowning device." His voice reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout half the city, igniting the Grey Dwarf populace in a frenzy as they shouted, Hero Guante, crush him, make that swine beg for mercy. My blood is boiling." Gawain, feeling the weight of their fervor, seized the opportunity to unleash his most powerful 5-fold ice arrow spell. 5 massive ice arrows hovered before him, aligned in a row, and with a flick of his black wand, 1 arrow shot forth as a probe. Roar! Guante let out a battle cry as he swung his spear with force. Managing to deflect the rapidly approaching ice arrow, Gawain's heart raced in surprise as he unleashed the remaining 4 arrows all at once. Guante's expression shifted to alarm as he shouted, "Spear of blood!" Instantly, the spear transformed into a deep crimson hue. He swung with all his might, but could only deflect 2 arrows, while the last 2 struck him, piercing through his protective armor and embedding themselves into flesh. With a muffled grunt, Guante braced himself against the spear, forcing himself to halt. The previously jubilant Grey Dwarfs fell silent, holding their breath. Guante suddenly bellowed, hurling his spear away without a glance back, turning and fleeing with a speed surpassing that of his charge. The onlookers gaped in shock, quickly revealing expressions of terror as they scattered in disarray. Is that all? Gawain mused, certain that the skeletal beast could easily evade the spear. He raised his right hand and unleashed a level 5 metal missile spell. Steel balls striking Guante's back and helmet, creating a series of dents and sparks, just as Guante was about to escape around the corner of the street. Gawain urged the skeletal beast to pursue while extracting steel balls from his pocket for continued fire. With each shot, blood flowers erupted between the gaps of Guante's armor and at his heels. "Where do you think you're going?" Gawain chuckled coldly, waving his hand as the eager red-eyed crows took flight. However, when he reached the corner, Guante's figure had vanished. "What's going on?" Gawain wondered, having lost sight of Guante for merely a few seconds. Given his towering height of over 4 meters, escape seemed nearly impossible. He ordered the crows to disperse and scout the area, ensuring Guante didn't slip away, then leapt from the skeletal beast's back to closely examine the blood trail, following it for several steps until he arrived at a door around the corner. "Go!" He commanded the skeletal beast to push open the ajar door, revealing a cramped mill. Seeing no immediate danger, he entered, protected by a water barrier. The room contained a stone mill, a water bucket, ceramic jars, and stone bowls. Gawain scanned the items, finding nothing unusual, and was about to turn away when a hissing sound drew his attention. The shadowy serpent, concealed within, slithered toward one of the smaller ceramic jars. Flicking its tongue repeatedly, the jar was slightly smaller than the others and bore the distinction of having a lid. As Gawain approached, he quickly noticed something amiss. The jar appeared freshly placed, with clear signs of disturbance. Freshly placed, a thought flickered in Gawain's mind, recalling that Guante had also seemed to vanish without a trace previously, and he had suspected the Mangster serpent had dragged the body into its lair. Stepping back, he conjured a mage hand to lift the jar, but to his surprise, it wouldn't budge. Gawain exerted all his strength, yet it remained immobile. His expression shifted as he realized that this seemingly ordinary jar was indeed problematic. After some contemplation, he decided to employ his most potent fivefold ice arrow spell, summoning 5 formidable arrows that each boasted a power level of 6. Go, with a flick of his black wand. The ice arrows soared, striking the jar with a resounding crash. The jar shattered, its lid clattering to the ground. At that moment, a blood-soaked Guante tumbled out of the jar in disarray. So, the rat had taken refuge in the grain jar. Gawain laughed heartily, unleashing 4 ice arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No, no, no. You cannot kill me, Guante shrieked in terror, attempting to evade, but the ice arrows struck true, 2 piercing through his arms that shielded his head, while the other 2 plunged deep into his heart. Guante collapsed to the ground, casting a spiteful glance at Gawain before gradually succumbing to silence. Gawain hesitated to approach, retrieving a steel ball from his pocket to cast metal missiles. Each strike landing squarely on Guante's head, denting the helmet. Not yet satisfied, Gawain transformed his black wand into a verdant feathered bow, drawing back to unleash energy arrows. Boom! The energy arrows struck their target, sending the helmet flying. At that moment, the seemingly lifeless Guante suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a muffled roar as he lunged toward Gawain at the doorway. Gawain, quick to react, retreated from the room. Boom! Guante crashed into the spot where Gawain had stood, causing the entire room to shake violently, nearly collapsing. Gawain cast a wary glance back, finding Guante motionless once more. Not daring to be careless, he readied his bow again, sending 2 energy arrows into Guante's head, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Utilizing the mage hand, Gawain rummaged through Guante's corpse, discovering only a few gemstone rings adorning his fingers. With no further spoils to be found, he then approached the toppled jar. Ping! He flicked his finger against the jar, channeling a hint of magic within. As the deep hum resonated, Gawain gleaned information about the jar. This jar was known as the Arad's Cauldron. It was not a magical item, but rather a runic creation crafted by a sorcerer, designed simply as a receptacle for waste. It could digest all manner of refuse, including scraps of paper, miscellaneous items, and even urine and feces. Thus, its capacity was vast, and if the contents were not retrieved within 12 hours, they would be digested as waste, leaving no trace behind. Urine feces. Gawain's expression morphed. Astonished by the jar's purpose, he found himself slightly repulsed but ultimately decided to keep it. After all, it was crafted by a legitimate sorcerer, potentially more valuable than ordinary magical items, whether for personal use or sale. It could prove useful. He grasped the jar with the mage hand, and this time, without Guante's weight to hinder him, he lifted it effortlessly. Peering inside, he found a dark abyss, reminiscent of a deep well. After confirming there was nothing within, he exited the room, turning to see the gray dwarf civilians lurking at a distance. He coldly commanded, "Bring me a live one." Upon receiving the command, the skeletal beast immediately lunged forward, swiftly returning with a half-dead gray dwarf clutched in its jaws. After a round of intense interrogation, Gavin learned the details of the situation. The young girl did not disappoint him. After his departure, she rallied a human resistance with the fangs of a vampire, quickly quelling the gray dwarves who had lost their hero, thereby establishing dominion over the entire city-state. However, upon the return of Gunt, everything changed. The girl named Samantha fled, wounded, while the entire resistance met a gruesome fate, entombed alive. Entombed alive. This time, Gavin was truly enraged. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he severed the head of the gray dwarf with his sword, bellowing, "Kill! Spare not a single gray dwarf!" Caw, 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 the red-eyed crows cried excitedly, darting away like lightning. Bang! The tightly shut door was burst open, revealing a trembling old gray dwarf hiding beneath the bed. Gavin, astride his skeletal beast, loomed at the doorway, casting a disdainful glance at the creature. "I hear you are the master of swordsmanship among the gray dwarfs." Clang! Gavin casually tossed a rusty iron sword, his voice brooking no argument. "Come, demonstrate your swordsmanship and teach it to me. Perhaps I might spare your life. Is this true? The Clover family stands by their word. Very well. The old dwarf gritted his teeth, cautiously emerging from beneath the bed. He carefully picked up the iron sword and assumed a stance, declaring, "What I shall demonstrate next is the swift sword of the grey dwarves. Please observe closely. My lord, you are not keeping your word." Except for the grey dwarfs. Shortly thereafter, Gavin left behind a chilling remark, riding away on his skeletal beast, while a bloodied head rolled in the courtyard. How tragic. The unfortunate gnome Tok stumbled out of the city of grey dwarfs. His legs weak and heart filled with dread. He muttered under his breath, bending over to retch again, heaving violently. Caw, caw, caw. 5 red-eyed crows emerged from the city, each transforming into a blood-red hue, eerie and terrifying. Gavin sat atop the shoulder of a colossal skeletal giant, emerging from the city gates as he quietly wiped the blood from his one-handed sword. This skeletal giant was his newly acquired mount. Reformed from the corpse of Gut using the skeletal ring after he had forsaken the skeletal beast. Due to its larger size and stronger bones, it possessed greater combat prowess than the skeletal beast. He tossed the blood-stained papyrus into the Arad River, stowed his sword in the frog wallet, and gently patted the giant's head. The skeletal giant immediately knelt down. Gavin leaped from its shoulder and retrieved a runic furnace from a crocodile skin box. Replaced the magic stone, ignited the furnace, and gradually raised the temperature. He glanced at the gnome and called out, "Come help me. Of course, Mr. Gavin." Tok replied, retching again. Gavin shook his head, using a mage's hand to pick up the armor pieces on the ground, tossing them into the flames, and began crafting steel beads, both working diligently for half a day until they finally melted the last iron piece. Gavin placed the cooled steel beads into a bag and, after tidying up, waved his hand towards the city gate, guiding the skeletal giant away into the distance. Gnome Tok hurriedly pursued, riding a donkey. By this time, the city gate was thronged with people, all watching Gavin's retreating figure. There was awe, fear, gratitude, and longing in their gazes. They dared not speak, silently bidding him farewell. He was the terminator of the grey dwarves, yet brought them hope, a butcher who slayed the oppressors. Riding a skeletal giant and wielding a gleaming sword, he commanded ice with a wave and conjured flames with a gesture. He was the nightmare of their enemies, a formidable presence amidst the grey mist, a great hero safeguarding humanity. Seated upon the broad shoulder of the skeletal giant, Gavin observed as the 5 crows nestled on the other side, tucking in their necks to doze. Gnome Tok, straining, chased after him. Gavin withdrew his gaze, focusing on the gold-plated panel. Skill, swift swordsmanship LV1. 1. In addition to the Arad River, this was one of his 2 harvests from the city of grey dwarves. Of course, this did not include the scattered bits of gold and silver. Swift swordsmanship, Gavin muttered, contemplating the over 20,000 gold points remaining. Silently intoning, upgrade. After 4 consecutive upgrades, the swift swordsmanship reached its limit at LV5, and Gavin simultaneously experienced waves of enlightenment, significantly enhancing his understanding of the sword. Gently caressing the one-handed sword, the blade emitted a clear ring. With eyes closed, he gripped the hilt and began to practice swordsmanship upon the shoulder of the skeletal giant. The sword flicked like the wind, a swift and agile series of maneuvers, in the blink of an eye. He executed all 32 moves of the swift swordsmanship. Gavin cast a glance at the panel, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Skill, swift swordsmanship LV5 master. The gnome behind him gaped, and upon realizing, hurriedly urged his donkey to catch up. His face filled with astonishment. "Mr. Gavin, I never expected you to be such an exceptional master of swordsmanship. My childhood dream was to become a swordsmanship expert." After which, he performed a gesture of respect. "Tok pays his highest respects to you." Gavin sheathed his sword, nodded slightly, and inquired, "Are you certain that the city-state of Quebec lies in this direction?" "Yes, I am certain," the gnome replied earnestly, explaining. "The city-state of Quebec is to the northeast. Regardless of the path we take, as long as we head northeast, we will undoubtedly reach Quebec. How far is it exactly? Why do you not return on your own?" I am not quite sure." The gnome responded awkwardly, scratching his head, admitting, "The underground world is complex and perilous. It could take half a month to traverse just a few dozen miles, and if we encounter dead ends or blocked paths, we would have to backtrack and find another way. Various dangers and unforeseen events are ever present. I arrived by riding the Darkland Lizard, which was both convenient and swift, yet it still took over half a month. If I were to return alone, I would certainly perish on the way. Moreover, on the way back to Quebec, we must pass through a place known as the Abyssal Sea, teeming with piranhas and magical beasts, which I cannot navigate by my own strength." "The Abyssal Sea?" Gavin pondered, instructing, "Please elaborate." "Certainly." The two continued their conversation, as they swiftly left the desolate wilderness that housed the city of gray dwarfs. Entering a tunnel, after traveling 2 miles, they discovered it was a worm passage far too narrow for passage. They had no choice but to return and select another route. Stumbling and tripping, they encountered demons, minotaur tribes, and various obstructive magical creatures. They faced terrifying underground worms and grotesque monsters lurking in the gray mist, proceeding with utmost caution and vigilance. Finally, after half a month, they beheld the fabled Abyssal Sea. The Abyssal Sea surged tumultuously, vast and overwhelming, resembling an endless ocean, yet its waters were black, a color that sent chills down one's spine. Gnome Talk jogged to the edge of the Abyssal Sea and scooped up some water to drink. Ow! After just 2 sips, a stone struck his head. Turning to see a lithe figure clad in black perched atop a coconut tree, he irately exclaimed, "Why did you hit me? You fool!" The veiled woman glared at the gnome, idly tossing a few pebbles in her hand, poised to throw more. Terrified, the gnome hurriedly retreated, calling, Mr. Gavin, there's a madwoman from the Dark Elf clan here." "Foolish gnome," the woman's silver teeth clacked, coldly scoffing as she turned her head away. Gavin, riding the skeletal giant, approached and said soothingly, "The seawater is not meant for drinking. Talk, you have misunderstood the lady's good intentions. She was merely trying to warn you, with no malice intended. Is that so?" Gnome Talk appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing Gavin nod, he sincerely apologized. "Beautiful dark elf lady, please forgive Talk's rudeness." The woman proudly lifted her chin, sneering, "Foolish gnome, you may not yet grasp the seriousness of the matter. Let Lilith enlighten you. The seawater is infested with the eggs of blood-sucking worms. If not promptly eradicated, they shall incubate within your body, parasitizing and subsequently draining your blood. This will result in a gradual decline in your weight day by day. Trust me, within a mere 3 years, you shall find yourself cradled once more in the embrace of death. Were I in your position, I would spare no effort in regurgitating the seawater I just consumed." Perhaps it is not too late. The gnome Talk, visibly pale with fear, hastily retreated to the side, bending over to vomit. Gawain scrutinized the woman who introduced herself as Lilith and observed that she indeed possessed pointed ears, suggesting a lineage of dark elves, as Talk had claimed. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously inquired, "Miss Lilith, may I interpret your words as a threat, or even an act of retribution against Talk?" "Is that so?" Lilith replied, her expression unchanged, looking down upon him. Then, "O unknown powerhouse, would you care to wager the life of your companion?" Gawain shrugged, disinterested in sparring verbally with this fiercely competitive woman, and shifted the topic. "Are you heading to the other side of the abyss?" Lilith let out a slight huff, adopting the demeanor of a victor. "Of course. Then why are you not on your way? I am awaiting the arrival of the ghost ship." "The ghost ship?" Gawain asked, somewhat taken aback. "Could you elaborate?" Lilith glanced at the skeletal giant beneath him and the 5 red-eyed crows nearby, then nodded lightly. "There is not much to say. Since the arrival of the gray mist, the ghost ship has become the only vessel capable of safely navigating the abyss. It is said that they have entered into an ancient pact with the monsters of the abyss, and only those who abide by the terms of the pact may reach the other shore unscathed." Gawain pondered this. Initially, he had planned to stow the gnome and the skeletal giant into the Arad's cargo and transform into a crow to fly across the abyss. However, upon attempting this, he discovered that the few red-eyed crows could not bear the considerable weight. Thus, he contemplated acquiring a larger ship. Now, it seemed that this idea might also be impractical. Given this, he had no choice but to adhere to the local customs and take the ghost ship to traverse the abyss. And so he proactively inquired, "When will the ghost ship arrive?" "From a few days to half a year. I have been here for over 10 days without encountering it." "Very well," Gawain acknowledged, his gaze drifting to the status panel. Constitution, 2.7 Spirit, 5.1. After half a month of travel, the number of companion worms had doubled, splitting to 16, and his constitution had increased by 0.2 to reach 2.7. However, he had yet to inscribe the 18th will rune of the deep sea meditation technique. This was primarily due to the increasing complexity of the will runes. The time required for inscription had grown longer, yet the stimulation to his spirit had diminished. While on the road, he could not afford to be careless, and thus could not focus on the inscription. Consequently, he temporarily abandoned the deep sea meditation technique and turned to study 2 other meditation methods, yielding some gains and increasing his spirit by 0.1. If only he had a meditation or spirit-enhancing potion. Gawain sighed. Even if he maximized the meditation techniques, reaching a spirit level of 10 would still take considerable time. With a suitable potion, he could significantly reduce this duration, although he was not in a hurry. He still wished to grow stronger swiftly. The stronger he became, the safer he would be. Bored, Gawain toyed with a few steel balls before suddenly shifting his gaze toward the shoreline. Eye in his perception. The shadow serpent pet had entered the abyss. He opened his mouth to call it back, but then thought better of it. The shadow serpent, being an ancient bloodline, had recently enhanced its bloodline concentration to 10. Consequently, its appetite had increased significantly during this period, and it had grown rapidly, no longer resembling the frail creature it once was. It was now capable of protecting itself. The gnome Talk approached with a weary expression. His face clouded with worry. Mr. Gawain, I fear I may not have expelled everything. The bloodsucker's eggs might have already hatched in my stomach. I truly think I can feel them. Gawain cast a sidelong glance at the smirking Lilith and reassured Talk. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. No, but enough. Gawain interrupted the gnome, his tone turning serious. As an apprentice wizard, Talk, have you lost all semblance of rationality? The gnome shrank back, murmuring in a voice barely audible to himself. But I can distinctly feel it moving. The three of them waited by the shore for an hour and a half, yet the ghost ship remained elusive. Lilith leaped down from a coconut tree, her movements graceful like that of a female leopard. With a flick of her ponytail, she brandished her short sword and strode away from the coast. Gawain, lost in thought, called out, "Keep up." The gnome, momentarily taken aback, hurried to catch up. His previous donkey had been killed midway by a man-faced lion, and the now sated shadow serpent emerged from the abyss, leisurely following behind. After a short while, the trio arrived at a small valley not far away, where a two-story building came into view. A tattered flag fluttered in the wind, inscribed with the words, "Guest House." Evidently, there was an inn here. Talk, the gnome, rejoiced, exclaiming, after more than half a month of travel, I can finally take a hot bath. Gawain felt a flutter of happiness within as well. He jumped down from the skeletal giant's shoulder, patted it, and urged it to find a place to hide so as not to disturb others. He took only the crow, Xiao Bai, and followed Lilith into the inn. Upon glancing around, he was slightly surprised. He had expected the place to be desolate, yet it was bustling with activity, filled with patrons seated at 3 rows of large wooden tables, all engaged in drinking and chatting merrily. Lilith halted at one of the tables, slapping her bandaged hand on the surface and adopting a fierce demeanor. Big Beard, it's your turn to wait for the ship tomorrow. The minotaur known as Big Beard was in high spirits, greedily eyeing Lilith's figure, and replied boisterously, Sure. It's just one person waiting for a day. If you agree to let me have a turn, I can cover for you on that day. Evil minotaur, Lilith snorted coldly and ascended to the 2nd floor. What a tantalizing little vixen. Big Beard clicked his tongue in disappointment, but suddenly noticed Gawain and the gnomes standing at the doorway. He shouted boisterously, TSK, more newcomers have arrived. The others turned in unison, casting knowing glances. The gnome hid behind Gawain, who frowned and queried, Is there a problem? Oh, quite the proud one. Do you not understand the rules? What rules? Big Beard, raising his cup, stood up and staggered toward Gawain. This and has only one old, crippled fellow, skinny as a rail, not even 2 pounds of flesh on him. All the supplies and food are pooled together by everyone waiting here for the ship. Since you are newcomers, you ought to contribute some share. Yes, Gawain nodded. That seems quite reasonable. The old man seems to favor this newcomer with the pretty face. Splendid, Big Beard remarked. The tender-skinned one feels rather good, though the gnome behind you is a bit lacking. Still, he will do. The crowd erupted in laughter, joining in the raucous cheer. Big Beard then stiffened his expression, pointing at the crow Xiaobai perched on Gawain's shoulder. The old man said he would run out of provisions again tomorrow. That bird of yours looks quite fine. Why not use it to make a stew for everyone? Not a chance. Seeing Gawain frown, Big Beard's expression turned menacing. If not, then we shall toss you 2 into the pot to steam and feast on a sumptuous meal. Gawain finally realized their intentions. They wished to eat him. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly laughed. Very well. With that, he pushed Xiaobai forward. Big Beard wore an expression of at least you understand as he reached out to grab Xiaobai's head, only to see Xiaobai suddenly spread its wings and deliver a powerful flap against Big Beard's hand. Ah! Big Beard yelped, retracting his hand in pain. He quickly regained his composure and roared, You little brat, how dare you trick me? Smack! As Big Beard lunged forward, the sound of a slap echoed throughout the inn, leaving everyone stunned. Big Beard's right cheek immediately swelled, and he wore a bewildered expression. Once he processed what had happened, he bellowed, Who hit me? Smack! As soon as the words left his mouth, another resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the minotaur dazed and disoriented. He glared fiercely at each person surrounding him, only to find their faces filled with astonishment and doubt. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Gavin, who shrugged innocently. The Minotaur's expression turned suspicious as he turned to fixate on a cloaked fishman in the corner. Smack! Before he could utter a sound, a heavy hand struck his face once more, causing his visage to swell grotesquely. The onlookers stifled their laughter, shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. The Minotaur was on the verge of exploding with rage. In a fit of fury, he scrambled beneath the table and seized an axe, lunging menacingly at Gavin. It's all your fault. You pretty boy. Die. Bang. Before he could reach him, Gavin had already raised his right hand. And a metal projectile burst forth, blossoming a crimson flower upon the Minotaur's forehead. With a thud, the Minotaur collapsed to the ground, his axe slipping from his grasp, his eyes wide in shock as he coughed up blood. It was indeed you. With that, he fell into an unconscious heap. Gavin toyed with a few steel balls in his hand, the silence in the tavern palpable. He surveyed the crowd, suppressing the murderous intent within him, and calmly stated, I apologize for the disturbance caused by us newcomers. Consider this Minotaur a contribution to your gathering. After speaking, he stepped further inside, and the crowd hastily made way. Gavin proceeded unobstructed to the inner chamber, addressing an elderly fishman huddled in the corner. Good sir, do you have any vacant rooms available? Yes, indeed, the old man replied, as if just roused from slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes and nodding vigorously. He then hobbled, leading Gavin and the following gnome up to the second floor. The patrons on the first floor finally exhaled, whispering among themselves. This time, they've encountered a formidable opponent. Who would have thought that this mere pretty boy could be so ruthless? That big fellow surely has quite a bit of meat on him. It could feed us for days, remarked a bearded man. Where does the old man hail from? Just seeking a meal, came the reply. And how old are you? I don't recall that I tease such an advanced age. Are you all alone? I belong to the Daikila fishmen. In my youth, I had a penchant for adventure, married twice, and had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Once, I thrived in the coastal seas, but life was tumultuous. Eventually, they all perished in the storms. I grew old and stopped venturing into the waters, opting instead to beg for sustenance here. Were ships once able to navigate the coastal seas? Indeed, while perilous, it was not as terrifying as it is now. Ever since the arrival of the gray fog, ships have lost their sense of direction in the coastal seas. If it isn't a ghost ship, every vessel that sets sail meets its demise. You may not be aware, but behind this tavern once thrived a bustling fishing port town that has since been abandoned. Now, only this tavern clings to life. And who knows when it too will close its doors? When can we expect the ghost ships? I cannot say, but it should be soon. Gavin questioned the elderly fishman for a while, but when he saw no fruitful results, he ceased his inquiries and handed over a silver deer, settling into a room on the second floor. The next morning, as Gavin flung open the window, 5 crows eagerly flew in. Form a line. Obey. Don't crowd. Gavin fed the crows with breadcrumbs and diced roast beef, and once finished, he sent the smallest crow, number 23, to the shore to await the ghost ship, while he himself began to nibble on some bread. The elderly fishman called out from outside, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Thanks to young sir, everyone can enjoy a hearty meal today. I specifically selected some prime cuts of meat for you to sample my culinary skills. Gavin glanced over, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I appreciate it, no trouble at all, the fishman replied modestly, bowing as he exited the room. Gavin continued to munch on his bread, showing no inclination to touch the soup, while a few greedy crows cawed, and upon receiving permission, began to squabble over the food. They quickly devoured it all. At that moment, the voice of the elderly fishman echoed from outside. Young sir. I knocked on the door of the adjacent room, but your servant did not respond. Is he not resting inside? Gavin finished the last bit of his bread and stepped outside. He called out a few times, and with a firm push, he flung open the door, striding in to find the gnome, Torque, sprawled on the bed, drenched in sweat, his head tossing about as if trapped in a nightmare. Torque, Gavin bellowed, channeling his magical energy. The gnome finally stirred, his face pale. Gavin. Just as he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach in agony. Gavin regarded him with suspicion, inquiring, What is happening? My stomach. Something is gnawing at me. The fishman, who had followed him in, looked alarmed and cautiously said, Young sir, has your servant consumed any water from the coastal seas? Yes, he accidentally drank some yesterday. Then it is as I feared. He is infested with a man-eating eel. It is hatching and currently feasting on his intestines. It's serious. In the past, it was not considered severe. A herbalist could prepare a few doses of deworming broth. However, the herbalist has long since left, which complicates matters. Without the broth, he may survive no more than 15 days. Within that time, the eel will consume his innards and burst forth. Hearing this, Torque was nearly paralyzed with fear, his abdominal pain suddenly seeming much less severe as he wailed. "Mr. Gavin, you must save me. I was meant to die in the city of Quebec, not here." Gavin, feeling exasperated, turned to the old man and asked, "Do you know the ingredients for the deworming broth?" The fishman appeared embarrassed, his expression one of helplessness. "Very well." Gavin did not press the issue further and escorted the old man out of the room. The surface and the underground were two entirely different realms. As a level 4 alchemist, he could have deduced the components for the deworming broth if he knew a few herbs and their properties. However, with no information at hand, he found himself powerless, as he had little knowledge of underground herbs. Nonetheless, this did not mean he could abandon the gnome to his fate. Gavin returned to the room, where he found Torque lying on the bed like a lifeless dog, his eyes devoid of spark. He shook his head in resignation, feeling too weary to engage with him. Their journey together had been one of stark contrasts. Gavin had devoted nearly all his time to inscribing runes, while Torque appeared to have given up on his path as a wizard, meditating only during bouts of boredom. Yet Gavin could not simply stand by and let him perish. He extended his left hand towards Torque, activating the mind ring he wore. Torque let out a pained groan, clutching his head, before promptly losing consciousness. Gavin stepped forward, charged his energy, and unleashed a mental shockwave upon Torque's abdomen. Once, twice, thrice. After the third mental impact, he finally ceased. He then roused Torque, instructing him in some techniques for utilizing magical energy to crush the man-eating eel larvae within him. The following day, Torque awoke from a deep slumber. Aside from feeling a bit dizzy, he found that his abdominal pain had indeed vanished. In the days that followed, Gavin rarely ventured out, allowing the 5 crows to take turns waiting by the shore for the ghost ship. While he devoted the majority of his time to inscribing runes within the confines of his room, he paid no mind to the trivial matters downstairs, and no one dared to disturb him. Half a month later, he successfully inscribed the 7th rune of the fire meditation method, resulting in a further increase of 0.1 in his mental prowess. Additionally, his mental realm expanded slightly, granting him an extra spell slot. It appeared that with each meditation method learned, an additional spell slot was acquired, which was quite advantageous. However, he pondered whether the same applied to his witchcraft slots. If so, the value of meditation methods would soar even higher, prompting him to consider collecting the remaining 5 elemental methods. As Gavin mused, he heard footsteps approaching outside his room. It must be Lilith. Gao Wen swiftly discerned the identity of the visitor, realizing that Lilith had come to him in search of sustenance, a request he had encountered several times within the past fortnight. Indeed, it was not long before Lilith's voice resonated from outside. Instead of intervening personally, Gao Wen opted to have crow number 7 handle the matter. As he contemplated which trick to learn next, he possessed not only the tricks he had gathered himself, but also 3 additional ones learned from the gnome Tokay, a reward for several life-saving encounters and his ongoing escort. He felt justified in his acquisition: manipulating water flow, attracting fish, controlling bones, earth vein breathing technique, greasing the soles, magic perception, turning fossils into mud. Fire starting technique. A myriad of tricks flashed through his mind, and Gao Wen first dismissed the 3 learned from the gnome. With the 2 of them journeying together, their strengths could complement each other, making it unnecessary to complicate matters further. Additionally, the fire starting technique paled in comparison to his own triple fireball spell. Thus it too was eliminated from consideration. After much deliberation, Gao Wen ultimately resolved to learn to manipulate water flow, primarily because he would soon traverse the Sea of Earth, and mastering this trick would prove beneficial. Subsequently, Gao Wen dedicated himself to deciphering the manipulation of water flow, completing his analysis in less than a day and incorporating it into his panel, promptly upgrading it to level 1. The following 2 days were spent inscribing the runes of the trick. The moment the runes were inscribed, the witchcraft runes representing the 5 ice arrows and the water barrier suddenly began to shift within his mental realm. Gao Wen, intrigued, chose to observe quietly. He watched as the 2 witchcraft runes adjusted their positions, gradually converging upon the manipulation of water flow, forming a mysterious connection amongst themselves around the central rune of water manipulation. In that instant, Gao Wen experienced an epiphany. Sensing a significant change, he swiftly exited his mental realm and retrieved a honeyed peach from his frog wallet. Just as he was about to crush it, he hesitated, contemplating, and placed the honeyed peach back into his pocket. Glancing at the nearby honeyed peach tree, he slowly raised his right hand, with a rustling sound. A honeyed peach hanging from the branch began to sway despite the absence of wind, and a stream of clear water swiftly coalesced before Gao Wen, morphing into various shapes, sometimes resembling a dog, other times a human. Manipulating water flow. Gao Wen chuckled, commencing the execution of the 5 ice arrows spell. The water mass quickly solidified, transforming into 5 ice arrows as thick as a calf, and without needing to launch them. He realized this instance was unlike any previous. The casting time had been reduced by half a second, while the power had increased by 18.5, even without the amplification from the enchanted staff. The attack intensity approached a level of 6 degrees. Should the staff's enhancement be applied, the power could even exceed 7 degrees. Excellent, Gao Wen exclaimed with delight. This indicated a further enhancement of his abilities, bringing him closer to the 10 degrees achievable only by a true wizard. In that moment, he recalled a term from his past life in gaming, bond. He pondered, realizing that witchcraft runes of the same element indeed shared a bond, capable of amplifying each other. Did this mean that the more spells of the same elemental type he learned, the greater the spell's potency would become? However, the runes only spread across the lowest layer of his mental realm, forming a flat structure, with the trick rune at the center and the witchcraft runes in the outer layer. A single trick rune could accommodate a maximum of 2 witchcraft runes, thus further bonding was seemingly impossible. Not quite, not quite. He suddenly grasped that he could seek another water element trick to replace the one he had previously learned, thereby establishing a bond with 2 water tricks and 4 water witchcrafts, which would presumably enhance their power. It appeared that specializing in a single element, while susceptible to countermeasures, also possessed significant advantages. Gao Wen mused inwardly, dispersing the gathered ice arrows, which transformed back into a mass of clear water, and attempted to cast the water barrier, discovering that indeed the defensive strength had increased. Although the low base meant it had not reached a level of 3 degrees, it was now much easier to control. He could freely alter the 3 layers of water barrier, adjusting the protective strength at will, and even merge the 3 layers into a single, stronger layer of water barrier. He experimented by pressing the water barrier tightly against his skin, and to his astonishment, it transformed into a suit of water armor. Indeed, it is possible, Gao Wen exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he persisted in his trials, ultimately forming a thin layer of water armor enveloping his entire body. Including his head, he tested its strength and found it astonishingly reached a degree of 5 as the water armor gradually receded to his neck. Gao Wen reflected, the manipulation of water flow has proven immensely beneficial. Had I known, I would have learned this trick much earlier instead of suffering the setbacks of solitary exploration. With that, Gao Wen set aside his thoughts and solidified the water barrier into the form of water armor. The next time he cast it, he would be protected by the armor, which not only offered high defense but also facilitated his offensive capabilities, thereby significantly enhancing his survival potential. Trick. Manipulating water flow LV5. Effective. Not bad. Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction, suddenly recalling the fire-starting technique he had previously discarded. If he were to combine it with the triple fireball spell, it seemed there might be a bond of fire elements as well. His eyes brightened at the thought, but he quickly shook his head. The bond would require at least 3 witchcrafts of the same element to be effective. Otherwise, he would have realized it sooner. Presently, he only possessed the fire-starting technique and the triple fireball spell, lacking one more spell. There was no rush, though, regrettably. While he had a spell for burning hands, it was incomplete and could not be learned. The red rock wand, while solidifying the fireball spell, lacked a specific method for learning. He could only seek opportunities to gather more knowledge in the future. Fortunately, fireball spells were relatively common zero-ring witchcraft. As long as he attended gatherings or trading venues among wizards, acquiring one should not prove difficult. Gao Wen committed this matter to memory and continued his intensive training. One day, while seated in meditation to recover his mental strength, he suddenly sensed unusual movement within his crocodile skin box. He opened his eyes and unlocked the box, reaching into the stomach pouch to feel around. He retrieved a gently trembling sea conch. A communication conch, Gao Wen mused, slightly perplexed. This item had come from the fishman wizard apprentice Morgan. Due to its lack of utility, it had remained dormant in the box, but today it unexpectedly responded. Holding the communication conch to his ear, he discerned a faint voice whispering, "Return." Gao Wen squinted, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. His expression shifted as he hurriedly exited the room, searching around but failing to locate the fishman elder. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found the fine rain cascading like silk. The fishman elder stood amidst the wind and rain, cupping something in his hands as he played as if sensing Gao Wen's footsteps. The fishman elder abruptly turned, his skin twitching violently before he quickly regained composure, forcing a smile. "What brings you out today, little sir?" Gao Wen frowned. "What are you playing?" "Nothing. You must be mistaken," the fishman elder stammered, panic evident in his eyes as he desperately shook his head, gripping his right hand tightly and striving to appear calm. Gao Wen stepped closer, extending his hand. Show me. No. No. The fisherman elder hastily concealed his right hand behind his back. Gritting his teeth, and unexpectedly leaped off the rooftop. Gao Wen dashed forward, extending his mage's hand, an invisible force grasping him. Yet, the elder's body, slick with rain, slipped free, tumbling to the ground, and he limped away in haste. Gao Wen finally took the matter seriously, raising his right hand and firing a metallic projectile that pierced the elder's left leg. The elder cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, just as Gao Wen jumped down from the rooftop. A cloaked figure appeared beside the elder. The fisherman elder, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Quick, take me away. I have been exposed." Crack. The elder's face turned incredulous, gasping in disbelief. The cloaked figure retracted their hand from crushing the fisherman elder's throat and snatched away the object the elder had been holding, swiftly kicking him aside before sprinting off into the distance. Gao Wen's expression darkened as he raised his hand to shoot again. Bang! Several metallic projectiles shot forth, swift and urgent, but just as they were about to strike the figure, they encountered resistance, diverting their trajectory and falling harmlessly to the ground. A wizard apprentice. Gao Wen was taken aback, never expecting to encounter a fellow practitioner in such a humble inn. Moreover, the audacity of his counterpart to snatch food from his very grasp left him no room for complacency. He quickly enveloped himself in a watery barrier and whistled sharply before pursuing the other. To his dismay, he soon realized that with his physique of 2.7, he could not keep pace with his adversary. Abruptly halting, Gao Wen reached into his pocket, retrieved a crow's feather, and swiftly cast a transformation spell, morphing into a crow to give chase. Stop! Before his opponent could escape the valley, Gao Wen soared overhead. Blocking the path amidst a flurry of scattered feathers, the individual came to an abrupt halt and extended his right hand, summoning shadows from the surroundings that coalesced into a massive, pitch-black hand in midair. With a decisive motion, the dark hand lunged towards Gao Wen. He hastily commanded his mage hand to intercept, but it was crushed effortlessly, leaving him ensnared in the grip of the dark hand. Insufficient, a derisive voice emanated from beneath the cloak as the immense hand tightened, seemingly intent on crushing Gao Wen to death. However, despite 2 attempts, it failed to fulfill its purpose, the palm instead producing a series of creaking sounds. Begone! Without further delay, the figure flung Gao Wen backward. Just as he prepared to flee, a sharp pain pierced his left leg. Looking down, he discovered that a black serpent, as thick as a bowl, had bitten into his calf. Its fangs piercing flesh, seeking death, the individual roared in anger, the colossal black hand descending from above. Yet, the serpent was remarkably astute, releasing its grip and swiftly vanishing beneath the surface. The wielder of the dark hand frantically swatted at the air. But the serpent's presence eluded him. He dared not linger, stumbling forward while remaining vigilant against a potential ambush from the serpent. With his left leg injured, his speed noticeably diminished, Gao Wen, feeling disoriented as though he had just disembarked from a roller coaster, managed to rise from the ground, reassured by the solidity of his water armor which had shielded him from harm. Regaining his composure, he resumed the pursuit, with the shadow serpent surveilling from the dark. Gao Wen did not lose track of his quarry and soon caught up after exiting the valley. He dared not approach too closely, quietly preparing his most potent spell, the 5 ice arrows. With a flick of his black wand, the 5 arrows, each as thick as a calf, shot forth with a whistling sound, only to be inexplicably diverted by that peculiar resistance, failing to strike their target. A nemesis of ranged attacks, Gao Wen felt a pang of frustration, momentarily at a loss. The figure ahead also noticed Gao Wen, turning sharply and stomping the ground with force. Boom! A resounding crack reverberated from the earth below, as the soil beneath Gao Wen's feet suddenly split open like a gaping maw, threatening to swallow him whole. Fortunately, his alertness at the moment of the figure's turn allowed him to evade the trap with agile finesse. Boom! The figure stomped again, causing the ground to fracture once more. Gao Wen narrowly avoided the onslaught, but refused to permit his adversary to continue unopposed. Seizing the opportunity during the casting interval, he withdrew another crow's feather, transforming into a crow to take to the skies. The figure appeared momentarily stunned, exclaiming, as fellow apprentice wizards, "Why must you trouble me?" Gao Wen, feeling trepidation towards the domineering black hand, dared not approach recklessly, retorting, "You have it backward. It is you who is causing me difficulty. Had you not seized my belongings, we would not be in this magical duel." The cloaked figure was rendered speechless, his tone softening. "This is merely a misunderstanding. I did not intend to target you. This item was originally mine." "No, it is mine," Gao Wen interrupted firmly. Enraged, the cloaked figure was compelled to confront the truth. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the object in his hand, gritting his teeth. Very well, you may have it. Let us each take a step back. With that, he discarded the item onto the ground and limped away. Gao Wen swooped down, transforming back into human form to retrieve it with his mage hand, discovering it to be a small, pitch-black sea conch, even smaller than his communication conch. Seeing no immediate danger, he tucked it away and resumed his pursuit. Why are you following me again? Just to see you off. No need for your escort. I take pleasure in it. You despicable scoundrel, always resorting to ambushes. Have the courage to face me in a fair fight. The cloaked figure's voice echoed in a fit of frustration amidst the gray mist. Have you sensed it? Indeed. The serpent is venomous. Come forth and face me. The cloaked figure began to lose control, commanding the black hand to lash out indiscriminately. Yet Gao Wen, like a seasoned hunter, remained concealed within the dense fog, biding his time, aware that an injured prey was the most perilous. After a flurry of exertion, the cloaked figure could no longer endure. His complexion darkened as the serpent's venom coursed through him, causing the black hand to finally dissipate. He collapsed to the ground, his breath growing faint. Emerging from the mist, Gao Wen raised his right hand, launching a metallic projectile that flew true, striking the figure squarely in the chest without the interference of the strange resistance. The cloaked figure's eyes snapped open as he ripped off his hood, exclaiming, "Do you recognize me?" Gao Wen instinctively gazed upon the face revealed beneath the cloak, only to find it belonged to the visage of an aged fishman, albeit with eyes that resembled dark whirlpools, as if to ensnare him within their depths. Sensing the imminent danger, Gao Wen's mechanical mind instinctively activated, allowing him to break free. The failed attempt at illusionary gaze left the cloaked figure despondent. As he spat out a mouthful of black blood, yet he remained unwilling to succumb to defeat. From his person, he produced a cloth bag, spilling its contents before him as a threat. "Spare my life. And all these items are yours, or we shall both perish." A desperate struggle, Gao Wen dismissed him entirely, unwilling to release a rival apprentice wizard, for that would invite endless retribution in the future. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 rapid-fire metallic projectiles. Bang! They pierced through the figure's skull. So let it all be destroyed. The cloaked figure grimaced, the magical disguise dissipating to reveal an unfamiliar fishman face. The red gem he clutched fell to the ground, detonating instantly and engulfing the area in searing flames that radiated 3 meters around him. Gao Wen quickly dashed forward, using his mage hand to snatch what he could from the flames. After a chaotic scramble, he salvaged only a small fraction. "You've incinerated all my treasures, you cur," Gao Wen seethed, delivering several forceful kicks to the now unrecognizable corpse of the cloaked figure before meticulously inspecting the remnants. He discovered that all the scrolls and materials were utterly destroyed, rendering them useless. The parchment book had been scorched beyond recognition, with only a few fragments remaining. The only valuable items left were 7 magic stones and a high-purity crystal ball. He stowed the magic stones and crystal ball away, then began perusing the parchment book. After some organization, he gleaned a few scraps of knowledge in sorcery. Alchemical Primer I. The creation and application of gem bombs, fragmentary. Alchemical Primer II. A brief overview of gem embedding techniques, fragmentary, bloodline transformation. The feasibility of ancient bloodline transplantation, fragmentary. The sorceries consisted of 3 types: magical disguise, shadow grip, and displacement field. Regrettably, all 3 were incomplete zero-circle spells, rendering them unlearnable. A true pity. What a tremendous loss, Gao Wen lamented, recalling the formidable black hand wielded by the cloaked figure, which he surmised was likely the shadow grip spell. To him, it seemed not only offensive but also defensive. A perfect blend of both. The displacement field was equally impressive, posing a significant threat to wizards. Both spells were among the finest of zero-circle sorcery, yet fate had deemed them unattainable for Gao Wen. Perhaps there would be opportunities in the future. With a resigned sigh, Gao Wen began his journey back. Idly toying with the black sea conch he had obtained earlier, he attempted to channel a thread of magical energy into it, and immediately received feedback. It turned out this conch was known as the Phantom Conch, an enchanted item containing a spell called Summon Spectre. Blowing into it would summon a ghost ship. How fortuitous that he need not wait for a vessel. A peculiar expression crossed Gao Wen's face as he recognized that this might well be an elaborate scheme. However, the thought that the scheming fishman wizard apprentice had been slain by his own hand brought a sense of relief. With the mastermind deceased, all plots and schemes became futile. Furthermore, the conch had already been sounded by the fishman elder, signaling that the ghost ship could very well arrive within days. He need not be in haste to board. With the ghostly conch in his possession, he could afford to wait for the next wave. No need for urgency. Upon returning to the valley, he discovered that the fishman elder, whose throat had been crushed, was lifeless, surrounded by a group of onlookers who were eagerly pointing at the corpse. The number of spectators had evidently increased, likely comprising newcomers. Gawain chose not to engage, avoiding the crowd and heading directly towards the inn. "Stop!" a voice called from behind as he had not walked far. Gawain feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Just then, a snarling werewolf clad in leather caught up, seizing Gawain by the shoulder and growling with a fearsome snarl. "You, boy, wolf commands you to halt. Are you deaf?" Gawain frowned, the werewolf's foul breath nearly suffocating him. Before he could respond, the wolf, jabbed a finger at Gawain's nose and bellowed, "Everyone, look, this lad has just returned from outside. And Wolf suspects he is the one who killed the old fool." With that, he held his head high, seemingly awaiting accolades from the crowd. Strangely, not a single soul echoed his claims. The elder among them gazed at him with pity. While the newcomers observed cautiously in silence, Wolf's embarrassment was palpable as he bristled. "Am I not speaking the truth?" The crowd remained mute, and Lilith stepped forward, reprimanding, "Wolf, do not slander Mr. Gawain." Wolf, incensed, roared back, "You little harlot of the Dark Elf clan. This is none of your concern. You have no right to question the clever wolf." Still unsatisfied, he pointed at Lilith, taunting, "They say the women of the Dark Elf clan are as debased as succubi. Look, this little harlot must have taken a fancy to this pretty boy." The crowd exchanged glances, whispers fluttering amongst them. Lilith's face flushed with anger as she drew her short sword, declaring vehemently, "Foolish wolf. I challenge you to a duel." "Ha ha ha." Wolf erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. He paid no mind to Gawain, pushing him aside with force as he strode towards Lilith. "Then let the brave werewolf and the dark elf engage in a proper duel. Fear not, Wolf shall not kill you. I intend to conquer you, to take you back to Wolf's grand bed and claim you for myself. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait." As he spoke, his hands transformed, fingers morphing into elongated claws, lunging at Lilith. The onlookers hastily retreated, clearing a vast space in the center. Was this a damsel saving her hero? Gawain found himself at a loss for words. He had yet to utter a single remark, and the conflict had already shifted to Lilith. Contemplating leaving, he hesitated, feeling it somewhat unkind, and ultimately chose to observe the unfolding scene. The duel commenced, and Wolf, overconfident, underestimated his opponent. Before he could inflict harm with his claws, Lilith's swift blade struck first, piercing his shoulder. Blood quickly stained half his body. Wolf, no longer dismissive, tore off his leather attire and howled at the heavens, transforming into a towering wolf over a meter tall. His wounds seemed to diminish as he agilely circled Lilith. "Be careful." Lilith felt the weight of pressure, her heart racing, just as a warning echoed from the perimeter. She barely reacted before a wolf's claw left 3 deep gashes across her back. Lilith gasped in pain, swiftly adopting a defensive stance, her grip on the sword growing slick with sweat, soon absorbed by the wrapping on her hand. Her expression sharpened, abandoning any thought of offense. "Ha ha ha. Is this all the strength you possess, little harlot? I wonder if you are as wild in bed as you are in battle. I shall strip you bare." The giant wolf spoke with human words, leaving a trail of varying depths of wounds across Lilith's body, rapidly staining her in blood. Her strength waned, and Lilith could no longer endure. She fell to one knee, her short sword embedding in the ground. Wolf's eagerness grew. Eclipse blade. As Wolf lunged with maniacal laughter, Lilith suddenly looked up, flinging a dagger that pierced the giant wolf's left eye. The creature howled in agony. Rolling on the ground, clutching its wounded eye, Lilith staggered to her feet, raising her short sword to deliver a decisive strike to the wolf's head. Clean and efficient. I have triumphed, Lilith exclaimed, exhilarated. Yet her body weakened from blood loss. She faltered, barely steadying herself. As she lifted her gaze to receive the cheers of victory, she was met instead with a multitude of predatory, eager eyes. A chill coursed through her, and she stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Finally, someone could no longer restrain themselves. Another werewolf leapt forth, a menacing grin on his face as he approached Lilith, with Wolf dead, as a member of the same clan. Chark feels compelled to fulfill his unfinished business. Not a chance. Lilith stubbornly thrust her short sword, but Chark effortlessly swatted it aside with his claws. Panic gripped her eyes as she realized the fate awaiting a weakened prey. Desperately, she looked to the crowd for help, but none responded. They were only frustrated, regretting that someone else had acted first. Chark's intent was unwavering, taunting, "Fear not. I shall be even more ferocious than Wolf." He grasped her fragile neck with his large hand, leaning down to embrace her. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground. "Make way." Gawain stepped forward, kicking Chark's lifeless body aside, inquiring of Lilith, "Can you walk?" Lilith was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded, "Yes." Good. Follow me. Gawain said no more, turning towards the inn. Lilith struggled to rise, tottering after him as the crowd parted like the Red Sea, allowing the two to pass unimpeded. Once out of the throng, Lilith glanced back, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden. Lilith, you must be strong. She inhaled deeply, wiped her tears away, and hurried to catch up with Gawain. After their departure, the others cautiously approached Shark's corpse, discovering a small blood hole at the back of his skull. Collectively inhaling sharply, they silently rejoiced. 2 days later, a goblin waiting by the seashore spotted a large black ship, racing back to the inn in excitement. Soon, news of the ghost ship's arrival spread like wildfire throughout the inn. The crowd busily packed their belongings, preparing to board. Cough, cough, cough. In a room on the second floor, fierce coughs erupted. Lilith, still recovering from her injuries, stirred from her slumber, ignoring her wounds and the fever from inflammation. She struggled to rise from the bed, collapsing repeatedly onto the mattress. Is anyone there? Lilith cried out, desperate to board the ship. Can anyone help me? Is someone there? She called again and again, but no one responded. She felt like a little dog, abandoned and forgotten in a desolate corner. She was acutely aware that once all the guests had boarded the ship, she would be left utterly alone in the inn. She would be deprived of sustenance and fresh water, ultimately succumbing to starvation upon her sickbed. Fear engulfed her. She felt lost. Regret coursed through her veins. Helplessness overwhelmed her, and she bit down on the quilt, weeping uncontrollably in despair. Gao Wen stood atop the roof, calmly observing the hurried figures departing from the inn. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a crow feather from his pocket and transformed into a crow. Soaring towards the sea, before long, he approached the coastline and caught sight of the dilapidated three-masted ship, nearly 50 meters in length. Caw, caw. Gao Wen circled the vessel, careful not to disturb those boarding, imitating a crow's call. He perched atop the tall mast, utilizing the ghostly seashell he carried to sense the surroundings. He confirmed that the ship below was indeed the ghost vessel bound to the seashell. He descended from the mast and landed at the captain's cabin, only to find the entrance sealed, leaving only a small crystal window the size of a human head. Caw, caw. He hopped over to the window, peering inside with wide eyes, only to discover that years of neglect had left the interior sullied. He brushed the wings against the glass, rendering it increasingly clear. Just as he attempted to gaze further, a pair of pale white eyeballs suddenly appeared on the inside of the window, pressing against the crystal. Gao Wen was startled, and as he focused his gaze, the eyeballs vanished. Could it be that a ghost was truly imprisoned within? He pondered, dismissing the notion of mere hallucination, and looked in again, finally discerning the layout of the captain's cabin, which, aside from the dust, bore little distinction from other ships. Perhaps it was best to sit down for a moment. Without further delay, Gao Wen spread his wings and departed from the ghost ship, making his way back to the inn. Aware of the lurking schemes, he opted for caution, knowing he could afford to wait, unaffected by the passage of 10 days or more. Moreover, this was part of his prearranged plan. Before he could return to the inn, he spotted a familiar figure hurrying towards the ghost ship. He unfurled his wings and descended, intercepting the gnome Tokay amidst a flurry of feathers. The gnome halted abruptly. Embarrassment etched upon his face. Mr. Gao Wen. Gao Wen frowned. Did we not agree that everything would proceed according to my arrangements? The gnome appeared flustered, yet unwilling to alter his course of action, stammering. I simply wish to return to the city of Quebec swiftly. As you are aware, after a moment of silence, Gao Wen stepped aside. He removed the red rock wand from his waist, now utterly useless, and willingly erased its magical imprint, tossing it to the gnome. Take care, Tokay. Live well. You will need to return it to me upon our next meeting. The gnome, filled with shame, bowed his head, cradling the wand in his hands as he knelt, choking back tears. Tokay Talon will forever remember your kindness. When he finally lifted his gaze, Gao Wen had already transformed into a crow and soared away. Tokay rubbed his reddened eyes and hurried towards the ghost ship. Upon entering the inn, Gao Wen found the normally bustling first floor shrouded in silence. He ascended the stairs to the second floor, intending to return to his room, when he heard a faint sound of weeping nearby. Was there someone still present? Intrigued, he followed the sound to a room at the end of the hallway. Realizing it housed the injured dark elf, Lilith, with a gentle push, he opened the door, causing the crying to abruptly cease. Lilith, alerted by the noise, struggled to peer outside, where she beheld a figure illuminated by light. She was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment. Gao Wen felt a twinge of awkwardness. I apologize. It seems I forgot to knock. Lilith finally snapped back to reality, her excitement palpable. Is it really you, Mr. Gao Wen? Are you all right? You haven't left? Indeed. I am waiting for the next ship. Lilith's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, warmth blossoming in her heart, as she clutched the quilt tightly with her delicate fingers, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. Gao Wen sensed a hint of confusion, realizing she must have misunderstood, thinking he had lingered for her sake. Rather than clarify, he simply smiled and remarked, no trouble at all. I am not in any particular rush. I can afford to wait 10 days or more. As for the food and fresh water you require, I shall ensure that Little Seven delivers them to you daily. Thank you so much. Lilith chirped in delight. Gao Wen prepared to leave. She ventured, Mr. Gao Wen, are you a wizard? Gao Wen paused, shaking his head. I am merely a humble apprentice, hardly a wizard. Can you perform magic? Certainly, but I must regretfully inform you that I lack the healing arts. Could I become a wizard? Lilith inquired, her hope flickering. That is difficult to say. Gao Wen shook his head. Becoming a wizard is no easy feat, as it requires innate talent and elemental affinity, which must be tested and confirmed. Typically, only a fortunate few possess such gifts. Lilith had never considered herself fortunate. She suppressed her disappointment and asked, Mr. Gao Wen, would you care to hear my story? Today, Gao Wen found himself with rare leisure. Captivated by the tale of this young dark elf, who had managed to maintain her integrity amidst a din of evildoers, steadfastly purchasing bread and water and bravely standing up for strangers in a realm fraught with peril. She possessed an extraordinary quality that set her apart. Gao Wen took a seat, smiling warmly. Tea would be my honor. Lilith's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat bashful. She began to recount her experiences, from being a lesser daughter of a prominent dark elf family, chosen as a sacrifice to the god of death, to her escape as a traitor and her subsequent wandering life. Her journey had been fraught with hardship. Even more commendable was her resolve to assist the weak, uphold her dignity, and remain unsullied by the corrupt, steadfastly adhering to her heroic dreams. She viewed her trials as tests, firmly believing that one day she would awaken her heroic blood and become a respected heroine. What a moving tale it was. Gao Wen rose to applaud. Lilith blushed, feeling a bit shy. Mr. Gao Wen, I fear I have not done enough. I could not save little Turnip, and I carelessly allowed the pear trafficker to escape. I have felt much remorse. Nonsense. You have done remarkably well. There is no need to be too hard on yourself. Gao Wen offered words of comfort and added, as the sole audience to Miss Lilith's story, I believe I should present you with a special gift. Lilith's eyes lit up with anticipation, though she felt a twinge of shyness. Is that truly possible? Of course, Gao Wen replied with a mysterious smile. Leaving the room, just as Lilith experienced a mix of hope and anxiety, Little Crow 7 alighted at the window, clutching a small glass vial. Tilting its head, it regarded Lilith leaning against the headboard before gracefully soaring over and dropping the vial onto the bedding. Lilith was no stranger to Little Crow 7. With eager anticipation, she picked up the vial, and upon reading the label, her eyes brightened. A physique potion. Caw, caw, Little Crow 7 called out, gesturing insistently. Without hesitation, Lilith uncorked the vial and took small sips. Caw, caw, having completed its task, Little Crow 7 bid farewell and flew away, while Lilith felt her eyelids growing heavy, stifling a yawn before drifting off to sleep. When Lilith awoke once more, it was already the following day, and she felt a pang of hunger. However, her spirits were remarkably high. Testing herself, she managed to sit up in bed, turning to discover a table laden with white bread, honeyed peaches, and even several enticing pieces of roasted steak. Thank you, Mr. Gao Wen, Lilith exclaimed, overjoyed as she carefully climbed out of bed and indulged in a delightful feast, feeling rejuvenated. Afterward, she ventured out of her room, standing before Gao Wen's door, just as she was about to knock. She suddenly sensed something. She took 2 cautious steps to the left, extending her palm forward. In a moment, she finally touched something cold and icy, and simultaneously, a pitch-black serpent's head materialized out of thin air. Its chilling eyes fixed on Lilith like a predator stalking its prey. She felt as though her soul had been frozen, her body slipping beyond her control. As the serpent's kiss drew ever closer, a celestial voice suddenly resonated from within the room. Xiao Hei, cease your mischief. With a hiss, the serpent's head recoiled, vanishing into the shadows once more. Lilith gently patted her chest, feeling as if she had been reborn. At that moment, Gavin emerged from the room, surveying Lilith with a nod of approval. You seem to be recovering quite well. Lilith smiled modestly, her face brimming with gratitude. It is all thanks to Mr. Gavin's restorative potion. Without it, I fear I would still be bedridden for at least another fortnight. With that, she produced a hardcover book from her bosom and handed it to him. It seems Mr. Gavin is skilled in alchemy. I believe this book may be of some use to you. Gavin accepted it, initially indifferent, but upon noticing the two universal languages on the cover, his brows furrowed. A pharmacopoeia? Lilith explained, this is something I salvaged from the temple of the god of death, Sheila. I was even pursued by Father Pluk because of this book, and it took considerable effort to elude him. As Gavin flipped through the pages, a myriad of potions presented themselves. Transformation potion, foolishness potion, awakening potion, strength potion, healing potion, purification potion, night vision potion, frost potion, forgetfulness potion. And finally, the necromancer potion, a culmination of the previous 21 concoctions. Gavin inhaled sharply. This was a complete set of potion knowledge. Although it belonged to the Death Church and differed from the wizarding potion systems, many of these potions would still prove useful to him. However, the majority of the ingredients required something called holy water, which was notoriously difficult for outsiders to produce. As for the necromancer potion, it surpassed the realm of mere secondary potions, reaching the level of a formal wizard. A mere glance was enough to cause a sharp pain in his eyes. He hastily closed the book, feigning reluctance. This is far too precious. As long as it can assist Mr. Gavin, that is sufficient for me. Lilith's face lit up with a radiant smile, pure and innocent, momentarily stirring feelings of guilt within the complex mind of Gavin. Very well, I shall accept it. Gavin set aside pleasantries and turned serious. Have you perused the contents above since the arrival of the Grey Mist? Lilith paused, shaking her head. Not at all. I had only glanced at it previously. Fortunately, you did not, or you might have transformed into a monster by now. The knowledge contained within is beyond your current grasp. To force yourself to view it would only lead to suffering and corruption. Noticing that Lilith seemed to grasp only a fraction of his words, Gavin chose not to elaborate further. He turned and re-entered the room. Lilith followed him inside, her eyes wide with astonishment at the peculiar food tree. She could hardly comprehend how such a small potted plant could bear so much food. Quickly averting her gaze, she quietly inquired, Mr. Gavin, was that serpent your pet? Yes, its name is Xiaohei. May I hold it? Gavin turned, his expression one of bewilderment as he looked at Lilith. She hurriedly clarified. I felt an immediate connection upon seeing it. I simply wished to spend a little time with it. Gavin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her as if seeing her for the first time. A dark elf, the shadow serpent, bloodline, he mused internally, while Lilith, under his gaze, felt somewhat flustered and stammered. I meant no offense, none taken. It is but a trivial matter. Gavin waved a dismissive hand, and Lilith's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, thank you. Mr. Gavin. Gavin chuckled, calling out, Xiaohei, Xiaohei. The serpent, coiled at the doorway, reluctantly slithered inside, raising its large, human-sized head to gaze down upon Lilith with its obsidian eyes, exuding an air of disdain. Undeterred, Lilith stepped forward enthusiastically. I am Lilith, and it is a pleasure to meet you. With a haughty flick of its head, the shadow serpent seemed to regard her with indifference. Unfazed, Lilith opened her arms and embraced the serpent's neck. Moments later, she turned to Gavin, her face alight with excitement. Mr. Gavin, I feel it. My blood seems to be boiling. I must be awakening. Gavin hurriedly approached, grasping Lilith's wrist and feeling her forehead, finding nothing amiss. Yet he trusted her judgment and remarked, Perhaps this is your moment of destiny. In a few days, I may have to address you as the heroic Lilith. Lilith's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes filled with gratitude. All of this is Mr. Gavin's blessing. Without you, I would not have such an opportunity, and I might still be languishing in pain. Gavin smiled and refrained from further comment, instead meticulously observing Lilith's physical reactions. She was an emerging hero. A rare opportunity for a wizarding apprentice. Initially resistant, Lilith soon adapted to Gavin's hands-on approach. After half an hour, she had fallen asleep with the shadow serpent in her embrace. This demonstrated her profound trust in Gavin after enduring life-and-death experiences. Otherwise, she would have likely remained cautious. Gavin felt a sense of satisfaction. What began as a simple act had unexpectedly nurtured a female hero, one whose physique, appearance, and character were all exceptional. Of course, he remained respectful, simply appreciating her presence. After all, he was still a 14-year-old boy, appearing more mature than his age might suggest, leaving little room for malicious thoughts. For the next half-month, Gavin and Lilith enjoyed their time together. While occasional visitors to the inn were promptly scared away by the skeletal giant stationed outside. One day, Gavin, feeling restless, engaged in swordplay with the recovered Lilith outside the inn, utilizing his black staff as a sword. He deftly parried every attack from Lilith without a single drop of water escaping. With each move, he exhibited a masterful demeanor, effortlessly sealing off all her avenues of assault. How can this be called swift swordplay? It is far too slow. Heroic Lilith, is this all you can muster? Gavin retorted, countering with a strike that forced Lilith to falter, retreating 3 steps. her clothes drenched in sweat as if she had emerged from the depths of a river. Clenching her teeth, Lilith declared, "I shall give it my all now." With that, she slowly retreated, and after a few steps, she vanished from sight. Gavin, now on high alert, became serious, cautiously adjusting his stance. Suddenly, he lunged to the left, taking 2 steps before thrusting his staff forward, halting with a grave expression. "Lilith, your sweat has betrayed your position." Lilith reappeared, the tip of Gavin's staff pressing against her throat. She lowered her short sword, her face filled with disappointment. "I am utterly defenseless before you." "Not so," Gavin chuckled, offering words of comfort. "As a newly awakened hero, it is natural not to fully master your abilities yet. With diligent practice, you will surely improve and excel. Believe in yourself. I shall heed your teachings," Lilith replied earnestly, resembling a diligent apprentice before her mentor. She had successfully awakened 3 days prior, emerging as a genuine female hero. Not only had her physical prowess significantly enhanced, but she also acquired abilities akin to shadow concealment. It was precisely for this reason that she recognized Gavin's formidable strength, which far surpassed that of ordinary heroes. Caw-caw. At that moment, the appointed crow, Xiaobai, flew in from afar, landing on Gavin's shoulder and murmuring a few words into his ear. Gavin stroked its head, smiling. "Xiaobai brings good news. Could it be?" "Indeed, the ghost ship has returned." Upon hearing this, Lilith did not display any joy. Instead, she felt a tinge of disappointment. "I had hoped to linger here for a few months. To my surprise, we must embark so soon. I had initially planned to traverse the Sea of Earth and wander to the legendary coronation site of the first generation of Dark Elf Queens in search of an opportunity for hero awakening. Yet here I am, awakened before reaching my destination. Is this not a good thing? However, upon reaching the other shore, I must part ways with Sir Gawain. There are no feasts in this world that do not end." Gawain chuckled softly and urged, "Hurry and gather your belongings." "Very well," Lilith replied listlessly as she followed Gawain back to the inn to pack her things. As the two emerged from the inn, a towering skeletal giant, standing over 4 meters high, awaited them outside. Gawain, carrying a crocodile-skin suitcase and clad in a gray robe, stepped onto the skeletal hand of the giant and seated himself upon its shoulder. He let out a loud whistle, prompting the skeletal giant to stride forward with long strides toward the Sea of Earth. "Sir Gawain, wait for me." Lilith, momentarily dazed, regained her senses and hurried after him with her small pack. 5 crows flew out from the inn in quick succession. The two soon arrived at the edge of the Sea of Earth, just in time to witness a ghost ship, nearly 50 meters in length, slowly approaching the shore. It appeared to be the same dilapidated 3-masted wooden ship as before. "Go. Inspect it," Gawain commanded, and the 5 crows eagerly took flight towards the ghost ship, swiftly scouring its entirety. Seeing no anomalies aboard, Gawain directed the skeletal giant to ascend the deck. Lilith, agile and swift, followed suit. Dismounting from the giant's shoulder, Gawain toyed with a few steel balls as he paced the deck. After confirming the absence of blood or corpses, he felt a slight sense of relief. He circled the ship twice before arriving at the captain's cabin. Knock, knock, knock. Gawain tapped on the sealed cabin door. But receiving no response, he hesitated for a moment before abandoning the idea of breaking in, concerned that such an action might damage the vessel. If it rendered the ship unseaworthy, that would spell disaster. Returning to the deck, the ghost ship remained stationary, not yet setting sail. Gawain furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lilith, what do the legends say about ghost ships?" Lilith replied, "It is said that ghost ships have entered into ancient contracts with the monsters of the Sea of Earth, and only those willing to abide by the terms of the contract may safely reach the other shore." Gawain seized upon this crucial detail and pressed further, "What are the terms of the contract?" After a moment's contemplation, Lilith responded, "It seems that those who board the ghost ship must not partake of the fish in the Sea of Earth, lest calamity befall them." "Partake of fish?" Gawain mused. Leaning closer to the ship's side, he observed a number of fish swimming around the ghost ship, some even leaping above the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the fish seemed to be gradually gathering over time. Attracting fish, Gawain squinted, wondering if the ghost ship might be imbued with some enchantment for this purpose. He felt a pang of regret that the gnome talk was not by his side to sense any magical fluctuations, which could have revealed whether the ship was indeed enchanted to draw in fish. This led him to ponder if the so-called ghost ship could be the creation of some early sorcerer. At that moment, Lilith suddenly pointed towards the shore, exclaiming, "It seems someone is coming." Gawain turned to see a rotund figure, entirely shrouded in a black cloak, sprinting toward them, gasping for breath and producing a noise akin to a bellows. The figure soon reached the shore, leaning against his knee to catch his breath. Upon lifting his gaze, he suddenly spotted the two on the deck, tightened his grip on his cloak, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to call out, "My name is James. May I board the ship?" Gawain stroked his chin and replied, "This is not my ship. You may do as you wish. Thank you." "Thank you," James exclaimed gratefully, eager to board. However, his corpulent frame and clumsy movements nearly caused him to tumble into the sea. Ultimately, it was Lilith who tossed a rope to assist him aboard the deck. Lilith quickly returned, whispering, "He smells terrible, like decay. It's quite pungent. He must be gravely ill." Just as Gawain was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves. Following the noise, he saw 3 figures emerging from the gray mist. 2 of them were clad in full armor, draped in chainmail, and donned horned helmets, riding deer that were notably larger than horses. They were escorting a 3rd individual. The 3rd figure was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man riding a unicorn, dressed in a luxurious black silk robe adorned with a sickle-like emblem on his chest. Gawain noted that the 3 possessed only 4 fingers on their hands, leading him to deduce they were likely barbarians from the underworld. Lilith, startled, concealed herself behind Gawain, her face etched with concern. "They are followers of the god of death, Shira. The knight on the great deer is a temple knight, and the one riding the unicorn is a priest. They might be here to capture me." "Relax," Gawain reassured her, patting her hand. "They don't seem to be here for you. They are likely passengers as well." Lilith felt a slight sense of relief and cautiously observed them. "Father Damien is wise. Had we not rushed, we might have missed this ghost ship. Indeed, that would have delayed the investigation by at least 3 months. Let us board." The 3 halted at the shoreline, exchanging brief words. The priest named Damien gestured, and they began to board the ship. The priest skillfully withdrew a few paces from his unicorn and, with a gentle leap, ascended to the high deck. The remaining 2 knights, however, encountered difficulties. Encumbered by their heavy armor and their deer lacking the agility of the unicorn, they were forced to dismount, struggling for a while without successfully bringing their 2 great deer onto the deck, leaving them quite exhausted. Father Damien appeared unconcerned, as if he were an observer. One of the knights, clearly agitated, bellowed, "Fools on the deck, do you not see our knight is in trouble? Hurry and assist, or you shall rue the day." Gawain and Lilith remained unfazed. James, however, was willing to help. He, who had been resting in a corner, hurried over and, after much effort, managed to pull one of the great deer onto the deck. The knight, already seething with anger, shot a glare at Gawain and Lilith, then kicked James, sending him sprawling onto the deck. Spitting on the ground, he cursed, "Damn filthy wretch, get away. You smell worse than a latrine." James, filled with self-doubt, lowered his head, too timid to respond. "Stop." Lilith, incensed, sought to defend James. However, just as she lifted her foot, Gawain grasped her arm and shook his head. Her expression fell, and she reluctantly retracted her foot. The knight, somewhat disappointed, shot a few more provocative glances their way, and in a fit of frustration, directed his ire towards James. "You dirty scoundrel, did you grow up eating dung?" James curled up, shielding his head and lying still on the deck, seemingly accustomed to such insults. "Enough." Father Damien finally opened his eyes, delivering a measured reprimand. "Knight chap, your anger should not be vented upon the Lamb of the Divine. They have suffered enough." The knight immediately withdrew his foot, making a gesture of prayer and bowing his head respectfully. "You are right, Father. Chap humbly repents before the Divine." Father Damien nodded in satisfaction and approached James, kneeling beside him. He gently stroked James' head with a kind and soothing voice. "James, are you a follower of the god of death?" No, I worship the god of time," James replied instinctively from his prone position, then suddenly realized his error. He looked up in disbelief, revealing his face riddled with sores and dark spots. "How do you know my name?" Father Damien smiled mysteriously. The Divine knows all. Following this, it was unclear what Father Damien said, but James knelt before him, crying profusely. "I am guilty. I should not harbor hatred towards Robin for the bullying I endured. I ought not to nurture malevolent thoughts. When I fled from home, I should not have stolen Aunt Shaylee's black donkey, nor should I have burdened it with my considerable weight, ultimately leading to its untimely demise. I am guilty. I repent." Father Damien, James is willing to convert his faith and become a follower of the god of death. "I swear to serve the revered deity for life, with no regrets." James wept bitterly over there. Lilith, puzzled, asked, "Mr. Gowin, how does the priest know James's name?" Gowin chuckled lightly. James volunteered his name while assisting. Lilith's expression froze, and grinding her silver teeth, she remarked, "Very well. The priest of Sheila has successfully deceived another poor soul." With that, she stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How foolish James is, to be so easily duped without realizing it." "However, I beg to differ." Gowin shook his head, his eyes gleaming with depth. "On the contrary, I believe James is quite clever." Lilith paused, intrigued. "Why do you say so?" Do you recall what he did before boarding the ship? Did he merely inquire about us boarding? Indeed, rather than asking, it was more of a test. With a single question, he could ascertain whether the individuals on board were benevolent or malevolent. Had he encountered a nefarious character, he could have swiftly turned and fled. As for converting to the god of death, perhaps it is more a consequence of his ailments, Gao Wen quietly elucidated. Recalling my own journey where I had deceived a priest to heal my grievous wounds, I found a certain resonance in James's actions. Lilith was taken aback, murmuring, I never imagined James to be so cunning. I feel no sympathy for him now. As the two conversed softly, an unknown knight scrutinized Lilith, increasingly finding her familiar. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he hastily retrieved a sheet of papyrus from his breast, glancing at it swiftly, before drawing his crossed sword and bellowing, Traitor Lilith, you are under arrest. With that, he charged towards Lilith. Galen frowned, snapping his fingers, and heavy footsteps echoed throughout the ship's cabin. The knight turned to see a towering skeleton giant, over 4 meters tall, striding forth, positioning itself between the two parties. The knight was taken aback by the giant's imposing stature. Halting in alarm and retreating, there are undead. The ghost ship is inhabited by the undead. Father Damien's expression turned grave. He rose to halt the panicking knight, casting a glance at the skeleton giant and Galen, then waved a hand to dispel the dark aura of fear surrounding the knight, inquiring, Knight Miller, what is the matter? The flustered Knight Miller quickly regained his composure, presenting the papyrus and explaining, while Knight Chap took the opportunity to brandish his sword, firmly gripping the hilt in a defensive stance. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew tense. Galen whistled, summoning 5 red-eyed ravens from various corners of the ghost ship to perch upon the skeleton giant's shoulders. Their crimson eyes fixated on the trio, as if surveying 3 corpses. Father Damien weighed his options and spoke first, unknown apprentice wizard. Father Damien does not wish to be your adversary. He then pointed sternly at Lilith, declaring, however, the dark elf lady beside you must accompany me back to the church. Her likeness has appeared on the wanted list of the Church of Death, marking her as an enemy. Lilith immediately tensed. Galen remained silent, enveloping himself in a water barrier, then summoned a stream of clear water from the sea to begin casting a 5-fold ice arrow spell. Father Damien's eyelids twitched in alarm, and he urgently called out. Yet, Galen paid him no heed. As the 5 ice arrows began to take form, the skeleton giant poised to spring into action, prompting him to relent. Very well, I retract my previous statement. Only then did Galen cease his actions, dispersing the ice arrows with a cold retort. Do not let me discover any ulterior motives from you. I shall not, Father Damien replied with a wry smile, his expression earnest. I have come to investigate the disappearance cases aboard the ghost ship, with no intention of becoming your enemy. Disappearance cases, Galen pondered, though he did not inquire further. The church and wizards have always been natural foes, and he found it difficult to place his trust in the other party. He shook his head, recalling the skeleton giant and the ravens, and continued to observe the sea's surface, noting that the number of fish surrounding the ghost ship was increasing. Densely packed, they leaped and splashed upon the water's surface, as if engaged in some mysterious ritual. At that moment, the 3-masted ghost ship, devoid of wind, slowly drifted away from the shore, carrying 6 individuals on its deck into the vast depths of the sea. Galen extracted the ghostly seashell, toying with it repeatedly. He lamented that while he could summon the ghost ship with it, he had no power to alter its course, leaving him at its mercy. Frowning, he grew anxious, questioning, will I reach the opposite shore? Lilith, uncertain, replied, we should be able to. I've heard the ghost ship has existed for decades, if not centuries, sailing the seas long ago. What about after the gray mist descended? That, Lilith was momentarily stumped, contemplating, including the previous voyage. This should be our 3rd, right? The 3rd. The disappearance cases. Galen mused inwardly, his vigilance heightened. The subsequent 2 days passed quietly. However, on the 3rd day, the ghost ship entered the deep sea region. Engulfed in thick gray mist, while taking in the fresh air on deck, one could occasionally glimpse enormous sea creatures thrashing in the waters, some even larger than the ship itself. Fortunately, they seemed bound by a pact with the ghost ship, never approaching or attacking. Galen had the food tree, ensuring he had enough to eat and drink. Even the 5 ravens barely filled their bellies. Yet, the other 4 encountered difficulties, as James had forgotten to bring food and was now dizzy with hunger. The 3 from the church, having arrived in haste, carried little food. Their provisions had been consumed, and Father Damien began to drink potions and holy water. The 2 knights faced a dilemma and ultimately decided to slay a large stag, finally alleviating their immediate crisis, with even James managing to scavenge some scraps, feasting messily. However, after satisfying their hunger, they faced another challenge. They had no fresh water, Nightchap glanced at Father Damien, who was meditating, hesitating to disturb him, before decisively kicking James down. "You filthy wretch, go ask those two for some fresh water." But James began, only to be intimidated by Nightchap's fierce glare, causing him to relent. He scrambled to the direction of the cabin, returning shortly. Cautiously, he reported, "They said 1 gold dragon can be exchanged for one of their honey water peaches." "What? Damn it, they are robbing us. Followers of the god of death will never yield to heresy." "Absolutely not. Damn it, Chap is going to die of thirst." Nightchap vented his frustration, scattering a handful of gold dragons onto the deck. "Damn you filthy wretch, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pick up the gold dragons. Go exchange for 10 honey water peaches for me." "Yes, yes." James dared not argue, hastily picking up the gold dragons and rushing toward the cabin, while Nightchap roared behind him, "Damn you filthy wretch. You're moving too slowly. Do you want Chap to die of thirst?" James hurriedly ran, panting as he approached a cabin door. After catching his breath, he gently knocked. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Lilith clad in black. James presented the gold dragons with both hands, respectfully stating, "I wish to exchange for 10 honey water peaches." Lilith glanced at his suppurating, ulcerated hands, took the coins, and then stepped aside. "Enter. Mr. Gowen wishes to speak with you." "Ah," James gasped, humbly replying, "It is my honor." He cautiously stepped through the door, noticing Gowen seated on the floor, and promptly lowered his head. "Good day, Master Wizard." Gowen nodded slightly, instructing, "Lift your head." James dared not disobey, quickly raising his gaze to reveal his face, marred with sores and dark spots. Gowen examined him briefly before commanding, "Remove your cloak." James bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before finally shedding his cloak, revealing a ghastly sight, a head marred by nearly complete baldness, the scalp riddled with festering sores and ulcers, the putrid discharge even trickling down to his neck. An overwhelming stench of decay emanated from his entire being. Lilith turned her head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Gawain scrutinized him intently, confirming his suspicions. This was undoubtedly the result of the contamination wrought by the mysterious calamity, a blight that should not afflict an ordinary person. The mere presence of such a condition indicated that the individual had encountered the arcane and the extraordinary. He inquired, "When did the sores first appear?" James swiftly donned his cloak once more, lowering his gaze. 3 or 4 months ago. "Have you encountered any peculiar creatures?" "None." "Have you eaten anything that made you feel unwell?" "Not at all." "Have you come into contact with anything unusual?" "Not." James faltered abruptly as he began to speak. Gawain nodded, saying, "You are quite astute. I imagine you have started to realize something. May I see it?" "Rest assured, I will respect your wishes and will not force you." Trembling, James extended his right hand and retrieved a gleaming golden pocket watch from beneath his clothing. Disbelief etched across his face. "Are you suggesting that it is all because of this?" Gawain examined the watch closely, noting its exquisite craftsmanship, surpassing many he had seen in his previous life, although he had not physically touched it. He understood that such a precise artifact was beyond the capabilities of the average person of this era. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "It seems likely." Upon hearing this, James's expression grew complex as he fixated on the watch in his hand, his countenance shifting with uncertainty. He contemplated discarding it but hesitated, knowing its exceptional value. He had salvaged it from a sunken ship during his childhood, safeguarding it for 12 years without revealing it to anyone. He wished to keep it, yet fear gripped him. It had rendered him a haunted figure, neither fully human nor ghostly. To retain it further might lead to his torment. Caught in a moment of indecision, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Gawain smiled and offered, "I present you with a choice. Would you care to hear it?" "Please, go ahead. You may relinquish it to me as compensation, and in return, I shall provide you with sustenance during our time aboard." James fell into silence. Rationality dictated that this was indeed the best option available, though a lingering sense of reluctance remained within him. He lifted his gaze. "Master Wizard, what exactly is this?" "A creation of a certain wizard." "Very well, it is yours." James exhaled a sigh of resignation and reverently placed the pocket watch on a nearby table, then hurriedly seized several slices of white bread and honeyed peaches, devouring them in the corner. He then hastily departed with 10 honeyed peaches in tow. Gawain, using his magical hand, picked up the watch and summoned a stream of clean water to wash away the tainted discharge. Only then did he hold it properly. The watch, resplendent in gold, was diminutive yet exquisite, adorned with intricate filigree. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. He gently pressed his thumb against it, and with a sharp click, the lid sprang open, revealing a simplified date on the dial, the hands pulsating rhythmically. 17th day of the spring dawn month in the year 1001 of the wizarding calendar. After a brief interpretation, he discerned the accurate time and mused to himself. Indeed, it is a wizard's creation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered two additional functions, one for direction and the other for timing. The directional feature ensured one would not lose their way, while the timing function was indispensable in experiments, rendering it remarkably practical for a wizard. Upon attempting to channel a thread of magic into it, he felt no resistance, and a segment of information preordained by the creator instantaneously flooded into his mind. This pocket watch was named the Holy Light Pocket Watch, an item of high-level magical craftsmanship. Not only did it encapsulate a healing spell known as the Holy Light Spell, but it also bestowed three beneficial effects: cleansing, recovery, and magic storage. The cleansing effect was the most mundane, activating every 12 hours to eliminate any stains on the wearer. Recovery was far more potent, enhancing the speed of magical recovery and accelerating the replenishment of mental energy, making it exceedingly rare. The magic storage feature delighted Gawain even further. It could autonomously convert and store 31 units of stray magical energy, with 1 unit reserved for its own operation and the remaining 30 available for the owner's immediate use, providing an almost miraculous restoration of 30 units of magical energy, far surpassing any ordinary magical elixir. In the midst of a duel, it was akin to temporarily increasing one's magical capacity by 30 units, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Its value was beyond measure, not to mention that it also contained a healing spell, the true worth of which far exceeded that of an equivalent red rock wand. In James's possession, it was a gem cloaked in dust, a most unexpected delight. Gawain fondled the Holy Light Pocket Watch with fascination when his gaze suddenly fell upon Lilith. Eager to test the Holy Light spell inscribed within, he beckoned her forward. "Step a little closer." "Gawain, sir." Lilith approached, standing poised, her eyes blinking with curiosity, clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Her long, lustrous black hair framed her delicate features. Her skin taut and her figure elongated, complemented by a black mask emblazoned with a spider motif. She was both captivating and enigmatic. Gawain raised his hand, using the Holy Light Pocket Watch to lock onto Lilith. Channeling a thread of magic to activate the Holy Light spell. A beam of radiant light descended from above, enveloping Lilith. Lilith instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, letting out a startled cry, which quickly transformed into a prolonged note, her body trembling as she collapsed to the ground. Even dropping her dagger, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if a pin drop could be heard. Gawain opened his mouth, awkwardness flooding his expression. "I did not anticipate that your reaction would be." Realizing her predicament, Lilith hurriedly covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, a look of embarrassment washing over her. "I wish to change my clothes." "Of course," Gawain exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He swiftly exited the cabin, gently closing the door behind him, then rubbed his chin, murmuring, "This Lilith is quite intriguing." 5 days later, while perusing a pharmacopoeia, Lilith, clad in black, abruptly burst through the door, her face a mask of panic. "Gawain, sir, it seems we are in trouble." Gawain set down the tome and inquired, "What has transpired?" "The ghost ship is still sailing, but its direction appears to have shifted. Let us step outside and investigate." Gawain, mindful of the situation, accompanied Lilith briskly onto the deck, where they were engulfed in a shroud of gray mist, rendering it impossible to discern their bearings. Lilith pointed towards the sails. "The wind has consistently been blowing towards the stern, but now the sails have deviated significantly." Gawain observed without discernible insight. He retrieved the Holy Light Pocket Watch from his pocket, opened its lid, and gently adjusted the smallest pointer. The needle spun wildly before finally settling in one direction. After several comparisons, he nodded. "We were previously heading east, but now it has turned to the north. Indeed, the course has changed. What shall we do?" "Do not panic. Today marks the 7th day of our voyage. According to the ghost ship's schedule of a round trip lasting at least half a month, we must be nearing the eastern coast. However, given our current capabilities, reaching it remains a challenge. We have no choice but to observe the situation." Gawain offered a brief explanation and chose not to return to the cabin, instead standing on the deck, keeping watch. After about half an hour, a dark shape emerged from the dense fog, gradually growing larger. A landmass. Gawain mused, bewildered, while Lilith's expression shifted, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be Ghost Rain Island? Gawain queried in astonishment. "What is Ghost Rain Island?" "Legend has it that long ago, an enormous sea beast roamed the depths, capable of conjuring catastrophic tsunamis with a mere twist of its body and devouring anything in its path. Its offspring were scattered across the seas, and its might struck fear into countless heroes, rendering the sea a forbidden zone. Eventually, it aspired to ascend to godhood, angering the deities who unleashed a fearsome lightning spear upon it. killing it and transforming its carcass into an island. Yet it refuses to succumb to death. The power it retains transforms into a terrifying resentment, causing the island to be perpetually besieged by black rain, thus earning the ominous title of Ghost Rain Island. Moreover, each year, it incites a cataclysmic tsunami in the surrounding seas, submerge the city-states, annihilate the harbors, devour the living. Legends speak of a belief that only those who worship and pay homage to it can remain unscathed amidst the turmoil of the tsunami. Consequently, many individuals around the Sea of Earth began to covertly revere it, leading to the cessation of the tsunamis, and it gradually acquired a name, known as Ares, the god of sea beasts, while the church derisively labeled it a foul deity. Ghost Rain Island, the god of sea beasts, Ares. Gawain was astonished to discover such a tale had unfolded in the Sea of Earth. At that moment, he suddenly felt a dampness upon his face. Upon reaching out to wipe it, he left a faint gray streak on his cheek. Black rain. A sense of foreboding washed over Gawain as he muttered, "It appears we are approaching Ghost Rain Island. What shall we do? Let us observe first." Gawain fell silent, his gaze gravely fixed upon the island growing ever closer, while Father Damien, too, sensed something amiss, peering through the mist alongside his two knights and James from the opposite side of the deck. Before long, an island emerged before them, shrouded in gray fog, making it impossible to discern its true size. Suddenly, Lilith pointed at Ghost Rain Island and exclaimed, "What is that?" She then gasped in horror, "It's a school of sea sharks. And they are approaching. There are people on their backs. Who are they? How many?" Gawain's vision, inferior to that of the dark elves, failed to perceive the scene of the sharks swimming toward them. Lilith stood on tiptoe to peer. "They appear to be fishmen, at least a dozen sharks, each bearing several fishmen on their backs." Fishmen. Gawain recalled the fishman apprentice he had slain and immediately realized that they were likely part of a larger, more sinister plot. With even stronger and more numerous fishmen lurking in the shadows, a sense of danger struck him. Meanwhile, Father Damien had also spotted the sharks. He swiftly mounted his unicorn, his expression turning serious. And with a wave of his staff, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." James was taken aback, while the two knights hastily donned their armor. Lilith, feeling anxious, asked, "What should we do?" with some distance still separating them from Ghost Rain Island. Abandoning ship was not a prudent option at this moment. They should first ascertain the nature of these fishmen before deciding on their next course of action. Lilith felt a slight sense of reassurance. Resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, standing poised beside Gawain. Before long, the fishmen, riding the sea sharks, surrounded them, keeping pace with the ghostly ship. One fishman, clad in a long robe, stood upon the back of a shark and called out, "Why has the ghost ship returned so swiftly? What offerings have you brought back?" "Offerings." Gawain frowned, pondering the implications. Seeing that no one on their ship responded, the fisherman continued to shout, "Delon, where is Delon? Why did you not accompany the ship last time?" Father Damien remained silent. Gawain contemplated for a moment and spoke, "Lord Delon is meditating in the cabin. Bring him out to see me. Lord Delon has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Otherwise, they shall be cast into the depths to feed the fish." The brazen Delon, the fisherman was finally enraged, bellowing, "Must we summon the master himself for him to emerge? Last time, he was dismissive. You go and break down his door. Force him to come see me. Otherwise, I will lodge a severe complaint against him before the master." Master? Gawain's heart sank as he realized that the master the fisherman referred to was no ordinary figure. If Delon was indeed the fisherman apprentice he had slain, then, given his strength, he was likely qualified to be the master of this fisherman, probably a full-fledged wizard. And a formal wizard was far beyond Gawain's capabilities. Could it be that Ghost Rain Island harbored a formidable fisherman organization led by a formal wizard? Gawain took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and after a moment, spoke again, "I do not dare to go. Lord Delon would slay me. I shall go see him myself. I need to inquire directly whether he still regards the master with any respect." The robed fisherman, seething with fury, commanded the sea sharks to approach the ghost ship. Preparing to board, Gawain, sensing an opportunity, planned to seize the fisherman and signaled to Lilith. Understanding his intent, Lilith retreated a couple of steps, stealthily vanishing from sight. At that moment, another fisherman suddenly interjected, "Lord Gran, something seems amiss on the ship." The robed fisherman turned, "What appears to be wrong? Firstly, this ship arrived far too swiftly. This is not in accordance with the plan. Secondly, it is eerily silent aboard. We can only hear voices but see no one speaking. Furthermore, during the last return, Lord Delon was absent from the ship, and I suspect something else has transpired. Oh." The robed fisherman's expression shifted as he commanded, "Those aboard, show yourselves. Reveal your bodies for me to inspect." "All right." Gawain leaned closer to the edge of the ship, slowly peeking out and grinning. "How about this? Before he could finish speaking, he swiftly waved his black wand, unleashing a prepared barrage of 5 ice arrows. Watch out! Enemy attack! The unsuspecting robed fishman was taken aback, and before he could react, the ice arrows pierced through his body, sending him crashing into the sea. The 2 fishmen beside him met the same fate. And even the 5-meter-long shark beneath them howled in anguish before diving below the surface, fleeing in terror. Quick! Save Lord Grand! Cover him! Where are the archers? Counterattack! Counterattack! The fishmen erupted into chaos, shouting and screaming, while Gawain quickly enveloped himself in a water barrier. Bracing against the arrows fired by the fishmen, and raised his right hand, he unleashed a volley of 3 metal projectiles, striking the foreheads of the 3 fishmen rushing to the rescue, causing them to plummet into the depths. Before the remaining fishmen could react, several more fell to the ground, lifeless. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed like a death knell, instilling terror in the remaining fishmen, who turned pale with fear. There are wizards aboard. Everyone, flee! Retreat! Quickly retreat! Let us move away from here. The encircled fishmen cried out, urging their sea sharks to distance themselves from the ghost ship. Gawain whistled, pointing toward the sea. With a caw, 5 red-eyed crows swooped down from the mast, and under Gawain's direction, they worked together to seize the robed fishman floating on the sea's surface. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain used his mage hand to grab the fishman. Hauling him onto the deck, with a swift motion, he severed the fishman's 4 limbs. The unconscious fishman screamed in agony, awakening with a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Gawain rummaged through the fishman's belongings with his mage hand, extracting a peculiar gray bag that bore no opening, adorned with a pair of tightly shut eyes and a mouth, looking rather bizarre and heavy. Gawain stowed the bag away, tightening his grip on the fishman's throat and demanding, "Who is your master? What power does he possess? Why did you lead us to Ghost Rain Island?" The fishman glared fiercely at Gawain, gritting his teeth. "You despicable ambusher, you will not extract a single piece of information from me. Just wait. My master will arrive shortly, and your fate shall be 100 times more miserable than mine." Gawain felt a headache coming on, not anticipating encountering such obstinacy. Meanwhile, Father Damien approached, leading his unicorn, and said, "I possess a certain divine truth spell. If you do not mind, I can pry open his mouth. I, too, have a few questions to ask." Gawain understood that they were in the same predicament and nodded. "Very well." Father Damien stepped forward, blindfolding the fishman with a black cloth, then waved his staff, casting a beam of dark light upon the fishman's head. The fishman's mouth immediately began to move erratically, twisting at an odd angle. Father Damien exhaled softly, signaling, "You may begin your inquiries now." Gao Wen posed his previous question once again. The fishman swiftly responded, "My mentor is named Dikla, a genius among fishmen, a great sorcerer, a long liver, and the creator of the Dikla Fishman. As the fishman continued to narrate, secrets began to unfold gradually, and the mystery was slowly unraveled. It turned out that 200 years ago, Ghost Rain Island served as the stronghold for the sorcerer organization, the Tower of Silence. The ghost ship was constructed during that era, and at that time, Dikla was merely a novice apprentice at the Tower of Silence. Dissatisfied with mediocrity, he covertly summoned the Church of Death. In a conspiracy, they annihilated the Tower of Silence in one fell swoop. Following the Church of Death's departure, Dikla seized the opportunity to plunder the sorcerer's legacy, inheriting the entirety of Ghost Rain Island. With the vast resources at his disposal, he ascended to the rank of a formal sorcerer and subsequently established the Dikla Fishman clan on Ghost Rain Island, which gradually flourished. However, in a mysterious calamity that occurred a few months prior, the aged Dikla suffered severe contamination, leading to some mental instability. In a desperate bid for survival, he chose to worship the sea beast god Ares. And in a gruesome manner, he sacrificed the weak and vulnerable among the fishmen to Ares. As a result, Dikla survived in a state of mere existence while eliminating those who dared to oppose him. Yet, to prolong his life further, he required more sacrifices. Thus, the ghost ship incident ensued, aimed at attracting offerings. Understanding this, Gao Wen inquired further, "What is Dikla's current condition?" The mentor is in seclusion within the broken tower and rarely makes appearances. All matters are handled by young Dikla, who is the mentor's descendant and enjoys his trust. The last time the mentor appeared was during the sacrifice half a month ago. He was in a wheelchair, yet his presence remained formidable. A sense of relief washed over Gao Wen as he realized that severe contamination was not easily remedied, and Dikla was likely on the brink of exhaustion, perhaps even nearing his last breath. He pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Has a gnome sorcerer apprentice visited recently?" Yes, he was capable of casting fireball spells and ran incredibly fast, escaping into the black bramble forest to the north of the island amidst the chaos. Young Dikla personally led a search party but could not locate him. Gao Wen appeared contemplative, subsequently inquiring about the terrain of Ghost Rain Island. He gestured to indicate that he had finished his questions. Father Damien stepped aside, carrying the fishman, and began instructing him to document his crimes, a necessary step in completing the investigation of the missing case. Gao Wen cast a glance at the few sea sharks lurking in the distance, aware that a fierce battle would ensue once the ghost ship docked, and the odds were slim, for even in the absence of sorcerer Dikla, at least 3 high-ranking sorcerer apprentices still remained on Ghost Rain Island. Lilith wore a worried expression. What shall we do next? We shall embark upon the island. With no retreat possible, there was only one path forward. Gao Wen added, we must not confront them head-on. After speaking, he disregarded Father Damien and led Lilith back to the cabin. Retrieving the gray cloth bag he had just acquired, he began to erase the magical markings within. Swiftly removing the enchantments and uncovering the bag's reserved information. This bag was called the Gluttonous Bag, indeed a storage-type magical item, activated from the stomach sac of the gluttonous rodent and sealed with preservation magic, offering a space akin to a bathtub. However, this item had 2 drawbacks. First, due to the absence of lightness magic, the bearer had to endure all its weight. Second, whenever the gluttonous bag awakened, it required substantial feeding to induce sleep once more. Otherwise, it would secretly digest the stored items. Overall, its practicality paled in comparison to his crocodile leather case. With a shake of the bag's bottom, all its contents were promptly expelled, creating a small mound in the cabin. He rummaged through the items, muttering, what a miser. Other items were acceptable, but the meager 2 magic stones were particularly disappointing. Likely due to the lack of magic stone resources on Ghost Rain Island and its limited contact with the outside world. He quickly organized the items, discarding the trivial, leaving only a few noteworthy items. 5 sheepskin books, 2 spell scrolls, a burning gem, an exploding gem, and a peculiar bone whistle. This whistle appeared to be carved from the teeth of some creature. Rather crude in design, upon attempting to input a trace of magical energy, he soon discovered that it was not a magical item but a simpler runic creation called the shark tooth whistle. Crafted from the teeth of a sea shark, when blown, it could summon the very shark that lost the tooth. A spark of inspiration struck Gao Wen. Perhaps he could use the sea shark to escape. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. He quickly gathered his belongings, stowing them all in the crocodile leather case, and, with Lilith in tow, rushed out onto the deck. He placed the shark tooth whistle between his lips and blew forcefully. Tweet. The whistle emitted a brief shriek before falling silent. Undeterred, Gao Wen continued to blow. He felt a powerful sound wave radiating outward, surpassing the limits of human hearing, venturing into the realm of ultrasound. After blowing for several breaths, Gao Wen paused to catch his breath, silently waiting. Not long after, a shadow emerged beneath the water, swimming back and forth before slowly surfacing, its dark back marred by 2 wounds inflicted by ice arrows. It had arrived, indeed, Lilith exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with excitement. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Wen jumped down first, bending his knees to land steadily upon the broad back of the sea shark. Lilith followed suit, leaping down promptly. I mean you no harm, Gao Wen reassured, placing his hand on the shark's skin, gently blowing the shark tooth whistle to calm the startled creature, urging it to swim away from Ghost Rain Island and the ghost ship. At that moment, Father Damien appeared on the elevated deck, his expression dark as he gazed down at the 2 below. Quietly raising his staff to as he waved the staff, a thick, black, corrosive arrow began to form. Just as he was about to release it, Crow number 7 suddenly swooped down from the high mast, claws aiming for the back of Father Damien's head. Damn beast, Father Damien startled, swinging his staff at the crow. Crow number 7 merely feigned an attack, flapping its wings rapidly, taking to the air once more to circle above, watching intently and emitting strange calls. Gao Wen noticed the commotion and hastily handed the shark tooth whistle to Lilith for safekeeping. Raising his hand to launch metal projectiles at Father Damien on the deck. Bang, bang, bang. Father Damien, unwilling to concede, retaliated with corrosive arrows. The pitch-black arrows whistled through the air towards him, just as Gao Wen prepared to evade. He realized the arrows were not aimed at him, but at the sea shark beneath him. His expression darkened, knowing that Father Damien intended to prevent his escape, leaving him to bear the brunt of Ghost Rain Island's assault. With no time to cast a water barrier, he dashed toward the incoming arrows, transforming his black one into a one-handed sword, crossing it before his chest. Bang! The corrosive arrow struck the sword, instantly disintegrating. But the overwhelming force knocked Gao Wen off balance. He stumbled, falling into the water. Gao Wen, Lilith cried out in alarm. Do not frighten the sea shark, Gao Wen urged. Lilith quickly regained her composure, continuing to blow the shark tooth whistle. Gao Wen swam back swiftly, grasping the sword sheath that Lilith offered. With a slight exertion, he leaped back onto the shark's back, scarcely taking a breath before pulling out a handful of steel pellets. Directing metal projectiles at the ghost ship. Bang! A flurry of steel pellets shot forth. While they did not injure Father Damien, they effectively kept him from revealing himself, forcing him to remain crouched on the deck. A dark expression overshadowing his face as the two made their escape. That will suffice. As the sea shark distanced itself from the ghost ship, Gavin exhaled a sigh of relief. He whistled, and in response to his command, 5 red-eyed crows took flight from the ghost ship, while the towering skeleton giant, measuring over 4 meters in height, leapt from the deck and sank into the depths of the sea. The 5 crows swiftly returned. Yet the skeleton giant had vanished without a trace, likely never to return. Gavin sighed, momentarily disregarding the situation, and hastily communicated with the sea shark to adjust its course. Steering eastward, he turned to survey his surroundings, only to find the oppressive gray mist and the vast expanse of the ocean. A sense of insignificance, akin to mere dust, crept into his heart. Beside him, Lilith pointed towards the thick fog. There are several fishmen riding sea sharks coming after us. Watching us from a distance, Gavin raised an eyebrow and inquired, are any of them clad in robes? It seems not. Relieved by her response, Gavin gestured towards the distance. Go, eliminate them all. Caw, caw. The 5 red-eyed crows took flight, slicing through the fog like arrows, and distant screams soon echoed, only to be swiftly silenced. Before long, they returned, stained with the sin of blood. Gavin employed his water manipulation, summoning the sea to wash them clean one by one, while Lilith gazed at him with envy. Just then, a deep, resonant growl emerged from the front, causing the calm sea surface to bubble violently as waves surged toward them, causing the sea shark to rise and fall with the tides, throwing the 2 riders off balance. The 5 crows hastily took to the air. Lilith let out a startled cry and plunged into the water, perilously close to being swept away by the waves. Gavin struggled to maintain his footing, quickly employing the mage's hand to grasp Lilith's arm, pulling her back onto the shark's back with a forceful tug. Still shaken, Lilith felt the sea shark beneath her squirm restlessly. Hiss! Gavin blew forcefully on the shark's whistle, yet it remained agitated. Lilith gasped, Mr. Gavin, ahead, there must be a great sea beast, likely drawn by the sin of blood. Hiss! Before she could finish, the ocean erupted violently. The sea shark, Gavin, and Lilith, along with a torrent of seawater, were all hurled into the air. Gavin's heart raced as he looked down to see a monstrous creature leaping from the water, its gaping maw larger than that of the sea shark by more than twice. In a moment of life and death, Gavin sensed time slowing. Almost instantaneously, he wielded his water manipulation, stepping onto a surge of seawater, leveraging it to leap up and catch Lilith above him. After a couple of quick strides to evade the gaping maw, he plunged into the depths of the sea. Hiss! The immense figure devoured the sea shark and then submerged once more. As the water settled, Gavin and Lilith surfaced, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Lilith wiped the seawater from her face, her voice trembling. Mr. Gavin, what should we do next? The dangers of the sea are far beyond our imagination. Gavin sighed. The journey aboard the ghost ship had been uneventful, and he had initially thought that with the aid of the sea shark, reaching the eastern coast would be effortless. Little did he know, their expedition had met with adversity, nearly leading to their demise at the jaws of a beast. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. We presently lack the means to traverse the sea. The nearest location is Ghost Rain Island. We must return there and seek an opportunity to set sail. Swim there. No, I have a solution. Gavin called out, Xiaohei, Xiaohei, come forth. No sooner had he spoken than a conspicuous trail in the water approached, swiftly arriving before them and vanishing beneath the surface. Gavin felt a sturdy pole appear beneath him, lifting him up. Hiss! The head of the shadow serpent broke the surface, releasing the crocodile skin box it was carrying. Hissing at Gavin. Excellent. Very good. Gavin praised as he accepted the crocodile skin box, then turned to Lilith. It is unsafe in the sea. We must leave at once. All right. Lilith swam over and settled behind Gavin. The shadow serpent swiftly carried them towards Ghost Rain Island. Gavin looked up at the sky, noticing the absence of the red-eyed crows. Knowing they must have scattered in fright, concerned they might lose their way in the sea, he seized the opportunity to summon the crows. Mr. Gavin, Lilith said, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind, her voice quaking with excitement. You saved me once again. No one has ever treated me so kindly, and I don't even know how to repay you. It was merely a trifling effort. Gavin replied dismissively, a strange wave radiating outward. Before long, the 5 red-eyed crows returned in succession, surrounding the pair and the serpent as they made their way to Ghost Rain Island. The shadow serpent possessed an acute awareness of its surroundings. deftly avoiding danger. After a considerable half-hour, Ghost Rain Island came into view. Gavin recalled the island's topography and instructed, circumvent it and land on the northern side of the blackthorn forest. Hiss. The shadow serpent acknowledged and swiftly altered its course, soon bringing the two of them closer to the island. As the misty black rain fell, leaving splatters of water on them. Go. Gavin waved his hand, and the 5 crows soared over the cliff, ascending into the trees above. After dispatching a few wild beasts, they quickly secured a small territory. Gavin and Lilith disembarked, effortlessly climbing the cliff's height of over 10 meters. Entering the blackthorn forest, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that the blackthorn trees were stout and dark, devoid of leaves, their branches and trunks adorned with long, sharp thorns. To run within this forest would be to invite a painful fate. He remembered the robed fishmen speaking of how activity was scarce in the blackthorn forest and the rocky cliffs to the west of Ghost Rain Island, with other areas being home to the Dickra fishmen. Moreover, it seemed that the gnome talk was lurking within this vast, unknown expanse of woodland. Gavin wiped the water from his face and pondered, our landing on the island likely did not attract the attention of the fishmen. We should take refuge here for the time being, gather information about the island, and then seek an opportunity to commandeer a ghost ship to depart. I will follow your lead. Lilith nodded in agreement without hesitation. Gavin circled the area, but finding no suitable spot to rest, he retreated and used his sharp one-handed sword to carve out a cave in the cliff as a makeshift shelter from the rain. They consumed some provisions within the cave and changed into dry clothing. Gavin produced a crow feather from his pocket, which transformed into a crow in an instant. Spreading its wings, it landed on the back of Crow No. 7, and Gavin spoke, "You rest in the cave. I shall venture out for a while." Calm. Before Lilith could respond, Crow number 7 lifted Gavin into the air, swiftly ascending above the blackthorn forest. Gavin instructed the crow to circle above while he observed below. After 3 laps, he had yet to spot any sign of the gnome talk. Instead, he encountered numerous reptilian beasts resembling crocodiles, swiftly crawling along the ground in the forest, likely the dominant species due to their lower stature, which spared them from the sharp thorns. Enough of this. Gavin decided against further searching, urging Crow number 7 to fly outward. They soon left the confines of the blackthorn forest, spotting a small village that appeared deserted. Possibly due to the sacrifices of women and children, rarely did any fishmen traverse the village. Crow number 7 continued onward, encountering several similar villages, eventually reaching a larger city where at least 1,000 fishmen resided. Undoubtedly the stronghold of the Dickra fishmen. Finally, at the center of Ghost Rain Island, he beheld a towering ruin. The tower appeared as though it had been destroyed from the middle, leaving only half standing, time-worn and eroded by the black rain. It had taken on a slight tilt, yet, despite its condition, the remnant tower retained an air of grandeur, standing at least 30 to 40 meters tall. It faintly bore witness to the silent tower of 2 centuries past. A sight of unparalleled splendor. What a pity. Gao Wen let out a sigh of lament, refraining from allowing Crow number 7 to draw too close, for within that vessel resided a formal wizard, whose mastery over terrifying sorcery was unknown. If detected, it would spell disaster. With a croak, Crow number 7 circled wide and began its flight southward, towards the area where the ghost ship lay anchored, uncertain of whether Father Damien and the others still drew breath. Before long, Gao Wen beheld a throng of fishmen, along with the ghost ship stranded upon the shallows. Hundreds of fishermen warriors had surrounded the vessel from both land and sea. The head of Knight Choppa dangled from the spear of a fisherman, while Father Damien and Knight Miller fought valiantly on the deck. James huddled in a corner, praying fervently, "Even in death, we shall be guided into the divine realm by the revered God. Hold fast. Eradicate the heretics." The distant roar of Father Damien reached Gao Wen's ears, but he understood that it was merely a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. They were doomed. He instructed Crow No. 7 to circle above, silently counting the robed fishman apprentice wizards. 12. A dozen apprentice wizards had revealed themselves, and indeed, the influence of the Dickra fishmen on Ghost Rain Island was formidable, not to mention the Dickra wizard himself. Even these adversaries were beyond my capacity to vanquish, Gao Wen mused inwardly, forcefully suppressing certain reckless thoughts. Upon hearing of the severe corruption afflicting the Dickra wizard, he had contemplated whether he might seize control of Ghost Rain Island. However, it now seemed utterly impractical. Perhaps it would be more feasible to commandeer a ghost ship and escape. Gao Wen redirected his gaze to the battlefield, noticing that Knight Miller, bolstered by divine magic, had fallen, seemingly gravely injured by a fishman apprentice wizard. 1 by 1, the fishman warriors surged onto the deck. Knight Miller was torn apart amidst his furious cries, while James knelt in surrender, realizing the futility of the situation. Father Damien encased himself in a white shield spell, attempting to force his way out on his unicorn. Yet, Halfway through his charge, he was ensnared by a net cast by a fisherman apprentice wizard. Yanked from his steed, and swiftly his shield was shattered. "Accursed fishmen, you dare to harm the followers of the god of death. You shall regret this. The Church of Death will raise Ghost Rain Island to the ground. You cannot kill me. You will regret this." Father Damien screamed in terror and struggled. The fisherman warriors parted, and the leading Dikra approached with a disdainful expression. He commanded 2 burly fisherman warriors to pin Father Damien to the ground. Drawing forth a longsword, he cackled, "I have personally beheaded many beings, fishmen, orcs, dwarves, barbarians, gnomes, even my own wife and children. But the priest of death, Sheila, shall be the first. You are most fortunate." Thwack. With that, he swung his sword down, only to find it stuck, unable to sever the head. Father Damien emitted a horrifying scream, astonishingly breaking free from the grip of the 2 fisherman warriors, rolling on the ground as the surrounding fisherman warriors recoiled in shock. Young Dikra, taken aback, prepared to deliver another strike. Yet, Father Damien suddenly ceased his struggles, his neck contorted into a grotesque arc, his mouth stretching wide open, growing larger as he fixated on young Dikra, mockingly declaring, "You will regret this. The harbinger of death shall carry my demise." With that, he finally breathed his last. Before the fisherman could comprehend, a gray crow hatched from his gaping mouth, shaking off the blood upon its feathers, and soared into the sky. Young Dikra's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed, "Stop it." The surrounding fisherman warriors instinctively lunged towards the crow, yet it seemed to possess no tangible form, slipping through their grasp and vanishing from Ghost Rain Island in the blink of an eye. All stood in stunned silence. Young Dikra remained frozen, his face darkening to a shade of purple, venting his wrath upon the fishmen. "Useless. All of you are useless. You couldn't even stop a mere crow. Why do you not die? Why do you not perish?" He flailed his sword wildly, and the fisherman warriors, terrified, scrambled to evade him, plunging the scene into chaos. What a splendid spectacle. Gao Wen laughed from atop Crow No. 7, suddenly finding the notion of claiming dominion over Ghost Rain Island not so insurmountable after all. He merely needed to observe the fishmen and the Church of Death engage in their brutal conflict. Then, he could quietly inherit the legacy of the vanquished. Was this not precisely what he excelled at? In high spirits, Gao Wen directed Crow No. 7 back along his path, only to hear young Dikra's distant roar. "I detest crows. Kill every single one of them on this island. Annihilate them all. Damn it." Gao Wen cursed under his breath, hastily retreating from the beach. The corpses of Father Damien and the 2 knights lay piled nearby, while James knelt in the mud. Young Dikra, furious, commanded the fishmen to commence a sacrificial ritual, and the chant began to resonate along the shore. "You are the sovereign of the ocean's depths, the king among sea beasts, the protector of fishmen, the beacon for all mariners. O great, noble, towering, and merciful god of the sea beasts, the humble and devout followers offer this meager sacrifice, a tribute of blood." As the chanting grew ever louder, blood began to flow steadily from the corpses, seeping slowly into the ground. At that very moment, within the depths of the silent tower, the slumbering Dick